Welcome everybody, it's about that time. It's Call of Duty Challengers Elite Season 3, it's playoffs week. We're here with Europe ready to kick everything off. This is always an awesome time, and now we're deep into Season number 3. My name's Infinity, I'll be casting and hosting today's European action, but I will not be alone. I'm never really alone, let's be honest. I've got my good friend, co-caster Andy, as happy as ever, mate, and I fully understand why. We've got a set of great games ahead of us today.
I mean, we got a great series of playoffs between all four juggernauts of rosters that are representing the European Season 3 of the Elite, Brody. It's going to be a banger 2 days.
Mate, I cannot wait for it. It's awesome. You know, I wish that we were kind of in a podcast setting, if you will, sometimes, just because of the fact that obviously we have so much to talk about between the four teams that did make it into playoffs. But before we get into any of that discussion, I think it's a good idea to show you guys exactly what's going to be happening today with the broadcast. We're going to be kicking things off with Amy Sports versus Rocker Academy. Yes, you heard that right. The rematch is on the horizon. That is going to be our first match live from Winners Bracket round 1. Then, of course, we'll be bringing you losers round 1. That'll be the loser of AIM and Rocker, and War versus Toronto EU. A little spoiler alert as to what that other match will be. Then, of course, the winners finals for Europe straight after that. But we'll also have North America later on today as well to be talking about. So there's a lot of Call of Duty ahead of us today, Andy.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, between all four teams in a double elimination bracket to crown themselves Season 3 Elite Champion, Team War looking to defend their title. First have to go through a very tough matchup versus Ultra Academy EU, but we gotta talk about a Classico first here, Brody. This one's going to be a banger to kick off this day.
Yeah, and, you know, I'll agree with Ton and Bryce from the other day. I went and rewatched the AIM and Rocker matchup, from the round-robin stage that they got to cast so splendidly. And, yeah, this is the El Clasico, the E Clasico, Spanish versus Spanish teams, the two best Spanish teams in European Call of Duty. And I think you and I have described them as the 8 best Spanish players to come out of Call of Duty in the past couple of years. You know, maybe besides Vickle. I think Vickle is also a player that we should definitely know. No offense, Vickle. Trust me, you're great at what you do, and if you guys want Vickle action, you get to see that in North America. But absolutely, these guys, some of the best that Spain has to offer. And you know, I know there's a lot of dedicated Spanish fans in the chat. They're always there spamming out Vamos to support their team. And I mean, who do you support today, Andy? These teams, they're just so good.
It's going to be a really tough decision to be able to see which one you actually end up rooting for, right? Because for AIM Esports, ever since the roster change, you know, essentially going 1-for-1 for the trade, Sucre out, and then Journey comes in, this team has never looked better. We haven't seen them be able to traverse so far. I mean, they obviously have made playoffs back in Season 1 when they were still playing underneath the moniker of Sucre's Bakery, but then they ended up getting DFR'd, Brody. So it's not necessarily something that we can end up really, I guess, scolding them for. It's one of those things that we can only try to see how high the ceiling can go.
Alrighty, well, let's show you guys that bracket. I kind of already spoiled it, let's be honest, but we can show you exactly what's going on with the 4 teams that did make it towards playoffs. And, Andy, you know, I'll be honest with you, so far this season, I feel like this is probably the strongest playoff bracket that we've had in European challenges. At the very top of that, we've got Amy Sports and Rocker Academy, the 2 Spanish teams that we'll be kicking off with today. But off screen, right now, we've got Ultra Academy EU taking on Team War in what is set to be a banger matchup. I cannot wait for the conclusion of both of these matchups, because this is one of those situations, and they rarely happen, Andy, where you and I have very little idea of how this is all going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it more exciting, doesn't it? Because we can sit here, we can speculate, we can talk about what happened throughout the round-robin stage, but it doesn't necessarily matter too much when we bring up the MAC picks, bans, and veto process that both of these teams, all 4 of these teams are going to end up going for. It's all just knowledge that has been kind of stowed and packed away, because it is rather common knowledge through all the broadcasts that have been happening throughout Season 3 of the Elite. You hope the coaching staff and the players are able to learn as much as they possibly can to make sure that the best map set comes forward for their team's success.
Yeah, indeed. These guys are going to be putting a lot of hours into learning exactly what is the best way to take each other on. And trust me, we've already kind of seen the map set. We know how this one's gone down. And I think a lot of that tactical play, a lot of that tactical foreplay, as it were, has definitely happened, I think, in the veto process. So why don't we just cut to the chase and show you guys exactly what's going on with the map set for this best of 5. Of course, as we've already kind of said here, these guys have already faced each other once. AIM and Rocker Academy, that one went to a game number 5. It was, in fact, the final series of the round-robin stage for Season 3. However, there was kind of an asterisk over it, if you will, Andy, because of the fact that regardless of what happened at that point, it didn't really matter. Both teams were already through the playoffs, and both teams had already had their seeding set in stone. I mean, at the time, you know, we were kind of questioning at home, obviously watching along, what was going on in the map set, because there were a few weird maps that managed to get on through. Desert Siege, Search and Destroy, which we know AIM are very strong at, of course, and Berlin Hardpoint as well, which has actually returned to this best of 5. At the very least here, you know, we can see some corrections in terms of that veto process. We don't see Desert Siege, at least for the Search and Destroy, Andy.
Yeah, and Rocker Academy also ended up getting rid of the Gavutu Hardpoint and the Gavutu Control. They're going to be putting themselves in the best position forward to be able to try to get themselves some favorable maps. Shout out to both Patrick and Shane, the R duo coming on in hot. Maybe giving ourselves some nice, pristine observing for this matchup. AIM, on the other hand, though, they gave out the Tuscan Search and Destroy and the Tuscan Control. This is not a returning map from the best of 5, and it's going to be very interesting to see how the SMGs do stack up against each other. Rocker Academy, one of those teams that are able to work their way in towards playoffs after a roster change and also a role change. Lucky going to be running that SMG, but rolls out with an AR. We'll find the first blood to start things off.
Yeah, and I'm kind of very glad we're starting on board with Journey here. Of course, he's been one of the biggest talking points this season thus far. Of course, the new boy in the block, as it were, for AIM Esports. Although I think now that we're 3 weeks into the season, Andy, I don't think we can exactly call him new anymore. But you're absolutely right. You know, these guys, they've settled in early on. Now they're currently one of the best teams in Europe, and they're looking pretty hot here in playoffs. It's Lucky over for the Rocker Academy side. He's able to take 2 down in the middle of the map. Will pretty much immediately get shut down by Super, but there is the trade coming in. Those ever-powerful stuns will be taking him down. And for Rocker Academy here, with 10 seconds left on P1, they are on the better side of the map, but Real, he is not done defending it.
Playoff Real is a very real factor that you almost have to be very weary of. He has been boasting themselves quite an emphatic KD when it comes down to it here in the Hardpoint for Season 3 of the Elite. I want a 1.14, making a lot of influential plays. Yako will cut them down inside P5. You can see AIM Esports trying to set themselves up for a little bit of a pinch, but they end up losing Eric Boom coming down the church alleyway. Next player up will be over by the patio staircase. Yako finds 2. It's starting to open up the floodgates for AIM Esports to show presence here.
Yeah, Rocker Academy, they were on the better side of the map here, but AIM Esports might well have found their way on through. Journey, now the last remaining player left up as the rest of his team do come in through that church and side, but Journey will end up falling towards medals, so 25 seconds left here. Perhaps if you're AIM Esports, you give this one more hit before thinking about, hey, we should probably preserve that rotation. We don't want to let this game slip away, because it can slip away, I think, pretty quickly here if you mess up this rotation from P2 to P3.
Yeah, it absolutely can, which is why you're seeing not only just Rocker Academy try to put themselves in a presence over by the rooftops. Those are the spawns for P3, but AIM Esports, they did not want to try to overinvest inside the P2 rotation. They were trying to win the rotation over towards 3 and turn it into a money hill, but it doesn't go their way. Both Lucky and Sukri, they're able to find rotational gunfights. They're on 7 in a row between the 2 of them combined, and that means that they're going to be able to influence the scrap into initial play for the 60-plus point lead that Rocker Academy hold over AIM Esports' head.
Rocker Academy very happy with the current position. Of course, Lucky and Sukri now starting to put together some sprees. Sukri is shut down, so now it's just Lucky in this back position. He recognizes that, hey, no one currently soaking up this time. I may as well be the one to go in and do exactly that. Real's going to clear out fire as well. So this last 25 seconds could well actually be Rocker Academy's, and we do have to kind of keep at least a side eye on what's going on with Lucky inside that hard point. He could still get shut down as Journey wants a piece of the scrap time. Lucky, though, going to end up falling. Nice kill there from Journey, whether he realizes it or not. But at this point in the game, Annie, you could not have asked for a better start from Rocker Academy. This is a blazing start.
I mean, it's 20 seconds short of flawless. Blazing start, yeah, I would certainly say so. I mean, everybody from Rocker Academy is putting in the legwork, right? I mean, you can see it from top to bottom as far as KD ratios are concerned. It's something to also be said that Rocker Academy are a little bit more rehearsed in recency comparatively to AIM Esports. Again, we don't know what scrims look like for AIM Esports, but Rocker Academy, they are 2-1 throughout the round-robin play. This is where you need to start coming alive. If you are AIM Esports, you can see them cutting down the 50-yard line. Journey is playing inside of you, trying to find where these players are coming from. Is going to hear a nade at least cock back. Won't be able to find much more than just one kill, but that'll at least stall out the offensive push that Rocker Academy are trying to amount for themselves here over by the fields.
Super trying to cover that grass side. He does get shut down, and here come Rocker Academy once again. I mean, yes,
Wow.
They give away 30 seconds of time, but even at this point, you know, Rocker have built themselves such a massive lead here in this game that this 20 seconds is something that AIM Esports is still going to have to try to fight for, and of course, consciously make sure they do not lose the rotation towards maps as well. They will send Raku in for the scrap time. He's in a 1v1 versus Real, who has been lights out for Rocker Academy. 13-9 in this one. That's a 4th in a row for that man. You do not want to let him heat up, and that might well be too late in that particular venture for AIM Esports here on Tuscan Hardpoint. But back over towards the new rotation we go. AIM Esports, they look like they had first control over the hill, and they will do at least initially. But Rocker Academy, you can sense they're getting antsy. They do not want to give this time up. They've got a couple of players pushing in, one from the fire side, one from bottom side as well. But Journey going to fall. Metal's in for two. Massive gunfights to take, and now the last player left up to take is going to be Eric Boom. Quite a hard head to take down, but it doesn't matter. Real gets him anyway.
It's a Michael Bay film inside. All of the nades coming through, even team nades to speak of as well. That's going to dwindle the numbers for Rocker Academy to be able to get this very stalworthy hold. But inside the hardpoint itself, AIM Esports are starting to flourish off the back end of 4 and in towards 5. You speak about those 30 seconds that Rocker Academy almost had to concede as they were moving their way across the map going in towards 4. And AIM Esports actually did a bang-up job of battling their way back in towards 5 as well, which is why they're going to be able to finally put themselves closer towards that 100-point mark. And by way of some necessary gunfights as well, because things were starting to get a little bit hazy for AIM Esports going in towards P3, but still looking at about 60-point lead. Rocker Academy win the rotation over towards 1. This pinch coming through from AIM Esports needs to be a big one. They're finding the gunfights. They work their way in. Still ample time to play here at 1.
Yeah, this is a good position coming in from AIM. They've got players in all the right places here. Super covering that mid-map position. We'll be able to pick up 1. Lucky the next player to do something about this. But for Rocker Academy here, you kind of got a choice. You want to brute force your way through the hard point, or do you want to try and push your way through the mid-map to make sure that you do get control of the map for that inevitable rotation? Yako making sure at least the latter lane momentarily is closed off. But here come Rocker Academy. They've chosen option A. Straight through P1 they go. And they will amass about 10 to 15 seconds of scrap time off the back of that push, and now all about breaking towards P2. This is where Rocker Academy got a ton of time on the last rotation. Yes, albeit, they were on the better side of the map for that rotation in that particular engagement, but this time around Rocker Academy, they're going to have to fight in towards the hard point, and here come those players. Sukri fighting from radio side. Lucky already inside the hard point as well, but AIM, for the moment at least, it seems like they're standing strong. Sukri now just kind of needs to waste time here.
You need to be able to waste time so that way this pinch that's coming and manifesting over by Church can be a strong one. Real is actually able to slip the net. They're already in for the back, and unbeknownst to all of AIM Esports, the spawns will flip. So now they're battling from the front, but they're not losing the gunfights here, Brody. 25 seconds left to play, and Rocker Academy just put themselves in a spawn trap.
Yeah, this is not the best position now, is it, for Rocker Academy, as you say? They do not really want to be spawning here. Yes, they can get all the 15 seconds of scrap time, but if anything, now it needs to be a lightning fast rotation from them. But I tell you what, again, you kind of have to cast your mind back to the last rotation where they managed to break on through pretty early on. They could well do the same thing here, but you got to get past Eric Boom and Yako, the SMG duo for AIM, who, frankly, they're not going to give up easily whatsoever. And Eric now kind of forcing the issue through map side. He is continuing here to take down these Rocker Academy players. He will finally be shut down, but it is AIM who are able to touch first off the back of the fountain hardpoint. Now they have to amass some time.
Yako thought he was going to get chowed from top fire, and he was right. I mean, there's a player up there, but you still have to be wary about the push that's coming through from Rocker Academy over by the rooftops. That'll enforce the spawns. And you also have Lucky that's able to find a push going over towards Vines. That is a full collapse and break for Rocker Academy here inside of 3. AIM Esports, they have to break. This is not time that you can give up to Rocker Academy for free, and it's going to have to come through the front. There's no influence for AIM Esports down over by the rooftops, and that's the smart call coming through. Eric Boom is just laying prone. Ankles are going to get chewed up by Metals, surely going to get cleaned up. And the kill feed may be stretching here in purple for Rocker Academy, but AIM Esports did the smart play. Contest from the front. Don't give up all of the time for free for Rocker Academy while you tried to win the rotation over towards 4. They're counting names. They're looking for nameplates across the map. They're already able to read that Lucky's in towards the back. There's going to be no spawn warfare that's going to be coming through, but that is a little bit of a bait play because Metals hit from the field side, and that'll influence the rotation for Rocker Academy to be into 4 early.
Well, now Rocker Academy, they've got their grips on the hard point and starting to build a serious lead here in this one. Sukri up top, watching that jump up. Super trying to make his way up there, but I think for now maybe the best idea would be flood through the front of the hard point. Real does get overwhelmed. Metals now in the back line here as well. The rest of the team starting to help out from Rocker. They will continue to spawn in that back line, and AIM, you can't give this time away. You need to get on in here, and they're waiting. They're looking to put together a calculated push as a team. Lucky just going to be watching the front, and here comes Yako and Eric. Eric able to pick up 1, but now he needs to play hero. He still cannot do it, and every single second for Rocker Academy right now puts them one step closer to a map number 1 victory.
8 seconds still left to battle over AIM Esports. They have to be able to push in here to battle over the scrap time, but you also have to be wary about the rotation over towards 5. This was a good position for Rocker Academy from 4 in towards 5, where they did a bang-up job of keeping players down low inside of maps, while also being able to stun in nade here on the top side. Nice little nade coming off the wall there from Eric Boom. So just be able to buy some space for Yako to lay prone over by the doorway. They're going to get stunned up sufficiently. Needs to be able to get some help here. Super has to give up the space for now, but you cannot allow yourself to get overwhelmed. Numbers need to come through for AIM Esports as Rocker Academy. You're trying to hold the line.
Well, Eric, he's only able to get one. How many more players from AIM Esports can give this one a go? Real now from the bottom fountain area, looking to find his way into the hard point, but just patience is a virtue in this position. You've got to imagine, yeah, you've got a ton of breathing room, a ton of chances to win out this game. You only need 9 seconds, and you can still do it off the back of this hard point. You can still do it off the back of this next rotation as well. But Metals, he wants to do the former. Has support from Real coming through from the other side, and I think now this might just be it for this hard point. They're going to move our attention over towards their rotation. That scrap time will go AIM's way. Sakri and Lucky, they've won the open engagements. Real is also over here for AIM Esports. You gotta go now. Super trying to find his way on through the Vine side. He actually wins one of the gunfights. Eric Boom just trying to divert their attention for you, but now it's a one-dimensional push. They can't get through, and Rocker Academy, they will take map number 1.
And you really feel like that leader's advantage they built off that first set of hard points, Brody, was just too big of a mountain to climb for AIM Esports. It was that 60-point lead, and although it got diminished by way of a few hard points, looking at 4 and the contest time over by 5, it just simply was not going to be enough for AIM Esports to fully break their way back inside a hard point. You know, us as casters, analysts, and Call of Duty enjoyers alike, we always say at a certain moment in time, you know, this is the time where you got to start playing perfect hard point. But when you start off with such an abysmal rotation of what we saw from AIM Esports, unable to win the gunfights outright from the SMG presence that was coming through from Eric Boom early on, you're going to be looking at about a 70-point deficit of what Rocker Academy were able to build for themselves going in towards that P3 hardpoint. A massive mountain, a steep and a half were built by Rocker Academy, and they were setting the pace. Look, Playoff Real is absolutely here to play, but you got to talk about this guy on your screen. That Lucky had themselves a whale of a game. Not only were they able to influence a lot more with the SMG, something that we've always been questioning throughout the round robin stage here for Season 3 of the Elite, Brody, they look damn good doing it as well. Being able to flex over to the AR for hard points like 1 and maybe even 5 at certain instances of time, depending on which side of the map that they were playing from. Lucky was giving so much space for players like Real and Metals to be able to get themselves into pristine positions to be able to influence so many pressure points for AIM Esports to try to battle through.
Alrighty, well, Rocker Academy, you said it right. It really does feel like the beginning of that hard point was just so damning for the AIM Esports roster. They never really felt like they could climb back in towards their game, and we'll take a look at exactly why Rocker was so dominant, and you already said it right. Lucky, 26 and 21, Real, 26 kills as well. Everybody was pretty much firing on all cylinders on Rocker Academy, but if anything, I actually kind of want to focus on AIM here, which I know is maybe a little bit unconventional when we're talking about exactly kind of what happened there in the game. We've spoken at length about where AIM needs to go in the hard points, you know, how integral of a player such as Super is, you know, and especially for a map such as Tuscan, we'd always be talking about players like Eric Boom and Yako, but those powerhouse players for AIM, they were not performing, I think, up to scratch in that game. Rocker Academy, I mean, that was one of the keys to victory, I suppose, that you and I were going to come into the series with, was that, you know, Rocker Academy, you just need to shut down those players that have been so pivotal for AIM Esports this season thus far, and they did it.
Yeah, I mean, Eric Boom, look, like I was saying, did not have the start, the blowout start that we've been seeing from Eric Boom. The consistency wasn't there. 19 and 29 are not the statistical numbers that we were seeing Eric put up throughout the entirety of the round-robin play, specifically when it comes down to maps that influence a lot of SMG play, like Berlin or even Bocage. Here on Tuscan, you're really hoping that Eric was able to find the same sort of value, but, you know, couple that along with the SMG duo of Yako only being at 23 and 25, it just simply wasn't there. And that normally starts to set up the keys to success for AIM Esports that then lies for both Super and Journey, AR and AR Flex alike, to be able to really lay in that damage. And the damage was there, but the cleanup was not, and that's where AIM Esports were kind of a shade of their former selves throughout the round-robin play, right, Brody? But again, Rocker Academy just did a fantastic job from top to bottom. You can see everybody putting in the legwork there to be able to put themselves in a nice position to be able to find those team shots, get those kills, and influence themselves in abundance of time.
Alrighty, well, map number 1's gone the way of Rocker Academy. A much better start than what we saw in the prior matchup between these two teams. Of course, that final match of round robin play here in Season 3 of Challengers Elite. And map number 2 in this affair will be Berlin, Search and Destroy. And that was one of the maps that we did get to see between Rocker and AIM. Of course, that was a 6-2 victory to the AIM Esports roster. It was a good start for Rocker Academy, but then it was 6 rounds on the bounce for AIM. And they just looked unstoppable. Do we expect kind of the same thing here, or will Rocker have learned from maybe that map?
I mean, you really just feel like that this is just a different form coming through from Rocker Academy. I mean, when you're thinking about the grander scheme of things from the previous week of round robin play, when these two teams did end up facing each other, you only had so much time to be able to study that VOD, go into scrims, whoever you were scrimming up against, and try to test what was going so wrong and try to rectify those issues. And something that was able to be a big stark difference for me personally, coming away from the Tuscan Hardpoint, is that, yes, Rocker Academy have absolutely hit the grindstone. They were able to learn from their previous mistakes. There was a lot more team play coming all the way through. You can see there was a lot more coordination. You would really feel like coming into this Berlin Search and Destroy that there's going to be some semblance of that as well. Their biggest issue going back to that best of 5 that they ended up losing 6-2 against the same esports roster was because they were losing a lot of the first blood battles. I mean, when you're thinking about the grander scheme of things for main esports, we were gonna gas them up so much throughout this best of 5 because why wouldn't you? It is so influential for those first blood picks, whether it's with an AR, whether it's with a sniper rifle. It always ends up coming down to a lane being locked up by Super more often than not, and that gives a lot of headway for the SMG, specifically for Eric Boom, or Journey with an AR or an SMG, whatever they're feeling for whatever the attack or defense might look like, to be able to find those first bloods as well. AIM Esports have constantly give themselves a lot of good instances of numbers advantages. You just hope that Rocker Academy are able to win those first bloods and be able to learn from their past mistakes and not allow themselves to go down in numbers so early.
Yeah, I think the thing is as well, if we kind of speak on a macro level momentarily here, this has to be the map in the series, you got to imagine, where Rocker Academy feel most confident. I mean, they've already taken the hard point, so we're pretty happy with that fact. But, you know, again, this is AIM's worst game mode, I think, from a statistical perspective. So, you know, we'll see how this one goes down, but on board with Real to kick things off here. And this is a very aggressive offensive push coming in from Rocker Academy. The numbers currently sit in their favor.
3 for 2. Bomb being carried by Sukri, though. You can see just right now, I mean, Rocker Academy, they have so much space, but there's not comfort to be able to plant that bomb. Not until they deal with Eric Boom. They'll find him. That'll leave poor Journey alive in a 1v3. They have no idea where Journey's at. Some shots will be coming through. Now they know he's bottom of the upper courtyard stairs. I'm just going to completely flip the map, say, all right, Journey, you can go ahead and just play there over by the statue. Stun will confirm the positioning. We're going to go plant this bomb over at B, force Journey to make the play.
Journey just scouting out the A site at the moment. I think as soon as he jumps through this window, he's dead to rights. He's going to spot out Lucky, but the fact he doesn't immediately get that kill probably leaves him in a bit of a tough position there. Yeah, he's stuck. You can see all 3 players just triangulating around him. Not really much of a chance in that position. Maybe if you take Lucky out, it's a little bit easier.
Love that call that's coming through from Rocker Academy as a whole. You know, we see a lot of teams just play around over by the BS&D when it comes out of challengers. You know, Ultra Academy NA specifically come to mind with how much they do love their adaptations over towards the BS&D. But you almost really want to call the bluff of AIM Esports early on if you're Rocker Academy. That's exactly what they do. They go for an aggressive hit over towards A. They find those isolated players. They win the gunfights, overwhelm them with numbers inside of those corners, and they're able to get such a commanding pace with that numbers advantage. Let's see if AIM Esports can even up the odds here on offense. Eric Boom watching the cross. Very tough to be able to gauge whether or not they see anybody cross whatsoever, but just going to be holding the mid lane scoop while the other 3 players from AIM Esports try to assault this AS&D.
Whether or not Yakko realizes it, has a little bit of breathing room here on this bomb site, and he also has the cover of his teammates who have made their way up the stairs. Shots now coming in from Sukri. Yakko's going to get this bomb down pretty much scot-free. I'm really intrigued to see kind of what the reaction is like here from Rocker Academy as soon as this bomb goes down. You've got to imagine now, it's a fast one. Sukri putting some pre-fire in towards the window. Has the benefit of the rest of his team right behind him as well, but Sukri gets taken down by Journey. That's unfortunate. You never quite spot out Journey in this position, who's not just able to get one, but a second as well. Makes the call to Yakko to take down the third. And well, there it is. AIM Esports, they've got Rocker down.
And that's the punish of playing a really passive defense. You know, for when you're looking at it for Rocker Academy, they really wanted to play for the retake over at A. You had a player inside of the lobby, and typically when you end up setting yourself up for such a situation, some nades are going to be coming through to try to dissuade Yakko to be able to get that bomb plant. You wasted so much time. You didn't see anything go through the entirety of the middle of the map. No stuns to blow off the B-Hut door. So you almost by proxy knew that they were either just waiting for a bait play inside of mail, or they're probably planting over at A. You just need to be able to use your tacks and your nades alike to be able to dissuade those positions. They did get the information, but Journey playing on top of that railing was the end-all, be-all. Here comes an offensive push for Rocker Academy, switching things up, trying to go over towards B.
And this is a nice reaction coming in from Rocker to recognize that Journey's all pushed up already. He is shut down, but that's a nice trade as well from Eric Boom. Will make Rocker feel a little bit more comfortable, especially as now Sukri goes down. Real, nice nade on his former teammate in Eric Boom, and he's going straight for the kill as well. Nicely done from Real, the 1v1. Real has already revealed his positioning, as has Yakko with that kill on towards Metals. How about the post plant? Does Real get away? The first 2 shots are in from Yakko, trying to hunt them down. Gotta imagine. Bring around the Rosie. We go! Yakko puts the shots in, but Real, he survives with the pace as well. Did not expect Real to get there.
Oh, man, Real. I'm telling you, when playoffs hit, Real is just moving a little bit diffy. He knows exactly what's on the line. Just playing around with all the sorts of corners alike. Was throwing shoulders when they were already eating maybe like 2 or 3 bullets from Yakko as well. I mean, it takes a certain amount of stones, let's put it that way, for throwing shoulders of what we saw from Real do. Even in a 1v1, in a post-plant situation, just to play with the corners, play with their food, if you will, just simply could not find the kill was Yakko. Just a very slippery Real, as you saw there in that 1v1. Offense for offense, we have gone through the first 3 rounds. AIM Esports setting themselves up with some nades to the middle of the map. Some shots did come through from the upper courtyard side. They do have some coverage here as far as defense is concerned. Lucky has been influential historically on this lane. It's completely dissuaded AIM Esports to try to push it.
Look at this from Journey, the aggression. It's going to work out, and I don't think anybody's going to see him. He has spotted out Sukri, but does he play this one patiently? Well, the answer is yes, at least initially. He figures, hey, he may as well go for the advantage and gets the information that Metals is sitting inside fire. And now, even better, Metals is the last remaining player left alive here for Rocker Academy, so that information is all the more valuable for Journey, who is now just trying to hunt him down. Journey wins the 1v1 anyway, and Journey, absolutely the playmaker there in that round.
Oh, it totally was. I mean, when you're thinking about it, right? I mean, like I was saying, Lucky was locking down that B lane from the beginning to all the way end. Completely stopped Yakko from wanting to get inside the BS&D. They got killed. And then Journey just completely slips the net because Lucky drops all the way down over by the docks, over by the crane side, was watching that BS&D, ended up pushing forward because they thought that they had the presence. But Journey, again, you talk about the history of this guy throughout the entirety of European Challengers, has made a name for themselves in Search and Destroy, finding themselves timings, getting themselves behind enemy lines in Search and Destroy specifically, makes the play, finds 2, is able to get themselves in an even round count. Sniper in play here for Super, just watching this B lane, waiting for anybody to try to chow them out. This is a little bit more of a bait play. In case you try to commit over towards B for Rocker Academy, not only do you have to deal with Super on this long cross, but you also have Journey outside the hut.
Super's got quite a lot to do here. Watching this cross, has he spotted out Real? Well, the shots are in, so now they definitely know Real is in this position, but still, it's going to be tough to get him out of it. Might be a little bit easier now that Metals is out of the round. For Rocker Academy, though, you need to find a way to even the odds here. And maybe Real is the key to doing exactly that, but he's just in such a tough position. Trying to dip and dive left, right, center. Elsewhere, engagement's going down. Sukri able to trade things out with Yakko. But still, Real is still in this position. Journey pushed all the way up, and now getting even worse here for Rocker Academy. That bomb stuck in the middle of the map. Real will fall, and now for Sukri, 1v3. He gets the first kill against Eric Boom. Can he get away? Yes, he can, but, I mean, this is just a tough one. You've got to get this bomb down as quick as you can, and, well, Super with the sniper rifle is not going to let it happen.
No. I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe you get that bomb plant. Go ahead and play behind the corner of one of these desks. 50-50 gut check call, right? I mean, when you're looking at the grander scheme of things, for Sukri, try to plant that bomb, right? I mean, you try to get that bomb plant. You either try to play on the back side of the glass or you just try to play on the upper courtyard side, the side of the map that you just ended up clearing, assuming that maybe AIM Esports is full flanking back over towards the offensive spawn. But love that lockdown defense that's coming through from AIM Esports. Breaks the mold, puts themselves 2 rounds in a row. Take the lead here in the Search and Destroy. Super will continue on with their devious ways with the Kar 98K, looking for these longer lines of sight. It seems that Lucky might be playing in a similar situation with the Car 98K. In esports, just trying to fish out some information so that way they can find that first blood, influence numbers advantage, and maybe try to assault one of these bomb sites. But with the bomb being carried through the middle of the map, they really have the lay of the land to find this information and rotate towards either A or B.
And that's the thing, I think for AIM in this position, right, of course, you're the ones that have to act first here. You have to find some information, and there it is, nicely done. As Eric Boom will bait out Metals in the plate. It doesn't matter, the trade is in, the window is well open for Lucky to trade things out, but how about this Journey once again, the playmaker in this one? Oh, he snapped on a Real! That is dirty, Journey. And now on 5 in a row is Journey. He will get taken down. And Lucky even picks up 2 as well, so there's 1 versus 3. It's a glamorous round from both of these teams. It's now Lucky, the playmaker, that has this entire round in his hand.
Bomb needs to be collected, though. And that's why you see Lucky playing in this position. He knows that he has to force Eric to collect that bomb. It will be retrieved. 18 seconds remaining. And there's no information whatsoever as far as where Eric is located at. Lucky's not going to be aware that the bomb's going to be collected, nor if it was down. So Eric will be able to bring this over towards B. We'll get the plant as well. Doors will be blown off, but Eric Boom has no nade, has no stun as well. He's going to put themselves with a double weapon setup on the backside of the warehouse play this post-plant situation. Lucky is so aware of this as well, but time is not necessarily on their side. They have to try to fish out Eric Boom's positioning, try to find that, and try to get this defuse off.
It's just one of those plays where you know what this player is going to be, although you're always kind of double-guessing yourself, right, in this position. What if they're sat in a corner somewhere instead? But nope. It's exactly where you think they're going to be. Lucky, and now Eric Boom spotted him out, but Lucky! Oh! The tastiest of shots! A 1v3 for Lucky.
And I'll kind of go against it as well. I mean, if you're Lucky, you have no idea where Eric is located at. You know that the bomb is planted at B, which is why you saw immediately Lucky go towards the B hut. Tries to see which side of the bomb is actually planted for. Is able to deduce, okay, it's planted on the offensive side. So you automatically know that Eric Boom is either going to be top warehouse or over inside of that dock house. And I mean, the snap crackle pop that comes through from Lucky in that 1v3 finds themselves 4 in a row as well. Is that the entire ace for Lucky is just absolutely absurd. This is what we have expected from Lucky with an AR or a sniper on this map mode combination dating all the way back to Season 3 of the Elite. This little reduction of information coming through as well for that retake at the same time. A lot of influence for AIM Esports here defensively through the middle of the map as Rocker Academy are setting themselves up for a B assault.
Real's got to contest with Journey inside. Journey going to draw the first blood. And immediately this becomes a bit of a treacherous situation, doesn't it, for Rocker Academy. They got to retrieve that bomb. The closest player to do anything about it would be Lucky. Of course, could just beam Journey, I think, at this point, right? Or the way that he's playing here in this one. But I think he'll play a little bit more passively than that, considering he's starting to put together a spree. But has to also be cautious of the fact that Super might snipe him out of the round. But if you're Rocker Academy here, you have to kind of weasel your way in towards the site. And maybe this is the play. But Metals takes the shots off. It's a little bit premature because Eric Boom has already taken that shot on towards Lucky. He will get the trade on through, though. So 2v2 we go. Now 1v1 as Sukri going to take down Yakko. Or 1v2, apologies. And the bomb is still in complete Narnia as far as Sukri is concerned. You've got to get your running boots on. You've got to do it pretty fast. And as soon as he's spotted out, which I think he has just been by Journey, he should be dead to rights. And he will be as well. AIM going to take the round, and it kind of is all off the first blood, isn't it?
It really is, because that, again, patty cakes the bomb right outside the B hut. You'll lose Lucky, who's over inside of that dock house, and, you know, from there on out, what do you try to do? You have to try to find these kills influentially on the backside of fire, so Metals had to make the play, which is why you saw those premature shots coming through. Just thought that Eric Boom was going to hold the position, got the damage in, but the trade just a little bit too cleaner for Yakko. Journey is at 10-3, by the way. We're past triple positive for the kid. Putting themselves in a position to be able to find these first bloods, get these trades, go on these sprees. It's just always dwindling the numbers for Rocker Academy. As AIM Esports are feeling the ante. They're getting the aggressive back over towards his ASD.
Always holding out for hero, R-Aim. Journey seems to be that hero here in this one. Can he continue on the performance? It's going to be Super. He's actually going to trade things out, but Real, he's still here! He will finally get traded out, but Real does so much damage there. Gains a lot of information as well. 2v2 we go. I think it might actually just force AIM away from the site momentarily. At least to kind of reconsider what they're doing, but Lucky to take down Eric Boom, and now Journey in the 1 versus 2. As I said, it was Eric Boom in the last matchup between these two teams on Berlin Search and Destroy. Now it's Journey. Hugh has been so heroic. He's got to do it again. He will get the plant down. Now where do you go from here?
Probably going to put himself back inside the small room. Some shots coming through over inside a ticket. Journey's going to go ahead and back himself up inside of these pillars. But the problem with playing this position is you have to deal with a longer line of sight. Lucky's going to check it here momentarily. Journey's going to cut it down, but the early shots come through from Lucky. Will take down Journey. The defuse soon to follow as well. And that got a little hairy there towards the end. I mean, there was a real big opportunity that Journey was going to put themselves in a position to be able to find that kill, reset the 1v1 onto Metals. Lord knows what was going to happen there soon after. With the bomb being planted in that position, I almost assumed that Journey was going to go play in a 1-for-1 spot inside of one of the smaller rooms, maybe try to finesse their life over by that stone railing over by the upper courtyard stairs, just on the side of the train office itself. Ends up just trying to go back through the glass, just was not aware that all of Rocker Academy had full flanked back on the offensive side of things. As we continue to trade rounds, 4 for 4. Towards round number 9 is a 4-player hit coming through from Rocker Academy across this B lane.
Oh, Super! That's so unfortunate! Super gets a hit marker with the sniper rifle. Now been stunned out as well. The nade coming his way. He's going to have to back on up. And that'll give Rocker Academy all the room they needed to get the bomb down. They might still be a little bit cautious about it, but look at this reaction coming in from AIM. They're getting super aggressive. Right on the heels of Rocker Academy, and Lucky will fall as well. So now they're certainly not as comfortable to get the bomb down, especially as they're kind of surrounded on the site by those two players. Yakko and Journey. Super is taken down, but both, as we said, Yakko and Journey are going to be sitting inside the site. The bomb is now down, and this is, again, a position that Rocker Academy they've been in before.
This is all going to come off the back end of Metals. I mean, you have to trust that Sukri is going to be watching this B hut, see if anybody overextends for AIM, trying to find these wallbang shots as well. She's going to reveal their positioning, but Metals has to make the plays inside a top fire and is able to take down Journey inside the B hut. So that's going to be the call. Sukri needs to push on forward, needs to get this bomb, and needs to plant it as well and extend the game clock to 44 seconds.
You know that somebody's probably going to be back here. Metals makes the call. Eric Boom is better, though. Has the better weapon for the situation in the auto. And now the 1v2 here for Sukri. Not a lot of time to make it happen. You're going to be able to grab the bomb, but at this point, might well just be a damage control situation. Oh, he switches weapons. I think he gets the bomb down here. No, he doesn't. I think he knew that maybe in the situation. But nonetheless, he doesn't feed that last kill away to Eric. So at least there's that.
It was like 0.2 seconds just short from the weapon swap and the reload as well. We've all been there. It's the same button. We get it. It's just so unfortunate when you're thinking about it for Rocker Academy because that retake was about to be absolutely beautiful. Just comes down to Eric Boone making the read on Metals and towards the back after finding that trade on a Journey inside the B hut. But it's a reaction for me, Brody. The name Esports. They answer with the aggression of the absolute collapse over by Malin inside that B hut. They find the kills. They keep the numbers advantage in their favor. Map point here for AIM Esports. Nades over the top. Mailer and presence galore.
Well, there's the first blood coming through from Super. Is there an immediate trade coming through from Metals? It doesn't look like it, does it? Especially as Super just burns him out of the round. It's a 1v4 for Lucky, the MVP of Season 1 from RPOV. And they've spotted him out as well. What do? You get the first kill versus Eric Boom. He survived for a little bit longer than maybe I gave him credit for. But still, this is a tough one to crack if you're Lucky. You maybe get one more kill. Becomes a lot more realistic.
He knows that he's not getting chowed over by B. Yakko makes the call. Look, you already found one. I'm not giving you an isolated 1v1 again. Goes for the bomb plant over by A. But the question is now, for Lucky, do you assume that AIM Esports are going to give you these isolated 1v1s? Well, they're putting themselves in positions that it might be the case. It just comes down to being able to find these kills cleanly.
Cross is being watched here by Super, so as soon as Lucky makes it, there you go. Super will take him down, and it's a lot closer this time around, but AIM still going to be the ones to take it here in Berlin Search and Destroy. And you know what? It's kind of funny because, again, we talked about kind of who was the hero in that matchup over in the final round, the final matchup for the round robin stage between AIM and Rocker Academy. That was Eric Boom there. I think he finished on a 12 spree, by the way, in that one. This time around, Journey steps up for the squad. But overall, I would say, you know, some great strategies coming out there from AIM. Good adaptations from Rocker, but still, it is AIM who come out on top.
It was the reactions that mostly came out of it for AIM Esports as a whole. When you're thinking about it, they did a great job of being able to not only react against being first-blooded, but also being able to recollapse on a lot of their defensive attempts when it came down to finding where Rocker Academy were trying to assault over by the BS&D more often than not, when they were immediately scouting out that there was one player of Real inside of the B hut. They only saw one player cross the sun from Super more often than not, also comes across the B lane, confirms that there's a second player over there. So if you're AIM Esports, there's really no reason to hold players over by A. You just reinforce the middle of the map, and you continue to watch this B lane, if not try to get in the middle, try to collapse inside a mill and find those kills. That comes through a lot of the time, as you can see from top to bottom. I mean, there was a lot of good legwork that came through from all 8 players inside this lobby. First blood percentage definitely in favor of AIM Esports. Journey finishing at 13-5 was the overall breadwinner when it came down to adaptations and recorrections, as it may end up beating. Really playing against what was being looked at continuously from Lucky with that sniper rifle on offense. It's that one round where Journey is able to then find themselves in a position where Lucky found that first blood, but that completely slips the net, and Journey is able to just get all the way into the backside of Fire for free. Nobody was watching the cross from there, from Rocker Academy, and Journey completely just exploits the positional advantage that was once assumed from Rocker Academy and walks away with themselves a handful of kills and a lot of good sprees.
Alrighty, well, a big map victory there for AIM Esports. They're able to tie the series up 1-1 with Rocker Academy now. It's going to be Control up next. I cannot wait to see which of these two teams take. I'm sure you guys can't wait either. We're going to go to a quick break, though. When we return, it's that Control and more after this. Welcome back, everybody, here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's Season 3 playoffs here in Europe, and we're 2 maps deep into the affair between AIM Esports and Rocker Academy, the former of which have just tied up the series with the 6-4 victory in Berlin, Search and Destroy. Now we move back over towards Berlin for Control, and this, I think, is actually a pretty interesting one. We talk about how this series, how the teams kind of look in Control, generally speaking, because on the one hand, we have AIM, out of round robin stage. They were were 6-1 in Control. Once again, they kind of regained their status as the best Control team following what they were managed in Season 1, of course, formerly known as Sukri's Bakery. But when you look at where that one Control loss came, it was against Rocker Academy in that very final match of the season, Andy.
And even to speak about like some interesting factoids just about Control and this series as a whole, big swing map mode combination coming your way, is that Rocker Academy actually vetoed out the Gavutu Control, of which they did beat AIM Esports on. That was their first L of Control throughout round robin. They won it 3-2, getting by on the hairs of their chinny chin chin, being able to get that round 5 defense. But even more so than that, one of those things that you're going to be looking at for Rocker Academy to force out the Berlin Control. The last time that they played this was against Ultra Academy EU, of which they got absolutely run over, and they lost 0-3. On the other side, when you're looking at this for AIM Esports, they have also played it once, but they 3-0'd Soleo Signs in their very first matchup of the round robin stage, in their only loss, of which they lost to Soleo Signs on that very last Tuscan Search and Destroy 1-6. It's just weird to me that Rocker Academy got rid of the Gavutu Control, knowing that they beat AIM Esports on it previously, and It's a map mode combination that Minnesota Rocker Academy have played. Out of all 7 controls that they have played it the majority of the time. 6 out of 7 controls have been played on Gavutu Control. And you go back to Season 1 of the Elite for Rocker Academy, where they were doing the same thing, but with Tuscan, trying to force out the Gavutu for playoffs, but it didn't work out for them. That clearly they're feeling something a little bit different in that air over there in Spain, maybe, that the Berlin Control is going to be more favorable for them. I don't know. It's weird, but hey, that's why they're the pro players. I'm just here to analyze it.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up, actually, because, you know, when we were talking about Season 1, that was one of the big things that we noted. It was kind of funny, right, because we were like, hey, Rocker Academy, out of nowhere, they had not played Gavutu, like, at all in the round robin stage, and they just brought it out of Gavutu Control for playoffs, and they were all of a sudden these gods, and nobody really knew what to do against it. Now, obviously, again, as you say, we don't know too much about what goes down in the coaching camps, you know, whether or not that was actually kind of something they intended to do, but it certainly felt like it, because obviously, you know, that gives you a massive advantage in terms of the teams do not have that much fod on you, because obviously we always talk about Control and how important it is, and you know, how little is played comparatively to Hardpoint for practicing and such. You know, you don't have that much to go on in terms of the strategies and such of other teams. So it would be interesting, wouldn't it, if Berlin Control was something that Rocker Academy have kind of held back for playoffs, and it might well be a secret weapon against AIM Esports. But I still, nonetheless, I think we should talk about that Gavutu Control. Of course, it was a 3-2 Rocker, and it was a weird one as well. You know, I think by all accounts, AIM Esports should have 3-0'd that series, because they were up. They won the third round, they won the offensive round, and in those situations, very rarely do you lose the following round, but somehow, you know, props to Rocker Academy, they managed to bring it back. Of course, as you said, you know, they forced the defense for round number 5, and you know, a large part of that was down to Real, who finished with like 35 kills to his name. He's been a massive problem for many teams thus far in the season, and I think he might well prove to be a problem once again here for AIM.
And you're really hoping that Real can continue to be a problem, because when you go back to that Tuscan Hardpoint, Real was a big issue for AIM Esports to constantly deal with. Now, given the fact that Eric Boom was a non-benefactor, was being shut down continuously by the AR line of sights, looking at for Sukri, Lucky, and Metals, depending on the hardpoint that was active, the same thing needs to exist here on a Berlin Control, specifically on defense, to be able to find themselves that numbers advantage, to be able to overextend themselves, find themselves a couple spawn kills, keep chipping away at that life remaining bank. See how it all ends up panning out here for AIM Esports and Rocker Academy. Super is definitely the player to watch out for. Currently sitting at a 1.57 overall KD when it comes out of Control for AIM Esports.
Alrighty, well, in towards the Control we go. We're kicking things off here with Rocker Academy on the defense, and, well, it's the Real, the player that we want to speak about all by his lonesome momentarily. It's AIM Esports who managed to sweep the entirety of Rocker Academy away from the point, and now they've got their hands in both pies here, both control points. 3 players on A, 1 player on B. This is a bit of a conundrum here for Rocker Academy on the defense. They have to make sure they do not lose A right off the rip. Sukri and Lucky do come through for 2. That will just leave Eric Boom all alone on the point, but how about that from an opening break from AIM? They get 2 ticks of aggression on A already, and now 2 ticks of aggression on B as well.
And you've only found 3 kills if you're Rocker Academy, right? So do you even try to overextend and be able to find this last tick of progress to deny it away from AIM Esports? I mean, they tried their best hand. They got a player inside the B hut. They got players inside the middle of the map as well, but they lose those gunfights Only 4 kills to speak of here for Rocker Academy. You can see them trying to flip the map like a chessboard, trying to get players inside of P4. Trades will be there, but unbeknownst to them, until the last second, they will soon realize that there are players. Both Journey and Super found themselves inside of lobby. Even though Lucky just spawned up, was able to slip the net, is going to completely concede the space, allow AIM Esports to be back here for the time being.
And this is, generally speaking, what we expect of teams. But look at this Lucky. He's flanking the flank. Or at least he's going to try to. He's going to get taken down pretty quickly in that effort. So AIM Esports, this is kind of, again, what I was trying to say here was that this is what you expect out of teams. They want to get players on the flank, and, well, Eric Boom going to get assisted there by for the opposition, who managed to take out Sukri. He only needs to take out Lucky, therefore. And there is still potential here for AIM Esports to continue to pressurize that patio area. Rocker Academy, though, going to momentarily deal with the threat, and now this has to be from the front for AIM. They're going to be a lot more honest about this push this time around. Eric Boom, the rest of the team ready for the push on through. They've already erased a minute or so off the clock, but they don't expect Lucky to play all sneaky-like below the steps. Has the support of Sukri as well. The trade's going in favor of Rocker Academy. Still 2 players to deal with, though. If you are this Rocker side, Real, he's there to deal with them. Has the support of Metals as well, and that is yet another attack that's been pushed away.
And just slowly chipping away at that life deficit that Rocker Academy were looking at after the A zone was assaulted for those 2 ticks, and the B zone was completely tacked on over. It's just these isolated plays that have been able to chip away that deficit. Now just a 1 life lead for AIM Esports, and they're doing a great job. Our Rocker Academy just completely isolating a lot of AIM Esports players. A little overextension play may come through. Real will not be able to get past this upper tower, but the spawn trap is starting to come all the way through. It's 9v9, 25 seconds remaining. AIM Esports struggling to get out of their spawn.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? Yeah, you can see the difference in the way they're approaching this one now. It's a lot more desperate the way they are going for it. Still got to be careful, though. You don't want to allow any players to cause some problems. And that would have been Lucky, by the way. He does actually get dealt with. So now, up front we go. 10 seconds on the clock here. Somebody's got to touch the point. Super will fall. Now, next up, really to Journey to do something about this. Does he even have time to make this flank happen? He's certainly going to go for it, and he will look to touch the point. Yakko up front gets shut down as well. And Rocker Academy, they survive the barrage. AIM Esports, I think, the beginning of that round, at least on the offense, they looked so good. But for Rocker, that's a big clutch.
They looked dominant at the beginning of that rip, right? I mean, they simply could do no wrong. They only lost like 2 lives. They got 2 ticks of progress for free over by B, and then they battled their way inside of A to also get themselves 2 ticks of progress. Wait, when you start an offense out like that for AIM Esports, you're almost sitting there scratching your head like, how did they not close it out? It just, the flank play was coming through, but the trades were that much better, and then the isolation after isolation for Rocker Academy was a boon of success to be able to keep themselves alive for that defensive victory. Still 5 ticks of progression are what Rocker Academy almost have to match up if they do not win the offense outright. Sukri, as the island player, just fighting themselves players, shooting them in the back. 10 and 7 for them. That should be the guaranteed first tick of progress over by B, as Rocker Academy are setting themselves up to deny AIM Esports any entry.
It's a lot more traditional, isn't it? Coming out from Rocker Academy right from the rip. They don't send people towards A and don't go for the same kind of play we saw from AIM Esports in that prior offensive round. This time around, it's straight towards B. But can they keep up this offensive push? That's going to be the question. The second progression will come through. Real now wants to cover on Broken. It will be a couple of players, including Eric Boom, that he has to deal with. Now a couple of players that might well have got past as well as Yakko flies on through. Now next up to bat here for AIM Esports. And the defense will be Super. He's able to pick up 1 hit. Looking for the second as well. Super will find it. Unfortunately, you can't quite take out all of those players. Lucky, the last remaining player left up, he will take him down. And that should be B that's fallen by the wayside. A whole 2 minutes on the clock now for Rocker to try and take on A. But look at AIM, they're well positioned for this.
Whole set of respawns over AIM Esports heads as well. Real will find 1 on the Journey. They're trying to open up this B lane to try to get themselves inside of fire, but they're losing numbers along the way. So just trying to hold the line, get themselves maybe some sort of semblance of an advantage. They find themselves an opening point to get themselves inside of this A zone. But the middle of the map is actually being watched by Yakko. But the question comes down to how much do they see? Off screen, they're able to at least take down 1. You saw it just there for a small time. That 2 players for Rocker Academy are able to work their way across the Concord staircase as well. Numbers are here now, and it's manifesting for Rocker Academy, trying to make a play happen through the upper courtyard. Will be stuffed. Journey for 2, Super for the 3rd. That'll immediately send all of Rocker Academy back towards the spawns. 20v16 with 1 minute and 20 left. You would almost feel like that's not enough time to win this off of lives, but they can keep chipping this away, give themselves any sort of advantage to open up the avenue to touch that A zone and stop the clock.
Yeah, once again, Rocker Academy, just like AIM in the prior round, they've sent players towards the flank. It hasn't exactly worked out. And that's really what you need to do, I think, to unlock a successful push. Hitting the front at the moment might not work, especially with the positioning that Rocker Academy or Amy Sports have managed to put themselves in. Yakko now sitting in broken, holding these players at bay. There is one player that's managed to slip the net, and that would be Lucky, and this is the kind of play we expect. And look at Yakko. He sniffed it out. He recognizes that, hey, maybe somebody has gotten on the flank, but they pass each other like two ships in the night. And Lucky doesn't even kill as well, so Lucky still hasn't done anything that effective. He hasn't opened up the lane, and now he needs to go for something a little bit more unconventional. You have to just try and find something here in this round. The trade's going down over towards the mail room, but Lucky, he's played his life perfectly. Gets the first gunfight versus Journey. He's still alive.
And he slips down inside a Sneaky over by Ticket. He's going to put themselves inside a situation and now try to battle this from the front. You're putting a lot of focus, a lot of blind trust that the flank is able to come all the way through as well. 20 seconds remaining. Metals is back here. Has to get the trade on Eric. He's able to find it. Now it's just Super, the last player alive, defensively push up to maybe make this flank play happen. They're able to find one. They're not traded, but the biggest issue about it all is that your teammates are unable to get out through the upper courtyard. They're being gunned down, but you still have Super to deal with inside of the zone itself. Plays their life to a fine tee at 13-8. 10 seconds remaining. You feel like Rocker Academy are just spawning too far out in the northeast side of the map. Player that is close enough would end up being Lucky. They have to brute force their way forward. They do have some help, but with 1 second remaining, they just got to fly into the zone.
Got to do something here. The last player gets removed and AIM will end up winning the round. And pretty standard, I think, from both of these teams. Maybe a bit of a different approach that we saw from Rocker Academy there on their offensive go of things. They went straight towards B just to make sure they got the extra 60 seconds on the clock. But for both offensive rounds so far, Andy, this has been kind of what you've expected. You know, once you've grabbed A, getting B is a matter of getting players in from behind. But I think both teams on the defense, they've been wise to it. They haven't allowed it to happen.
Yeah. Haven't allowed any sort of flank antics to come all the way through. And Lucky was back there. Not being able to find that one kill on a Yakko just revealed their positioning, and the flank got exploited. Not enough to a degree of which Lucky was able to manifest that lane opening, as you were talking about. Here come AIM Esports. They know that they have that one tick advantage on their second offense. They're trying to assault the A zone outright. Nobody's really focused on the middle of the map, so Metals has to try to commit towards this flank. They'll be gunned. Although you may think that Journey might find themselves an opportunity in towards the back, you would think that the trade should be here, and it will.
I do like this from AIM. They're committing once again towards the A push right out the gate, but unfortunately for them this time, it's bearing a little less fruit, especially as Rocker Academy have got pretty much every single gunfight in their favor, and now, of course, off the back of that, they should be able to swing some momentum over towards B as well. Metals has pushed through. Might well play spoiler here in this position. Has got the first kill versus Yakko, of course. A couple more gunfights to get, though, and neither will go his way. So for AIM now, a moment where they can start to make the progression on towards B happen. 45 seconds overall left on the clock here. Journey will get that first tick of progression through. There are still players, though, that have pushed up in towards Broken. And now Journey, he finds himself very lonely here in this position. He will get shut down. Lucky now on a 5 spree as well. This has been a significantly less successful offensive round thus far here for AIM Esports.
They've only lost 5 lives, have Rocker Academy. Look at the presence on the map as well. They're gunning people off of spawn. It's setting up one player of Sucre. You can see them playing the island down inside of P4 over by the railroad tracks. That's going to continuously force all of AIM Esports to spawn up by the top side of the warehouse, and you have Rocker Academy players galore just waiting inside of mail for these pushes to come through.
It's just not working. Lucky's got 7 in a row now, so that is a glide bomb that has been earned, and only 1 tick of progression here for AIM. This is a perfect round coming in from Rocker. They'll be very happy with this. Can anybody from AIM try and touch the point here? This is your last chance, hurrah. Here in this one, Yakko, you have to get on the point, one threat. Journey also there, so this is basically a 2 versus 3 on the point. Yakko will survive momentarily. Journey wastes enough time here that Super can come on and help, but Super needs to kind of ideally stay on the point as well. The threats are still on their way here from Rocker Academy now. It is just Journey left up on B. Eric, you gotta come help, my friend. You can't do it. Journey will fall, and Rocker Academy, they will be very happy about the way that round went.
Only allowing 1 tick of progress to come all the way through. It is currently 6v4 right now. So if you're looking at the grander scheme of things, to be able to give yourself that win condition for Rocker Academy, obviously you win the offense here, you just win the map. But if you're able to at least secure 1 zone, which you feel like they're probably going to go for that B zone off the rip again, Brody, if they get that full zone coverage and attacks on over for them, they will guarantee themselves a round 5 defense. And coming off of that previous one was just so strong for them, just finding every single gunfight outright, just isolating so many different players. You can see here on the screen, you do have that glide bomb that is currently in play right now for Rocker Academy. You got to be wary about that. Lucky has that ace up their sleeve. The question comes down is when they're going to end up calling that Ace to come all the way down. They lose the gunfights off the rip, so no first tick of progression is through the opening gunfights, but you still have presence for Rocker Academy across that B lane. Through the middle of the map will be Metals, finds kill number 24 for them. That should open things up wonderfully for Rocker Academy come off the respawn and get that first tick.
Metals now really starting to force the issue here over towards Fireside. This has gone splendidly here for Rocker Academy, and now Metals, I think, wants to make the momentum swing over towards A as well. He is well within a chance to do it as he takes down Eric Boom. Journey will trade him on out, so that is A cleared momentarily, but it's all but a ruse as Rocker Academy, well, the real threat is on towards B, isn't it? Just Journey over here to put a stop to it. He does play his life, but still needs to do something as this progression getting ever closer to that third progression of zone, and there you go. B has fallen by the wayside. 2 minutes on the clock for Rocker Academy. Didn't work last time around, but this time they've got a glide bomb. How effective is it? It's not going to get anything but a little bit of information.
It's just information, but nobody was in a position for Rocker Academy to try to collect offset information, but they're still finding the kills as AIM Esports are starting to scramble their way across the upper courtyard side, and they'll be gunned inside of the train station itself. Numbers are here for Rocker Academy. They're stacking for some ticks.
That glide bomb might well have been the beneficial thing to close out this one. Can anybody from AIM touch the point? Journey, Yakko, they've both fallen. Eric Boom kind of feels like a rabbit in headlights at the moment over towards this side. He's trying to play his life. He can't get it done. Rocker Academy gonna take away yet another control from AIM, and it turns out that maybe Berlin was the secret weapon here.
I mean, sure, but that was not exemplified from when you and I watched Rocker Academy versus Ultra Academy EU a few weeks ago. Not on that map mode combination where they're able to isolate so many different players, find all of the kills to boot, play those power positions, and we got to talk about the discipline that was also there for Rocker Academy while all of those plays were manifesting themselves as well. To be able to fully understand that, okay, we found those kills, now we're not just going to fly inside of the enemy spawns. We're going to send one player to try to influence a lot of good spawn kills. It was Metals that was able to make that play in that last offensive attempt. Found themselves a couple of kills, then moved their way through the middle of the map, gets inside of lobby, then finds themselves more kills, gets on side of A, and that kind of forces AIM into a little bit of a tizzy that they have to try to get that positional advantage back from what Rocker Academy just yoinked away from them. But the moment that the B zone completely gets tacked over, the glide bomb comes through, AIM Esports are forced to try to play their life. And yeah, the glide bomb didn't get all the kills. The information might have been conveyed, and Rocker Academy were not in a position to collapse on that information. They were playing the smart game, putting themselves inside of the A zone, waiting for the challenges to come to them, knowing that the stack was immediately going to be the fruit that would bear them the victory. Boy, this is a different Rocker Academy, I tell you, than what we have seen from the round robin stage, Brody. Heavens me, look at those kills and death ratios.
I don't know where this has come from, to be honest. And this isn't us underestimating Rocker Academy. You know, we can never underestimate a squad of this caliber. You got to remember that these guys, technically speaking, roster change or not, they were Season 1 champions here in European Challengers Elite for Call of Duty Vanguard. So, you know, obviously they never just lose that skill, but it's kind of felt like they've slipped somewhat. And even in Season 3 in the round robin stage, I don't think we've seen this kind of caliber of play. I mean, one of the things we've discussed is the fact that ultimately they haven't beat any of the other playoff teams in the round robin stage. So that is something that is absolutely notable, but nonetheless here, once again, they prove to be AIM Esports Kryptonite in control. We can take a look here at the stat lines, and as you say, I mean, everybody is popping off for Rocker Academy. One of the players we kind of wanted to highlight coming into this one would be Lucky, right? 25 and 13. He has been just a boon of success for Rocker Academy in control thus far this season. Generally speaking, about 80% or so of the kills are non-traded. Seems about right for what happened there in that control. But, I mean, even the rest of the roster, everybody was playing their part, everybody firing on all cylinders, especially in those last 2 rounds where AIM, they looked aimless.
Put some respect on Metals' names. Look, I mean, Metals receives a lot of flack when it comes down to what Rocker Academy have been doing throughout the entirety of the year so far, going back to even last year. There was a lot of conversation that Metals should have been the player to be dropped. You know, Metals is the more replaceable player. But you're able to see what happens when Metals is starting to feel themselves, right? We saw that going through Season 1 and all of the aggression antics that Rocker Academy were able to put themselves into as well. And losing Journey, losing that SMG duo to Real, and yes, I understand that Lucky is supposed to be picking up that role, but Metals has always been that guy for me, that if you give themselves an inch, they will absolutely run a mile. be able to find themselves the influence that we have seen from them in previous Call of Duties as well, Brody. For me personally, I think that Metals has been stepping up in a big way in this best of 5 series versus AIM Esports and completely ripping the enemy SMGs of AIM Esports asunder with all the pressure that is coming through with them and Real, as well as Lucky picking up that SMG in certain instances of time.
Well, this hasn't exactly gone to plan, has it, for AIM Esports? The dominance and control once again appears to wane against Rocker Academy as now they take a 2-1 series advantage. And I gotta say, I mean, maybe if we look over towards the way that this the prior series between these two teams went down, we kind of expect everything to go this way apart from that first hardpoint. And I think that might be what will hurt AIM Esports in the long run, because next up in the series is going to be Bocage hardpoint. We spoke about it as we got in towards this best of 5. This is the second of our returning maps from the best of 5 that we saw in the round robin stage. This one, once again, was an AIM Esports victory, but it was by the skin of their teeth. It was a 250 to 232 game. So I don't even really think we can draw too many conclusions from that, to be honest. I mean, like, Rocker Academy won rotation that went their way, and they would have won that map in that best of 5.
It just came down to that one rotation, Brody, going in towards 3 that you ended up seeing for AIM Esports to be able to find themselves the influential kills, and then you ended up having just one AR by way of a very naughty super, just constantly just berating the enemy front line, just denying themselves any sort of space or antics for SMGs to break their way back inside of P3, gave themselves that 18-point victory. It was a barn burner, to say the least, no pun intended, to Bocage. It's just one of those things, again, throughout the regular season. AIM Esports, as far as hardpoint control, and hell, even some instances of search and destroy, has been a moniker for them that they have constantly outpaced their enemies on every single turn. And Bocage is one of those maps, as they are walking in towards this map number 4, 3-0. The only time that Rocker Academy have played it was in that 18-point loss in their last series played of round robin versus the AIM Esports roster. But something has to be talked about when what we have seen from Rocker Academy on that Tuscan hardpoint and on that Berlin control, and even what we haven't seen from AIM Esports, is that the SMG presence from this Rocker Academy roster is that much better than what AIM Esports is playing on the day.
Yeah, and that's kind of funny, right? Because I do want to talk about AIM Esports and their SMG pressure, because we talked about yesterday, or I say yesterday, it wasn't yesterday. My brain is absolutely fried, mate. Yeah, we talked about the final match there in that round robin stage where we did see that Bocage hardpoint. And actually, ironically enough, I know we do have this conversation. I know we've had many a conversation about kind of the way that Bocage has evolved as an S&D map, as a hardpoint map over the course of the season thus far. And I think the more increased role that ARs have taken in that map thus far. But actually for AIM Esports, we take a look at the stat lines from that particular map, and it was, what, Super and Journey that actually performed the best out of the 4 players on AIM Esports. And you know what? I've got to say it, you know, so far this series, it definitely feels like Rocker Academy have done a really good job at shutting down the secret weapon of AIM Esports, the player that's been just an annoyance in pretty much everybody's side, besides maybe Soleo signs, this season thus far, which is Super. And, you know, again, you look at this right now, you know, Super, of course, we can talk about the stat lines again. We can talk about that conversation that we've had so far about Super this season, about Super this entire Vanguard season, right, Andy? If AIM Esports, or formerly known as Sucre's Bakery, did better in Season 1 and Season 2, Super would be in the conversation right now for one of the top players, if not the top player in European challenges at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, statistically is the best player, right? You take that last line, throw it out the window, because they are not dominating on control right now. Journey has absolutely influenced a lot more antics of what we've known to be able to find for themselves. But yeah, I mean, Super has absolutely been that guy throughout the entirety of the year. And it's crazy as well. The conversation keeps coming up from this guy. You know, barring Season 2 when Beans was the #1 statistical player across European challengers, Super has always been right there. Top 3, top 2 was #1 going back to Season 1 as well. Still holds that #1 spot right now. 1.53 overall KD, currently resting at about a 66% true engagement success rate, which 66% of the time that Super is getting an engagement, they're walking away with a kill or an elimination for themselves. They have the #1 Slayer rating across all of Europe as well, and a lot of that is coming through from the respawns. 1.58 in Hardpoint. They're putting themselves in prime positions to be able to play their life, where you feel like ARs are going to be traded out continuously. Super stays alive, finds themselves those 2 pieces, but even more so than that, he's an AR that almost kind of goes back to what you see from Brack, right? From whatever it takes at North America Challengers Elite. That he's not afraid to get his hands dirty at certain moments of time. He knows that the hipfire is disgusting with the automaton. He will get inside those hard points. He will find those kills with the best SMGs alike to be able to influence so much more rotational gunfights, to be able to get them their SMGs like Eric Boom in a better position to be able to find those further 2 pieces, those 3 pieces that continue to allow this Amy Esports roster to be able to get themselves so much success on these respawns.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, we talked about Amy Sports. I think it's probably a good idea that we talk about Rocker Academy while we're waiting for the map to get underway as well, because, you know, we talk about the success that we expect from Amy Sports. Well, I think the player that we're going to be looking out for here is Royale, right? I mean, he's just been such a successful player for Rocker Academy this season. I think probably the most consistent player over the last couple of seasons for the Rocker Academy aside. I think he's definitely filled the boots that we expected him to fill, you know, when we talk about his role on this Rocker Academy team at the beginning of the season. Even then, even though we said he was kind of the missing piece to the jigsaw that is Rocker Academy in Season 1, he was not actually, statistically speaking, the most impressive player. Of course, back then it was Lucky. So I think now Royale is definitely one of the players to watch here on this Rocker Academy roster, and we'll be keeping an eagle eye on him. Coming in towards this one, we're in towards the Bocage Hardpoint, and these things, Andy, you and I know, they get very messy.
Yeah, they will get very messy, but look at Rocker Academy. They're starting off on the unfavored side. What do they do immediately? They don't even touch the hardpoint for just 1 second. They fly through the riverside and immediately flip out the spawns. What an opening rip from finding themselves those opening gunfights, Brody. They'll flip out the spawns, but, you know, being able to get those P2 spawns is one thing, but they have allowed AIM Esports to manifest themselves a lot of middle map pressure. They might just flip it once again.
Well, it will be AIM, as you say, on the better side of the map momentarily here. Real's actually going to pick up 2, and look at that, Real's 2-piece will actually flip the map once again. Rocker Academy, now with 13 seconds left with the back of P1, will flip the spawns for the next rotation. This is a brilliant moment in the game, very early on here in this one. And, well, as we move over, Journey and Yako are actually going to pick up a couple of kills here. So AIM Esports, and really I think this is Bocage, Hardpoint generally speaking. AIM Esports, they're never quite done. They're going to flip out the spawns here. They're now going to be the ones spawning over Bretin, and Rocker Academy are going to have to fight this one from the front momentarily.
You have medals on the flank, though. So that's going to end up forcing a squad spawn for Sukri to spawn over on the southwest side of the map. And that's a lot of blind trust that comes through for the players inside of P2 to be able to find those trades, find those kills, get themselves the presence to boot. And they're meeting AIM Esports at the front door, but they kind of overextended themselves, did not look up over towards the high ground. AIM Esports are able to find the kills necessary as Yako walks away with a 2-piece themselves to be able to influence themselves at least the battle here for the scrap time going in towards 2. Rocker Academy trying to play 3D chess. They're not necessarily worried about the scrap time here on 2, Brody. Yeah, Metals is at least able to find 1, drops down, finds Super inside of the corner as well. They're at least trying to battle for the scrap time, but most importantly, trying to influence the rotation to get those hedge spawns and get themselves some good time here on 3.
It's going to be Rocker Academy here, touching first on Grandmas, though, as we always know, it doesn't really mean that much in the grand scheme of things. AIM could, technically speaking, fight this one from the front, and Eric Boone will be doing exactly that. Super also there to boot, but it doesn't matter, because Sukri and Metals, they come through, they're able to pick up a couple of gunfights, and, well, Rocker Academy back on in as quickly as they are removed from the hard point. They will continue to spawn in the backline here, and AIM will have to come up with more increasingly creative ways to find your way on through. Yako will be the player now to contest. He does end up getting shut down, so AIM Esports now sending more players towards the backline. Super able to pick up a couple of gunfights. Eric Boom with 1 from the front as well. And AIM Esports at the moment, I'd say they're actually doing a pretty good job here of making sure that Rocker Academy do not get a ton of time off the back of this hard point, because of course they were the ones to rotate here first, but that wave of gunfights coming through from AIM, that's very damaging.
Hey, just because you have the close spawns for P3 doesn't mean it's exactly where you want to be at, and AIM Esports are showcasing that one ability now. It's a very realistic hard point to hold from the front, especially when you have your SMGs just piecing like this inside a kitchen of Grandma's. Journey's going to be that last player alive for AIM Esports to be able to soak up that last second. And although Rocker Academy are trying to play for a lot of the spawns, they are unable to get themselves an abundance of time. 80-41 is the current scoreline in towards 4. This is a very difficult hard point to hold for either team, no matter the side of the hard point that you are currently on. Numbers will be here for Rocker Academy trying to influence themselves, the gunfights, but the trades just simply are not there. AIM Esports will at least be able to have more players inside the hard point for the time being. We'll be able to soak up at least 5 seconds of time before Rocker Academy can finally flood in.
Yeah, they're going to flood in once again, straight through the front of the hard point they go. Now, next up is going to be Lucky and Sukri to try and find their way on through. Journey, though, not having any of it. He comes straight out towards the alley and picks up both gunfights in his favor. So, Amy Sports now really starting to pull away in this game, away from Rocker Academy. They've got a ton of time off the back of this hard point. They've got a ton of time off the back of the last one, too. So, this next rotation you have to feel here from Rocker Academy will be a key one in this game overall. And AB Sports, they're well aware of that fact. They know they could definitely put the nail in the coffin on the back of this hard point right here. But their initial attempt to get in towards that next rotation has failed. Real's pushed himself up forward towards the middle of the map as well. So Rocker Academy safe for the moment, but it is a fleeting moment at that. Amy Sports consistently knocking at the door. They've removed Rocker Academy from the hill.
Real needs to go big on this flank. Is being shot in towards the back. Needs to play for the regen. The best of their ability. Trying to catch a player in the mid-sprint. Will get some damage on Eric Boone. We'll find that trade. Real is able to make the play on this force spree to be able to not only allow themselves to get more hardpoint time because Rocker Academy are currently down by a solid 40 points. They need this to be a big P5, but also deny Amy Esports to be able to get past the middle of the map. But the help is not there. Real gets gunned for a little bit too free for my liking. Nobody watching that main road here on Bocage. That's going to allow Amy Esports to be able to recontest for the scrap time. The back 10 seconds should be theirs. Does Rocker Academy have anything to say about that? They're going to send a few more players, maybe battle over for these 5 seconds, but Amy Esports going to have themselves a pretty comfortable lead going in towards the second set, Brody.
Yeah, and this leader's advantage, I mean, we've spoken at length, right, previously on Bocage Hardpoint about how the leader's advantage, it can be about 40 seconds or so, and that's still massive. In a Bocage, Amy Sports will be feeling pretty happy about this position right now, but if they can widen the advantage, hey, why on earth not would you go for that? So, Rocker Academy at the moment, they're kind of being pushed out of P1. Amy Sports just letting the overall game timer wind down in this one as Jacko finally goes out to try and touch the hard point. He is going to be denied that presence, and now for Rocker Academy, they're spawning on the better side of the map. Amy Sports will be well aware of that fact. They'll try and flip out these spawns if they can. That has to be a priority for them, but they've got to make sure they take down Sukri, who's currently sit up top inside barn as well. Trying to apply the pressure. Eric Boom going to be the one to take some shots, but he will survive the gunfight momentarily. If you look on the minimap here, one player has actually slipped the net in from behind. That is Yakko. I'm pretty sure that Rocker Academy are aware of the fact, but can now Yakko be an effective player here for AIM? Real's being careful about it. He does catch him off guard.
Yeah, we'll find him in the back as well. I mean, both Sukri and Metals conveying the information that they spawned over by the riverbed immediately should know for Rocker Academy that there was one player inside the top 10 position. That was Yakko. They will be gunned down, and AIM Esports were unable to work their way past the 50-yard line to get inside the hardpoint time at this current juncture. Rocker Academy will have those closer spawns. They're able to get players inside the hardpoint. That'll be Lucky trying to dip their toes in here, trying to stay alive. But you remember back towards the first set, AIM Esports did a fantastic job recontesting from the front side of the hardpoint, and they're looking to do the same. Journey's able to find 2. That's going to force all of Rocker Academy to again spawn on the southwest side of the minimap itself. It's a very realistic hardpoint to hold from the front, and a good one to continuously give yourself barn control, middle of the map look at the same time. But you still have one player to worry about. That's Sukri. He's in towards the back. Trigger Discipline will be here. He knows Yakko's back here as well. Finds the kills. Not only do you have the trust for the 3 players for Rocker Academy to battle the scrap time, which they do win, but now you flipped out the map going in towards B3.
That could well be a pivotal 2-piece moving forward for Rocker Academy to make sure you hold on. Sukri will get a third as well. Now for Rocker Academy, it's about holding the early grab on towards this hardpoint. Royale going to be instrumental in that as he picks up one from above. Now has to deal with the pressure as Yakko tries to make his way on up. Royale hitting his 5th in a row here and now wants to put together some streaks. Could well do it, but gets faced down by Eric Boom up top, who now will be the first threat here for Amy Sports, or for Rocker Academy, excuse me, as they now look to hold on through. They will not be allowed to do it. There's now 35 seconds left at the back of this hardpoint. AIM trying to find their way back on through. Super and Eric Boone with 2. That's going to be a good way to start. But nonetheless, it's Rocker Academy continuing to be an annoyance, continuing to spawn in the back line. It's a problem that I don't quite think AIM have much of a response to here. Rocker Academy, they'll be more than happy to take this last 20 seconds. If they do it, they'll be able to tie this game up, maybe even take a slight lead. AIM, though, they're sending a couple more players to make sure this time does not go Rocker Academy's way. And to be fair to them, they will actually remove Rocker from the hardpoint.
It's just not as influential as it was in the first set of hardpoints. You remember AIM Esports did a bang-up job keeping Rocker Academy not only spawning in the backside of the hedges, but spawn trap them there for the majority of the P3 hardpoint time. Eric Boom will push forward, will find themselves yet another handful of kills on a 3 spree currently, but those influential kills will not force out any sort of spawn out for Rocker Academy. They're still going to be spawning out on the backside of hedges. That's quite a lot of room that Rocker Academy need to work through before they can work their way inside of P4. And credit to them, they're able to find the kills. They work across the P2 lane. Lucky finds Sue. They got themselves barn control, and they force AIM Esports to spawn on the backside of 3. Being able to find themselves in a little bit of a spawn trap, then flipping it on its head. Then you have to deal with the recontest coming through from AIM Esports' SMGs.
If anything here for AIM, even if you don't get the time yourself, make sure that Rocker Academy do not get it. Make sure you're currently sitting at least 1 foot inside this hardpoint. Yakko coming in the flank to make sure they themselves are going to grab that time. He will pick up at least 1 kill. Eric Boom and Journey with a couple as well. So they'll be happy with the position. They'll get the last 10 to 15 seconds of scrap time there. But look at this rotation. It is once again Rocker Academy that are in control early on. That first blood coming through from Metals on towards Eric Boom. You've got Lucky up in the tower as well. And for AIM Esports, they want to try and manipulate the spawns if they can. Make sure they grab the hedge. But look at the kill feed at the moment here, Andy. It is all Rocker Academy. Every single kill is going their way. They're about to take the lead as well as Lucky picks up a second towards the backline. AIM Esports now spawning out across the map. This is a really good position in this moment here in the hardpoint for Rocker Academy to start creating a massive lead between themselves and AIM.
Oh, Metals is starting to heat up here inside the stable. Is going to get challenged. Eric Boom absolutely smokes him. That was a guaranteed gunfight you would feel for Metals to continue on for that spree, but that'll at least be information for Rocker Academy for the lane that they have to be looking at. And at least you got to give credit towards Lucky where credit is due. Was doing a great job making sure that the flank was secured for them, but the hit from the front, the recontest will be there. Rocker Academy, the job is done. You flipped out the lead, you got yourself to the 200-point threshold, but now the next step in this laundry list for Rocker Academy is to deny middle of the map pressure for AIM Esports. From the rotation going in towards 5, in towards 1, between the first set and the second, this is where AIM Esports were able to really start to sink their teeth in. They were able to find themselves the trades. They're isolating more gunfights. The SMGs are lighting things up once again, Brody, and they're going to force Rocker Academy to spawn in a very unfortunate situation across the map.
And now Journey's really starting to heat up here. 4 in a row for the man. Can he find any more here as he really starts to force the issue? He will be taken down from Metals. So now next up to kind of carry that torch, if you will, is going to be Yakko, who now has a full spree of his own and really is trying to dip and dive between tools. He will get shut down, but while all this going on, while Journey and Yakko do get shut down, there's a fair few seconds there that will be going AIM Esports' way. Still 20 seconds left on this hard point for Rocker Academy to secure, and they will look to secure it. Real trying to overstep his purpose there, making his way through the riverbed. He will be shut down. AIM Esports now able to get back in towards the hard point. But the key thing here in this game here, Andy, is that AIM Esports, they have control of the better side of the map. Rocker Academy, they need to make the play to make sure they get these spawns. And I think Metals might have just made the play completely uncontested. He manipulates spawns, and now they're in.
Well, he's got to find the kill on Eric. He's able to lock it down. Kill number 36 for Metals. Gonna put that into Bard control. Makes the spawns happen. Can only allow 19 seconds for AIM Esports, and Metals still trying to influence more kills. Isolates themselves across the main road. Would have been a bunch of kills for Metals to be able to find for themselves, but that's going to keep AIM Esports' numbers dwindled. But the trades are just simply not there. Again, AIM Esports for P2 have been doing such a fantastic job of recontesting this hardpoint from the front.
And Journey now trying to push this one towards the back line. AIM Esports, they just need 10 seconds. They managed to get 10 seconds just there. So now 9 seconds away here in this game. Rocker Academy can continue to spawn over towards the tin side. And I think for AIM Esports at the moment, the decision has been made to rotate over towards Grandma's side. Have you accounted for Real though? Yes, you have, as Journey going to take him down. This needs to be a perfect rotation from Rocker. And to be honest, you got to imagine as well, this probably needs to be a perfect hold coming in here from AIM Esports as they are the ones over towards Grandma's. Eric Boom, Journey, they're ready for the push from the front. You've also now got Super in the backline as well, making sure that nobody makes the flag happen. But look at Eric Boom! He comes from the middle of the map, takes down 2. We're going to a game 5.
Woo! Man, you could not put it up into consideration again how close these two teams are on Bocage Hardpoint, Brody. Again, just 2 more points are what Rocker Academy are able to find themselves comparatively to what happened in map number 1 in their best of 5 in their last round robin match. But I gotta say, you really gotta tip it to Rocker Academy that they really came back from the depths. I mean, they were down by a solid 40-45 points through the middle, if not the tail end of the first set of hard points. They were really starting to manifest a lot of good spawn manipulation, and then you also had a lot of rogue players like Real and Metals to be able to influence these big bunch of killing sprees to put themselves in a position to be able to cut down the middle of the map, cut down any sort of numbers that AIM Esports are trying to recontest with. But you put these AIM Esports players, their backs against the wall. That is when they play their best. Yeah, Eric Boom didn't have the sexiest KD ratio at 28 and 36, but damn did they at least find themselves influential kills trying to recontest P2 from the front, being able to go back towards P3 in the first set of rotations, holding Kitchen to such a high degree of which they were. But Journey is that guy, man. Is the route man. He gets paid through so many different instances there on Bocage, even there towards the end. You saw just how well Journey was doing, just manipulating the map, all of the different fixtures on Bocage, putting themselves in a prime position to be able to find players in towards the back, in the side as well. Rocker Academy, unbeknownst to them, had Journey on a blink of an eye in positions where they were not expecting an SMG to be. Puts up 41 and 36, 23 non-traded kills with about 4,500 damage with an SMG. Journey had themselves a whale of a game.
Yeah, indeed, and he's maybe the one consistent factor that we expect from Journey. Moving from that last Bocage hardpoint that we saw between these two teams, which, as you said, 2 points difference between the scorelines, from that one to this one, is once again Journey. He has stepped up to the plate. He's performed extremely well, and it is just a real problem for Rocker Academy. But I think for Rocker Academy as well, I mean, they did not have a bad game. Lucky and Metals both stepped up to the plate for the roster there. Both of them just had an incredible game. And between the two rosters, once again, going toe-to-toe on Bocage, we expect close maps like that. We once again get it, and now we are going to a game number 5 between these two teams. It's an almost exact repeat, except from this time we're not looking down the barrel of a reverse sweep. We're still looking down the barrel of a game number 5, though I have no idea how this series is going to conclude. All I know is it's going to be a banger between these two teams. Bocage Search and Destroy. We're returning to Bocage for the final map in this series. Make sure you guys don't miss it. Be back in just a second. Welcome back, everybody, here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's game number 5 time. We wouldn't have it any other way, would we, between AIM Esports and Rocker Academy. We are following a chaotic Bocage Hardpoint. I say a chaotic Bocage Hardpoint. I don't know why I even added that prefix, to be honest with you. I should probably just say Bocage Hardpoint, because it's chaotic. It's implied in the way that we know that map plays, but nonetheless, this is where it leads. We are returning to Bocage for a map number 5. And I suppose, I mean, the most relevant map to look at in this series, and maybe, I guess, generally speaking, between these two teams, the most relevant game mode to be looking at is the Search and Destroys, right? AIM, they won map number 2. In this best of 5, they won both Search and Destroys in the last one as well. So surely, all signs point to AIM having a good time here in this game number 5.
You would really feel like that AIM Esports are the better Search and Destroy team, Brody. I mean, at the grander scheme of things, when you're going back to the best of 5 that was previously played between these two, at the end of the round robin stage, AIM Esports were again able to walk away with both Search and Destroys. Rocker Academy needs to be careful of one thing, and chaotic as it may end up being for Bocage, things have slowed down considerably ever since the AS&D has moved out of Grandma's, has put its way over by that A-plat, down over by the water whales you see on your screen here. It's one of those things, again, that AIM Esports have been able to influence so many First Bloods, have been able to influence so many different numbers advantage going back to that Berlin Search and Destroy, that Rocker Academy need an answer here, need to play nice, reserved, and conservative about that one factor that AIM Esports, one of which is Journey, will be fishing out for those trades, those First Bloods at the same time.
Yeah, I'm kind of intrigued, actually, kind of what happens here in terms of those First Bloods, right? Because we've noted players in the past, like Journey in this particular best of 5, Eric Boom, I think in previous has been maybe the most successful player in terms of those First Bloods for AIM Esports, but yeah, there's quite a lot of opportunities, I think, for AIM Esports to win this Search and Destroy. You can never quite count out Rocker Academy. They have proven a force towards their fellow Spanish brethren. Maybe you can do the same thing again here. Metal's going to be the first player here forward towards the A site for Rocker Academy. And he's at least been heard by Yakko. Can Yakko get the kill? Yes, he will, but the trade is in.
Oh, the plane towards the back is going to be red. But Eric Boom wins the gunfight. That's going to keep players trapped inside a barn. You got to get Eric Boom out from this tin position. Here comes at least one. It'll be Real. Can't win the gunfight. Sukri has to push. We'll find the trade with the pistol. But although that trade may be a consolation kill, you can see Journey and Super, they are all looking at this position for Sukri to try to make a move towards one of these sites.
And technically speaking, you know, if you get one of these players, there isn't going to be an immediate trade, right? These guys are not playing that close together, as I say that, though I think, Hank, we probably shouldn't have this much distance between ourselves. Like, this is a 1v3 waiting to happen, but now those players playing together, maybe Sukri's bait these guys out, but it gets a little bit of unfortunate timing himself, and, well, AIM Esports, a reserved plate, will work out for them in round number 1.
Yeah, with that last kill coming through, I mean, you can just see immediately from Sukri just double back as well. We've all been there when the communication comes through in Search and Destroy, when your teammates are watching through the death screen, just saying, no, you saw him through the gate. And the same thing to be said about Super on the opposite side. Former teammates battling it out there in that last 1v1 for the round. Will be Super walking away with the kill, plus the round to boot for AIM Esports. It was a defensive round win, all off of Eric's play, really, you would feel like, across that P2 lane. Be able to find those 2 kills. Middle of the map, pressure coming through from Super. Let's see if they can spot any players over by top L. They get hit with the nade, so they have to give up the space for now.
Still haven't found anything yet, AIM. Looking for something. They have some information, especially as the kill does come through. Yeah, Real just looking through the cracks of the wall. Will take down Super, and now AIM definitely the disadvantage here in this round. Gonna try and even things out if you're AIM. You send a player through bottom grandmas if you can. Getting from behind. Then, of course, you got to deal with Lucky, though. That's really the problem, isn't it? And now as Metals takes down Eric Boom as well. The positives in this round, I think, are starting to fall away. And maybe you have the bomb. That's something to work with. Journey going to pick up 1, but now that bomb is in no man's land. Yakko, it's time to get some cheese and wine going. We need a miracle.
Able to at least spot 1, but the MP40 shots at range should be collapsed on. Absolutely going to be the case. Rocker Academy, again, Bocage specifically, when you're thinking about it, all S&D as a whole, you know, those First Bloods are so influential, but the trade seemed to be there to try to force out the 3v3. When that trade is not coming through quickly, it is just one of those things that AIM Esports just simply could not bounce back from, because Rocker Academy, all of that First Blood by way of Real up top and Grandma's, what a power position to speak of for one. Immediately conveys the information that, hey, a lot of these players from AIM Esports are in the middle of the map, if not inside a barn. That information comes through. Rocker Academy collapse on the play. AIM Esports could not recollect themselves. Who's going to break the mold here? offensive push coming through. Yako does spot a handful of players through the gate, but they get tagged up with the nade, so they have to give up the space.
Eric Boom, he is alone for the moment. If he gets taken down, there will not be an immediate trade coming through. Maybe say the same thing here if Metals goes down. Eric Boom might be able to duck away in towards the site, but nonetheless, Eric Boom just going to back away for the moment, waiting for the push to come through, and here it goes. Metals has the support of a teammate right in front of him. Trying to find something. There you go. Eric Boom with 1, Eric Boom with 2. Nicely done. This is why he's the master of the First Bloods. 3v2 we go, but Lucky actually has a good response in kind. And 1v1. This round has fallen apart so quickly. Eric Boom, First Blood or not, Rocker, they have a response, and it's called Lucky.
You really just feel like that round is like the definition of the Wild Wild West, right? I mean, like, you can just hear like the tumbleweed just briskly move its way across the middle of the map. You can almost hear like a pin drop across the map of Bocage. And yeah, although Yako gets tagged up with a nade early on, the moment the information comes through across that A lane, just everybody collapses on the play itself. It just comes down to the trades, the gunfights, the power position soon to follow, and yeah, Lucky able to find those kills. Sukri able to recontest through that A plot was everything for Rocker Academy to win 2 rounds in a row. Offensive attempt here for AIM Esports, showing a lot of presence coming out of the barn side, looking for these stuns, these nades, maybe find some information on where some of these Rocker players are located at.
Information definitely there here for Real, who has just spotted out Journey making that cross. Of course, you're going to be well aware of that fact that somebody's probably going to be top grandmas, and you've probably given away a bit of information, so got to try and counteract that if you're AIM Esports. You also know that somebody's going to be back, keeping an eye on 8 from that back tank area. Real just watching from grandmas. Look at these players at the back of this A site, and now the bomb going down. Real with a check. It's a good check at that. The bomb will be stopped momentarily here.
Now they know they have to deal with Real in this bottom plat position, right? But you don't want to over-aggress this because you know that there's going to be an AR watching that position. It's going to be Lucky up top. We'll see Journey come out all the way through. The trade will be there. Real will be gun, but the bomb's still not in a comfortable spot to try to plant here today.
And you run out of time to do something like this. You've also got a player on the flank to contest with from Rocker Academy. Metal's going to take down Super. The rotation over towards B is quickly closing down, but it doesn't matter because Yako and Eric Boom, they win their ones. 15 seconds left on the clock now. Sukri could play this on time if he stops the plant going down. Does he see the head of Eric Boom? Yes, he does, but the bomb isn't prevented from going down, so the bomb is planted. 1v1 we go. And now one of these tense Wild West situations, as you would describe them, Andy. Yako, he's about to face Sukri down, though. Checks in the right position, and Call of Duty timing will befool Sukri there. AIM Esports, they tie things up.
It's just so tough, right? Because on a map like Bocage, all the different corners that could be played inside of Grandma's, Sukri knowing they're going up against Yako is going to be, knowing that they're going to be running rampant around with an MP40, could just be playing a corner inside the old AS&D site, could be playing inside a kitchen, could have gone up top inside of Grandma's with the timing that was available to them, even saw where Eric planted the bomb, could be top barn at the same time. Just so many different nooks and crannies to be able to try to cover for Sukri, just could not find it for themselves. So AIM Esports, stop the bleeding here. Rocker Academy, we're really starting to build a head of momentum of steam. Stuns, nades coming over the top. Sukri just barely staying alive. We'll have to at least hold the space for now, seeing if they can get any information. They do spot Journey over by the willow tree, but that's not immediate information that can be collapsed on by way of gun. So you just hope this nade connects just a little bit short.
And Journey does actually get spotted out there, not just with a nade, but you can see him with the auto. Gonna survive for now, though. AIM not giving anything away for free. Workers still have their heart set on an A plant. Got to get past Super to do it, ideally. He's, of course, the player in that classic position. Lucky, I think, actually has a sniper rifle. So we'll be staring down Super in that position, trying to take him out. Sukri does take down Eric Boomer here in this round. Perhaps Yako on the A site might well be the playmaker. He's able to pick up one, gets away with his life, sneaky as you like, and the players will fall very quickly. AIM Esports, they take round number 5.
And that's just what makes AIM Esports an absolute predator on a mode like Search and Destroy, is that they are so good. And those past 2 rounds will exemplify this one scenario, is that they are so good at making sure that players always have the help required to make players like Yako feel safe to get out with their life, whether it's ARs watching the cross and SMG to be able to recontest from a side angle, knowing that the trade has to come all the way through. Just doing a really good job of making sure that players stay alive, giving them the help that is required. Now putting themselves 2 rounds in a row, got themselves the lead here on the search.
Alrighty, well this round has slowed up significantly. You can see AIM kind of barreling towards B. A ton of stuns, a ton of utility being thrown their way is going to stop them dead in their tracks. Not for long. They are pushing very aggressively on towards this one. It's going to be a straight punishment coming out from Sukri, who takes down both Journey and Super. And now it leaves Eric Boom and Yakko in a bit of a tough position. They are very far separated from one another. Maybe Eric Boom can produce some heroics here.
He knows that Sukri's going to be back here. Sukri read it. He's not looking at it. Eric's going to get some premature shots in. He's trying to chase down the kill. We'll find it, but the trade will be there. It's going to leave Yakko alive. 1v4. He's currently sitting on a 3. We'll spot Metals inside a kitchen. We'll chase that kill. You got 30 seconds left. You have to allocate 4.5 to be able to plant that bomb, and it also has to be recollected outside of the gate.
I think they might have just seen him. Well, now they most certainly know where he is. But at least he's got the bomb. So there is a positive here for Yakko. If he can get it down, it would be good, but it's a question of how quickly Real actually checks this, and he will not. So Yakko gets the bomb down. Where does he go on the post spot? He actually predicts Real perfectly. So the 1v2, now more than possible, but he's getting shot in behind, and yeah, your elbow's going to stick out if you try and hide under in that corner. Lucky takes him down, and Rocker continue to trade blows here with aim.
Two big things. I mean, one, you were able to find Yakko getting that kill because they were starting to put together themselves a certain little naughty spree, getting themselves closer and closer towards that glide bomb. But the second being that Rocker Academy almost kind of fed that to Yakko, isolating those 1v1s. I mean, you saw the immediate challenge coming up from the water wheel steps. I mean, if you're able to find that kill, you know, more power to you. But in a 2v1 situation, we talked about it from AIM a few rounds ago in that 2v1. You just double up together. Worst comes to worst, you're able to find that trade. But luckily enough, Yakko did not come back through the middle of the map, that courtyard area, to be able to get that regen plus the reload. Lucky was able to find that trade. Even Stevens going in towards round number 7. Michael Bay film galore coming across this A lane. Won't be able to find any information. See if Metals can collect anything off this nade. It is going back towards Super. We'll be able to find that team nade coming through as Sukri is able to get that first blood.
Something that's kind of been absent from this series thus far, isn't it? Those set nades. As finally one does come through, but it will not last all that long, will it? As Eric Boom and Yakko able to trade things out and putting in their favor. Sukri and Lucky, a very tough spot here. You've got to try and grab the bomb. You've got to do it from a bit of a odd spot, and maybe Lucky can do something. Jumps up towards Grandma's. Will get that kill versus Eric Boom. So 2v2 we go. And again, it's kind of one of these weird situations where Journey, he's putting together a flank, but if you catch Yakko off guard, I don't think a trade will happen. Sukri, will he get caught off guard here? No, he won't. Straighten from behind against Yakko. Now the 1v2 for Journey. You just got to defend the site.
I mean, by proxy alone, you would assume where Journey's located at, but Lucky has to collect, has to plant that bomb. Journey might be able to get this exit here. Might have been able to see the toe, but the reposition coming through on the flank over by gate was just that much better. And I'm right there with you, Brody, that if you're looking at from AIM Esports side, you're trying to set yourself up from the pinch. Sukri knows that they have to clear away the backside of the God tank over by Hedge. And they're able to get that kill on a Yakko who just had to watch the AS&D try to coordinate that pinch with Journey, who got up inside top barn. You give up a lot of positioning. Sukri clears away all of Grandma's, that MP40 that they collect off of Yakko's corpse, and when they put themselves in a position to be able to cover Lucky as they plant that bomb. 2-3 speeds to speak of. Sukri 10-4, 7-4 for Lucky. As Rocker Academy give themselves a 1-round lead.
AIM Esports have the bomb. Now it's a matter of trying to take these players out. Melzy, gets aggressive. Journey punishes him for it. And there isn't an immediate trade. This is very good news here for AIM. They have kind of the pick of the lot here in terms of what they want to do in the round. Rocker, though, they haven't exactly budged, and they'll be gifted for it. Sukri gets this first kill. The trade's now really starting to come on out. Real on the mid-map can't do anything either. Now it's Lucky left up in the 1 versus 3 over by the Willow Tree. And he might be able to stop this bomb. I think Journey's on the other side of it. There's no way you're stopping the bomb plant. It's all about the post plant. Journey spotted him out as well. Lucky. I was going to say good luck, have fun. He gets the first kill. Hasn't been traded yet. The information onto Eric Boom is there as well. But Lucky just got to try and draw these players away if he can. 30 seconds on the clock. And he has fully baited these players out of position. But he still hasn't refound them yet. And that's ultimately the problem. I think that he's just been spotted out himself. No, he gets the first kill versus Eric Boom. This is still now more than possible. The cross is being watched, though, by Journey. You have to imagine that Journey gets this kill, and he does. AIM, once again, They're trading blows. They prevent the 1v3.
Yeah, I thought that maybe Lucky was going to end up giving that up once it reached down to the 14-second mark. Was able to find that kill on Eric Boom and maybe bait out that positioning from Journey. You have that round to play with, and Lucky was getting closer and closer towards that glide bomb as well. A crucial resource you would feel like could swing the momentum of a round. You either get first blooded or be able to get information once it becomes available within the round as well. But Lucky feeling the ante, trying to push forward. Thought that Journey was going to be still behind that S&D site. Came through the sewers. Still evened up. Trading blows. Round number 9. See a lot of middle of the map presence for Rocker Academy, and they're basically trying to set themselves up for information on the backside of the willow tree here, Brody. So with the bomb carrier of Sukri can maybe try to contest this river bend, try to find themselves a pick, and then re-wrap back over towards the AS&D. But if they find the influential kills to the middle of the map, they could just try to commit over towards the BS&D.
Silence falls over Bocage here. Any team putting their ears close to every single wall on Bocage, and trust me, there's a lot of them to get some information. And there's one. Super caught out by Sukri. Will not fall though. Still flawless are both of these two teams, and the information is gained by the Yakko there. I don't know if the information is also gained for the opposition in Rocker Academy, but it doesn't matter. As Sukri has already fallen. That bomb now down, and 30 seconds left in the round here. They are relying here on Rocker Academy, doing something special. Real ends up falling. Maybe Lucky can do something. He will get one. It's Metals in the 1 versus 2, and that kill versus Super will reveal his position. Just 20 seconds left here for Metals to do something. He's just going to fly on out. He will get shut down. Aim. Put themselves onto series point.
Oh, winning those 2 rounds in a row, going to be damning for Rocker Academy. Like, you already had the information. Shots were already coming through on top of Grandma's in the attic. Super was up there, and I'm sitting here scratching my head wondering why we're committing over towards the AS&D site, but nobody was looking over towards that top window, knowing that that's going to be a power position to deny Rocker Academy so much map positioning as they're trying to get themselves over by the AS&D. Whether they saw Yakko over by the water wheel staircase or not, somebody needs to be watching that window, knowing that it's a prime position for an AIM Esports player to deny your presence over towards A. Map point coming through, and they are flying over towards this BS&D through gate.
And this didn't work last time. We should say that. Rocker Academy, they put them to a stop very quickly. And it's the exact same thing again. Sukri takes both players down. Yakko has been spotted out. Sukri flies down from the heavens to remove him from the situation. And now it's Super left up in a 1 versus 4. It would be an incredible play from Super to make happen. He's made 1v3s happen in the past, but this one is a little bit out of reach. Andy, guess what? It's round 11.
I wouldn't have it any other way. EU Challengers El Clasico. Some of the best Spanish players in this lobby right now, Brody. Going it and throwing down on the Bocage Search and Destroy. Sukri is 14-6 for crying out loud. You would really feel like that, just looking from the stats on top from bottom, that Rocker Academy should be finding themselves more influence, but Real and Metals have been almost a non-benefactor of being able to find these first bloods, being able to chase these kills. Will be offense for AIM Esports. They're getting themselves barn control, stuns, nades. Everything this side of the Mississippi will be coming through. And you really have to question if any nade or stun came through to be able to find Metals in this prone position on the bottom side of A-plat.
Just trying to get a feel here, our aim. For what they can do with this bomb. Of course, A is the preferred site. Nade being thrown over. There's nobody by that water wheel at the moment. Maybe that's something they can work with, but still, gotta remove somebody from this back line. Lucky's starting to put some pre-fire in from the tank side. Metals is also over there. Real watching any potential flank, as is Sukri. Rocker have every single angle covered. As the time ticks by in this round, maybe here's the advantage. Real, he's now taking some shots. He's going to have to back away from the engagement, but here is Metals. He will explode on towards the site. He picks up 2. 2v4 we go now for AIM. And time dwindling down in the round.
Journey's going to find the trade. No, you got to finish your kill. Journey's going to be able to find it. Expecting one more player to be on the backside. Yakko finds one. Isolate over by the BS&D. Needs to plant the bomb. Needs to extend the game clock to 45 seconds. Journey knows that there's one player above them inside of Grandma's. That's Real. The bomb's planted at B. 45 seconds into 2v2.
And Journey didn't finish that gunfight as well. He has the information at least. Journey just needs to play this one cautiously. Do not get overzealous in the position. You have some information to work with. Did he just spot Real? He did not.
No.
So Real and Lucky have escaped. But maybe Journey gets him behind. Yakko, he's ready for it now. Lucky, I think he's seen him as well. The call will be made, but Lucky underneath. He's going to get the 1v1. Now Lucky in the 1v1 against Journey. It's Journey who comes out on top and aim in a game number 5 of round number 11. They will clutch up and they move forward.
Oh, Journey makes the play because of course it is. Journey, again, is just so elusive when it comes down to a Bocage search and destroy. And it's almost poetic for the point that I'm about to be made, because you go back to Season 1, Bocage Search and Destroy, in between Rocker Academy and Grand Finals, that Journey was making some devious plays happen. A lot of weird timings, a lot of interesting angles being exploited. It was walking away with trades galore. That 2v-odd situation that came through from Yakko and Journey is going to ring on over the heads of Rocker Academy for the rest of finals, because Sukri went double positive 14-7, Lucky shortly behind them at 11-7. It's the trade game again for Main Esports that is just so good. They are doing a fantastic job in these searches, Brody, to making sure that players are making these rotations and getting out with their life for free. Even in a 2v-odd situation, they are fishing out so much information, throwing shoulders, getting the trades from positions. Albeit Metals found a double kill there in round 11, Journey is able to get all the way through Grandma's for free because Real was damaged up, couldn't come back down through the staircase to deny Journey that position, and found the trade on the backside of Metals, forced Real to reposition themselves, allowed Yakko to move their way through gate, plant the bomb at B, extend the round to 45 seconds, found a kill on rotation as well. This same esports roster, when it comes down to search and destroy, backs up against the wall, as it may end up being, are just a different type of beast.
And that's the first, at least from our perspective, at least what I have written down here, that is the first Bocage search and destroy that we've seen this season thus far from AB Sports. So what a start from them, but also, you know, massive props to Rocker Academy because they brought their A game to AB Sports. They will be gutted in the way that 4 versus 2 went there in that round 11. But here's a look over towards our best of 5 to show you guys how everything has gone down between these two teams. It all started so promisingly for Rocker Academy. They did what they needed to do with that Tuscan Hardpoint upset. Of course, you know, we kind of expected the Search and Destroy to go the way of Amy Sports. They are technically speaking the better Search and Destroy team on paper between the two. And, you know, even in the control, again, I think for Rocker Academy here, they proved to be the kryptonite that Amy Sports can't quite overcome. But Amy Sports towards maps number 4 and 5, they're once again able to pull a Bocage Hardpoint out of the hat. And then, of course, that round 11 in Search and Destroy. What a series for our E-Classico here. The new E-Classico, as it were, between these two teams. Should we refer it to the all-new, brand spanking new E-Classico now? That Envy and Optic are kind of together. They're in
It's the Challengers Elite EU E-Classico. Look, when you got 8 of the 9 best Spanish players in one lobby, it's going to always be E-Classico for me personally. You know, the 9th player, obviously being Vickle, is playing in for Toronto Ultra NA. It's just one of those things that for AIM Esports to be able to come over top of Rocker Academy historically through the season, Brody, this is something that they have not been able to do twice on over in one season.
All right, well, the challenges are going to come thick and fast here for this AIM Esports roster as they have now moved past their Spanish brethren. They go up against an Ultra Academy EU roster. Now, we haven't given you guys many updates at all on this series as to what happened in that other off-stream matchup between Ultra Academy EU and Team War. As you can see, didn't go exactly well for Team War. They got 3-0 swept. And as I understand as well, Andy, the maps themselves were not close.
They were not at all. I mean, we don't have a graphic for you, so I'll just tell you. Ultra Academy EU, 251-29 on a Gavutsu Hardpoint, 6-0 on a Tuscan Search and Destroy, and then shut out Team War on a Gavutsu Control 3-0 as well. That's absurd, because when you're thinking about it, Team War, across the globe, are the number 2 Challengers team from their placing that happened at the Minnesota Open. They are your number 1 seed in Challengers Elite EU from winning Season 2 of the Elite to put themselves in a position that is already down in Losers Bracket Round 1 to try to make a run, now going up against a white-hot Rocker Academy roster. Pages are coming out of the notebook. I'm throwing them out the window, Brody. Nothing makes sense. This is crazy.
Who knows? Who knows what is going to happen, of course. Next up, though, is going to be that lower round matchup between Rocker Academy and Team War. We have no idea how this is going to... I know we're going to be saying that a lot, but we genuinely speaking just don't have any clue how today is going to go. So far, we've been presented with an awesome matchup between AIM Esports and Rocker Academy, and I'm sure the awesome action isn't going to stop there. Make sure you tune on the other side of the break here for that lower round matchup.
tomorrow. Only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judges, stating your case. Top of the notion that you was just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. Will you open or close your doors? Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you're ready, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrow, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, step back from the edge and take a deep breath and dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Ever gonna live again.
Welcome back, everybody, here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's Season 3 European Playoffs. We're about to get into our lower round matchup between Team War and Rocker Academy. The latter of which, Andy, you and I, we just saw them get involved into a Game 5 Round 11 bout versus Amy Sports, of course, which they, unfortunately, were on the receiving end of an L.
Yeah, it's one of those things, again, for Rocker Academy. I mean, you got to take it on the chin, right? Because you played Amy Sports close in that map number 5. It just did not go your way. Search and Destroy continues to be a boon of failure for Rocker Academy that they need to directly rectify coming in towards this losers round 1 matchup versus Team War.
Yeah, indeed they do. And of course, speaking of Team War, you can see them in the bracket there as well. That 3-0 versus Ultra Academy EU. It's got to be damaging, right, to the mindset, because that is not only a 3-0, but as we kind of hinted towards, and Andy basically read you guys out the maps, it was not a nice 3-0. Like, Ultra Academy EU, they got that series out of the way fast. So I think Team War, they are going to have to hit a hard mental reset coming to this one versus Rocker Academy. And I think even more so, because as you've already said here, Andy, Rocker Academy, this is, even though they lost that Game 5 Round 11, this is the best they have looked the entire season thus far.
Playoff Rocker Academy is a different belly of a beast, man. I'm telling you. When you deal with Rocker Academy coming into playoffs, Real's 1v4s coming to cards. You also have to deal with Lucky at a moment's notice. Is certainly getting activated. But the one for me that has certainly stepped up to the plate, and I'm sure that we'll probably disagree on this, actually has been Metals. Again, put some respect on Metals' names. Looking at this entire roster for Rocker Academy, it has certainly had to step up in situational notice, considering that they are the AR flex. At certain moments, you will see Metals picking up that SMG, getting their hands dirty with Real, coordinating these pinches. Ever since moving away and not having Journey anymore, you really feel like that's a void that this Rocker Academy roster needs to be filled. And Lucky has been picking up the SMG role, sure, but the S&D has been lackluster, to say the least, comparatively to what we have seen Rocker Academy in previous instances, going back to even the Minnesota Open, Season 2, and Season 1 of the Elite, Brody.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, I'm going to disagree with you.
I knew you would.
Yeah, no, you knew what was going to happen. Yeah, you're talking about Metals as the player to step up, and I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you in saying that he did, because I think Metals has absolutely stepped up to the plate there in that last best of 5. But actually, you know, I think I've got to bring it back to the overall storyline here for Rocker Academy this season. You know, that massive roster change that they made coming into Season 3. They brought Sukri onto the roster. They even had a major change in roles, with Lucky moving from the main AR role into an SMG role to make room for Sukri on the team. And I have been, I think, a pretty open critic of this move. I think for Rocker Academy, it certainly looked like it hadn't benefited them this season thus far. I think that's borne out in the stat lines as well before this team. But I tell you what, in that last best of 5, they looked pretty good. Lucky looked relatively natural in the SMG role. And I think more to the point here, Sukri, that has been, I think, the most impressive he has looked so far again this season. I know I've said that about the roster at large, but that is going to help the roster, I think, massively moving forward into this best of 5 versus Team War, because it sets them apart very much so from the Rocker Academy that faced down Team War at the beginning of the season, where, Andy, they got 3-0'd.
Yeah, it's at the beginning of the overall season that Team War were able to absolutely wipe the floor in maps 2 and 3. You would really feel like they ran away with highway robbery. This Team War roster, again, coming away from Season 2 of the Elite. These are your Elite champions returning to the plate, trying to knock it out of the park one more time, trying to defend their crown ahead of that Toronto Open. Certainly be something to be looked at. They're not as dominant in that Season 2 run at. They're looking to reassert themselves as the Hardpoint Kings. 8-5 as far as the overall season is concerned. 3-8 through the Search and Destroy was an integral game mode for them as well. It's just not really been there for this entire Team War roster, or 5-5 for the Search, 7-6 for the Hardpoint. Sorry. It's just one of those things that you really feel like that this roster for Team War are not necessarily a shade of their former selves, but haven't been able to get away with the highway robbery plays that Wardy and Denzel love to find across a multitude of Hardpoint maps.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny, right? Because we put on the graphic here that they are looking to reassert themselves as Hardpoint Kings, but if anything, they were so good at pretty much every single game mode in Season 2. You know, they made marked strides and improvement from the beginning of the season towards the end, where they were able to beat Rocker Academy in that grand final, which, hello, here we are again, but maybe not so much this time in a grand final. Nonetheless, yeah, I think for War, we needed to see improvements. We haven't seen those improvements from the roster here in Season 3. And you and I, we did actually have a discussion about this, right, in terms of where War are at. Have they actually kind of regressed as a team? I think we both agreed the answer is actually no, they haven't. I just think the rest of the teams in Season 3 have made improvements from Season 2 to Season 3. Of course, we had that massive off-season to be kind of speaking about between the seasons, of course, where we had Minnesota and the Pro-Am Classic. So there's been a lot of time, I think, since between Season 2 and Season 3 where things have changed, I think, in the overall context. But enough about the teams. Let's talk about the maps here for this best of 5. We're kicking things off with Bocage Hardpoint, then followed up by a Desert Siege, Search and Destroy. The control in this series will be a Gavutsu, and then, of course, if we do need them, a Berlin Hardpoint and a Tuscan Search and Destroy. Andy, anything kind of stand out to you here for this best of 5?
I mean, I immediately chuckle because the Gavutsu control allowing to come through for Rocker Academy. You go back to Season 2 of the Elite, and even going back to Season 1 when they were kind of more or less battling up against each other, just Denza versus the core 3 of Rocker Academy. I was sitting there just about ready to rip my man bun clean out of my scalp, but it was, why was the Gavutsu control continuously coming through? Now, Rocker Academy have made decent strides throughout the entirety of the season. It is, the majority of their controls have been played on Gavutsu. They are walking away with a 3-1 win on the Berlin control. No idea, maybe Team War are continuing to hard veto out the Berlin control as what they were doing throughout the entirety of the regular season, comparatively to Minnesota Rocker Academy, have been vetoing out the Tuscan control. Now they're going to find themselves here on Gavutsu, where it is damn near about even record across the board. The Desert Siege is even across both of these two teams. Both are 2-1, but the Bocage Hardpoint is hard to gauge. Yes, Team War are 2-1 on the Bocage Hardpoint itself, Brody. Rocker Academy, the only 2 times that they played it are against AIM Esports, one of which you just saw in that best of 5. They lost by a whopping 16 points. In the one previous to that, they lost by a whole 18. So they're obviously able to play this map very close. It just comes down to being able to keep up with the pace of their adversaries. They were able to do it versus AIM. Now they have to do it versus War.
Alrighty, well, we'll see how the best of 5 does pan out here between these two teams. Remember, folks, this is for elimination. One of these teams will be going home in 4th place. Before we talk about the map, though, time to talk about the odds. Patrick and Shane, wonderful folks. And, of course, they're going to be observing for this best of 5. We absolutely do love those guys. So, shout out to those folks. They'll be observing moving forward for this evening. But in towards the Bocage Hardpoint we go. Rocker Academy, it's hallowed ground for them as they're back on towards Bocage.
Again, trying to reassert themselves as a presence, a force to be reckoned with when it comes down to Hardpoint. A lot of the legwork for this Team War roster, going back when they were playing underneath the Vengeance banner throughout the entirety of Season 2, was actually from Wardy and Weedman. Starting off on 2-0, the favorite side of the map is absolutely raining on true for the team in white. They have a lot of middle of the map presence, where he's already fishing on a lot of kills inside a barn. Or inside a grandma's, excuse me.
This is a pretty good start, I think, overall right now for Team War, right? They're getting all the necessary gunfights. They're making sure that Rocker Academy do stay on that side of the map. And, of course, as you say, you do have Wardy currently sitting in the power position that is Grandma's. Metal's going to come out on top and finally take him down from that position. Rail also trying to get control of the streak here. He'll pick up the 1v1 against Maple. But I think nicely read here by Team War, recognizing that maybe Rocker Academy have sent a couple of players to make their way through the riverbed. They are shut down. And now I think when it comes to this rotation, Rocker Academy, they're going to have to take a more direct approach to breaking these spawns early on. Maybe they're not aware of the fact that Wardy is still up top here and Grandma still causing problems for these players that are going to make their rotation.
Now, Wardy on their second line finding themselves yet another spree, by the way. It's just gunning down so many Rocker Academy players, and you can see what it's doing on the minimap as well. It's actually buying so much respect that Rocker Academy have to clear away all of these corners, but Real's still feeling the ante, pushes forward on the side door of Barn. Will finally get that trade onto Wardy with at least one player, but you think about all the time in the space that has been provided from Wardy's massive play up front is not allowing Rocker Academy to recontest this hardpoint cleanly from the front.
Team War finally going to get themselves back in towards the hard point for the last 15 seconds of time. Maple just making sure that nobody makes their way through Barn. This is still time that they do want if they can get it. I think for Rocker Academy, maybe the best idea, if you can take some players off the hill from afar, why not? But at the moment, just make sure you focus in on the next rotation here. And that is exactly what they're going to do. Maple's trying to angle himself along the water wheel side. He will be shut down. So for Team War here, maybe make your way over towards the riverbed side, and maybe that will be the best way to get in towards Grandma's. But here they come. Denza's already in from behind. Team War, this is a very early break from them if they can make it happen. Rocker Academy already spawning out on towards the other side of the map, and now Denza, his position becomes all the more integral. In through the window he goes. He's already able to pick up one. Look for the second against Lucky. He will not find it, but the spawns flip-flop. It's pretty much Bocage. This is what we expect from these two teams. Rocker Academy now spawning in the backline.
Yeah, looking like a beach out here. Flip-flops all over the place, man. As Rocker Academy are able to get themselves back inside hedges once again, but doesn't necessarily mean that you even saw this coming back over by the AIM Esports Best of 5. Is even though they got those close spawns, doesn't mean that they're going to be able to walk away with the majority of this hardpoint time. Team War doing a fantastic job at recontesting these side doors, recontesting through the broken bits of grandmas to be able to hold this hardpoint at least from the front. Finally, will concede some space, knowing that they have to get themselves through the middle of the map. You already have some zoning coming through from Wardy over by the gate. They will be traded out, but most importantly, they're making sure that they got this barn control out of a very difficult hardpoint to hold here on 4.
Here comes Metals around the side. Look for the 1, look for the 2 as well. He will find it. Looking for number 3. It's Lucky he was able to shut down Wardy, but Team War will not spawn far away here. In towards Tin they go, and Denza's now the player looking to just contest this timer. Going to jump up towards the top of the barn, in towards safety. Now in from behind, Denza putting the flank together. There's 1, looking for the 2nd, will find it, and that is a very nice break coming in from Team War for the last 30 seconds of time. Of course, it shouldn't all go their way, provided that Rocker Academy are able to kind of weasel their way in towards the hard point, but nonetheless, they are actually giving quite a lot of time away here, making sure that they get a couple of kills before entering in towards the hill, and, well, there it is, Metals with 2. Denza now the last player remaining, as the rest of War will spawn up towards that backline. Rocker Academy, they will find their way in for scrap time, but, Andy, we talk about leader's advantage when it comes to Bocage hardpoint. So far for War, this is going very well. They're about 50 points ahead.
It is very, very big when you're thinking about a Bocage hardpoint. It's not exactly a hardpoint like Ubuntu where you're handshaking out 40 for 40s across these hardpoints, but going in towards 5, this was historically very good for Rocker Academy throughout that AIM Esports Best of 5 on this map mode combination, and they're currently zoning away the backside of the flank, but losing Metals inside of Grandma's, that's going to force Sukri to almost play a double-edged sword, that they have to be wary about the flank, at least with Metals spawning up, is going to be looking over by that back lane, will be gunned by Wardy from range, and that kind of leaves the front side of this hard point not as strong, not as robust as Rocker Academy were once hoping for. They were able to walk away with a solid 25 points off of the beginning of P5 for its own self, but Team War just continuously sinking their teeth in for this leader's advantage. Break on in, it will soak up the back end of the scrap time with Rocker spawning out.
Yeah, and Rocker spawning far out as well, so they probably won't get to touch this. Maybe they go in for the last 5 seconds, but I think they'd probably be better served reposition themselves for that inevitable rotation over towards the new hill. That is exactly what they're going to do. Of course, they do not want to give up any lanes here that will give Team War an opening in towards that next rotation. Now Wardy, the last player, left up momentarily, as the rest of the squad going to be spawning up over towards the Willow Tree side. And for Rocker Academy here at this game, the lead has been widening in for Team War, hill by hill. They really need a chunk of time off the back of this hard point, and they need it right about now. Metals trying to secure that. He actually picks up 2 kills coming in from the alley, and you said he's been stepping up. Metals continues to find step after step to step up onto. That's 4 in a row for this man, and he doesn't look like he's going to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, I know it's a pain in your rear end when I'm right all the time, right? I mean, Metals has been having themselves a certain amount of performance coming through here in the finals of Season 3 of the Elite. Will be traded on out, and again, it's a very tall ask when you're considering that Rocker Academy need to get a chunk of time off of P1, but, you know, and almost notably as well is that they not only need some time off of P1, but they have to be able to deny Team War any time here on 1 as well, as they slowly encroach on this deficit, 130-97. Rocker Academy currently hold those back 10 spawns. They don't have all of the presence inside a barn. They're aware of that. But the moment that Real throws the shoulder, they find 1. They will be traded on out. Team War trying to set themselves up for a little bit of a flank play while maintaining this barn presence.
And they're just still sending individual players. It's next up to bat is going to be Denza, who's only able to take down 1 before falling. And nonetheless, it is Rocker Academy who have this iron grip over the hard point for the moment. Can Team War filter any players through? They seem to have done. You can see Wardy on the backside. He's able to get a couple of kills. But nonetheless, it is Rocker Academy who stand tall. Lucky on his own momentarily. He himself will stand tall here. He's able to put that first blood against Denza. And now with 25 seconds left, you're starting to face that decision, isn't it, for the next rotation between these two teams. How much more emphasis do you want to put on towards the tree? Hardpoint for Wardy. He comes through. He might well be able to pick up the last 15 seconds of time. And in Bocage, that is a treasure chest full of time.
It's a big amount of time when you're thinking about it. Wardy has putting in the influence when you're considering what we were talking about for Metals at 23 and 20. Wardy is 24 and 14. Looking up at the back end of that scrap time as well. There's a lot of trust when you're thinking about the rotation going in over towards 3. Team War going back towards the first set of hard points were quite okay with making sure that Rocker Academy were playing from the backside of the spawns, although they flipped 2 times over. Team War did a fantastic job of keeping this hard point contested from the front.
Now Wardy in the backline gets shut down there short of any streak, so that is at least some positive news here for Rocker Academy. Team War, they were soaking up time, they now have been removed from the hard point. Rocker Academy will continue to spawn in that backline and have more and more goes at this hard point, but the kill feed doesn't exactly look kind for them at the moment, does it? As Wardy picks up 2, absolutely decimates Real towards the backline there. And now, look at the timer, look at the scoreline here in this game. Team War, by second, they are blowing this game wide open off the back of this hard point, and the next spawns as well. This is something that Rocker Academy have to be conscious of. They need to make their way across the middle of the map. Team War doing a splendid job of cutting it. Can any Rocker Academy players slip on by? One might have done it. It is going to be Real, the next player to do something, but things are not looking good at the moment for Rocker Academy. Pretty much every gunfight that you want to go your way if you're War is going your way.
I mean, Wardy has just been a menace on this map continuously. The triple SMG presence of Team War has just been dialing it up past 11. They're somewhere near about 15 as Wardy is just shy of being double positive themselves. Still finding kills inside a barn, by the way. 31 and 17. Maple picking up an SMG has been putting in the work as well. Gets themselves kill number 8 in a row. So the glide bomb has been put in the back pocket of Team War as they already hold an 80-point lead. When we talked about the 40-point lead, if that's a leader's advantage, this might be too steep of a mountain for Rocker Academy to climb back from.
What do you call this? Leader's advantage? Like a king's advantage? I don't know. I'm just trying to coin a new phrase here. I'm not sure that... Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to go with that. But regardless, Team War at the moment, they are very much in the good. I think that's the best way to describe the situation. Of course, we already noted the fact that Maple went on that 8 spree, so he's got that streak ready to go. And that's a get out of jail free card. Laminated one that you've got ready to go for this next rotation. Just 10 seconds away from victory are Team War, and here comes that glide bomb. It's accompanied by a 2-piece from Wee Man. Wardy with another one as well, so much so that Maple doesn't even have much choice where that glide bomb is gonna go. War able to entrance themselves in towards the hard point and make a hell of an entrance into the series as well.
Good heavens. I mean, look, it was competitive through, what, the first 2 hard points, where you had Rocker Academy just still trying to manipulate spawns going over towards 2, but then something had snapped the moment that Wardy spawned in towards that Bocage hardpoint, because even on their first life, 3-0. Second life, they go on a 4 spree. It almost felt like that every single time Wardy was alive on the map, they were able to trade their life out for, more often than not, what felt like 3, if not 4 kills. And then Maple, also picking up the 3rd SMG, by the way, does have to be talked about, was putting in just as much influence throughout the entirety of the map. Quietly, keep in mind you, as you watch through a lot of these replays, just look at the top left side of the screen as Maple was putting in just as much influence on the map. If Denza was the route man with the SMG, while Wee Man was trying to play these very anchory, long lines of sight with the automaton, Maple and Wardy were constantly causing a ruckus into the front line of Rocker Academy that never allowed to offer any solidification of a hold on any sort of hardpoint that gave them any sort of success of what we saw in that AIM Esports Best of 5.
It felt like it really slipped away from Rocker Academy towards the end, right? Because they were, as you say, they were holding close for the majority of that game. I mean, yes, we saw that kind of leader's advantage coming out early on, that 40 to 50 point advantage, but this was the moment here where really it felt solidified that Team War were probably going to come out on top. Bocage, once you dig yourself a hole in that map, it's very hard to get yourself out, and Rocker Academy, I think they found themselves just a few spades too short of escaping that particular hole, as they will end up taking an L in map number 1. And we take a look over towards the stat lines there, and I think it does paint a pretty obvious picture as to what on earth happened in that map number 1. You already spoken about the electric performances that we saw from Maple and Wardy, but I know that you hate it when I focus on the negative, Andy. I know that you hate it when I do it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Going into towards this best of 5, we were discussing the massive strides that we've seen from Rocker Academy coming into that last best of 5 versus AIM. It really feels like a lot of the strong voices, the loud voices that we saw in that best of 5 seem to have been kind of shut down here in map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Sukri 17 and 30 was just getting belittled by longer lines of sight by Wee Man. It just was not a comfort, and if they weren't losing those 1v1s to Wee Man at range, they were getting overwhelmed by SMGs, whether it's inside the hill. You see from Maple has about a minute, 41 seconds of hardpoint time, 12 objective kills at that, 24 non-traded. Wardy was also right there, 3,500 damage, 27 non-traded kills. But Real is obviously the one that goes very, very quickly by the glance of an eye. 19 and 26 from your mainstay SMG from Rocker Academy was a non-benefactor across the entirety of the map. On a map mode like Bocage Hardpoint, where your SMG is putting up an abysmal performance like that, it's certainly going to be felt when it comes down to rotations, plus the holds, when you're thinking about money hills like on 3.
Well, that's going to be map number 1 to Team War. The beginning of the series goes pretty well, and that is ultimately the bounce back that they wanted, of course, because again, we do have to kind of talk about the context of this entire matchup. Of course, both of these teams now in lower round 1, both of them fighting for survival here in Season 3 European Players of Challengers Elite. And Team War, the loss that they took was significantly harder than the loss that Rocker Academy took in that last best of 5. Of course, they got swiftly 3-0 by Ultra Academy EU, and that ultimately is the momentum swinger that they wanted in map number 1. So a brilliant, strong performance from them there. Let's take a look at our best of 5 to show you guys how it looks off the back of that one. As Team War now 1-0 up, we move into Desert Siege, Search and Destroy. And to be fair to both of these teams, they seem to have an okay record on this map mode combination.
Both these teams are 2-1 going into the Desert Siege, Search and Destroy, but I look at a more historical factor when you're thinking about the best of 5 that was played out in week number 1 of the round robin play, where Team War absolutely wiped the floor with Rocker Academy. The hardpoint was close. 230 to 250 was that Tuscan hardpoint. This one was starkly different, obviously, as you just saw, winning the way that they did on the Bocage hardpoint. But in map 2, on the Bocage Search, that's where Team War really started to run away with the game itself. And Desert Siege does kind of canter to the pace in the play style of this Team War roster. When you're thinking about the greater scheme of things, I don't know how many different years, how many different Call of Duty titles I have lost my marbles watching Maple play with the sniper and making more clutch plays with a pistol. It's one of those things that, again, you know that lane, one of 2 lanes are going to be locked down, either by Maple trying to fish out those first bloods, but Wee Man is the player you got to highlight. 77% of the time that Wee Man is getting in first blood engagements, they're walking away with that win more often than not, allowing Team War to be able to get a numbers advantage in the Search and Destroy. But it doesn't stop there, because we know how much of a menace Denza historically has been all year long in Vanguard on a mode like Search and Destroy. To couple that along with the performance that we just saw from Wardy, just got the runners on, man. He's just sprinting through the map and just winning every single gunfight. You need the stuns to be on point for Rocker Academy to deny any sort of SMG presence here inside of Palace.
Yeah, and I think for Rocker Academy, I will say, I think for the most part, a big problem for them has just been closing out Search and Destroys. Like, we just saw in that last best of 5, right, what they lost 6-4 and 6-5. Like, those are not bad scorelines, and they were, I hate to bring this up, because I know that all the Rocker Academy fans are going to hate me, or just the Rocker Academy Rocker fans generally, excuse me, are going to hate me, but, you know, it was a 2v4. Like, they literally could have won that Search and Destroy and been through to the winners bracket final. So, you know, I think the positive point to take away here is that Rocker Academy, you know, they just need to close out these Search and Destroys. And against Team War, I mean, their Search and Destroy hasn't been the strongest this season, so this is more than possible. But the one, I think, big problem that we're looking at here is that ultimately, the record rarely lies. The stats rarely ever lie. And for Rocker Academy, Search and Destroy is by far their weakest game mode. They're 3-8 in it coming into this best of 5. It doesn't bode well for them whatsoever, I think, losing that map number 1. But hey, who knows? I think you're absolutely right to point out, I think a lot of this is going to come down to the sniper battles. Again, you kind of point out Maple, what he can do with his. I think Lucky as well, you know, you got to point it out, right? He's just so good with the sniper rifle. Maybe I'd say he was more dominant with that in Season 1, but, you know, when he pops off, you know, it's a real sight to behold, you got to say.
It's a presence that is certainly felt, and on a map like Desert Siege, you would feel like either Lucky or Sukri, depending on what the call is going to be for SMG presence. Lucky obviously picking up that SMG role ever since picking up Sukri and Journey moving over towards that AME Sports roster. Could be something that you could see being flip-flop, because we know that's something that Sukri and Super did when they were playing underneath the mantle of Sukri's Bakery on this specific map mode combination. But yeah, I think that you need this bounce back to be here if you are Rocker Academy, to show shades of your former self, specifically on Search and Destroy, because those executes need to be there. They need to be absolutely sublime, semblance to what we saw from them in Season 1 of the Elite. Maybe not always on this map mode combination, but what they look like on that Berlin Search and Destroy. You need Lucky to be an absolute force to be reckoned with, because if you're going to almost take the same 1-for-1 ratio of what I just talked about for this Team War roster, with Maple, Wee Man locking down those longer lines of sights, AR and Kar 98K alike, the SMGs also need to be there as well. If it's going to be medals with the secondary SMG along with Real, you need to be able to fish out those first bloods. Most importantly, you cannot red dot chase. You cannot allow those trades to come through as cleanly as they allowed them to come through in even that 2v4 in a multitude of rounds on that Bocage Search and Destroy that they just lost to AIM Esports.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, like, the one thing I will say, looking at Rocker Academy versus War here in this situation is, I've already discussed it, a little bit here, that maybe War, their search and destroy has looked a little bit less menacing this season. I think that much is very factual in terms of maybe comparatively what we saw in Season 2 and even at Minnesota and the Pro-Am Classic comparatively to what we're seeing here in Season number 3. But nonetheless, I still think you've kind of got this natural talent with players like Weeman on the roster, who is one of the top performing S&G players for this team. I just think that you've got a lot of talent on the roster. You have to utilize it here versus this Rocker Academy side. But let's see how this one goes. We're jumping in towards the search and destroy now. It's Rocker Academy. They'll be kicking this one off on the offense. And so far, looks like a pretty slow one. They're trying to scope out University at the moment.
It's actually Team War on the offense. Colors got you again, Brody.
Yeah, Colors got... Yeah, mate, look. What do you want from me? What do you want from me, Andy? Look, I know that I'm not...
I want you to see the world like I do. Just want you to see the world like I do, Brody. But numbers advantage... quickly will be traded out. Weeman will find Sukri. They already lost their sniper of Maple. That'll allow Denza to encroach forward, plant this bomb at A.
Alrighty, well, War, they've got the bomb down now. Rocker Academy trying to put together this pushing from behind. Metal's able to pick up one. Now it's just Wardy left up in the 1 versus 3. And in this position for Wardy, it's like kind of tough, isn't it, really? Like, you get that first blood versus Lucky, fine. But it's kind of inevitable that you're going to get shut down from a multitude of angles. There's just way too many sightlines to look at there for Wardy.
And Metals makes the play happen, right? I mean, Metals, you saw immediately when we hopped into the Desert Siege round 1, puts themselves in the bottom side of that BS&D to almost contest a quick plant that could come through. It does not. So that immediately gets conveyed, the information traded. Then Metals gets activated to come through the back. They find Maple in towards the back. And then they immediately just continue to push all the way through, and that pinch gets solidified. It continuously keeps a lot of teams trapped over by that A lane. That's not necessarily a copter factor, unless you have a sniper or an AR just absolutely lighting players up as soon as they try to cross on over. 1 round lead here for Rocker Academy. They're going to really feel themselves coming away from that retake. See how they assault this BS&D site. Stuns will come through. It's going to be a little bit of bait tactic, try to find some information to make sure that they feel comfortable to plant this bomb.
They seem to be bartering for A at the moment. They have somebody inside University down low. That is going to be Sukri. 40 now clicking up this nade. That should land by Real, but it will not be the kill. So I think Maple Sniper Rifle's now going to have to be a more active part of this play. They will not find anybody in the exit frags. So the retake will be tougher. Maybe a little bit easier now that Weeman has drawn first blood in this position. And Wardy's going to get Sukri as well. So for a Lucky and Real hit, 2 versus 4. Now it is just Lucky in the 1 versus 4. And goodness me, that was systematic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. I mean, when you're thinking about it at the grander scheme of things for Team War, right? The nade lands, you're confirming there's 1 player on the AS&D, you allow the plant to come through, but the way that War set themselves up defensively was going to be for a B denial. You just have to allow that A plant to come all the way through. It's kind of the similarities that we ended up seeing from Rocker Academy on their opening defense, right, Brody? Is that they didn't get any pushback over by B, so you then play for the retake, you pinch them all the way through. Weeman finds that first on the exit. You know that the A lane's going to be cleared because Maple was watching it the entire time. You just isolate all these players, you find the kill scot-free. Evened up, retake for retake. Their offensive attempt coming through from Team War. They are pushed up very close. Is Denza inside of University. There's not immediate help here, so just have to hope that the ARs are overwatching Denza make this play happen.
Denza trying to get some information. Throwing the nade up high. Hoping that'll land right at the feet of Metals, and it doesn't, but it doesn't matter because Denza's going to get the bomb down anyway, and Real hasn't actually seen this play. It's whether or not there's any exit frags. That's going to be the question. Can Denza get away scot-free? Just going to lay there for the moment, and to be fair, why would you move when you have the oversight of Wardy right next to you? Just putting the shots into Real, and Real's like, yep, I'm just going to dip and dive, wait for the rest of the team to deal with this play, and, well, they absolutely will. Maple's the last one left alive, and, well, if it wasn't War in the last round doing an epic retake, it's Rocker Academy in this round. These A hits are not all that successful at the moment.
Gonna be frustrated if you're Wardy for 2 different instances, right? I mean, you saw just a mere pixel of Real's head just slowly just popping up like a groundhog. I don't even know if they have groundhogs on a desert hog? I don't know. Regardless of the matter, it's one of those things that for Rocker Academy, they're actually playing their defensive very respectfully, where they're just slightly waiting for all of the pushes to come all the way through. Lucky was playing on an island continuously over by the B pillars, and lo and behold, there was a push that ended up coming through. They found that kill, so no pinch for Team War there at the end of the post plant. And they find all the kills, they isolate them. Lucky with the sniper going to be watching this very long line of sight. The rest of the offensive team just tries to encroach forward down these stairs. They're trying to set themselves up for a B execute, but That'll actually be Denza that gets activated for that first blood. Swiftly gets traded.
Yeah, good trades coming through, I think, from Rocker Academy here. They're dealing with the threat rather well, and there you go, that sniper battle being won by Lucky onto Wingman. But Maple right back at you with a trade. Now Maple he somehow passes the Ships United with Real, will get the kill, and now the 1v3 is more than possible here for Maple. It's Maple versus, like, Lucky. This is the sniper battle that we wanted to see. And Maple just kind of running away at the moment. Lucky's giving chase, but I think Maple might have escaped.
Bomb's going to get planted here. This is the right call for Maple, who I think still has the Kar 98K, so they're going to have to do this retake with the sniper or the rat pistol, just hoping that it's somehow going to be a close line of sight. But unbeknownst to them, Lucky does have an MP40, so they're going to be looking for almost a similarity of a gunfight. Quickly gets checked, knows that there's one player in top of University. Maple misses with the snipe. Now Lucky just has to run.
Yeah, that's the play, isn't it? If you're Lucky, just escape. But they're still playing close by. Maple could still get him here, could still catch him off guard. It's going to be the rat, but it's Lucky who comes out on top. Oh, jeez, I think it has aged like 30 years. That's not all that bad for me, to be honest, but...
No, it's not.
Yeah, I'm still pretty young.
You're a baby.
Nonetheless, it's like half my life gone, to be honest. You seen how unhealthy I am?
I think, again, like, when you're thinking about the grander scheme of things for Maple, it's kind of frustrating, right? Because you're hoping to maybe find a gun on the ground, try to rotate back over for the retake, but could not find one. Has to trust for the rat pistol. Actually got some early shots inside Lucky over towards that top 8 pillar, but couldn't get the kill. Had to push the issue. Couldn't find it. 2-round lead in favor of Rocker Academy. Maple trying to find this first blood. Won't find anything because all of Rocker Academy put all of their marbles in towards an A defense.
Wardy just runs straight through University, by the way. Picks up a few books from the library on his way through. No late fees for you, my friend, as you pick up the first blood. Now, 3v4 we go. For Rocker Academy. Find yourself in one of these positions where it's a little bit nerve-wracking. Where is this bomb going to go? You still don't have much information, but... Oh, well, that's going to help, isn't it? As Metals does take down Denza. The bomb now down in the middle of the map. And that's going to be a tough one for a war to retrieve. But maybe an engagement going down over by the train cars will help them out. That one on the other side of the map most certainly will not, as Wee Man does fall. Maple has some shots put into the back of him. You got to imagine he's probably going to lose the 1v1 versus Sukri. Sukri still can't find him, by the way. And, well, it's like an episode of Tom and Jerry, but nonetheless, Sukri is going to win that one. And now the 1v1 we go. 25 seconds left on the clock here for Real and Wardy. Wardy can retrieve this bomb. It's where he goes with it that matters.
You have to allocate 4.5 seconds, even for the plant. Wardy thought that making that noise was at least going to call out the positioning from Real. Completely past each other on the opposite side of the building, but Wardy has to favor for this plant. They will be able to get it off. So Real now for the retake has an automaton, and Wardy's just going to put themselves inside the site. Just wait for Real to come for the chow.
Is it the right call? That's the question. Real has so many places to check. Does he go for it? Oh, he gets the kill! Real, he wins the 1v1! It's not even the first place he looks.
Yeah, again, if you're looking at it from the grander scheme of things for Real, not having the MP40, they're not just going to heat check, slide on in towards the site, right, Brody? They have to swing wide because you don't know. You don't know if Wardy was able to pick up an automaton off the ground, what weapon they truly do have. We knew that Wardy obviously did find that first blood with an MP40, but unbeknownst about what the secondary weaponry might be looking like for Wardy, you have to clear away the longer line of sight over by the pillar, outside by the dune lane. Real has to swing wide. Wasn't getting any immediate resilience. Didn't get shot at. They immediately just check inside the bomb site itself. Finds Wardy in that 1-for-1 position. Wonderfully played out there from the young buck of Real. 3-round lead now for Rocker Academy.
Ah, Sukri, that's naughty. Come on, man. It is what it is. Doesn't get any information for now. The bomb. Very slow here for Rocker Academy. Don't want to give anything away for free. Maple's not phased. Wait for somebody to make the first move. Sukri would be that player, and maybe Maple can get the snipes off here. He might have just seen, like, the hairs on his shoulder or something. That might be the play, but here we go. Metal's going to draw first blood. Maple now out of the round. Can he get a second as well? It would be nice, but he is denied such a pleasant treat. The bomb still hasn't moved all that far up forward, though. Denzer on the other side. He will fall. So 2v3 now, and, I mean, to be honest, Team War don't really have any control over 8.
No, they don't. So you're currently watching the mini-map. Wardy is trying to hightail their way, get on the backside of the Wee Man, but I think Sukri might be aware. They only found one player on towards the flank, and Lucky just cleared away everything on the offense or the defensive side of the map. It's up to Wardy now, 1v2, finds that trade onto Sukri, but this is an uphill battle, my friend. This is going to be very tough to say the least. 7.5 seconds need to be allocated for the defuse. Lucky's just throwing shoulders. Wardy's going to throw some shots, can't find the kill. Real is playing right next to the bomb site, so even if Wardy tries to hop it, he will die.
And that call is just made as well. Lucky's just seen him. We'll get the first kill, but yeah, there's not really much that Wardy can do there in the 1v3. And yeah, early on in that round, Metals, it gets that opening blood, effectively clears the bomb site there as Denza, his flank just fails, doesn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely gets red. It's snuffed out, right? Because when you're thinking about the A execute that comes through from Rocker Academy, they're watching all of that longer line of sight, and you also had a player jumped up towards those broken down train cars. So you know that at least that side of the map is clear. Nobody's chowing out from the inside of University, so you just have to watch the flank if you're Rocker Academy, and it absolutely pays dividends because, well, 2 players from Team War end up trying to commit towards the flank. Map point here for Rocker Academy, looking to even up the series 1 apiece.
Indeed they are. Lucky's going to draw first blood as well. That will most certainly exacerbate the situation, won't it? But maybe we'll trade things out here. So 3v3 we go. The bomb now down for Team War. Perhaps the one positive might have just slipped through the fingers, isn't it? As Real does take down another player. Quickly losing control of the site, but Maple wins a crucial 1v1 against Lucky. I think Denza has to play his life over towards the site. He needs to do something here. He does not, and now they know where Maple is, but Maple gets the 1v1. And now just needs to play time as much as humanly possible. He runs out in a Sukri, and that's so unfortunate. He makes the choice to check the site, and he just gets caught completely off guard. Rocker Academy come out with a dominant victory here in Search and Destroy.
And that's such a tough call when you're looking at it from Maple's perspective, right? Because you already have 3 dead teammates inside of your ear cuffs of the headset, right? You're just saying like, no, he just killed me over by the A bomb. You need to go check it because Sukri very much so could have just hopped on it, but Sukri, all the wiser, just understanding, hey, I have time to play with. I only need to allocate 7.5 seconds for the defuse. Immediately just goes and checks the corner, the last known position for Maple over by that headstone half wall, and is able to find the kill as soon as Maple comes back to check the bomb. That was wonderfully executed through so many different rounds for Rocker Academy. Isolating players galore for Team War, being able to find those longer lines of sights, not allowing any flank potential to come through, because we know, historically, you and I both, that Denza gets away with highway robbery about teams that are not aware from the flank play that can come all the way through. This Rocker Academy team has played Denza through so many different roster instances that they're more than aware that that's probably what they're going to be looking for. They absolutely deny any sort of antics to come all the way through. You couldn't have asked for a cleaner search and destroy to tie things up 1 apiece here.
I think that does definitely answer the question, doesn't it, about Rocker Academy and their search and destroy. You know, how different do they look now in playoffs in terms of their search and destroy performance? Because, of course, I think the record goes to show that they have not been a good search and destroy team this season. We will say, we'll put a little asterisk onto it, that like it looks a lot worse now because of that last best of 5, considering they lost both search and destroys versus AIM, and they lost both search and destroys in their prior matchup versus AIM as well. But, you know, nonetheless, I think it looked so much better, and, you know, I think right now, AIM or Rocker Academy will be feeling very happy about the fact they're able to tie the series up at 1-1 versus Team War. It certainly does shake up this matchup, doesn't it? War, they look dominant in the hardpoint, but for Search and Destroy, things just crumble away. Control is up next. We're going to Butu for that map, but we're going to go to a break first before we get there. When we go back after this break, it's going to be Butu Control. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We're in our lower round one matchup here between Rocker Academy and Team War. 1-1 in the series now, and we're going into what I can only describe apparently as Gutu control. Andy, mate, we're ready to get into this one, and I think Rocker Academy, based on what we know on this team on Gavutu control, they should be feeling pretty comfortable here.
You rehearse when you're thinking about the grander scheme of things, right? Because when you're looking at this from Rocker Academy's side, through the majority of their round-robin play, they have played Gavutu control 6 out of the 8 times that we have seen them play control. But they have only ended 4-2 through the entirety of the regular season. You go back to the Day 1 matchup versus Team War, they actually lost this map mode combination 2-3. On the opposite side, for Team War, you want to talk about comfort from Rocker Academy's side? Well, Team War, they have only played Gavutu control all season long. All 8 times that we have seen this team on control, it has all been on Gavutu itself. They're coming off of an 0-3 loss to Ultra Academy EU. They are hoping for an immediate turnaround here in this best of 5.
And I actually remember that Gavutu control. I don't know why, because you know my memory is pretty rubbish, generally speaking. Like, I've got the memory of a goldfish sometimes. It's like the biggest hold sieve in the world. But regardless, I remember the Gavutu control between these two teams, and it was not good, I think, for the Rocker Academy side when they did end up losing it. Because if I remember correctly, I think rounds number 4 and 5 were both defensive losses. Like, that could not happen. Like, we know how control goes here on Call of Duty Vanguard. To lose defenses at all, I think, is rough. To lose 2 in a row for the 3-0 in the series, it's something they do not want to happen again here. But hey, you know, we've already said we've seen marked improvements in Rocker Academy's gameplay moving forward here into playoffs, so maybe that will translate over into this one as well. Certainly, it did in the search and destroy, but it is going to be Rocker Academy here starting off on the offensive side as the names are now in the correct place. And Real going to open up things here with the 2-piece.
Immediately going to turn that into LST ship control, and I love this call coming through from Real. You press the issue that much further. There's trust that Sukri is going to go big over by Ring, of which they do. They find their 2 first engagements, and they get them both. First tick of progress surely going to be tacked on over here for Rocker Academy. They are still showing presence over towards A. They're trying to get Sukri out of his position, who finds 2 more. It takes almost the entire arsenal that Team War currently have to throw at that Ring position to deal with Sukri. They will be able to get it, but not before 2 ticks come through here today.
Yeah, look at the kill feed at the moment. This is pretty much all Rocker Academy at this point in time as they don't make them move forward. Real up towards the red tower. See, already kind of bartering for control of that B zone. Looking for another kill versus Maple. That's 5 in a row for Real, who hasn't died just yet. Looking for number 6. And yet still, nobody from Team War has turned around to deal with him. They think they just kind of want to focus on maintaining control of the anti-air gun. But nonetheless, it's Real who is reigning supreme over towards this jungle side. Weeman, he's ready for the push. And I think I thought he might catch Real off guard, but he actually isn't able to. Lucky on the other side as one gunfight over to the anti-air gun as well. Lucky with another one. I think it's Metals who actually managed to pick up that gunfight. But nonetheless, Real, he's done his job here. It's now going to be Rocker Academy on the point.
And Real needs to play this perfectly. Finds Maple, gets kill number 7 on their first life. Glide bomb has been achieved. And that first tick of progress is over here at B. Team War, I mean, they're lost. They're trying to retake this from the Ring position, of which Sukri is already being looked at. And if you're trying to come through the jungle path, Sukri and Real will absolutely gun you and set you ablaze. Lucky is just sitting inside the zone itself, just kicking their feet up, having themselves a laugh. 2 ticks of progress will come through, but Team War are down to their last 8 lives.
Yeah, that's really the dagger, isn't it? Just what Real was able to do in the backline. I mean, really, just generally speaking, what Rocker Academy were able to do over by the anti-air gun side is just so damning towards this Team War roster. You're down to your last 7 lives, and to be honest with you, with 80 seconds left on the clock, that is more than enough time for Rocker Academy to absolutely work off this. They have to do it, though. Playing this one relatively slow. Have control of the anti-air gun. Team War just being super cautious here to not allow anybody through the middle of the map, of course, but it's going to be Real up top. Find the anti-air gun. Here we go. A streak being utilized by Real. I think the Rocker Academy do not want to let this one slip through their fingers. Of course, they more likely than not will not let that happen. Down to their last 3 lives here. If you can get the tick of progression, well, why on earth not? As that is exactly what will happen. Rocker Academy, they take round number 1, and it's an offense.
I mean, again, say what you will, a lot of people will probably give criticism to you or trying to save that glide bomb for the inevitable round 5 defense that could end up coming through, but I really appreciate that coming through from Real, solidifying, getting that kill inside of the B zone itself, and was just waiting for Rocker Academy players to get up inside top ring, down by the concrete stairs, to put themselves in a position to full collapse inside of the B zone, all off of that kill in the presence from the glide bomb as well. Might as well use that resource early, put yourself in an advantage state, because winning an offensive side on Gavutu Control is not something that is easily done. Now Team War need to have an immediate answer, and the opening rip trades will be there. Yeah, they have LST Control. They're starting attack on progress over by A. Rocker Academy are not too far away from trying to recontest this.
And they're already repositioning themselves here to deal with the fallout from removing those players from A. Unfortunately for them, though, they do lose both players, pushed up through to the spawn and pushed up over to the anti-air gun as well. So Team War will continue their progression on towards A. Denza, the player the closest to do anything about it, he will be shut down there by Metals, who now looking to break some progression forward, almost turns on towards Maple, but both players will survive the engagement. Now Metals has support as well from Real, who has made his way over towards the boat side. Just one ticket progression given away for the moment here from Rocker Academy towards Team War. Denza going to fall up top, and well, just like this, Rocker Academy, they have surged on forward. The kill feed is theirs. They removed all of the players from the LST, and now there's 45 seconds left in the round, and you know how hard it is to break out of this spawn trap.
It really is, but they were able to at least find Real over by the cliff path. Doesn't mean that players are done assaulting this position, as Rocker Academy are still setting numbers over here, cycling players out. Metals gets cut down, Sukri soon to follow. So now an avenue has opened up, and they've actually slipped past the line of sight that is Lucky over by the beachfront. So now you just got to get yourself inside this A zone, but all of this time is being stalled out. And yes, Team War are able to find the kills. They finally stall that progress at 22.5 seconds, get that second tick of progress, and they're able to fish out Lucky from up top as well. This should be the third tick of progress, completely conceded if you are Rocker Academy. Do not fall back into a shade of your former self where you're just throwing lives at this A zone. It is not worth it. You might as well set up for that B zone defense.
And I was going to say, actually, your setup is not terrible for this, right? So A has now been secured. You've already got one player already over there towards that B point. That is going to be Denza, who, unfortunately for him, will end up falling against Metals. So any modicum of control over a B they did have has now kind of fallen apart, but at the very least, they haven't lost control of the anti-air gun. Wardy will pick up a couple of frags alongside his teammate in Maple, who currently reign over the anti-air gun. Sukri, the only remaining player on the point for the moment, but it will not be long before the rest of the Rocker Academy boys join him. But, I mean, the problem now coming in from behind, isn't it, is Denza, he's inside green, looking to cause some serious problems against Real. Taking some shots in, might just have to back away for the moment, but the pressure is still being applied. Gotta imagine, though, 40 seconds left on the clock here. Team War haven't exactly given themselves much breathing room.
Yeah, I mean, it's because Rocker Academy are absolutely just suppressing them, right? I mean, Lucky has been an absolute annoyance for Team War, continuously trying to work their way out from the spawn. And although they get themselves over by top ring, Lucky has been cycling themselves out to get over in the North Beach area continuously, dealing with players from Team War. There was a certain point in time where Team War had themselves about a 4 or 5 life lead. It's just not going to be there any time again. 8v7, trying to find themselves a presence to get down over towards this B zone. Lucky has set themselves up. Double positive, 12 and 6. This is a defensive round secure for Rocker Academy, denying Team War any presence over by B.
Well, you know I have my favorite phrases. I got a little phrase book out there. One of them is, every cloud has a silver lining. I know that's not my phrase, but I really love it. And I think the silver lining here... Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Look, you know, I feel like maybe the silver lining here for Team War is they did manage to capture A, right? So they're not that far behind in lives or tick progression, excuse me. But, you know, nonetheless, this, I think, now needs to be an indomitable defensive round. I mean, you can't just win this if you're Team War. You can't let Rocker Academy get a single tick of progression, in my mind. Can they have the start that they desire? That's ultimately the question. Team War are going to set themselves up for a bit of a neutral hold from green side. Rocker Academy, I think they've just realized that nobody's actually over here. Nobody's pushed up super aggressive, and I think they're a bit bewildered by the fact.
I mean, Metals tries to get a little aggressive out from top ring, maybe try to get themselves over inside of the B zone, but they get gun. That's the only kill to come through. I mean, you could literally hear a pin drop at the beginning of this Gavutu control. Finally, Rocker Academy activate themselves over by A. They're just trying to, again, fish out unforced errors from Team War, maybe catch themselves in unfavorable positions, trying to rotate back over to get top LST control, but Just at a moment's glance, Rocker Academy get themselves on that A zone. That will then call for Team War to try to recontest this segment progression over by A. They stop it from coming through, but the trades are soon to follow. Rocker Academy will secure that first tick of progress.
And that's not what Team War wanted, but at the very least you haven't given away the point. I think that's the positive you take away from this position. As Maple and Denza will fall, I think that positive will slowly slip through the cracks here as, well, Team War might lose control of the second tick. Wardy comes through and picks up 3, and maybe this has completely fallen away from Rocker Academy now. Sukri will fall as well. Maple with, what is that? Another kill here for the Team War side. Wardy really starting to force the issue here. If they can stop this capture coming through, it would be huge, I think, for the overall standing of things. Denza holding strong over towards the anti-air gun as well. On the other side of things, you've got Maple and Weeman holding strong on that rock side, but they have let one player slip through in the middle of the map. He will be dealt with. That one is going to be Sukri. Can anybody else from Rocker Academy slip through the net? I think Weeman has just spotted out that one player that did, and it's going to be Real. Can Real do any damage, though? No is the answer. 5 seconds left on the clock here, and Team War, they will hold strong. A will not fall away from them.
Yeah, but even still, those two segments of progress that came through over by the A zone, that puts Rocker Academy at a astounding 8. Comparatively, Team War that were only able to get themselves 3 segments of progress on their previous offense, right, Brody? So mathematically, is impossible for Team War to get themselves a round 5 defense here. Even if they win this offense off of tick progression, they just have to win it outright to force out a round number 5. But it's going to have to be back-to-back offenses if Team War want to take the swing map mode here of Gavutu control.
It's happened before.
I'm not counting
them
them
out. Thing. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it, right? It has happened before in the very last Gavutu control between these two teams. Team War, they got those back-to-back offenses. Maybe they can make the same thing happen here. Maple in control of the top LST area. Down low, Denza's going to win one of those engagements versus Sukri. Unfortunately, though, for Team War, Weeman and Denza will both end up falling. So Maple left up all on his lonesome on top of the LST. He will get taken down, and that's not the start that Team War wanted here. They are pushed back towards their spawn, and now you face this really tough position. You have to get out. You have to see some heroics here from the Team War side.
Oh, man, it's just a blender and a half. Top LST control here for Metals, just waiting for players to encroach through the cliff path. Finally begun, but I mean, where Metals gets traded, now you have to deal with other players over inside your spawn. They find Sukri over by the beachfront. They know that Lucky is trying to fish out more kills here with the MP40. Also has an automaton, gets caught in a weapon swap. So good look of kill feed is coming through for Team War. They get out from that spawn trap, trying to get themselves over inside of this A zone. 34 seconds where the clock is stalled out. His lives are just about dead even.
And this is not bad as well. You've got map control if you're a Team War. You know these players are going to be pushing from the dock side, so you have that information on hand because you have the control of the anti-air gun, but you got to make sure you get pretty much every single one of these gunfights, and that just doesn't happen as Lucky, Metals, and Sukri come through, win each of their individual 1v1s, and now we need to see some clutch coming out from Wardy. He's only able to win the first engagement. Metals takes him down. 25 seconds left on the clock here, Randy, for Team War to pull something out of the hat. And maybe it's a B push. Maybe that's what they go for here, because they did have control of the anti-air gun, but as those kills come through, I think this one slowly starting to slip away from them. We need to see some serious heroics here, and Maple does win a crucial engagement against Real over towards B. So the clock will be stopped at 10.5 seconds. Maybe this can be one of those situations where Maple holds off the clock while the rest of the team make their way over towards A. I think that is going to be the play call, but maybe Maple can do some damage himself on the B point. He's got the first, looking for the second against Sukri. He is denied, but look at this. It's the A capture coming through.
Yeah, A capture should be coming through again. Rocker Academy need to be careful of this. They can't throw away lives. Wardy is over here in P5. Watching players try to cross is in a 1v1. Will be stunned up by Real, who repositions top green. A zone will be completely tacked on over. 60 seconds added on towards the board. 11v11. And look what's starting to manifest. Team War trying to find these gunfights, trying to find these kills on the backside of green. Real will take down Wardy. That'll reset the map. It takes about a solid 15 to even full sprint from one side of the map over to the other. Rocker Academy are setting themselves up for more kills on the rotation.
Sukri, the secret weapon here for Rocker Academy. He plays patiently and gets that one kill versus Weeman, but if anything, it's just wasting time away here for Sukri. Just play your life as much as humanly possible. He will be taken down, so 7v7 we go. 30 seconds left on the clock here. Somebody from Team War could touch the point, and that would be most helpful. Wardy lands an aid right at Lucky's feet, so that'll make him weak, but they do have to deal with Real, who's made his way up towards the beachfront. Wardy trying to get himself in that sneaky spot. Real still hasn't been dealt with here, so he can cause some serious damage to the offensive line. There's just the one kill coming through from Real, but it's now just Maple left up. He needs to go huge here in the 3v5. He can't get it done. Players falling. Rocker Academy. I mean, it really was that round number 1 that was just so damaging to Team Warkit.
It was blistering, wasn't it, Brody? When they came out of the gates, just absolutely swinging, they were seemingly not losing gunfights, or specifically Real was not losing gunfights. I mean, candidly speaking, they weren't, considering that they went on, what, was like an 8, almost a 9 spree?
Yeah.
It's one of those things, again, getting that glide bomb, again, a lot of players still struggle, a lot of teams even still struggle. Do they hold on to that glide bomb, what could inevitably be a round 5 defense? But I love that little call that comes from Rocker Academy saying, look, we lost the gunfights, we got 2 ticks of progress over towards B already, let's just use the glide bomb, let's solidify an offense here, because they know, just as well as we all do as viewers, it is very, very difficult, damn near impossible, to be able to always win out an offensive round on Gavutsu control. Even if you have, like, a distinct over-gun skill over your opponents. I think that is just one of those things, again, Rocker Academy, they recognize their advantage state, they push it, and they absolutely close it out in a blistering fashion on that first offense. From there on out, from their defensive side of things, just denying so much game clock from Team Ward to try to move forward on the map of Gavutsu was absolutely sublime. They were always cycling players out to make sure that they were watching those crosses out from the beachfront, looking towards LST. Even on the mini-map here, you can see Sukri is that player in that position. You even saw at the end, Real was picking it up on the beachfront as well. Sukri, Lucky, Real was always constantly trying to berate these players from the side and denying any sort of numbers that Team War were hoping to have to get past the 50-yard line to see that B zone.
Well, Team War going to take an L here in the control. We take a look at the stat lines there at the end of that one, and I think we'll highlight some of the store lines that we see from Rocker Academy. You mentioned at the very beginning of this series, Metals continues to step up here, 29 and 24. I got to say, you know, Metals again, throughout this season thus far, he's been maybe one of the more quiet players in Rocker Academy. This playoffs thus far, when he has needed to step up, he does it time and time again, just being a complete annoyance against this Team War roster. But everybody had their moment to play there in that control. And, you know, I think you already mentioned it there, I think, overall, right, Andy? You talk about sort of that round number 1 and how dominant it was. Nobody dealt with Real. Like, he was just, like, in the back line. I think the only time that anybody was actually looking at him was Weeman. And I think even then, Weeman was like, he's not here anymore, so kind of just run out to help the rest of my teammates on the B zone. Just incredible performance coming out from Rocker Academy. They'll be very happy with that one, and they do not let what happened last time around happen here again. The back-to-back offensive round victories were denied from War this time around. So Rocker Academy now 2-1 up in the series. Berlin Hardpoint, that is up next. And I think if we're looking just barefaced at the stat lines for these two teams, this, technically speaking, will favor Rocker Academy.
It will, yeah. I mean, historically for Rocker Academy have always found themselves so much success on Berlin Hardpoint. Yeah, they kind of fell a little short in that one map loss when they lost to Ultra Academy EU 151 to 250, but 100-point club versus Saleo Signs. They beat AIM Esports on this map mode combination 250 to 234 in their best of 5. They beat Invincibles here 250 to 209. It's something that could absolutely paint a picture of success that is Rocker Academy on Berlin Hardpoint. There came a certain point that halfway through Season 2, both you and I were sitting there just reaching through the monitor at each other, just ready to shake each other senseless, as why teams were still allowing Rocker Academy to play on Berlin Hardpoint. If there was one team that constantly denied them any sort of domination on Berlin Hardpoint, it was this roster formerly known as Vengeance, now Team War. But they are walking into this 1-3, losing to Ultra Academy EU and Saleo Signs in dominating fashion, and then losing to Invincibles by 49 points in their last best of 5 that was played in the round robin stage. You gotta feel like the confidence isn't exactly there for this Team War roster, but you can't be thinking about the history here. You could just always think about the now, and you're just hoping for Wardy to, again, have a dominating performance of what we saw in that Bocage Hardpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. It is kind of funny the way this is played out again, because, you know, you talk about the history points there of Rocker Academy, the fact that they were just so good at Berlin Hardpoint. It was their staple map mode combination, so much so that we were just yeah, absolutely. We're just like, why are teams still playing them on this? But I think it is important to note, obviously, that I think the situation is very different now to what it was in season number 1 or season number 2. And even in season 2, I think Rocker Academy's foothold over Hardpoint Berlin definitely slipped. I think that was very abundantly clear by the amount of times they were playing it and maybe losing it. And even for Team War, you know, we've already pointed out the fact that, you know, maybe they're just not the same Hardpoint team they were. But nonetheless, they did win map number 1 in this series. Maybe they're able to win map number 4 and send us towards a game number 5 in towards the Berlin Hardpoint we go. It will be Team War striking first in this one, but nonetheless, it is contested. Real just going to sit down, wait for the help from Lucky, and now just checking out the angle from behind. It's going to be Metal to take that player down. Rocker Academy going to start to take up some time.
And they take down Weeman on the flank at the same point. So, I mean, even starting off on the favorite side, Team War cannot come out on top of the opening engagements. They have to contest it one more time. You do not want a team like Rocker Academy to build themselves up a big and comfortable lead at that, coming away from P1, knowing that the rotation over towards 2 might be contested. So they're throwing still numbers at this. Rocker Academy are not happy with it, so they're still throwing numbers within their own selves to be able to try to get this back 5 seconds, which means that they're going to be late towards this rotation. Sukri's going to try to put themselves over by the B lane. They will be gunned. So now it comes down to Real to maybe find some rotational gunfights, as well as Sukri into the backside of the warehouse, maybe trying to influence an early break here on 2.
Yeah, Denz is wise to it, though. He's able to take down Sukri. Can he take down Lucky as well? He is not that far away. He will not be able to do that. So Team War going to continue to spawn in the backline. You got to ask the question of for how long, though, especially as Lucky now picks up that second gunfight. So that should manipulate the spawns here in favor of Rocker Academy. And even better for the Spanish side here, they're going to win the gunfights inside the hard point as well. So Team War now needs to be the ones to enter on through to try and get some time off the back of this one. But there's a problem standing in their way, and it's Metals on 5 in a row. A couple more kills to have a glide bomb to his name. And yet again, another startling performance from this man who has just been on top form all day long. He will get shut down, though, short of those streaks. And Team War, I was going to say maybe a path back into the hard point, but they are denied even that, as Rocker Academy cutting them off at the halfway point of the map. I think Team War here going to have to settle, and I'll say settle in air quotes, for the rotation.
Yeah, I mean, Rocker Academy maybe not getting away with as much hard point time as they were once hoping, but they deny Team War any sort of time bank as well. As you were saying, yeah, Team War need to concede that space. They need to set up 4P3, knowing that they're going to have those closer spawns. They're already being threatened, so Denza, MP40 up top, needs to go big. Finds Real trying to get over towards that crane. Will keep spawns intact for Team War. They will lock down the initial 20.
And all those stuns and nades being thrown on it. Gonna really phase those players, as now it's Rocker Academy who managed to break through the front of the hard point. Team War now needs to break back, and going to be Maple and Denza making their way through the fireside, but it's going to be Rocker Academy who is absolutely ready there for them. Metals, can he do anything about this? No is the answer, as Denza comes through for a blistering 2-piece. Looking for some more. Would be nice if he can get it done, but for Team War here, I think if anything, just take it however you're gifted it, right? Real, the last player left alive, they will be more than happy to take that last 20 seconds or so. It should somewhat close the gap between the two teams, but Rocker Academy, they are the ones now in control of the rotation towards the train yard. Kind of curious how Team War approach this one. It seems like it's going to be a straightforward approach, straight through the train station, straight through Broken, and Wardy will be pivotal in that play as he gets 2 kills here.
I was about to start singing the praise of Rocker Academy. This has been great scouting, good reads as far as lingering players for Team War on this rotation, but you gotta find the kills as Wardy just flies out from the front door train. Was able to find at least one, but Real posted up in towards the back. At least find themselves 2 kills as well. That'll leave the hardpoint vacant for the time being. Rocker Academy more than aware that there are still more threats on the front side of this hardpoint. Need a player to flank this flank as it's coming through. Sukri will only find one. Numbers now in the favor for Team War. Not enough to maybe influence the spawns. We'll finally start spawning some of these Rocker Academy players out. They can maybe get a player inside of this hardpoint time, you would assume, but Metals is still back here. Buys more than enough time for the rest of the teammates for Rocker Academy to resurface themselves to come back in for the back 10.
And Rocker Academy will get that last 10 seconds, you have to imagine, unless somebody pushes in. Weeman's going to get shut down, so he will not be the player to do exactly that. Maybe Wardy can find his way on through. He's going to certainly go for it, but Real, he's absolutely ready for it himself. He's on that 3 in a row, this man. Now looking to clear out train station here. It would be a nice bit of map control for Rocker Academy to grab if they can get it done. But Real is going to be shut down. So next up the bat for that particular position will be Sukri. We'll see how he gets on. But maybe more importantly, Maple looking to get control of this broken area. He's gotten behind Lucky, and Lucky has zero idea that is exactly what's happened. Maple able to take him down. For Team War now, you're on the right side of the map. You've got control of Broken. If you can get somebody in the hill to soak up that time, that is great. You'll be feeling pretty good at the moment if you're a Team War, but now it's a matter of just holding on to this hill, making sure that Rocker Academy do not get any time off the back of it.
Yeah, that's mostly what you're going to be looking at for Team War, holding on to the favorite side of the map. You know, and you're more than aware that Rocker Academy are going to be spawning in the backside of the warehouse, so you just continue to cycle players out from these power positions. Top male will finally be given on over. Rocker Academy are able to get that back in their favor, but not without denying a lot of time and map positioning to boot. Look what's starting to manifest going in towards the second set of Hardpoint. Sucre has full flank, took the longest route that they possibly could on Berlin. Hardpoint gets behind enemy line, and actually ensues a team spawn that comes through from Lucky on the backside. A fire comes down. A Maple to go big inside the Hardpoint, finds 2. And some help should be here from the front side of the Hardpoint will be Wee Man to reinforce P1. A crucial moment for Team War to slowly work their way into this game.
Yeah, you could not afford to give any more time away to Rocker Academy realistically at this point in the game, right? They were starting to open up a lead here, and I think for Team War now, they're backing towards this game. They can even maybe take the lead if they hold on towards this hard point. They haven't quite accounted for Lucky, who's able to get in from behind and cause some serious problems as he takes down Denzer, but Maple, he's got other problems to worry about as a couple of players do end up going through patio side. It's going to be Lucky. He was still over here causing some problems. Real, the last player left alive, though, as Wee Man picks up 2. And ultimately, it is going to be War who have the final say off the back of that hard point. That scrap time will go their way, and they'll about even out this game at the end of P1. But now let's focus our attention over towards P2. Rocker Academy, they did have one player over there on the rotation. That player has now been shut down. So for Rocker Academy here, they want to have a very quick break on towards this rotation for those back warehouse spawns. They want to try and break on through pretty much straight away, and maybe Sucre is the player to get exactly that done. He picks up the first kill versus Wee Man, looking for the second. Luckily has the help from Lucky, and now Rocker Academy, they can fight this one from the front.
And the SMGs, though, come flying in. Metals and do-si-do around these doors. Will be Wardy up top on the balcony. Will get the better of them down the landing of the staircase. And the SMG presence just a little bit too strong. They slowly work their way into the longer line of sight where Wee Man takes down Real. So just as soon as Rocker Academy are able to recontest, break back in towards P2, the close spawns for Team War are full effect. They're able to break back in for the back 20. That'll be a lead spot. 15 seconds will be conceded here for Rocker Academy. Maybe they try to send one more player to try to finesse for scrap time, but I like the call that's coming through. Don't send a player inside a mailroom. Just play for the exits here are what Rocker Academy are going to be looking at, because they struggled to work their way to fully break inside of P3 throughout the first set of rotations. Now they're setting themselves up for a big-time money hill here on 3 in the second set.
You're absolutely right. Rocker Academy make the correct call. They do not push too heavily in towards what is ultimately scrap time. I think the rotation ultimately could be more fruitful for them. As Lucky and Metals pick up the first wave of kills, it seems like that might well be the case. Team War, though, they still have a fair bit of a margin of error to work with here moving forward, but I think that might be slipping away from them pretty quickly in this one. Rocker Academy getting every single gunfight in their favor. Denzer is able to slip on through and will get himself slotting in towards a corner just for safety, just to take the time away from Rocker Academy. Denzer still playing his life here, by the way, still sitting in that corner. Now it is going to be Team War who are fighting Rocker Academy from the back line. They have now spawned out. The scrap time should be Team War's here, unless Metals can make a crazy play happen for the last 10 to 15 seconds or so. Maple will shut that player down. So Team War here, they will have a slight lead, but Rocker Academy, they're the ones in control of the train yard for the moment.
Lucky got to be rather frustrated they weren't fully blocking those spawns, so Wee Man spawns behind them there for the scrap time, over by 3. Be able to hold at least this 18-point lead, but it takes a decent while for Team War to slowly rotate their way across the B lane, get into the backside of the warehouse, and that's exactly what they're setting themselves up for. Sucre does find one inside of the train station itself, so now you know for Rocker Academy where this hit's going to be coming from. You play the quarters, you wait for the challenges to come through to you. But unbeknownst to them, Team War come through the back. Maple finds 2. That'll force out the spawns to flip. Rocker Academy now has to recontest from the front.
Team War flipping those spawns now. Maybe they have an opportunity to get some time away from this hard point with very least removing Rocker Academy from the hard point, making sure they themselves do not get any time off the back of this one. Wee Man trying to play his life inside the signal tower, though, looking at some shots in towards Real, but it's going to be Lucky to take him down. Team War now in control, though. The time still ticking up in their favor in this one. 15 seconds left. That's still a lot of time that would put a solid lead between themselves and Rocker Academy, but Denzer does end up falling, so Rocker Academy not going to allow that one to happen. We take a look at control over the next hard point. It doesn't really feel like at the moment either team has a full foothold over it, but now I think we might have an answer as Wardy comes through now. His 3rd kill in a row, looking for a number 4. He will find it versus Sucre out towards the main courtyard for any more. He is going to be shut down by Lucky. He finds himself in the train station position. Still 45 seconds to go on the back of this hard point. This is ever so scrappy. It's kind of what we expect, but nonetheless, Rocker might be able to find themselves in.
And Rocker actually deny Teamwork from trying to flood their way through the B lane, through the middle of the map. They deny Wardy further streaks as well. And they're going to maintain this position on the favorite side of the map ahead of 5, trying to get players inside of the top third of Male. They'll be gunned and stunned up to death. Team War trying to resurface themselves, coming back through. They're unable to read that Metals is coming through on the flank. The trade needs to come through, you would assume, sooner rather than later. But just as soon as Maple Chalice, Metals gets the regen, is able to take them down as well. The kill feed lighting up in purple. Yeah, Wee Man is able to get themselves up inside of this mailroom staircase positioning. But just maybe a moment's too late. 3 seconds will be soaked up here for Team War. Rocker Academy, they're going to be on the favorite side of the map ahead of this play. Nice stun to read that Wee Man is on the bottom side of the statue staircase while they deal with the players from the front of the train.
Look at the kill feed. It's all Rocker Academy. They completely wipe Team War, and of course, they perfectly predict where this team is going to be spawning as well. So Real is ready for these players to make their move across the map. I think Team War playing this one a little bit cautiously, making sure they don't overextend themselves through that patio side. Prepare yourselves for inevitable rotation that will be coming towards the mailroom as well. Real recognizes that, peeks his nose out towards the middle of the map, and opens some shots in at one. Gets the second, though, one towards Denza. And I think the end result is all the same here for Rocker Academy. They continue to hold on towards this office. Hardpoint, the timer ticking up in their favor, and Real, a massive part of that is now he's pushing the issue inside this hardpoint. It's a problem for Team War. Rocker Academy starting to put a serious chain of kills together here. And of course, we look over towards the rotation. It's Metals who is up here inside Broken. Team War, they need an answer fast.
Yeah, they really do. And all that answer has to come through a slow, methodical push through the B lane. Metals is watching this happen. They're actually putting together themselves a little bit of a spree as well. 34 and 23 for them on a 5 spree. Looking for kill number 6 versus Denza, trying to play their life. Knows that Denza's weak, trying to fish out this kill. But while all this is manifesting, Team War are still trying to work their way across the B lane, where they're working their way inside of crossfires. Rocker Academy are sinking their teeth in so deep inside of this P2 hardpoint. Team War need to break here.
And what a rotation this would be, but Metals now the last remaining player left alive. He's looking for number 7. He finds it. Metals with 2 huge gunfights. And of course, they'll know that as well. Just 26 points shy. Now they have a weapon to work with moving forward for inevitable rotation. 20 seconds left here. This is still a lot of time for either of these two teams to take War. Well aware of that fact. They want to hold on, but they've just got the 2 players inside that need to go huge. Wee Man, he's only able to get 1. What can Denza do here in this position? And he's able to win the 1 gunfight. Maple wins in as well. And actually for Team War here, in terms of this rotation, this is about as perfect as you can get.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look at the game clock as well, Brody. 25 seconds remaining on the game clock. You need to make sure that you're staying inside the hard point. You need to flip out this lead. As Rocker Academy are shortly working their way through the upper courtyard, trying to contest it from the front. Suns will come through. Wee Man trying to find the kill. This is just buying so much time as Metals calls in the glide.
And here it comes. Maple with 2 inside the hard point. He will end up falling. Metal's going to bring that down. It picks up 2 gunfights, but it doesn't matter because Denza gets the kill against Lucky inside the hard point. The players for Rocker Academy, they're simply not here, but now maybe they are. Metal's trying to make his way through fire. Now it is just going to be Real pushing through that fire zone. 20.9 seconds left on the overall game clock with Team War. They're taking themselves ever closer towards that 250 point mark. Team War here, they get a couple of gunfights. Can Sukri and Metals do anything about this? Metals, the last remaining player, he is shut down as well, and Team War deny Rocker Academy in the closing moments with a perfect rotation between the mailroom and the lobby. What on earth did we just see? Rocker Academy, they blitzed their way through P5, P1. They stormed their way in towards the lead. It looked like all hope might have been lost, especially in the face of a streak that they had on side. But War, they dug deep, they brought themselves back. It's a game 5.
It's a game 5 indeed, my friend, and it's one of those things, again, when you're thinking about the grander scheme of things, the contest over towards 2, like I was saying, it needed to come through. The solidification of the contest, while also finding the gunfights on the backside of Mailroom as well, is going to continuously keep Rocker trapped on the backside of Warehouse, and there's only one real avenue for them to try to resurface themselves over towards rotation. They're not going to be able to do it across that B lane, so they have to come through the train station and try to get themselves inside of P3 from the upper courtyard side. By able to read that, Rocker Academy are one-dimensionally trying to break themselves back inside of P3. And yeah, Metals does have the streak. They call in the glide bomb. They find 2. But it's the only 2 kills that Rocker Academy were able to find in a transitional phase that Team War were able to find the other 3 for Rocker Academy that were still left alive. There was nobody at that point for Rocker Academy in an immediate position to try to recontest because Metals was coming back late. and then they were able to find that gunfight. By then, they sunk their teeth in. They had the close spawns. They set themselves up on the head glitches behind the desk there inside of lobby, and they were just waiting for all of Rocker Academy to slowly work their way back in for the contest, denying any sort of map 4 win for Rocker Academy. It's going to go down on a search and destroy. That's insane.
Yep, indeed it will. Well, what a series this has been so far. Game number 5 will be with us very, very soon. Before we get there, though, we need a break, I think, after that electric hardpoint finish. We're back with you in just a second for game number 5. Welcome back, everybody, here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's time for yet another Game 5. Andy, I don't know. I feel like we're probably going to have a ton of these today between Europe and North America. Poor Bryce and Ton, they're going to be going well into the twilight hours, it would seem, at this point. Of course, they'll be on for North America later on. But I'm so glad that we've come here to a game number 5 between these two teams, because what a journey it has been for us to get here.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we've talked about continuously when it comes down to European challengers. You know, you might have your mismatches. You obviously have your roster adjustments that makes it feel rather spacious in between some of the top teams down to the bottom 8 that is over there as far as the challengers qualifier and even here for the elite is concerned. But once you get to playoffs, this is where you really start to see how close to competitive all 4 of these teams truly are. Even on the day itself, for this Rocker Academy roster to go back-to-back Game 5s versus AIM Esports, the number 1 seed coming in towards playoffs, versus Team War, the rematch of Grand Finals in Season 2, and to push it to a map number 5, walking away with that 6-1 win on a Desert Sea Surgeon Shore, I mean, you're going to be feeling pretty darn skippy about yourself, I would say.
Yeah, I think Team War will be very happy about the way that hard point ended. And as you say, you know, for the search and destroy, though, maybe things are a little bit different, of course, because I think the storyline has most certainly, I think, evolved over this course of time for Rocker Academy coming in towards this best of 5. I think both of you and I agreed that search and destroy just wasn't all that successful for this team, right? And I think they proved us wrong in that map number 2. Rocker Academy, they just snapped. If we see the same kind of performance out of Rocker Academy there that we saw in game number 2, this could be a quick Tuscan search and destroy. I don't know, though. I just doubt that Team War will let the same thing happen again. At least not to the same effect.
Well, Tuscan search and destroy is, I mean, again, you know, the same way that I framed up the Desert Sea search and destroy should be a somewhat semblance of a comfort zone, I would say, for Team War. They're walking into this 1 and 3, but just like how we were talking about the Kavutsu control, this is another map mode combination that Team War are coming away from after a blistering 0-3 loss to Ultra Academy EU. But they didn't even take a single round. They got absolutely blown out of the water, smoked, as someone ended up saying, as they lost 0-6. Comparatively, Rocker Academy, looking at this Tuscan search and destroy, they have played it twice. They lost a round 11 to Soleo Signs, and then they also lost to Ultra Academy 2-6 on this map mode combination. All stats out the window. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Alrighty, well, First Blood is definitely going the way of Team War in this one, especially as Weeman's going to accentuate that with the kill against Sukri. So now the 4v2 we go. Real and Metals need to dig deep for some kind of clutch. Metals will pick up that kill against Wardy, and there hasn't been an immediate trade. So that is something for Rocker Academy to work with. And technically speaking here in this situation, Andy, they have an open move over towards B.
Yeah, but I mean, Real still has to clear away a lot of space behind this site, so this has to be the immediate play. You know that you don't have middle of the map secured. Yeah, Real's throwing shoulders. They don't see anything. This nade should confirm that might not be anybody on that side of you, but so I have to remember allocating 4.5 seconds for that plant to come all the way through. Team War playing with their numbers. They're all going to come rotate through P5.
Here they come. Where did Rocker Academy go on the post-plant positioning? Metal's just going to be watching the back line for the moment. Now turns around at the perfect time here for the kill versus Maple. Only going to be shots, though. No kill coming through just yet, and now he finds himself stuck in a corner. You need the assistance to come through from Real pretty quickly, and it doesn't come quick enough. Can Real play timing against all of these players? He does really try there, sliding down those steps at such pace, but gets taken down. And for War there, it's a retake that works out.
Yeah, How to Play with Your Numbers, the Search and Destroy comic book, brought to you by Team War. It's, again, you know, you find those numbers advantages. You're in a 3v2. You're just playing for the retake soon after. The bomb plan comes through over by B. You might as well just hold hands with your teammates, right? Just go through P5, clear away top plat, get those positions back into your favor. You're able to fish away one more kill. The trade not soon to follow. One player would have to absolutely snap for Rocker Academy that was left alive there in the final moments. It just does not come through. Team War strike first. It will be a defensive round win. It'll be interesting to see how they decide to take an offensive push here. Going to leave Maple behind to maybe check through Vines in case anybody gets aggressive, but Team War are actually electing to hit B first and foremost.
They're going to go for this. Lucky's going to be the player to deal with this, if anybody. And just going to get the bomb down. Lucky none the wiser, at least for the moment, but there you go as Weeman throws the shoulder. Now he most certainly does know he gets taken down. And the numbers now most certainly in favor of Team War here. How do you approach this if you're Rocker Academy? Well, first things first, you win that gunfight if you're Real. And that will most certainly help things. 3v3 we go. But yet still, 25 seconds or so left on the clock here. For Rocker Academy to retake this site. Team War being cautious about the way that they're playing this. They have to contest one player coming on the flank, and that's going to be Sukri, who gets 2 players here. Now the 1v2 for Weeman. How the tables have turned. He will fall. There is more than enough time for Sukri and Metals here to pick up a defuse.
I mean, that's just a beautiful retake coming through from Rocker Academy. When you're thinking about the grander scheme of things, I mean, Real has to clear away P5, comes from the bottom staircase, finds the first, and that nade that they threw, yeah, it didn't find a kill, but it does 2 of different things. At least confirms that the trade isn't going to come through inside that little hallway, but it also opens up the door, it blows open the wall at the same time, so anybody trying to play that corner can be looked at from Real coming back up through the staircase. But the blind trust for Sukri to push across the field on the backside of Church to get behind the entire play, as Seymour were assuming that the majority of the push was coming from Radio in P5, gets the best of 2 different players. Just wonderfully played out there for Rocker Academy. Trade retake for retake.
Alrighty. Well, I think step one for Rocker Academy on any given offense is just to try and pick up the bomb, and that's a good way to start the round.
Do need that.
So now you do actually need the bomb. Well, not all the time. Of course, you could just eliminate Team War just like that as Real comes out and takes down Wee Man. So that will definitely help here for Rocker Academy. But nice nade coming in from Denzer. We haven't seen many stet nades today. That's one that will take down Real in the round. For Rocker Academy, though, you still have a fair bit of choice where you want to take this bomb. Seems like they might be angling towards A, though.
Maple with the Car 98K. There's only so much you could do with this. Was playing top church, gave it up. Middle of the map pressure will be there, and Metals is actually exploiting that. He's starting to manifest a little bit of a church push. He actually does not elect to go over towards field, and is moving their way down towards radio. Maple does spot one across the ruin side. That was lucky. Now Metals is behind this entire play. That information will be conveyed. Metals might just make this play.
Metals in from behind. Here we go. No patience for this one. He takes down Maple very quickly. Wants to turn the tables just as fast in this one. I think he's just seen Denzer as well. Turning around. Might have the support coming in from his teammates, but just wants to take the fight. Denzer will, of course, win that 1v1. And now 10 seconds left. Denzer can still win this 1v3 if he stops the bomb plant, but no. The perfect cover is in from Rocker Academy, and despite how long they took the round to get going, they'll end up winning it.
Yeah, I mean, Metal is making that play happen. Finds Maple, takes away the Car 98K, and then keeps Denza busy. That forced also a 1v2 over by the Monument, which, of course, numbers advantage. I mean, I'm no mathematician scientist guy, but 2 is more than 1. Rocker Academy take that 2v1. They overwhelm that one player over by the AS&D, and they start to get that bomb planted. Once Denza ends up finding that trade, it's only so many different positions that Denza might resurface from. So 2 rounds in a row here for Rocker Academy. Team War, they're on an offense. Still showing presence heavily over towards P5. Now trying to get a little bit cheeky for that first blood. Climbs up. Wee Man gets the better of him.
Alrighty, and Wee Man gets a second as well. Nicely done for Team War here. Got a lot of choice now if you're a War as to where you want to take this bomb. That's not going to help as Sukri does take down Wardy, and a bit of information gain now for Rocker Academy. I think Sukri kind of has to do a little bit more here, especially as this bomb goes down. And he might actually get some nice timing. Wee Man looks away at the perfect time for Sukri to strike. Looking for a second, will not find it versus Maple. So now Metal's in the 1 versus 2. At least Sukri's given him a chance here. But this is still going to be a tough one to navigate. Where are these players going to go? How do you read this if you're Metals? Well, I don't think you can read that, can you? Facing down with Wee Man in the position. Of course, Wee Man's going to win that one.
Of course, it's hard to read when you're dead. But even still, it's just another wonderful take when you're looking at this from Team War side of things, right? You know, you find those numbers, you find those kills, you rotate on over to where the bomb is more favorably sighted to, and you just execute. You commit over towards that BS&D site through and through. They're able to find along those kills, and for me, it mostly just comes to Real overextending, trying to get a little bit cheeky for that first blood, and then Wee Man absolutely smokes Lucky, trying to find that trade with the Car 98K top church. Rocker Academy looking to continue on with that 2-round momentum. Will be stopped slightly from Team War on that previous offense. Giving a lot of respect. I mean, the player through the middle of the map is Real. They're on that well staircase, but Team War are giving Rocker Academy absolutely nothing on the map.
Lucky just hoping somebody challenges him from top radio. Wee Man would be that player if anybody's going to do it. I don't think Wee Man wants to give anything away for free in this position. Kill against Real is there, but he will not be able to take it right now. And, well, there you go. Wee Man takes down Metals. Real, the call is made towards Denzer for Denzer to go and get that kill, and he does. So 4v2 we go. For Rocker Academy, at least you've got the bomb in your hands, but to get it down towards A, I think it's going to be a monumental effort in this 2v4. And the rotation now starting to come through towards the B site. Sukri and Lucky actually win their ones, even if Lucky falls here. 25 seconds left. For Sukri, this is still possible.
He's got to find Wee Man in towards the back. Should be a guaranteed kill. And the recontest comes through on the backside of Church. Frustrating as it may end up being. Rocker Academy tried to go for the full-on rotation on the backside of Church, but 2 players inside of Church. Sukri, unaware of that fact, just wanted that first kill on a Wee Man. Would have given themselves a real good look at that 1v3. The 1v2, excuse me. But even more so than that, almost made the play happen. Just so tough in any 2v odd situation. When you are down in numbers, trying to quickly rotate back over towards B because you don't know the comfort that might be there to try to plant that bomb at A, that any covers through the middle of the map over inside of top fire to top church. Team War sequencing 2 rounds together. Wee Man in this top fire position will not be denied for the trade, but Lucky takes him out with a nade.
Trades in favor of Rocker Academy now. For a Wardy and Denzer. 2v3. We'll take this one towards B. Not going to get caught out on the rotation unless Lucky turns for it, which I think Lucky might have done now. Just going to walk back for a moment. If anybody from Rocker Academy is going to deal with this, it's probably going to be Real. Repositioning also starting to come through from Lucky now as well. Maybe Team War can find themselves a position, but look at this from Lucky. A perfect read on towards Wardy as he tries to cross for radio. Denzer in the 1 versus 3. At least you've got the bomb in hand, but 40 seconds left. Oh, this is going to be a hard one.
Yeah, Denzer didn't shoot either, but I mean, we'll conceal their positioning for the time being. Real should see them from the top window. Well, everybody's going to know now as Denzer just throws shots from top radio. Have to allocate 4.5 seconds for the plant to come through, but the moment that they're trying to clear away the backside of column, they will be gunned from top patio. Rocker Academy, just like Team War did a few rounds ago, stop the bleeding of the momentum train that was building for itself. And that mostly just comes through from the trades. You know, they are able to immediately recognize what kind of faltered them on the previous defense, right, Brody? It is Wee Man up in that top fire position trying to get that player from top church. And although they were able to find that immediate trade all off the first blood that was there for Rocker Academy, Lucky just has the set nade intact. Was able to find Wee Man up inside top fire, and from there it's just the numbers game. 3v3 we go. Into round number 7. Stuns, nades over the top. Lucky finds it once again, takes down the sniper at Maple.
Alright, so Lucky gets that first blood on towards Maple. Rocker Academy now, a path opened up on towards A. For Team War, they've reinforced it. Not anymore. Those players just back away. Wee Man, I think, now also going to back away from this one. Now Metals going to get the bomb down. This needs to be a fast reaction, and it is, but Metals is wise to it. He's not giving away, and he kills it. Should get the support from the teammates coming on through, but look at the pressure coming on through here from Team War. This is very fast a reaction from them, but still, the numbers are just in favor of Rocker Academy here in this position, and they will now continue in this game. 4-3 up.
I was kind of worried. I mean, like, just as you were calling that, the help should have been there for Metals as they were still throwing shoulders, but you had one player on the backside of the tree box, you had one player inside of L. The help just wasn't there quick enough. I mean, by the time the Metals got themselves over across the Godheady, finally was putting themselves in a position to be traded on out by the Real. Lucky was that player over by the L head box. 2 rounds back in the favor of Rocker Academy with that 1-round lead. They got a lot of pressure coming through the middle of the map as Team War are trying to execute towards A.
Well, they do technically speaking have full control over Ruins. There's one player close by to do something about this. That's Lucky. He does get shut down by Wardy. So now the numbers in favor here for Team War. They'll get the bomb down. How much of a reaction do we see from Rocker Academy and how quickly do we see it? Just Metals will fall. Sukri and Real now. Real's going to fall. Sukri now left up in the 1 versus 4. This is a tough one. What do you do? You're putting shots in left, right, and center. Not many of them actually connecting. None of them resulting in a gunfight victory. Denzer comes through from behind, and, well, that's a very good round coming through from War to tie things up.
Yeah, an emphatic round, I would say, from Team War. You know, completely shut out any sort of antics through the middle of the map. Again, it just kind of goes back to a few rounds ago, you know, comparatively to Real trying to mantle up on top of the fire windowsill, trying to get in for that first blood. They just play that 1-for-1 position underneath that fire window position, and they immediately get snuffed out as Team War just put a lot of focus over towards that A lane across the ruins. As you were saying, they had that in full and total control and just waited for Rocker Academy players to try to re-rotate in towards another power position. Trades were not there at all. Map positioning a bountiful. Round number 9. Offense for Rocker Academy, heavily focused inside of top fire, trying to find value with these set nades. Not connect with much of anything.
Team War have absolutely reinforced this B-bomb site. Utility galore being thrown map's way. It's a warning sign to Rocker Academy to stay the hell away from this area. And that's exactly what they've done for the most part. Metals and Real still remain, but the bomb has absolutely moved. And I think the fact that Metals and Real are still over here might well just be an indicator for Team War that, hey, the bomb is still over in maps, guys. Absolutely, that is 100% the case. But, of course, for Rocker Academy, it isn't. I think the bigger thing here, Andy, is time kind of running out in this round.
We've seen Rocker Academy try to exhaust the game clock to maybe find a last-ditch pick and try to really commit towards the bomb side, that would be favorable to them. But look at T-War. All 4 players inside P5. You would swear this is starting to look like a P3 break. Real's going to see 2 cross. He's going to be behind this entire play as the bomb gets planted today.
Oh, and he gets behind another one as well. Here we go. There's the first kill on towards Maple. How many more can you get? Sukri takes down Denzer. There is an immediate trade coming through from Wardy. 2v2 we go. The bomb down now for Rocker Academy. Real has maybe just found some more epic timing against Wee Man, but it doesn't matter as long as he stays alive here in the situation. War will not find him. He might find Lucky, though, who is ready for the fight. Lucky gets away with his life. Wardy can't trade things out immediately, and that might well be the round done. He's going to get the 1 kill, but not really enough time to get both Real and the defuse, so now you're just hoping that you're able to take down Real, given the fact that Wardy is on 4 in a row. Ooh, it's going to be a close one, but Real's not going to take him down, not going to go effectively for the challenge, so the streak will stay alive, but Rocker Academy, they find themselves here on series point.
Yeah, even at the end there, I mean, Wardy had no idea where Real was located at, putting themselves down in the well position over by that staircase, right? It was just playing against the timing. Lucky bought more than enough time for Real to play against the clock. Their last known position was inside of the defensive U. Just needed to play against the clock. Just wait for about like 5 seconds or so. Go check the bomb. He wasn't on it. Just put yourself in that 1-for-1 position. Series point. Rocker Academy on defense. Team War need to make something happen here on this offense. They split the map considerably. 2 players towards that A lane, 1 watching top fire. Well, you have Denzo zoning away a P5 push.
And they don't really have much information to go off as well, right? Because that nade didn't exactly land on anything special. Gonna presume that somebody's over there, and there you go. Now you definitely know, right? Because Metals has taken down Maple, and he gets a second as well. Metals steps up to the plate. And now for Wee Man and Denzer. 2v4. Wee Man with a nice nade. Denzer taking some shots from behind, though. Will survive momentarily here. Rocker Academy just going to back away, but it doesn't matter because Sukri takes down Denzer, and you already know where Wee Man is. So Wee Man are 1 versus 3 to keep Team War alive.
Look at all the players Rocker Academy have given the map up to Wee Man. Go ahead and play for the bomb. Go ahead and try to chase out the kills. It will amount to absolutely nothing as Rocker Academy beat Team War. They exact their revenge from Season 2 finals, and they're able to stay alive in Season 3 playoffs here for the elite of European challengers, man. And it's something to be said. Team War, double-rounded as far as playoffs are concerned. They lost unceremoniously to Ultra Academy EU, and they lose in 5 maps here, losing both the Search and Destroys to Rocker Academy. That's got to be frustrating to say the least with Toronto open on the horizon.
Yeah, that is going to be really annoying, I think, for the Team War roster there, especially now as they lost to Rocker Academy. The revenge has well been served, I think, pretty cold there in the game number 5 as Rocker Academy able to remove the team from the tournament that, took them out in season number 2. Of course, we take a look at our final stat lines, and despite a brilliant effort from Wee Man there in that game number 5, 11-6 from him, Rocker Academy ultimately, they are the ones that come out on top, and everybody played their part to perfection. Of course, Metals with the 2-piece in the final round, but for the most part, everybody just had an epic role to play. Rocker Academy, they survive.
They do survive. There's 2 columns that really stick out to me when it comes down to these stats, right? I mean, you see Team War, they got the better of the first bloods. Rocker Academy were able to bounce back from a numbers deficit. Those trades were there in kind. An immediate turnaround from what kind of plagued them in that AIM Esports best of 5 search and destroys. But you look at the assist column from top to bottom, a collective 4 assists for Team War comparatively to Rocker Academy's astounding 8. The team shots were always there. Team nades to speak of. It felt like the Rocker Academy, more often than not, were finding themselves in instances to be able to find these team shots were overwhelming in the latter stages of these rounds on the Tuscan Search and Destroy comparatively to Team War, that we're still trying to catch these players mid-rotations, trying to find these early first bloods, trying to find them in very notable positions. But the min-map adaptation from Rocker Academy does not go unnoticed to me, a nerd of Search and Destroy, if you will. Absolutely sublime to be able to see the play against the notable positions that Team War and the tendencies that they were constantly throwing in the early rounds.
Well, the Rocker Academy, they've certainly shown their Search and Destroy prowess this series, haven't they? With that prior Search and Destroy victory in map number 2 and bringing it across to the game number 5. We went into the series discussing how the Search and Destroy for Rocker Academy hasn't been great this season thus far. Well, what a time to step up and make sure that it is good here in the matchup versus Team War. We take a look at our best of 5 map set at the end of that one. Team War, I mean, look, they won the hard points, and I think they'll be very happy with the way that second hard point went, particularly. But nonetheless, I think this has just been a gutting feeling, if you will. I think for Team War, generally speaking, the fact that they kind of lose in this fashion, right, Andy?
Yeah, it's gutting, right? Because when you're thinking about the grander scheme of things, you can even go back to the best of 5. That Team War, by the way, beat this Rocker Academy team the second match in round robin stage for both the two teams. Team War won 3-0, and they were able to take the control 3-2. And they took the Bocage Search and Destroy 2-6. That was not the case. Rocker Academy put their nose to the grindstone. They came to playoffs uber prepared, man. And being able to at least keep those hard points close, we knew that Team War, obviously coming to this hard point, was obviously going to be their bread and butter game mode. But to lose the Search and Destroy as unceremoniously as they did, 6-1 on the Desert Sea Search and Destroy with the roster that is being fielded by this Team War roster, they're going to lose sleep over that one tonight, man. Not to mention how Tuscan Search and Destroy played out the way that it did. The trade's just so good for Rocker Academy to send Team War packing at top 4.
Well, Team War, they're going to finish in 4th place overall, and as you say, that has ramifications, I think, for what they look like over in the Toronto Open, and of course, inevitably, season number 4. They have, at the very least, guaranteed their place in the final season of Challengers Elite here for Call of Duty Vanguard. Nonetheless, though, we have one more match to give you guys from the European region, and it is going to be a banger. The winners bracket final here between Toronto Ultra Academy EU and AIM Esports. You know, I've said it 2 or 3 times now, I'll say it again. We do not know how this one is going to go. It's going to be a great matchup. Make sure you guys don't miss it on the other side of this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Elite Challengers. My name is Bryce. We've had a little bit of a switch up in the roster. Apparently Infinity is so bad at casting they had to get him out of here, but I'm looking forward to casting with Proper. How are you, bud?
I'm doing great. It's been a fantastic day so far. I mean, back-to-back barn burners, map 5s galore. It's going to be interesting to be able to see how this next one turns the tides for us, Bryce, in this matchup.
It certainly is. There's always a little bit of fire in Europe, and I know these teams are playing very hard, and the bragging rights for coming top in the Elite is always up for grabs. And as we move into this game, obviously, these teams are all looking for pretty much the same thing. We've had a couple of thrills tonight already with some of the Spanish teams going against each other. I know that was a very much looked upon game, but if you are just joining us like I am, of course, we start off with AIM Esports 3-2 against Rocker Academy. Then we had Ultra Academy 3-0 Team War. In our losers round game, the one you just saw, 3-2 for Rocker Academy against Team War, dumping, unfortunately, War out of this competition. Leads us on to AIM Esports versus Ultra Academy and Proper. What's been going on?
I mean, you've been mostly just seeing a different form of Rocker Academy throughout the entirety of the day. I mean, comparatively to what they even look like in their last best of 5 that you and Chris casted, AIM Esports versus Rocker Academy, on Search and Destroy, they were not keeping things relatively competitive. But in that last best of 5 versus Team War, they came absolutely swinging. There's also certainly something to be said about maybe Team War have not been playing to their certain strengths, because Ultra Academy EU absolutely ran them over in that first best of 5 they played, shutting them out on both the Search and Destroy and the Control.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to seeing it because I've been hearing an awful lot, and while I have been casting some challenges, I haven't been able to see every single game, and I think that's possibly the difference as we go into this next one, right? Like, there's been a lot of talk about Toronto Ultra EU. We talked about them at the Pro-Am. We said it was a little bit of a shame they had to experience a roster change at that point. Obviously, now that roster change has solidified, and I am very excited to see how they get on.
Yeah, I mean, Gizmo introducing themselves, obviously what ended up happening at the Pro-Am, you know, losing Harry, having to pick up Rafi last minute. Not exactly the showcasing that they were looking for throughout the entirety of the Pro-Am, right? But Gizmo is almost a plug-and-play when you're thinking about the grander scheme of things. For Harry, almost plays the same exact role, well, quite literally does, but you're looking for Gizmo to keep influencing these longer lines of sight, specifically on this first map mode combination of Gavutsu Hardpoint, to really open up the floodgates, these avenues for SMGs like Vortex to find further value up in the pinch.
All right, well, let's jump straight into this one then. On board with the man of the hour, it's going to be Gizmo, looking for that P1 push with the rest of his squad.
Traditional 50-50, nades across the board. Gizmo playing against the seawalls, just trying to lock down any sort of beach antics that Super's going to be looking for. But up towards top ring, I mean, Ultra Academy EU, Beans walks away with the opening first 2 kills, should be walking away with the initial top.
You see now the push now coming in from AIM. They are looking for this one. Super going to try and find this player under, and he sees just the peak of the gun barrel. Unfortunately, a little too fast for him.
And now you're just trying to at least find yourself some semblance of control. If you are AIM Esports, Ultra Academy EU, though, I mean, you can see what it means for them. Winning the gunfights upright, you can start putting Beans in a forward position out through the concrete stairs, just trying to push AIM Esports all the way back towards those P4 spawns. Ultra Academy EU, a blistering P1 hold so far here, Bryce, and they already locked down the rotation for top LSC.
Well, this is the question, just how one-sided could this game be? And at the moment, Ultra Academy are really taking it to AIM Esports. Great P1, great rotation. Can they now hold off the push they know is coming? Already more kills opening up on their side. See Bean watching top cliff, but they've got to be careful. Eric Boom and Yakko have managed to find a kill to open it up, but Bean's somehow still alive, even outnumbered, eventually going to go down.
Yeah, and that's going to force out the spawns. I mean, look at the rotation coming through from AIM Esports. Push all the way through top LSC. Journey makes the play forward, finds 2 kills, is looking to lock away the top ring control as well. AIM Esports can sink their teeth in towards his hardpoint. Still ample time to play over.
That's exactly what they needed to do. They're Ultra to flip that one back, but it is definitely some points on the board that AIM Esports needed. You can see now Yakko trying to determine to keep the way and almost pulls that one perfectly. Gizmo's going to be the front of the ship and will eventually go down for the teammates. AIM, hold on to this one. And you see already, they are looking for this push. Eric Boom up top again. He'll be crucial here. Hold P1 and then their teammates to squeeze through green and back radio. It's not easy, though.
Well, look at the spawn that actually comes through from Journey on the backside of the jungle. Ultra Academy EU might not be aware of this play coming in from behind. They turn around, they read it. Beans is able to take them down, but it's still manifesting a big flank play that's coming through. But AIM Esports cannot find the kills required. Yes, they're still spawning in close, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be able to work their way inside the hardpoint anytime soon, as Ultra Academy EU are still finding a handful of trades, locking down this hardpoint.
And this is actually perfect for them with that spawn flip. They have a great opportunity. Basically, dig in here. Just try and play your life as long as possible. If you can do it, you get the next spawns, and you basically just frustrate everything Aim Esports can do. And Stevo's going to hit the flank at the same time. They know they've still got the spawns. It's pretty textbook here on Gavudo at the moment, and Aim Esports definitely looking like the underdogs.
Yeah, I mean, Aim Esports coming into this map mode combination throughout the entirety of Season 3 of the Elite. 4-1, Ultra Academy EU making that look like it's not even true. You almost thought for a second that Aim Esports were able to work their way back in from that spawn flip that comes through, but Ultra Academy EU, to your point there, Bryce, are able to play it to a fine tee. Now Yakko in towards the back, trying to blow this play open from the back. Gizmo reads it, finds the kill. You couldn't have asked for a better start of this P4 hill for Ultra Academy.
Yeah, at the moment, Aim Esports just basically looking for scraps every single time. They're not really able to get much going here onto this one, and it's probably because of Beans. 15 and 5, 16 and 5, just take 2. Absolutely fine. Looks for the third as well. That is a greedy chow, but I love it. Didn't need to stay alive unless he was playing for streaks, but let's face it, at the moment, streaks across the board. They are just winning all of the gunfights. Gizmo now on his own 6, looking for his 7th. And I gotta say, Aim Esports are not having a good day.
Looking shades of what was old Aim Esports underneath Sukri's Bakery when they were playing with Sukri instead of Journey. They really did struggle against other teams that were outpacing them, specifically in the AR department. And, I mean, you already highlighted. I mean, Beans 16 and 7, Gizmo 11 and 8, looking for kill number 7 off screen if they can find it. A glide bomb would be resourceful to say the least, going in towards 5. Has an SMG to find it. The bait, the switch comes through. Gizmo finds kill number 7. The break is already there for Ultra Academy EU, building this lead even more so.
Steve just trying to hold him off through propane at the moment. He knows his teammates are getting a little bit far away. You stay alive, so they can't cut him, but I think they will eventually flank him getting down, and it's been one of the only opportunities really for Aim to lock down a hill and try to get these points back. You can see they're already pushing out and finally getting some kills in the kill feed. Hasn't been sweet for them so far, but if they can turn this into something, keep hold of it. I say something. Ultra Academy are ignoring it. They're putting the pressure on. Eric Boom is already going to be cut down. They don't even want to give him the scrap time.
Yeah, I mean, with the leader's advantage that Ultra Academy EU have built themselves through this entire first set of hardpoints, you are more than in the right to play as egregious as what you're saying, because you're winning the gunfights, you're winning the trades more often than not, that you're forcing Aim Esports to battle for the scrap time, while also quite literally coming through an uphill battle going in towards the second set, which Ultra Academy EU, spoiler alert, have already put players on the rotation. You already got Vortex in for the initial time onto 1, and they're looking to stuff Aim Esports right in their tracks in these spawn traps that are currently ensuing here on 3.
Well, at the moment, Aim Esports actually gave up the push towards stairs. They weren't really happy for it, and they've gone the hard way through Beach. And it hasn't paid out for them either. Eventually, they're getting some players up here at the same time. The kills do start coming in. Beans is going to have to back up and help his teammates now, as that's the final kill. The trade goes down, and it's still going to be Ultra Academy to hold this one. And Eric Boom hits him with a slide cancel to get back into P1 for the scrap.
This is big time when you're thinking about from Aim Esports. I mean, all time is going to be big considering what's going on the scoreboard. 199 v 88. Ultra Academy EU are almost about to put Aim Esports in the 100-point club. And again, they can benefit from playing from the scrap time. Journey has to go big over by the cliff path. They'll be cut down. But you look at where the rotation is starting to manifest for itself. You got 2 players behind green trying to push through the bottom side of Cage. That should be an easy couple kills for Yakko to clean on up. And you already have players inside of the LST ship for P2 as well. Aim Esports need to start solidifying themselves some semblance of control if they want to work their way into this game fully.
A long way back, an awful long way, but a little bit of a key kill feed feeling is what they need, and with that locking it down just a bit, I wonder if Ultra Academy would do what I see a lot of teams do in this scenario. Start kind of rotating early and holding it down, because it's really easy to bleed the other team out at this point. You can already see they are just doing that. They are heavily set up for P3.
That leader's advantage, isn't it, Bryce? Because, I mean, you're only, what, 41 points away from closing out the game? It is so hard to break inside 3. You go back to the first set of hardpoints, Aim Esports were not comfortable, even when they got the close spawns in towards 3. So they have to win the battle on 2 fronts, trying to win scrap time. They're also finding kills on the backside of green, trying to force a spawn situation for Ultra Academy EU.
Journey, crucial player here. He might be able to throw this defense into chaos. He's going to go for it now as well. That player has no idea he's about to be jumped on, and he will go down eventually, but that's what they needed. The break coming through. Stevo just says no, tries to slam the door, and kills 2 of the players. Well, there's the streaks we were talking about, and that may put the final dagger into AIM Esports. Easy retake in the end for Ultra.
Able to work their way back in off the glide bomb, contesting it from the front, but you still have close spawns here for AIM Esports. But close spawns, again, might not mean anything if you can't find the gunfights. Just 20 points required here for Ultra Academy to put this map number 1 to rest. Furious does find 2 super answers back with 2 of their own. That'll leave the hardpoint vacant for the time being, but again, it's a battle on 2 fronts. AIM Esports, not only do they have to battle for scrap time, they have to go across the map and try to win the rotation to 4.
Yeah, and unfortunately, if you don't win gunfights, it doesn't matter how fast you try to rotate, you aren't going to get there. And you can see only Yakko really in a position to do something while the rest of his team try to get up this map. Does Yakko try to help his teammates get out here, or does he just try and stop this clock? He's already got a teammate, Cliff, as well, and they've got a few kills going down. This is AIM moving in. They are trying to hold this one off with everything they've got, and they've flipped it out, but they've pushed the wrong way. They're coming through the back. Yakko has to get in position to shut this down from Dark.
Dealing with players over top LSC as well. And now this little spawn trap situation is starting to incur. I mean, Gizmo's the only player that's still back here. Might have to be activated, but they're waiting for their teammates to find success from the front. Yakko's able to read that Gizmo's still back here, just 6 points shy of perfection. Cleans out the hard point as well. You couldn't ask for a better break situation for AIM Esports, but Ultra Academy still spawning in towards the beach.
And they've got to hold. They can't afford to give him a single scrap time, and unfortunately, Ultra Academy, they're like, all right, we're already here for the next one. They've got the spawn. They've got everything they need. AIM Esports have done a great job at the moment of bringing this game back somewhere near. And if they can hold off for just a few seconds, they might be able to lock it in. Unfortunately, the kills do not go towards them. That's a sweep. That's the game.
You really thought that the Cinderella story was going to be coming through. I mean, Gavutsu Hardpoint, the Disney story, was about to be there for AIM Esports, just winning a handful of isolated gunfights on the rotation. They are starting to ensue a spawn trap over by 4. They finally get the break and keep it contested over by 3. But, I mean, that leader's advantage, I don't know how many times we were going to talk about it throughout the entirety of that second set of Hardpoints, was just so solidified for Ultra Academy EU for such a blistering pace that came through on the first set of Hardpoints, Bryce. Was just too steep of a mountain for this AIM Esports roster to climb all the way back from. This roster came out hot. Ultra Academy EU just absolutely put AIM Esports on the burner.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest issues, right? Like, if you look through this as well, you can see all the members of Ultra Academy winning the slaying battle. Now, slaying isn't everything. I've been over this many, many times. It's not all about the KD, but the issue is always going to be if you don't win your gunfights, well, it doesn't really matter. Like, if you don't get the early rotations either because you haven't got anybody left alive, it doesn't work. And that's what was basically happening to AIM Esports. They were trading occasionally, but when they did trade, it wasn't good enough. They would get wiped by Ultra Academy, and Ultra Academy went, all right, well, we could go for scrap time or we could rotate. They had the pick of every single hill.
You can see from top to bottom in the Yakko journey, damn near non-benefactors. Only 2,000 damage from Yakko. I mean, they can get a little asterisk on that. It's very tough playing as an SMG player on a map like Ubuntu, but when you're trying to at least solidify yourself inside the hard point, you said it wonderfully there, Bryce, is that the trades just simply were not there in an influential point of time where Ultra Academy EU were just locking down every single line of sight. You can even see it just in the assist column alone. I mean, Beans was that player, went on a massive spree itself. Yeah, Gizmo was able to get themselves that 7 spree for the glide bomb, but they were locking down damage on every single line of sight, every single avenue that AIM Esports were trying to work their way in towards I guess, an influential part of the map to be able to find these gunfights more favorable for them. Ultra Academy EU players always had an AR in that line of sight, just locking things down, never allowing AIM Esports to play with numbers.
Yeah. And you got to ask yourself, how do AIM Esports feel moving forward? Because that was a pretty one-sided game. Obviously, if you look at it, AIM Esports did have a little bit of a comeback. I still think that realistically that was down to Ultra Academy kind of choosing their battles. They could choose to play a little bit conservative. They could choose to go for a rotating or play for scrap time. They would always going to bleed a little bit of time away, but it'd be different. Like you saw on the P1 rotation, maybe P3. Ultra didn't fight as hard for it as they did on the first rotation for the second. So they knew they were quite far ahead. Even the slaying slowed down because they were almost taking their foot off the gas to just figure out and pick their battles, and that took a little bit of pressure off AIM. I think that was a pretty dominant performance.
Yeah, I mean, the lackadaisical turn of about when it came down to P2, because the blistering pace that came through on P1, as you were saying, I mean, they could afford to slow up and just play more methodical hardpoint from there on out. They didn't have to be the aggressors anymore. They could just know that AIM Esports had to always try to fight in battle over scrap time, and by way of doing that, they just could again, kick their feet up, just play for the rotation, play those longer lines of sight. They knew that they had, some point about like a 90-point lead or something going in towards the second set halfway through it? Yeah, I mean, you can absolutely take your time if you're looking at for Ultra Academy EU and just take the easier gunfights. It is much easier said than done, obviously. But on a map like Avutu, if you're just cycling players out from power positions, knowing that you have to force the errors for maybe esports, knowing that they have to constantly break, it should just be an easier gunfight win for you for Ultra Academy EU. They were able to exemplify that finally.
Yeah, they certainly were, and we'll have to find out if Ultra Academy keep this train rolling as we move on to Berlin, Search and Destroy next. After that one, of course, Gavutu is the map we'll be looking at. Then we've got Tuscan and Desert Siege. While I've got a chance here, let's talk a little bit about the patch today. Some things changed. I haven't had a chance to really play with it myself. That kind of happened before things started and everything, and there have been significant changes, Proper. Have you noticed anything?
I mean, there's a lot more flank play potential, right, with Ninja moving over towards the third perk. It's interesting because a lot of players are going unnoticed. You don't always have to try to commit towards the dead silence play. You can get a little bit more aggressive before that one actually charges up. And a lot of that has been coming through, obviously, specifically in the Search and Destroy and more tight-knit maps, I would say, like your Tuscans and Bocage Hardpoints. But yeah, on the Berlin Search and Destroy, you're probably still going to be able to see a lot of players try to manipulate that big change. Bryce, is one of those things that you're probably going to be looking for Furious to try to instigate that biggest change of it all. If there's one player that you have to be weary of when it comes down to these 8 players in the lobby, it will be Furious. His first blood percentage is through the roof. On a map like Berlin Search and Destroy, you know he's going to be exploiting that one factor. He's got Ninja on that third perk now.
All right, well, let's take a look then, as we are heading into the Search and Destroy, of course. Ultra Academy, great hardpoint start. We'll be up to AIM Esports to try and claw this one back a little. And with the way the game's been going so far tonight, obviously the caller has been game number 5. But will we get that far?
Going in towards this one, this is it's scary for AIM Esports. You thought that for Ultra Academy, they were good at Hardpoint. Their Search and Destroy has been better all year long, but Super finding that first blood is going to make this round a little bit easier.
Journey's found Steve. This will be an easy pick for him in the end, and he busts through and takes it, says thank you very much. Huge number advantage now, and it's all left down to Gizmo in a 1 versus 4.
I mean, this is a good luck, have fun moment if I've ever seen one. The glint from the sniper up top third and male will confirm that kill. And you even saw, I mean, the second we got in towards the S&D, round 1, Bryce, is that Super immediately finds Furious, just aggressively trying to push over towards that B hut, wanting to maybe play on that window position, maybe try to get themselves in towards the B hut to deny the plant in that 1-for-1 position we have seen time and time again. That first blood is so influential because it means that that lane is so much more open. It then buys the respect Ultra Academy EU don't necessarily want to challenge when Super's feeling the hot hand with the Car 98K. Beautiful round 1 coming out from AIM and the aggression.
All right, well, let's see how this gets into the next one, and you can already kind of guess there's going to be a push coming through as Eric Boom lays down at the door, and he does get caught. Just Call of Duty timing there for Furious. The door was opened by Eric Boom, and they are alive, and the bomb goes down. AIM Esports are in a great position to retake. There a lot of pressure coming through, but they've got to get Furious out of this one fast, and they're still looking for him.
He's just going to play his corner up inside top third. You can kick your feet up if you're looking for Gizmo and Beans on the backside. You have to allocate 7.5 seconds. Furious finds damage on a journey. This is buying so much time for AIM Esports and try to collect themselves for this retake. It might just be too far gone, knowing that you still have to clear away the backside of the warehouse.
Still looking. They're still looking, and Beans hiding in the rafters will get one, and Super goes for a chow. Beans is all right. Fair enough.
The number 1 statistical player from Season 2 of the Elite is Beans. This dude has been absolutely electric when it comes down to their AR flex capabilities for this Ultra Academy EU roster. As a whole, you're seeing exactly why. I mean, he can get aggressive, he can play stationary, and in that checkmate type situation, B-bomb going down, doors blown open. You have 2 players, one inside the dock house, one on the backside of the warehouse. You just have to get past the first rook before you get to the king. And that player was Furious. He found 2 players inside a mailroom. So immediate answer, offense for offense. Super takes the sniper position for a forward aggressive assault over towards the A-bomb.
Desperately looking to thread that needle, and at the moment, Beans sitting sneaky. Already players going down left, right, and center. Beans has to hold his nerve. Has to hold his nerve. There are players all around him, and he may be crucial for this. Yakko is moving. And Beans obviously doesn't know what's going on. Eventually the push comes through. Beans is going to get up here, but he hasn't found anything. A super challenges him. He eventually does. And does go down, bringing it back to a 2 versus 2.
Oh, the timing on the Gizmo. Look, if you're those 2 players that are alive for AIM Esports, you have no idea, maybe some semblance of an idea of where these players might be located at. You thought that you had to try to push through the statue staircase for the upper courtyard to deal with Gizmo on the backside of lobby, knowing that at least you cleared and found that trade on the Beans through the concourse staircase, but it just was simply not going to come all the way through, not scot-free. Ultra Academy EU, through Search and Destroy, all throughout Season 3 of the Elite, they are meticulous with their setups on defense and continue to get into your head. Don't necessarily give you an easy read as far as what their tendencies are going to be looking for as they are taking this assault over towards B.
Oof.
Super with a sniper rifle will deny any antics from Vortex the bomb.
Gizmo. Just trying to make a little bit of a move here. This is an aggressive push because he's got to watch many, many angles. Furious doing the same thing. He takes one to the chin and it's going to get taken down as well. And Gizmo's trying to get that tray coming through and he finds it on the super, bending those bullets. But now the problem is he needs his teammate to call out for him. Has to give him all of the information as he stays alive. Doesn't matter. Beans has found one. And now Yakko in a 1 versus 2.
Oh, premature shots on the Gizmo. The stun should connect. Actually goes a little bit long. Yakko needs to reposition. But, I mean, you're in a line of sight versus Gizmo. Beans was going to reposition themselves to try to deal with Yakko as well. The first blood from Super was great. The bomb does patty cake down to the ground. And whether or not AIM Esports know that or not, they try to then take that first blood and try to almost suppress them in towards that dock side of the map. Right? I mean, from there on out, Ultra Academy EU, they just slowly backpedal all the way through. Gizmo was able to find one, and then you also had Beans for the Overwatch play over on the top side of the warehouse. Just a little bit too aggressive for my liking from AIM Esports off of that first blood, knowing that power positions were absolutely still in play as Gizmo is now on 4 in a row.
Well, let's see if AIM Esports can recover because Ultra are looking pretty good to date. This will all fall onto Beans, though, as we can see already AIM are starting to swing into that position. He's worried about the pressure coming from backstairs, and he should be. It's a little bit late, and that allows him to get away with his life. Has reinforcements, and the pinch will now come in. This is a guaranteed attempt at a remake from Ultra with a pinch.
They need to start working up this pinch very quickly, but you know that somebody's going to be watching that. It's Eric Boom takes down Furious right outside of the back of Train. And you also have just aggressive antics coming through over on the upper courtyard as well. Gizmo trying to fish out the kill, won't be able to find it. Vortex's position should be more than known as they're trying to slip through sneaky, maybe try to get behind this play. You have to allocate 7.5 seconds for that defuse, and Sivo needs to find all these kills.
Well, he's found Journey, unfortunately. He's also found the rest of the team. And down he goes. AIM Esports get one back on the board, and Ultra Academy were in a good position for that retake. 2 players each side could have put the squeeze on, but they didn't find the first kills and everything fell apart.
Yeah, it was just isolation from there on out, right? I mean, we all get the information. If you've never played Call of Duty Vanguard, you can see those pings on the mini-map come through, and those shots do come through. AIM Esports did a great job not only being able to keep their life, but play against the fixtures that is inside of that A-bomb site, making sure that they can get favorable chows to be able to find those gunfights and deal with the pinch that was starting to manifest, working their way in towards this S&D, making it a 1-round deficit. As Ultra Academy, you're taking the Virtues to A.
The push coming through, but already a little coming down, and somehow Super caught that. That was unbelievable. That guy was leaving his scope, but he still managed to get the snipe down, and that caused the issue as Gizmo takes one to the face, but maybe the glass deflected it? Just enough?
I don't even know what ends up stopping that headshot to come all the way through. It had to have maybe been like the wire that holds the glass in there. That's tight. 3v3 stun. Furious' position is more than scouted out. They don't have enough comfort here, Bryce, to be able to plant this bomb at A. Not enough space provided.
Gizmo should have had that. He should have had the pre-aim in, and Journey's just gunned him down. Beans has brought it back. This has got to be a rotation now from Ultra, but it's got to be quickly, and Beans has actually just stayed there and gunned somebody else. That is unbelievable play, considering. And now Super's going to try and work magic here. Has the sniper. If he can get the pick on the Beans, he may have some way back into this game.
Oh, they know that Super has the sniper as well. Does not have a second weapon. Does have the rat. Sees Gizmo. Misses the little flick. And that should just be by proxy alone. Should be overwhelmed. Furious can just be poking his head up. It's not even Groundhog Day. But Super, you would almost feel like this is an uphill battle that they're going to truly struggle with. Does find some damage on the Furious. You would almost feel like they're just going to continue to toy with their food. Still needs to deal with Beans up top, and the moment that even Super has any sort of idea where Beans is located at, they will reveal themselves by way of taking them out of the round. In that round, I mean, you would really feel that Journey was about to make the play going forward. You know, wins a very tough 1v1 versus Gizmo on the backside of Train. Almost starts getting the numbers continually in the favor for AIM Esports, but then Beans just snaps, finds themselves 2 kills. Again, as you were saying, just stays in the line of fire and still walks away with the gunfight mid P5 over towards a player on the upper courtyard. It's just absurd what this guy is able to do now up to 7-3.
Yeah, it's shutting down AIM Esports. However, you can see at the moment they're trying to take control of it. Furious has just come straight through the middle of the map. They weren't expecting it. The trade will come through. AIM Esports now got to reconsider a little bit their options, and Gizmo's in the perfect position to take them down. And B-bomb is their objective. And now they've got to try and figure this one out. The other issue they have is they don't really know where the rest of Ultra Academy are.
Just playing in corners, and as you were saying, they have no idea where these players are located at. Unbeknownst to them, it's a heavy focus over towards the A push. Now defensively, just clearing away P4. Eric Boom has no idea, has no stuns to be able to clear away any sort of angles, has to plant this bomb, extend the round to 45 seconds, but can they even escape here, find themselves a kill, and try to finesse this round away?
I was going to play this one from the outside with the auto. Looking for a player up top fire. Gizmo's already throwing a stun down. The rest of the players are looking for it. Beans is going to see him. Guns going all around. He's got 5 health. Doesn't let him be 40. And he is eventually going to go down. Too many trades to try and take at one time. And Ultra Academy go up 5-2.
Good Lord. I mean, again, Ultra Academy EU. I mean, that's just Furious in a nutshell when it comes down to Berlin Search and Destroy. If he's not aggressively on the defensive side, just barreling their way inside of Mail, he's probably going to look for a timing coming through P5. Gets first blood, but then immediately gets traded on out. And I mean, you called it so wonderfully, Bryce. They had no idea. AIM Esports were so unaware where the rest of the players for Ultra Academy EU were located at, and it was a heavy focus over towards the AS&D. They push through Train, they isolate more players along the way, and they get behind enemy lines. The sun confirms where Eric was located at and just completely overwhelmed. Again, I'm no mathematician scientist guy, but 3-1, I would definitely take those odds every single day of the week. Beans should have seen at least one crossover here, so it should be conveyed to their teammates to just kind of post up and see if they can catch AIM Esports in an unforced error.
Well, Steve-O, he's 1 of 6 at the moment, but he's trying to get in a fire, and it's not going to work out for him. Ambitious play through the middle of the map. At least Ultra Academy down a man. They don't know where to push next.
Maybe just catch them in the cross. I mean, Vortex trying to press the issue. It's going to force Beans out in a 1v2 after that trade for Super. And you can see the white arrows on the mini-map slowly just trying to collapse. Beans will collect the bomb, is on 5. We'll hear that door crack open. That's going to force them to turn around, but Journey comes out from the concourse. He's going to be able to get that trade. AIM Esports just barely keeping their heads above water here in the Search and Destroy.
All just enough, though. We all know S&D can flip at a moment's notice. They've just got to keep it close and figure out how to take a couple of rounds off of Ultra. Well, I say a couple. 3, to be precise. They've already done 1 out of the 4 they needed. Now, with their attack, obviously, it didn't work last time when they were a little bit hesitant. We could see a more aggressive play come out of them to try and counteract what happened last time.
You gotta be wary about Furious just pushing aggressively through the middle of the map. But this time, it's a 3-player stack from Ultra Academy. Come through the AS&D. They find 2 kills. Now, you have to think that AIM Esports have to try to flip the map, but they're isolating themselves here, Bryce, in this 2v4.
Journey is going to find Gizmo, and he waits. He waits, and eventually will get it. Maybe the rotation back to B. Oh, no, they're going to try and take A here. What? I don't think they know what they're doing yet. Calls are coming in, and it's clearly contradictory. But they have settled to go into this one. There are players waiting for them as well. Journey goes for the chow, and will be cut down by Beans with a bit of a bait and switch, but Super finds 1 and 1 versus 3, and he tries to get out of it. He's reloading, and down he goes. Ultra Academy have managed to get that second map.
I mean, you really feel like you get it. I mean, you said it. It just looks like they were contradicting themselves in that 2v-odd situation, just trying to decide. It was like, do we just wrap back through fire? Look, we took down Gizmo. Did we just clear away the backside of Crane, maybe try to reallocate our positions over towards the BS&D, try to plant that bomb? Because previously and historically, when they do get pushed out over by the AS&D, Ultra Academy EU in that search and destroy on Berlin have pushed through A and gone to the backs of the warehouse to deny that B plan to come all the way through. So it's a tough 50-50 guess when you're looking at the grander scheme of things, but they try to recommit over towards A. Ultra Academy EU, as smart as they are, they just post up inside the office, wait for the challenges to come to them, wait for any blip of information, and they just collapse on the play. Just wonderfully executed when you're looking from Ultra Academy EU. Just methodically played out, the best search and destroy team that we currently have here in European Challengers.
And yeah, that's exactly how it played out. The question I have now, though, is going forward in this series, of course, the control is next. Do we realistically expect AIM Esports to make a reverse sweep or really make a fight of this one? Because it has all been about Ultra Academy so far.
It's going to be interesting, right, Bryce? Because when you go back when these two teams did face, when you were still known as Dos Tontos for this AIM Esports roster, they did beat Ultra Academy EU 3-1. On the Gavutu control, they did win it 3-2. So you would have to hope that it starts right here, right now. As again, if I'm talking about the #1 search and destroy team for Ultra Academy EU, this AIM Esports roster, at least leading up to today, was still the #1 control team that we have here in the European circuit for Challengers Elite. It'll be interesting. You just hope the mental's not too boomed with how they've been getting overwhelmed and run over through the past 2 maps.
Yeah, and yeah, you would kind of expect them to maybe have something in the back pocket there, maybe a little bit of confidence left over, but we'll have to find out how the rest of this series goes after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We are going live with our game. It's AIM versus Ultra. At the moment, Ultra have pretty much been the dominant team here, proper.
Yeah, they really have been, just outpacing on every single different front, outthinking them when you're looking at the grander scheme of things, when it comes down to the rotations that we saw on the Gavutu Hardpoint, when it comes down to the setups and manipulation throughout the multitude of different rounds that we saw on the Berlin Search and Destroy. It just seems that this Ultra Academy EU roster is just playing with the class that we know comes along with these 4 players that are representing the Toronto brand.
Well, we'll have to find out if that continues, though, because realistically, anything could happen in this game. And we've had a little bit of a break, a little bit of a reset. AIM Esports will be looking to bounce back here and figure something out. Of course, Ultra Academy EU won't want to stop them. And they have been pretty dominant. I mean, even kind of realistically, when we talk about how this series has gone, in the Hardpoint, 250 to 176 could have been a lot worse, proper.
Yeah, it was, I mean, we were staring down the barrel of a 100-point club when it came down to it. It was like somewhere near like a 90-point lead that Ultra Academy EU held over AIM Esports' heads. It was just a blistering pace that started off the first series of Hardpoints. But I mean, this AIM Esports roster are anything short of resilient when it comes down to it. You push their backs against the wall, that's when they really do play their best. We saw that in their best of 5 series, in their winners round 1 matchup versus that Rocker Academy squad when they were losing 2 rounds in sequence, even on the Bocage Search and Destroy. And the same thing to be said when they were still down, but certainly not out during the Bocage Hardpoint map 4. All of that needs to be stirred into the witch's pot when you're thinking about it here for this Gavutu control. You need to gas yourself up if you are AIM Esports. You are still statistically the #1 control team here in Challengers Elite Season 3 for Europe, and you need to be able to lean on that record as a whole going in towards this Gavutu control. They are 5-1, Bryce.
Well, hopefully that plays out for them because they are going to need it. Going into this Gavutu, I feel like Ultra Academy have got a bit of a point to prove since Gizmo came into this squad. Obviously, a lot of people were, let's be honest here, a lot of people were excited to see how Harry got on, and he played pretty well, but people feel Gizmo's a little bit of different gravy, right? Like they're very excited to see Gizmo play at all times. We know he was one of the force to be reckoned with when he was on the Ravens. Coming into Challengers Elite, everybody expects the absolute best for him, and anything less than the first here would almost be like an upset.
You would really feel like that, right? I mean, it's almost like that Gizmo wants to continuously prove the point that, yes, he is currently playing as that 5th spot for London Royal Ravens. It's not on the starting roster, but still, he wants to prove that he is in top form. And, I mean, what a better way to just surround yourself with some of the best that he is here in Challengers Elite with the likes of Vortex. How many times in different years and different iterations of Call of Duty we're going to gas up Steve Vortex. Same thing to be said about Beans, has been putting on a statistical masterclass for its own self, and Furious is just Mr. Instigator, as it may seem, just winning gunfights that they have no business finding themselves in any sort of position. They started off the overall season very, very rough. I will say that much. It does not go unnoticed when you do get a 100-point club by Dizzy's Rascals on a Bocage Hardpoint for Toronto Ultra Academy EU, but even more so than that, the stark turnarounds from this 4-player roster has been absolutely sublime to find themselves here.
Well, we can see Journey already cuts one down and looks for another. Not going to get it. Yakko has to deflect a little bit of this pressure that's coming towards B already, and he does. Eventually going to go down. At the moment, it's all calm and collected. AIM Esports and Super just guns too, like it was nothing. They'll get boats so far. Ultra Academy have a choice to make. Do we send some more players towards B, make sure that nobody's sneaking through, or do we even bother with an A retake?
I don't want to be giving up too many lives. I mean, you can see it just already in the column. I mean, you still got to deal with Super top 3rd of LSC will finally drop down. It is 26v22, a blistering start here for AIM on their offense. Will guarantee that second segment inside of the A-zone itself being stopped, that they got the better of Eric Boom will not be the case. And now this comes down to the immediate consideration. You should probably just chalk this if you're Ultra Academy EU. You're losing a lot of lives. You don't want to lose map positioning as well.
Well, this is where you can see both teams just repositioning for the second leg of this control. For Ultra Academy, it's about holding that push from Green and still lose that first gunfight. They'll try and take P1 control now and hold them off here and have a strong position, but they really don't know what to expect. They know there are players already trying to encroach, and they've just got to try and win the gunfights.
We're able to at least find one over by the B zone, the other on the backside of Green, so that's going to force both Super to halt up their positioning. We'll find Furious. He's not going to worry about Beans. He was able to find at least one across the beachfront. Now they're putting themselves in a position to try to slowly tack on this life deficit. That's Eric Cross sees another one top ring. Does not expect Journey to quickly challenge out, but a 3-for-1 trade is going to be good for Ultra Academy to hold the line and quickly dwindle down that clock.
That's the difficulty. That's the difficulty at the moment. Ultra Academy are gaining back all the map control. And that means, essentially, AIM Esports have to find their way up this map in fits and starts. They have to look in the corners. They don't really want to lose players this far ahead. Super's looking for the player now, and eventually will be Eric Boom who takes him down. They are gearing up for a push here proper, and they just need to find a little bit of a gap to make it happen.
Yeah, a little bit too aggressive, though, for my liking for Super. Just pushes out over by the back jungle path outside of Cage, and it's just going to leave yourself in isolated 1v1s. And, well, I don't have to tell you, if you've ever seen Star Wars Episode 3, there's a very tough gunfight there. Eric Boom Beans has the high ground, is able to rip his head asunder, and that's going to completely keep this map spaced out for Ultra Academy EU. What was a 5-life lead for AIM Esports now finds themselves down by 1 with 30 seconds remaining.
Zero on a 5-kill spree, and Beans is going to get another one. Only one player. Yakko could change this game here. He's all the way at the back, and he finds the first one. Unfortunately, he gets cut down, and basically, AIM Esports now just have to sprint towards it. You can already see them trying to get in the position. Journey is going to be here, but unfortunately, he goes down. It's a P1 Hail Mary, and Steve says, all right, I'll take another one. Looking for his 6th. Steve might try and play for the 7th here for the glide bomb, and he does. He gets it, and that could be a potential dagger in this game already.
Yeah, back-to-back glide bombs after the start that we just saw for AIM Esports. So I don't want to say the phrase, like, allowed Ultra Academy EU to slowly work their way back into the game, but they kind of did, right? I mean, with all these different isolated challenges that we saw, whether it's over by Ring, was not backed up by a second player to at least find that immediate trade. We saw tons of different isolated one-dimensional pushes that were coming through the backside of Green more often than not from Super, then quickly followed up by Eric Boom, was not finding themselves value. Yakko finally got themselves into the back, but, I mean, by that point, the round was already over. You allowed both Beans and Vortex to work these pinches. Now they're both on 7 sprees. Both have glide bombs in their back pocket. And you know that's immediately conveyed for AIM Esports to try to fish out in this round specifically.
This is not what AIM wanted. They did not want the pressure already bearing down upon them. Going to try and get through Green here. Ultra going to try and hold this one off as well as Furious gets another kill. And Steve-O continues his reign of terror. That's an 8 streak for him now. And he's got away with it. Class is all right. I'll take Eric Boom off your back, Steve-O. They are not finding anything again here, AIM.
You're losing 3 lives so far. They will end up dealing at least one player inside of the A zone. That will be Vortex, but again, the damage might just be too mighty from here on out. They're trying to find trades, and again, they're over egregiously trying to force their hand over by A. They've lost so many lives so far off the rip. It is a 4-for-10 trade. Ultra Academy EU, they have the space provided to get top LST, try to find these players, but AIM Esports are not going to give this up without a fight.
Look at this, and Furious is just trying to snap on everything he can find here. Obviously calls out from his teammates. It's just Steve-O doing the work at the moment into this point. Double stack, that second tick is coming through as the rest of the teammates just seem to just be gunning everybody they can find. Gizmo making trouble at Green here. Realistically, if you're AIM Esports, you have to give this up. What you need is to hold the right angle and try to get some kills back. You can already see Yakko is trying to do that.
This position going to be scouted out. I mean, he is the bush. First player up for contact will be Furious, and Yakko's going to try to find some timing in towards the backside. He's going to run towards the line of sight. He will find Furious, and the battle's over by top ring are actually coming up in spades for AIM Esports. 4 dead for Ultra Academy EU. The map positioning is theirs. They're able to chip away that life deficit that they were once staring down the barrel of.
Can they pin them in? Can they pin them in? That is the question. Not the biggest of starts for them, but if they can somehow lock this door, we know how difficult it can be for teams to break out of this on Voodoo. Supra's doing his best for it as well, and that's a huge kill. And Journey takes down the P1 control, and Ultra Academy are in serious trouble.
But again, the lock and key door-esque analogy that we're talking about here for Ultra Academy, or for AIM Esports, you're trying to fish out maybe one of these glide bombs. You're trying to get Ultra Academy EU to get desperate to use at least one of those glide bombs, but as smart as they come, Ultra Academy EU, you don't necessarily have to force the issue here. We know the win condition could be still set in stone. They're tied up for as far as segment progression is concerned for the all-out battle that could be that round 5. Save those glide bombs for there as Eric Boom watches 2 cross, finds the 3rd with the pistol, but quickly gets traded.
Well, this will be the last hurrah here for them. They get 2 down. He's going to try and get those nades out as well. And they are going to commit to the glide bomb now. That glide bomb is coming in to clear the way for them to get into this point. They've managed to get it. The kills are coming through as well. Klaus is trying to stay alive. Needed to win that gunfight. It's now only going to be Beans here. Reinforcements flooding through P1 as the second glide bomb is committed. They want this done and dusted.
If Beans dies by way of a frag grenade while he's trying to commit towards the glide bomb, AIM Esports absolutely won that round. They totally did. And not just to the point, obviously, that they did in-game win the round, but they got both the glide bombs out. AIM Esports were down horrendously when it came down to lives. You saw there at the end. They had no more lives remaining, Bryce. But even more so than that, they forced Ultra Academy EU's hand to think that they had an opportunity to not only get that glide bomb, get on the B zone, but then thought that they were going to have a chance to win it as well. They could just play so far back on that B zone, just play against the gunfights, use their nades, use their tacticals to get them out from the B zone, and they get boat streaks out as we're knotted up 3 ticks apiece into this next offense.
And if anything, that's exactly what AIM needed, right? Yeah. Not only have they got the advantage here just by getting those glide bombs out, but also the mental advantage, because Ultra Academy right now are going to be annoyed, right? They're going to be irritable because they know they've just thrown 2 massive streaks into the ether and got nothing for it. They committed and failed. Can they recover from that, or have AIM Esports finally found their groove?
Takes a whole tick and a half of progression for Ultra Academy EU to push all the way through the beachfront, get behind the play. The nades, although taking away teammates, are also buying space provided for Ultra Academy EU to get this top ship control, get concrete stairs back in their favor, slowly chip away at this game clock. Just under a minute here, Bryce, for AIM Esports to resurface themselves on one of these zones.
Well, second tick in at A. Looking a little bit chaotic here. Journey going to try and make that push through, and a little bit of danger here for Ultra. Because we know that A tick's going to go down any single second here. If they don't clear their own back lines, they will be in serious trouble. Already fights going down, back jungle, and P1.
Would have been a big gunfight if Super was going to be able to find Furious to be able to maintain recontrol, because he also see what's starting to manifest is that Journey has to hold the line backside of green, wait for the opportunity for them to be able to fly in towards the back. That's just all off the pressure that needs to come through from top ring. Now Journey needs to get activated, get behind this play, but the second they touch that B zone, that's going to force at least one player to come back for Ultra Academy EU. The trade is just too easy. Ultra Academy EU still have map control with a 1 life lead.
That's a bit of a chow there from Furious. Eventually will go down as Gizmo tries to hold off on the outside. You can see Yakko and Gizmo the same thing. Finds the first one, looks for the second. Knows it's coming and eventually will go down. Eric Boom. Eric Boom's found a bit of a gap. He's pushing up pretty aggressively. Finds the second. Looking for the third as well. Eric Boom could open this door and eventually will go down. And it's fits and starts for AIM Esports, but it's not done.
Got to worry about Vortex. He's just playing himself in a corner position in the bottom concrete stairs. Loses the gunfight to Eric. He's going to be looking at top ring control coming through for AIM Esports. Furious is going to get gunned all the way through the lander tank there. So now presence is starting to manifest here for AIM Esports. But look at how disciplined Ultra Academy EU are. They don't try to match the aggression. They just back up, play against the spawns at the backside of jungle, find the kills provided for itself. 30 seconds remaining for AIM Esports. Last attempt to try to get over towards B.
Echo just trying to hit this as fast and as aggressive as possible, run straight into a gunfight. The rest of his team doing the exact same thing. They are just putting hot feet down on this one. Super's going to be the last one alive. Looks for the first, the second is going to not be enough. And they are far enough away now that I don't think any of them can make it.
I mean, it takes a solid, what, 20 seconds, including the gunfights, to move all the way from the offensive side towards that B zone. Gavutu is a massive map, to say the least. And if you're looking even more so than that, that round 5 defense, because we are tied up here at trading 3 ticks for 3 ticks. Yes, AIM Esports did finally get themselves that A-zone conversion. If you are evened up as far as segment progression is concerned going into round 5, you immediately have to look at the total lives remaining or kill tally, which Ultra Academy EU are in a massive lead. That if you're looking at this from AIM Esports perspective, you cannot allow Ultra Academy EU, well, for one, for them to be able to win this offensive push. For two, you have to deny them that last tick of progression over by A or by B, whichever comes first, Druid.
Let's see what they can do here. AIM Esports, I'll tell you something, this has definitely been a more even game between these two teams. Let's It's a really good start. They're actually locking them in. They have got the spawn trap all locked in at the moment. It is difficult here for Ultra Academy to go anywhere.
Now they're just going to be pushing through the middle of the map, just going to hold these angles. Eric Boom down low beneath the cliff. Of course, will be finally traded out. Journey, nice nade from top ring. Will take that player down top cliff of Furious, and now they can just continue to play back here. They know that they're going to have Yakko in towards the backside. You have to commit at least one, if not two players for Ultra Academy EU to try to get that player out from that very nuisance of a position. And you still have so many different corners that you have to clear that by the time that you finally do that, AIM Esports are cycling players out over towards the flank, and it buys so much time for AIM Esports to resurface themselves to deal with the players on the zone. 27 seconds remaining.
Oh, at the moment, you can see they're trying just to make sure that this doesn't happen. No ticks. They don't want anything going through. Beans is making a very, very big hero play, stopping that clock and trying to get it through at the same time. And Journey's going to try and get him, and Beans is not going to win that gunfight. Doesn't get the first tick. That may have been a way back into this game, but it has allowed Ultra Academy, who win their gunfights at spawn, to move forward towards A. But their game rests on a knife edge.
Stack over by the A zone needs to come through. They need to guarantee themselves that full conversion if they want to see that round 5 defensive side, or you can just win the offense. I mean, you're not too far out of it when you're considering the odds. And AIM Esports are actually conceding the A zone. Yeah, Journey might be able to find a couple of exits here, but you got to be careful trying to get your way back in. Does find one. He knows that there's going to be a player in the next corner. He finds Beans. He stops the tick progression. There's help here.
This is disastrous for Ultra Academy. Maybe they're going to try and make a push all the way through. I think they are. They're going to try and get onto B and get that first tick under. Even if they lose this round, if they can, Eric Boom cuts down 3. They want that first tick onto B, though. That's what they want. Bring those ticks back in. But there's nobody here to back him up. Absolutely nobody, and none of the kills are going their way. They're having to dive for A eventually. I don't even know if they can do this. 8 seconds left. Ultra Academy just going for this one last stab at Yakko. All the kills to AIM as Yakko gets the third with a knife. Eric Boom ends it off. And AIM Esports, who've been on the back foot for most of this series, have just put themselves in a great position proper.
And you really feel like it's from the off rip, right? I mean, they just win the gunfights outright, but most teams, when you're looking at it from challengers, when they win the opening engagements on a Gabutu control, they stall up and they just wait over by top ring, top LSC. That's what makes AIM Esports one of the better control teams here in challengers, both North America and Europe alike, is that they push the envelope that much further and get themselves in a position to continuously dwindle down the numbers and deny that third tick of progress in total to come through. Ultra Academy EU need to win the offense if they want to take this in a 3-0 sweep.
This is where it gets a little bit kind of chaos. Beans making pushes towards B here. Ultra Academy have just not had any success doing this so far. A's been fine, apart from last round, but it's been okay. And you feel like the mental edge, just that little bit of pressure goes to AIM Esports. They've done the hard work, and now they're looking to lock this again here. Journey moving up towards Cliff. Ultra Academy got that sinking feeling in the pit of their stomachs.
They know Beans is top ring as well. They're just waiting for the push to come through, manifesting over on the B zone. Beans trying to make the heroic play again. They are forcing a very frustrated hand. AIM Esports lead 25 to now 19. 24 seconds remaining, and AIM Esports are just keeping Ultra trapped in their spawn. Eric Boom going to add insult to injury with the glide.
And that might be it. That might be everything, unless Ultra Academy can find some magic in the last few seconds of this. They have to get on away. They have to stop the clock, and AIM know it. AIM know they have to make the move. And they're winning all of the kills. Gizmo the last one alive for them. He's going to try and stop this clock for just a few seconds, but pressure and players are still all around him, and AIM Esports are going to take the control and get back into this series.
And at least guarantee that map for Bryce. And look, I'm sure that you're thinking the same thing that I'm going to say when it comes down to it. If you're able to win an offensive round, that's great. But you committed 2 glide bombs for a round loss that you really feel like you have to go back to Shades of Control's history, trying to save those resources, very page-turning resources at that, to at least guarantee yourself that third tick of progress that would have given you round 5 defense, or just being able to hold on towards at least one of those glide bombs to get themselves any sort of favorable notions on that round 5 offense. It just was thrown caution into the wind for Ultra Academy EU, maybe feeling themselves a little bit too much. And then, as you were saying, in that round that followed, that offensive fumble, they were irritable. They were putting themselves in isolated positions where AIM Esports, they just kicked back. They played their games. Communication was at an all-time high. And they were walking their way into line of sights where Eric Boom and Super were just finding kill after kill, making sure Ultra Academy EU never had numbers to comfortably move out of their spawn.
Yeah, they were better on the defense, and you are right. Critical point in that map. Ultra Academy committed everything and failed to make any sort of significant impact, including the ticks they needed. And yeah, I said it when it happened. I was like, that is going to be an issue for them in the long run. Even look at the slaying as you go through, right? Super did a great job, 37 and 26. But it wasn't that bad on the side of Ultra Academy. Unfortunately, when they got that last attacking round, they just couldn't do anything. And AIM Esports, they loved the spawn trap. They were ready to just bleed lives.
And they were finding success with that time and time again through defense. I mean, maybe through their first defense, they kind of got ripped to shreds on the opening assault that came through over by the LSC ship. Ultra Academy EU were able to win those gunfights, sure. But then the recontest was coming through continuously. This is what makes AIM Esports so dangerous on Control, that they understand the advantage state when it comes down to this game mode of Control on Vanguard. Is that when they find themselves a favorable kill feed to 3-for-1, they'll end up trying to cycle players out in those very annoying positions to deal with players trying to re-rotate back into, say, top ring for Gavutu, or try to get back through the middle of the map. You have to deal with these lingering players in your spawn first and foremost. It's got to be so annoying to deal with some of these AIM Esports players when you're playing them on Control, that if you don't find the gunfights outright, cleanly out from your spawn, you're probably never going to get past the 50-yard line.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something, the reverse sweep is always around the corner, and AIM Esports, they'll be looking for this. They really will be looking for this now, because as we move forward into the rest of this series, it has been all Ultra Academy. The tides have shifted. AIM Esports, with that win, it showed Ultra Academy looking vulnerable. It showed that they can be beat, they can be outslayed, and they can be outplayed. As we move on to the Tuscan Hardpoint, it's no longer looking like a hot 3-0.
And now you feel like the pacing needs to continue to be there, specifically from AIM Esports, right? I mean, the SMGs need to be lighting things up. Eric Boom needs to have a similar performance of what we just saw on that Gavutu Control, but obviously with an MP40 this time around. And then Super also needs to be that anchor for this team, continuously locking down these longer lines of sight, overwatching their SMGs, making these plays forward, because we know that Tuscan, specifically as a map here in Vanguard, either does or doesn't, by any sort of SMG antics or from your flex players, constantly cause a ruckus when it comes down to the rotations and the breaks as well. They've only played it once, have this AIM Esports roster throughout the entirety of Season 3 of the Elite, and that was actually at the beginning of the day when they lost it 219 to 250 to Rocker Academy. Toronto Ultra Academy are a little bit more rehearsed. They have 2 wins on this map mode combination. They did lose it to Team War, 218 to 250, but we obviously saw that quickly got rectified as they completely ripped them ablaze in their opening winners round match.
Wow, that was also one of the points I wanted to bring out. You know, you can kind of benchmark some of these teams by who they've beaten and how they've gone against it. At the moment, Ultra Academy look a little bit like the better team in the bracket. AIM Esports obviously had some tight games as well, but if you were to go solely on the basis of how they've been playing against other top competition and who beats who, Ultra Academy technically have the advantage in that scenario. And for the majority of this series, I thought that was just the way it was going to go. I was even convinced when they tried to commit for that attack on Gavutu, they get this game is done.
In raw reality, they really should have, because, I mean, AIM Esports, they were out of lives. They didn't have the map positioning. They got double streaked on. You really felt like that they had all the cards in their favor. It's just simply not going to be. Not yet, as you may seem. And again, to go back to your point that you brought up, Bryce, yeah, on the day, because Call of Duty Esports, it's got to be talked about, you know, a day-to-day esport, Ultra Academy EU are clearly the better team as far as it does currently stand. That is their first map loss throughout the entirety of this double elimination bracket. You just hope that you can wipe the slate clean, walking away from that Gavutu Control, call a spade a spade. Look, you over-aggress committing those 2 glide bombs. You just got to get the job done here in map 4.
Well, let's find out if this ends here, or whether or not we can go all the way to a map number 5 is already. It's going to be AIM Esports to turn up the pace. Journey just looking for anybody who could be flanking here at the moment, but it will be AIM Esports who get this first time.
And Esports starting off on the favorite side of the map can contest through the middle of the map. They have some head boxes that they can play with across the Ruin side. They clear out you, and Yako's starting to feel themselves, presses forward. Beans will find two, one with the nade and the headshot onto Yako as well, but it's just going to continue to hold the space. They can't find themselves numbers to cleanly break back inside of P1 until the recontest comes through the middle of the map. Ultra Academy EU can play for the scrap time because they still have those ever so wanted spawns ahead of the P2 column hill.
You can see they are set up for this one. Bean's going to be here first, but the double chow comes through. Just head is auto aim asunder, and Furious has to back him up, and he just gets a little bit of COD timing, moves when he didn't need to. And now Gizmo will be the third player here from Ultra to try and pin them in. It hasn't worked. Eventually, Steve-O tries to do it as well. They just keep losing the gunfights. AIM Esports are determined to just punch their way into this hill.
You lose two more players on the backside of column. Close spawns are still here, but Super, I mean, statistically #1 player across the entirety of Season 3 of the Elite. That's exactly why. Their streak will be sorely put to rest. But the job has been done. AIM Esports have broken inside of 2. They're forcing Ultra Academy EU to spawn on the north side of the map. And you know Ultra Academy EU, they cannot allow all the scrap time to go up for free.
Well, they're trying to make a little bit of a fight back here at the moment, but Super was 9 and 4 just before he didn't down to a grenade. And this is what I was talking about. It looks like AIM Esports are playing at a higher pace, a bigger tempo than Ultra Academy. They are feeling themselves a little bit more. Maybe the confidence has now settled in on this team.
That's how they've always found so much success throughout the entirety of round robin play, Bryce, is that they always outpace their opponents, specifically on the hard point. And it makes it a little bit easier when you have an AR like Super that's not afraid to get their hands dirty. Double positive going in towards P3, but easier said than done, trying to manipulate P3 spawns, those close rooftop spawns, and when Furious is piecing like this inside top fire, that's going to force AIM Esports to recollect themselves off the respawns and maybe try to break from fines.
Oh, at the moment, they're not really getting as many points as they would like. Eventually, they do clear this one up as Steve-O starts exploding towards the middle of the map. Does go down, but time currently sits for Ultra Academy. AIM Esports have been running roughshod over them so far, and you can see they're ready for another push through fire.
Oh, man. Isolated, one by one they come. Eric Boom will at least find the trade, but at least try to influence these close rooftop spawns. And the same conversation of what we were talking about on the Gavutu Hardpoint leader's advantage, AIM Esports can afford to do this. They know that P4 is a very difficult hardpoint to hold for themselves, and they've been winning the gunfight so outright, at least through the first 2 hardpoints, that they should be feeling themselves to maybe try to recontest this early. They're going to be doing it from across the map, coming out from P5, overwhelming Beans. That's a big gunfight to find for themselves. Now they can start flooding in towards the back.
Oh, this is it. This is AIM Esports all over again. They're just going to wrest control away from Ultra Academy. I've got to be honest, this is like the opposite of what we saw in that first hardpoint. AIM Esports are just going berserk left, right, and center. And now Yako trying to hold off all of the field push coming through. And you honestly couldn't convince me these were the same 2 teams.
Like I said, you got to put an asterisk on players like Eric and even, I mean, Journey and Yako. Yeah, they don't have the sexiest KD ratios right now, but the SMG presence on a map like Tuscan comparatively to Gavutu, you can clearly see where their comfort in lies. And again, you know, it obviously helps. You know, we've all been there in ranked play where we hope that our ARs are picking up the slack like what we're seeing from Super at 16 and 9. A recontest back in towards 4. They got themselves just about a 50-plus point lead going in towards 5. But this is a very difficult hard point to break for itself, especially when Ultra Academy EU are starting to zone away over by Patio and inside of Radio.
This is where they can get a big hold, and they really do need it. Gizmo's going to try and hold them back, and he doesn't get the 2-piece either. And now Beans has to try to get in a position for it, but there's nobody else here from Ultra to help him out. And again, it's AIM Esports who find the way. They break the hill, they gain the momentum, and I've got to be honest, this is looking like there's already sewn up.
I mean, this has got to be so annoying, right? I mean, when you're looking at this from Ultra Academy EU, they're going for a very conditional and formatted setup, but then they continuously get overwhelmed. And it's not just double chows, Bryce. They are triple chowing, 4-player flooding through these opening engagements, just making sure that the initial time does not go up for free. Finally, the dust is starting to settle here. You know that you're going to send one more player for AIM Esports to try to contest this. Furious is playing against the door. We'll be able to get the back 5 seconds, and that's still good time when you're thinking about it for Ultra Academy EU to not allow the lead to be going too quickly. Just under 30 points are the lead for AIM Esports going in towards the second set. It will be Ultra Academy EU, though. They do have middle of the map and the rotation to 1 early.
Well, let's see whether or not these 2 teams can find any difference, because Ultra Academy managed to just get a little bit back into this game, and it's all going to be on Super. He's their star gun at the moment. He has been doing so much work around this. Yakko going to try and push towards you. Not going to work out for them. And I'll tell you something else that's happening in this game right now. Both teams are turning up the tempo. This is unbelievable, the amount of interactions that are going on.
Yeah, I mean, comparatively to what we saw off of P1 and 2, you really feel like that Ultra Academy EU need to get a pep in their step because AIM Esports just simply cannot allow to have this much pace on their side. Really need players like Furious, Vortex, and Beans to really become activated here. Some of the biggest players that we have is Gizmo is still trying to influence themselves in towards the back. Maybe try to give themselves a little bit more of a pace differential. They were able to actually walk away with an abundance of time off of P1 plus the rotation over towards 2. But you remember the first set of hills, Bryce, was not exactly a good hold for not too long, but they're finding the kills required for themselves to at least hold the line.
Well, you can see again, it's the same story. It's the same story. Ultra looks like they might get in a position. AIM Esports says, no, thank you. We'll take this hill from here. You can bounce. And they're trying to get through, but somehow Ultra have found a couple of kills. They've managed 5-1. It's just going to be Super left alive to try and hold this one off. Even with the pre-fire, not going to happen. Scrap time will go to Ultra Academy with a very critical retake.
Yeah, big difference in between P2 for the first set and the second is that when AIM Esports were able to break through the front, just like what you saw, they were able to full flood in towards the backside of Church and flip out the spawns for Ultra Academy EU to spawn up on the north side of field. They still spawn on the backside of Church, so they quickly contest, and that pacing is absolutely still there. So AIM Esports need to concede the middle of the map. They need to play for these rooftop spawns. They're already able to sniff out Beans on that rooftop positioning. They're doing a great job of just zoning away the middle of the map, just playing these isolated corners, finding these challenges, keeping all of Ultra Academy EU at bay as they lock down the initial 20.
Well, here comes the push. Ultra Academy trying to get in position. The nades have gone in. The kills have gone in as well. That last player in a fire, they're going to know he's going to be there. It's a Super and Eric Boom. They're going to try and punch their way through, and Eric Boom continues to be a serious issue for Ultra Academy. And they have managed to retake that one very fast.
Yeah, it was required. You would really feel like to be able to retake it that quickly because you don't want Ultra Academy EU to fully work their way back inside the game. Super still aware. There's a player in towards the back. Obviously helps when team nades come through. Taking out their teammate of Furious over by that half wall, but battle for the scrap time. Eric Boom will come back. We'll win that gun by 10 seconds. We'll be given over towards the bank of AIM Esports as Ultra Academy EU are trying to set themselves up ahead of 4. They got broken up super quickly in the first set of hard points, and it's all thanks to positional advantages that Yakko is already trying to sniff out for their team.
Well, at the moment, Steve-O's got the first. Looks for the second here as well. And a little bit of control now coming in from Ultra. They have it a little bit cleared, but maybe not enough. Better positioning from AIM Esports. Gizmo trying to find the second one as well, and he does get it, but does go down as the trade comes back through. Beans had to dive in. He goes down to Super. Furious gets in as well, and he gets that trade at the same time, but it's not clean from either side.
Oh, and you still have closer spawns to worry about it if you are Ultra Academy EU. AIM Esports can reinforce this hill that much quicker than their adversaries. They're all the way in the backside of Church. AIM Esports are just holding them at the front doors. Nades coming through the side door. Journey trying to find more. Will be able to lock away with anything. But even contested time here with the 20-plus point lead for AIM Esports is still good time. But the biggest issue will still reside for itself. P5 in the first set of hard points was still very good for Ultra Academy EU. You cannot allow for them to get the lockdown setup over by the landing of the staircase. You got to find these nades. You got to find a point of interest. You got to break on in early.
And they're going to try and do this the hard way. They're going to hit the front in numbers. Going to go through over it, but Furious finds 2. Super eventually gets him back here. Ultra eventually flooding reinforcements into this one as the nades just continue to pile into P5.
Just this contest that's coming through the lower side of the staircase. This is such a good power position for a player like Beans to be in because it's going to buy more space for Gizmo to press on forward. Yeah, it gets traded out, but the numbers are here in spades for Ultra Academy EU. They are also over the 200-point threshold. And now you have to ask yourself the question for AIM Esports. Do you try to send players to break in for 5? I mean, Eric finds 2. That's a good opening, but you got to make sure that you lock down this rotation over towards 1. This was the hard point from 5 to 1 off of the first set in towards the second, where Ultra Academy EU were fully able to break their way back in towards the game. They are just down by about 6 points, Bryce. And they are looking to break back in from you, but the SMGs from AIM Esports get activated. They'll be here for the initial time.
Wow, this is danger time. This is danger time. Ultra Academy EU do not have any opportunity to let this one slip. AIM just have to hold as pressure comes through every single angle, but Yakko's already cleared their flank. And Ultra Academy, they don't really want to take these gunfights, but they know they have to dive into the teeth of them. Furious tries to get a 2, but he's not going to be able to. Steve-O gets 1, and he dives into the hill to stop this clock as well. He knows it's going to be done, and they've got it for just a few seconds. They can't even win it here, though.
AIM Esports can, and they're still trying to frame themselves up a position to try to recontest through middle of the map.
Oh!
The gunfights come their way. 4 dead for Ultra Academy EU. They're spawning on the backside of 3, but AIM Esports are not aware of it. They turn around. The trades will be there. You gotta get in. You gotta contest. They simply cannot do the latter. AIM Esports, excuse me, absolutely come back from the depths and completely shut out all of Ultra Academy EU from any point of interest to work their way in for some crucial hardpoint time. That's just absurd with the pace differential that we saw off of P1, that both Super and Eric Boom were laying down the law, and Ultra Academy EU just simply did not have an answer. They tried their best, but they simply could not keep up with the pace.
Well, the reverse sweep is now fully on the cards. Only one more map after this one. This is unbelievable, but we'll have to see how it plays out. Big plays from Super. Eric Boom going huge as well. And even then, AIM Esports would just not give them any scrap time. We saw P5 continually being taken away from them. And then they ended up losing that rotation as well onto P1. And Ultra Academy, they had to try and make a god play, but there was no god play to be found. AIM Esports with a better team on the Tuscan Hardpoint.
You really got to respect that mid-map adaptation that comes through from AIM Esports. I mean, you just said it. That rotation from 5 to 1 from AIM, comparatively to what happened at the end of the first set of rotations that then concluded that map, they immediately knew what kind of put them on their back heels, that Ultra Academy E were able to turn scrap of P5 into the initial over by P1, and they were able to walk away with what felt like about 35 seconds or so. AIM Esports, they only sent player, I think only sent Journey to maybe try to contest P5 scrap time, and then they all 3 flooded the numbers over towards the Ruben side, making sure that they reinforced that rotation. They won the initial gunfights. They forced the very irritable hand of Ultra Academy EU that they had to desperately try to recontest the hardpoint there on 1, and it's very difficult to be able to find those gunfights lickety-split when you're just trying to not only contest the hardpoint time, but being able to find those kills of lurking members of AIM Esports over in the middle of the map and Super on the backside of things. 36 and 26, 4,400 damage for the AR. 26 non-traded kills as well, Bryce. Super put up an absolute show throughout the entirety of that Tuscan.
It certainly has. Well, let's find out how this series ends. But before we do that, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back with how everything goes down. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Elite. This is the playoffs, and every single game so far has gone the distance. And this one is no exception. At the moment, AIM Esports and Ultra Academy EU are about to settle the score in one last game. They are going to the Search and Destroy. For AIM Esports, it'll be the reverse sweep. For Toronto Ultra, it'll be a sigh of relief. Proper, it's been hard fought.
It really has been, and you really got to tip your hat to AIM Esports to not get completely dissuaded. The mental is obviously fully in check after getting ripped ablaze on that Berlin Search and Destroy, and the pacing that we saw from Ultra Academy EU on the Gavutu hardpoint, specifically through the first set of hardpoints, that they quickly worked their way back in and make it as close as the scoreline does resemble for itself. But coming away from that absolute fumble, I would say, from the Gavutu control from Ultra Academy EU, throwing away those two shrieks, this AIM Esports roster has found another breath of fresh air, but their next big adversary is going into this Desert Siege Search and Destroy. This is a replay for when these two teams did face each other in the round-robin stage, and I specifically remember casting this one, Bryce, and it came down to the snipe-off that was in between both Super and Beans. Beans had their way on Desert Sea Search and Destroy to inevitably lead the way for this Toronto Ultra Academy EU roster to be able to win this map mode combination 6-4. You almost have to feel like some quick studies have to come all the way through. You'd hope that AIM Esports were able to recognize that and come in with a fresh set of plans to deal with the pressure that was coming through from Ultra Academy.
Well, we'll have to see, because it has been very back and forth. And if anything, the most thing I'm curious about now is how these two teams are doing mentally. Ultra Academy clearly had everything going for them, even to the point when on that control and the two glide bombs were committed, you knew they were feeling themselves and they wanted to end it right there. They end up eventually being bodied by AIM Esports, who just put them into the blender and held their defenses. Then we go on to the Tuscan Hardpoint, and truth being told, I felt like AIM Esports were also the team dominating that map for the majority. Ultra Academy were always one step behind. But what happens now? What happens when we go on to the Desert Siege? Do AIM Esports hit that reverse sweep? I'm looking forward to finding out.
Oh, it's going to be a good one, then. I mean, again, this is a map mode combination that, I mean, swiftly does favor Toronto Ultra Academy EU. They are 3-1 walking into this comparatively to their adversaries of AIM Esports 1-2. You have a 6-1 win against Rocker Academy in their last best of 5 played out. Offense first and foremost for Ultra Academy EU. Bomb carried by Vortex. They're trying to commit towards this B site. Sun's at least going to keep Super honest with their positioning.
Super looking for it, and he sees the player, but he gets away. Nade's going out as well, but bomb will be down for Ultra Academy. Boom. They're trying to get Gizmo to shift.
Not budge. I mean, he's still going to play in that post-point situation. They lost Beans. Now in a 3v3. Look at the game clock. You got to allocate 7.5 seconds for the defuse. Steve-O plays the nooks in the crannies, a little window through the S&D site. Get the better of one player trying to challenge.
Oh, they're not going to peek you.
No, there's no reason to.
Oh, tries to hit the quick scope. Not going to work out. And that player was like, yeah, I'm not peeking. You're on a heady. You have a sniper. I'm not doing it. I'm just going to go around the outside. And pretty clinical there from Ultra Academy, I will say. A lot of that due to Steve-O, relieving pressure for his teammates to just kind of play around him. Super could have caused a big issue when he took down Beans, but they held fast.
No, I was talking a lot about Beans and that snipe off versus Super. The last time these two teams played, I mean, the next annoyance for AIM Esports going up against Ultra Academy was Vortex just manipulating through the middle of the map, finding these first bloods, stopping these post plants from coming through fully, and the retakes as well.
Super looking for it again. Just checking every single angle. Not finding anything yet, and it looks like AIM Esports are going to try and play around him for the pick.
I mean, Super has to know that there's going to be one player over here. Last second, Beans is going to cross, but I mean, Beans had to have seen the glint from the sniper rifle as well. There's no reason to stand back up.
Still looking for him. This is a game of millimeters. I don't know if Beans has seen him here, but the push is going to come on towards A eventually. A little bit of a trade going down as well. Ultra Academy need to kind of reposition if they want to defend this.
Chopper!
That's dirty. Can't allow that to come through. And still, Yako has not committed towards the bomb. They thought that they could rotate out over by B. That's going to drop the bomb. Journey's going to recollect it. They have to get this bomb planted at B. They need to extend this round. But unbeknownst to them, both Gizmo and Beans, last 2 players alive for Ultra Academy, have not moved away from this lane.
Oh, now they know. They're looking for these players. Stun going through. Gets the hit marker. Knows there was somebody down low. You can see Gizmo on the other side of it. He'll be trying to find out if anybody's going up those top stairs, but that's all the information they have.
Well, they're trying to overwhelm Beams. Yeah, Beans is just going to get completely gunned by Journey. Thought they got the better of Super. Dropped him down to 28 HP. Be respectful about it, but Gizmo now the flank play comes through. It's a little bit too slow. You would feel like the trade's soon to follow from Journey. And as slow as it is, I mean, you really can't just sit there and wag your finger at Gizmo. There's so many different angles you have to be wary about. You got the stun from Beans down low on a Journey inside the S&D site, Bryce, but there's no way that you immediately knew while Gizmo was taking a parade on the backside of the offensive spawn of Desert Siege where Super was located at until Beans found themselves in a 1v2.
Yeah, it was just difficult for them, realistically. They just didn't have the information to execute, and when you don't have it, it means you basically have to try and figure out, but it's a slow progression, right? You got so many places a player could be hiding. If you make the wrong move, you basically have lost the round, and that's the difficulty of not being able, but speaking of the devil, and this game has already kicked off to another notch here. They 2 versus 3. It will be Ultra EU, this time on the better side.
Eric incredibly weak from that one. Will be traded 1v3 for Super. If there's any time to put on a montage, it might be now, but won't even be able to ADS with the Car 98K as they get gunned from the back. Ultra Academy EU, as you were saying, Bryce, they come in with the pace differential that time around. They find the kills, rotating across over by the A lane, lock things down in the middle of the map, get that bomb planted. A very emphatical round coming through from Ultra Academy EU, winning that one.
Oh, it was easy for them in the end, and we'll have to see if there can be a comeback here from AIM Esports. They've been playing this pick style around Super, essentially hoping he can make some sort of first blood for them, and then they can commit and almost get it straight there.
This is a very hard play. You can see the offense, AIM Esports, trying to commit through the middle of University. Gotta win these gunfights, but you gave a lot of information for Ultra Academy EU to collapse on this play. And then you just walked into Vortex's hands. Finds that kill, bomb planted. Or not planted, it just patty kicks on the ground.
Well, he's having a very good S&D here. He hasn't had a fantastic series so far, Steve, but that's not why they rely on him. In-game leader of this squad, and there he gets absolutely gunned by Eric Boom. Nobody able to stop him from pushing. 2 versus 3 again. AIM Esports are playing this slow and steady.
Forces double up together, clear away all of University. Try to find what these players will get at. Cecil head last second. Does find the second recontest on the Gizmo. Now you gotta find where these other players are located at, but just as you found that kill, you gave up your positioning. Bomb again dropped over by that BS&D. Eric will collect it. Do they even get out with their life? They do.
Well, that's going to be called out. They're going to know, surely. I think they're going to go straight for the defuse. No, they don't know. Beans is going to be overlooking. I think he might have seen him here, but no. Beans is going to go for the chow, and he's going to get shut down, and there's a second kill! And Furious saves the clutch. But it wasn't by much in the end.
That's a little extra there at the end with the rat pistol. You got to respect it. Mr. Furious shoots bodies Klaus. I'd say it's just one of those things, again, like, for AIM Esports, they want to get that University play. They're trying to isolate these players in the middle of the map, in that middle building, and those blips pop up on the mini-map, and you could just kind of poke your head through that window. Was Gizmo for that first blood, collapse on the play as a whole. And the moment that they thought that there was more focus over by the A lane from Ultra Academy, they just slide all the way down. Like you said, Vortex having themselves a great search and destroy has always been their bread and butter game mode.
Say something, bread and butter. Certainly get them fed right now because they're in a very, very good position. But on this attack could be crucial. Steve-O somehow punches all the way through the middle of the map. Eric Boom gets it back again, though, bringing it to a 3 versus 3. 3 versus 2. Eric Boom is on fire.
Oh, and they also know exactly where Furious is at. Top University. But do they know where Furious is? Oh, Eric Boom! Excuse me, sir. Bring in the round. Give him the ace. Give him for the kid. Someone bait him.
It's kind of a ridiculous round from him in the end. Just kept winning the gunfights, and Ultra Academy with first blood are not going to be able to convert. Beans is just going to be sitting pretty. Every single member of AIM Esports, by the way, is just stopped in their tracks and is holding a pre-aim somewhere.
There's just no reason to over-aggress, right? I mean, watching both bomb sites more or less. The bomb plant comes through over by B. Yako would drop down. That bomb just being dropped over by the railroad tracks. Yeah, Beans probably taking his time to talk to their teammates, maybe see what they can try to do differently on the upcoming rounds. I mean, they do have this round to play with. Most importantly, you just don't want to be feeding Erica any streak advantage, right? That 3 in the round, winning gunfights that they have no business doing, has been the moniker of young Eric Boom throughout the entirety of this Challengers Elite season, as AIM Esports will make this a 1-round deficit.
And unbelievable. I mean, to get this trade back and then just continue on a reign of terror for Eric Boom, shut down everything. Steven made a bold play to get that first blood, and it was just reduced to nothing. Like, that's not going to work a second time. He's not going to be able to go through that door a second time and try to catch somebody off guard. It will now be watched. It will be adjusted to. So it's a little bit more devastating than just doing it. They didn't get the round off it. They didn't get the advantage off it. Eric Boom shuts them down, and Klaus goes for a little bit of a furious, and oh my goodness, Yako must be breathing by 1 point.
Stay alive. Now, where do you go from here? Ultra Academy EU are trying to swarm this university side. It'll be a big pick for Super. Just barely can't thread the needle. With some damage. Got to completely concede the space, but it does buy enough time for Yako to come out from university and plant this bomb at A. Do you allow them to get inside a very strong post-plant situation, though, Brycey?
Well, Ultra Academy have to make a move here, and you can always see that minimap moving each single way. They're trying to find them. They're desperately trying to figure out where they've gone. And the push on the flank has gone through. That hasn't been looked over properly. There are players all around. Gizmo are getting shot in the back of the ears. And it's a complete collapse. Ultra Academy have just thrown that in the bin. They didn't win a single gunfight. They didn't hold the angles. AIM Esports just make them look silly.
Apart from that first gunfight that they were able to find for themselves, AIM Esports, the way that the bomb was planted, basically put the proverbial ball in Ultra Academy's court, saying, look, you can go ahead and try to make the play. We'll just fully wrap through the map, clear away the backside of the defensive spawn, and fully wrap back on over to the awaiting arms in the line of sight that Super was holding for themselves. But a little consolation kill to come through. At least they did take down Eric before they were slowly starting to make their way towards that 7-kill margin, get some streaks. All knotted up here in round number 7.
Oh, what do Ultra Academy do now? The last few rounds have come to nothing, and Eric Boom opens proceedings again. Ultra Academy on the back foot. AIM Esports now looking for it as Super takes down the second. Been slowly trying to bring this one back, but they still have the man disadvantage.
Still try to commit over towards this A push. I mean, you have a lot of time to play with here for Ultra Academy to slow roll their way across the railroad track side, but you have no idea where Super's located at, the positional advantage that they're going to have with the Car 98K. A stun comes through. That should be information. I would assume just waits, gets the head off of Beans.
Well, Steve-O for some magic, but with 30 seconds left to do it and 3 members of AIM Esports, I don't think you're going to let him breathe, let alone get them and get it down. And can he make the jump, Steve-O? Come on. Finds Eric Boom. I don't know if he commits to this. He might. This is all timing now. All timing. Oh, he's in trouble. He's in massive amounts of trouble. Trying to get away. Has he been seen? I think he has. He's getting into the palace. He goes straight for the reach out. It's not going to be enough. He needed some breathing room to make the play, and it's not going to happen. And AIM Esports take the lead proper.
Yeah, I mean, in a 1v2, you really got to tip it how Yako and Super did play that out, right? I mean, they know the numbers advantage. They're more or less expecting maybe Vortex to make a unlikely play to maybe try to come over towards the BS&D site where they could obviously shut it down with their line of sights, and Yako being up close could have been damning and alarming to deal with in an SMG mine, but Esports, again, just in a 2v1, just play for the retake as a whole, just completely isolate it. Don't allow Vortex to get out scot-free, find some damage, and just completely track him down inside of the palace. This is now, 3 rounds in a row for AIM Esports, putting themselves inside of this advantage state. Look at this offensive push now, just respecting the space are both these teams. For Academy, you do not want to get run over.
With this down again, it will be advantage to AIM Esports. I'll tell you something, at the moment, the snipe's getting through. If Beans can find one, it could help them out, but Ultra are probably a little bit nervous. They've had man advantage before and still couldn't get the retake done. Yakko already finds Steve-O. Gizmo's going to go down as well. Furious gets one's back, but Ultra again find themselves in a horrible position. Beans finds the first. No, doesn't even find the first, and he is going to go down, and AIM Esports keep on winning.
This is just so cool to watch from AIM Esports, just getting in the heads of Ultra Academy EU. Historically, even when they go back and they lost this map mode combination 6-4, what was giving them such a big problem was the middle of the map. I mean, Vortex was fishing out these first bloods. Beans was finding tremendous value with the Kar 98K. Is losing these battles a lot, not only just outright to Super. You can see the influence just from KD ratio alone as Super finds themselves on a 5.
This is where the pressure mounts for Ultra Academy. The first 2 maps, nothing but them, and now the reverse sweep is calling. Again, they're going to get taken down one by one. No trades coming through. Gizmo cannot make it work. And Furious, alone, outnumbered, outgunned. And now he's been found with no kills towards his name. They're swarming on him for the defeat, and AIM Esports will march forward and complete the reverse sweep. And they're going to our grand final.
Wow. I mean, it's one thing to be said about just the mental fortitude as a whole for AIM Esports, going down 0-2 in the best of 5 series versus this Ultra Academy EU roster who 3-0'd your former champs of Season 2 of the Elite of Team War, and a bounce back and reverse sweep them in the capacity that they did, outpacing them in the hardpoint, albeit close. They got in their heads there, Bryce, with the search and destroy, almost rent-free, you would feel like. Yeah, they lost a lot of these antics that Vortex was putting on down over by the BS&D site, but they made sure that Beans was a non-benefactor with that Kar 98K. Super was constantly moving, taking these different line of sights, making them more available, opening up avenues, and just when you think that it's Super with the sniper rifle, you got to be worried about, who does go 10-4, by the way, Eric Boom. I mean, how many first bloods truly? It says 2, but I feel like that might just be a lie. The influence that this guy had on the map throughout the entirety of these rounds, Bryce, was undeniable.
Yeah, Eric Boom shut down several of those rounds just by himself, and Ultra Academy, they're just not going to be happy with that. Like, there's no way. You got to remember, all the way back in the control, they committed, they failed, and since that point, they have not looked like they were the winning team. And unfortunately, they aren't. AIM Esports have just pulled off a ridiculous comeback and propelled themselves one step further.
Putting themselves in grand finals when you're thinking about it for AIM Esports. You go back to Season 1, when they were playing under the moniker of Sukri's Bakery, DFR went out in lower round 1, where they ended up losing to the original squad. Season 2, didn't even make it to the championship bracket. Now they make the roster change. Journey comes in for this AIM Esports roster. Eric Boom is in final form. Super is looking undeniable. Puncher ticket to grand finals, Bryce. This is the turnaround of a season that AIM Esports have found themselves yet again, dating back to when they were known as Mavericks last year. It's crazy.
Wow, it is. It is very, very crazy, but that's just how Challenger's Elite rolls sometimes, and that's how these two teams have rolled as well. Europe is still heating up. I will say, Ultra EU obviously have an opportunity to come back into this, of course. The losers final will be going on tomorrow. I'll be here for that. Unfortunately, Proper won't, but we'll see how this entire thing ends up going through. If anything, I'm just looking forward to maybe seeing exactly how the the tweets come out on the timeline, because that can't be happy.
I'm already refreshing it, man. I'm looking for it, because there's got to be some answer when it comes down to Ultra Academy EU. I mean, on the day, I was ready to look at this matchup. I was like, oh yeah, Ultra Academy EU absolutely have this in the bag. 3-0. but it's not going to be the case as AIM Esports, again, they go against the grain, man, and they reverse sweep what was about to be the #1 team on the day. Make me eat my words. They solidify themselves #1 seed coming into the bracket. They're first team in grand finals.
They certainly are. Well, we're going to go to a break, and if you ever need some sort of motivational speech, this next game may be the place for you, because it's called Destroy the Odds versus whatever it takes on our North American circuit. So that's coming up as we jump over to our North American games. Don't go anywhere. We will see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. My name is Bryce. We are across the pond in North America now for even more Call of Duty action. Joining me here, of course, this time, Chris Tunn.
It's very late in the night, isn't it, Brycey, to bring me?
Oh, how are you going to start already?
We could have just left Proper in here. I'm sure he would have been fine with it. You know.
Well, he's a better caster than you, but unfortunately, you have to do your due diligence and you have to get into casting these games. So that is exactly what we are going to do. The North American playoffs is kicking off. We'll have to find out which of our teams leaves us today and which moves forward into our grand final. And this is how it's going to work with our bracket. A steel ton.
Yeah, two very, very good games coming up. Of course, a lot of people will look towards that Toronto Ultra squad, and a lot of people will be sort of seeing how Scrappy's going to do after what was a very successful debut with Toronto Ultra in the CDL. But yeah, I'm interested to see how these games are going to break down. And I mean, like on a serious note, obviously these players have had to wait a little bit, and I'm curious how they're going to be feeling heading into it. Of course, it was supposed to start a while ago, but because of all the close games we've had in Europe, we've had to push some of this back. So yeah, curious how some of the teams, have they been keeping themselves warm? Have they been getting some scrims in maybe in the time, some extra preparation? It's curious how some teams are going to handle this sort of delay. So yeah, it's interesting to see how they're going to handle it. But yeah, good games all around here, Bryce.
It certainly will be. I actually can confirm that Toronto Ultra and Electrify Steel has finished. So we're going to watch Destroy the Odds versus whatever it takes. And I believe it's Ultra have taken that 3-1.
No surprises. Absolutely no surprises. It's one of those situations where we do expect them to put themselves in a good spot, so we're going to find out who they're going to be facing in the final, and of course get on with losers round 1 as well. We'll be jumping into the game really shortly between Destroy the Odds and whatever it takes. Of course, going in against the Toronto Ultra in that winners final. That's the spot they're aiming for, confirming that top 3 placement if you can manage to win your semi-finals. So we should be jumping in shortly, but yeah, it's always going to be Toronto Ultra that are the favourites based on what we of course seen in the regular season, although that was relatively close at the top, and of course what we've seen when we did go over towards Minnesota, what we've seen at the Prime. They've given us enough evidence to show that they are the real deal. So it does feel like their tournament to lose, but there's still some very good teams in here.
Yeah, there really is. And anybody wondering at the moment, Destroy the Odds, they used to be called Trash Bros, if you're wondering where that team name has come from. It's a bit of a team name change, but don't worry, it's still the same old squad. Speaking of which, looks like this game is about to get underway. Trash Bros versus whatever it takes, of course observed by Patrick Ard and Shane Ard. They'll be our observers for the evening.
I mean, they're brothers, right? It's not just coincidental that they got the same last name. Oh, no relation.
No relation, we've just been told by production.
I don't believe that. I was
we've been hoodwinked. We've been misled.
We have been hoodwinked. We've been fooled. They are brothers. That makes a lot more sense, Clayton. Thanks for the clarification. So thanks to those guys, irrelevant of the conversation we've been having. But here we go. Whatever it takes, Destroy the Odds. Interesting to see how things do kick off. Whatever it takes. Last week we've seen some interesting things from them as well, and we'll probably be the favourites. I think Neptune kind of sitting into his role here on the challenger side of things a little bit nicer than he did in the CDL side. Major Maniac as well. Other players who have dropped down, they'll be looking to make an impact here immediately. Major Maniac 3 in a row already.
They're just going after the gun, but it doesn't matter. Other side of it happens as well. He tries to go. Eventually, Major Maniac will shut him down, but the trade comes through as Gintroid opening up on these players, and this is certainly kicking off into a very fast game.
It's absolute brawl in the beginning of the map. Straight away, both these two teams, no semblance of setup. Just been a case of pushing on through, and again, like things like that. We see that last week from Neptune. It seems to just blindly running to situations. 0 and 3 to kick things off. You need your SMGs to be finding these trades if they can. They are going to find them over towards that P5 side. Rotation over towards P2 starting to come on through. Hollow, locking down radio. Will get taken down. Those spawns will come in for whatever it takes.
Well, it's still very much back and forth between these two teams as they up the tempo. Venom going to cook that grenade. Got to be careful with that. We've seen a few of them go off in people's faces this weekend in the CDL, but now they're just pushing through. And they have managed to push whatever it takes out very, very aggressively.
And Destroy the Odds on an 8 continuous streak here. Hollow may well find some more. There's one from behind. The second, is it going to follow? Yes, it is. 2Real's the only one who can answer. Will get traded out. Really nice break from whatever it takes. They force them towards the back. They find those kills, and you can really put them in the world of hurt over towards the back side now. But Destroy the Odds, just about keeping a hold of control here, whatever it takes, forcing their way out. Rotation's going to be there for the side of Destroy the Odds as this starts to come on through. Venom has been a menace at 9-2 to kick things off. It's not really going to be a lot of time for whatever it takes, all things considered. Destroy the Odds will very much take that, considering they didn't have a rotation.
Hold on against it. Gintroid knows his players out here eventually will go down, but just trying to keep a lid on these players coming through and keep an eye on those rotations. Tiles coming in for Destroy the Odds, but it's going to be whatever it takes. He managed to get there first before reinforcements can flood in.
There's only really Gintroid in a position to do something here. Should get traded, does so. And that's still going to be Tiles spawn coming in for whatever it takes. So they should have the reinforcements here shortly, and teammates killing each other never going to help you out with this push. Whatever it takes, just steadying the ship at the moment, Brycey. Getting something locked in as best as they can. They should be following up with these kills as well, and they will do so. Not getting any time, though. Need to get somebody inside the point. They are locking it down, but the grenades from Destroy the Odds have been fantastic. It's really slowed things down in terms of points being picked up, but whatever it takes, we'll get that scrap and we'll get these transitional kills. Bracken of 4 spray looking to make it 5.
Oh, not going to be able to, though. Does get shut down before it, but keep an eye. Major Maniac is going for the long haul. He's the only player from whatever it takes on this side of the map. Already, they know the pressure is going to come in, but they probably don't know Major's here this early. Bit of a slow execution onto this as he checks every single corner, and just timing may have paid him bad there. But he still gets at least one kill coming through, and whatever it takes, do break it. It does take him 20 seconds to do so, but they managed to get it done.
Yeah, they've done it cleanly as well, Brycey, so that works out for them. Need to see if they can lock this down. What on earth is that from Gintroid? That is disgraceful.
Well, you could do 20 seconds, stack the hill, surround it from all sides and retake, or you could just punch through like Gintroid and get a 3-piece. Two different ways of doing it, and Gintroid's looked a little bit more effective, but they have lost that hill again here. Scrap time to whatever it takes. Rotation as well to whatever it takes, but I don't know if Neptune knows how many players are actually here.
He's not going to have much luck either. He will fall immediately. Brack is over here as well, though. Is that lead now with whatever it takes? Venom with the spin. Fantastic stuff from him. Got a glide bomb to work with off a streak. Can he lock this down, though? Major Maniac 2 real opening things up here. Got some control over towards the far side. Mox is just going to have to back on down and hope that he can stay alive. But the push comes through, and whatever it takes, nearly getting cleanly, eventually do. Momentarily 3 dead. Gintroid's the only one here, and well, we know that that might not matter, to be honest with you, with how he's been playing, that he's going to force his way out as well. And it seems like Destroy the Odds have found a way through.
They are just continuing to just push the tempo here on this hill, and that's what you kind of expect from the P5 town, is both teams just buying heads over and over again, but Neptune staying alive, and one last gunfight for the scrap. Is he going to be able to win it? Can he get through? And Venom will eventually stay alive and take it as well. It'll be rotation. And now it's all going to be about this second set of rotations. They basically go in equal for this.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty steady on the way through. The difference is that Venom has a hold of this glide bomb. That's going to go in and hopefully will help his team break it open here. And if they're going to use that, you want to make sure you're going to be able to lock this down. They have been able to. They've got the spawn they want as well. Good rotation coming in here from Destroy the Odds. They're looking to do just that. Whatever it takes would have definitely been favorites in this one. But a good start by Destroy the Odds, and really Gintroid, Venom. They're the guys you have to look at. The SMGs have been causing absolute havoc. 38 kills between the two of them after one rotation is good going.
Well, now they are going to be trying to hold this one down. And here's the thing, for this game at the moment, I really don't know which way it's going to swing. Both teams having good rotations, both teams hitting massive slays in the kill feed. And again, they tie this up as we look towards P2.
So close. Nobody seemingly able to lock down a decent amount of time. It's very much a trade for trade. Every single hill we go to, rotation will come through. They'll lock it down for a little bit. The other team will answer back with some scrap. Let's see if one of these teams can maybe find themselves a bit of a lead, just to give themselves that kind of little bit of breathing room. Pushing coming from towards the archers is going to come through from the side of whatever it takes, but can they find this push? It's looking unlikely. They're going to start spawning towards the back, though. Is this going to give them the route in here, Brycey? Oh my god.
Oh, this is the problem. This is what I was talking about. Like, how do you separate these two teams? I was convinced there that Destroy the Odds had that locked in, and now they've lost it. And the points flip towards whatever it takes, and realistically, both these two teams are matching each other pace for pace around this map. One last swing here for the Destroy the Odds to try and push the tempo onto this one. And you can see, I think Mock's going to walk away with it. He's actually ignoring the scrap time. Is he going to go back? That's right. Teammate going to get it. The rotation is on, though. Venom's going to be here first, but he's outnumbered heavily.
He is. Just about staying alive here. Try and cause some chaos if you can. Too real. Will win the gunfight. Hollow's on his way over, needs the rest of his team to be there close. No point in going in on your own. But he's gaining information there. Plenty of map control now for the side of Destroy the Odds to try and find this break. Crucially, Gintroid has dropped. Neptune will find him over towards the tile side, but a big stack coming towards field.
And this is where it just gets a little bit chaotic, as both teams know P3 is not what it used to be. It is not that easy to hold anymore as the teams trade once again, and Brack is pre-aimed in. Mock walks straight into it. Hollow's going to do the same thing.
Oh, God.
And they have got this. He's on a 3-piece. He's looking to push it out as well. That's another one up top. He looks out as well. He's just going for every single kill. He wants every single one. And eventually does go down, but Hollow's now trying to make this difficult.
I think on occasion in Challenger, sometimes it looks like there's maybe no semblance of a push. It doesn't really feel coordinated. They kind of just fly into each other, but it makes it entertaining. And that would maybe sell them short as well. There is absolutely still method in the madness at times. Sometimes, just as I said, a bit more of a chaotic game than we sometimes see on the CDL side of things, but it does make for good viewing. Right now, whatever it takes, 20-point lead. Need to find a break here, though. They got the spawns towards the back. Destroy the Odds already. They're waiting. Venom can only find one. Major Maniac will find the other. The trade comes through there for Neptune as well. It's only Hollow that's currently left in the spawns. Look, towards field there for Destroy the Odds. Whatever it takes in the point, they're broken it pretty cleanly.
Again, you say that cleanly, but more players are piling in. Everybody into church. And eventually, whatever it takes, a little bit of breathing room. But is it going to be enough as Destroy the Odds are going to go for this once again? Brack trying to hold them off with the pistol coming out as well. There's players everywhere looking for this, and they continue to just go for every single second of scrap time. Brack eventually goes, all right, well, I'll take a little look at P5.
Yeah, really good call. Makes his movement. Major Maniac will find two on the rotation as well, over towards that scrap time, I should say, sorry. As Brack now will get himself set up. Plat push coming through. Hollow gets his head taken off. Is there anybody else there for Brack to deal with? That's 28 and 21 out of him. Neptune trying to hold the front door. The grenades are gonna start coming in. The artillery needs to be on point for Destroy the Odds. They're not too far away here, Brycey, but over this last rotation, it just feels like whatever it takes have been stretching their lead, and it's thanks to players like that from Major Maniac. Finds 3. This should be some really good time for whatever it takes.
But they're locked in. They are locked in, looking for as well. Too real going for that pre-fire as well. He finds one. He's just putting bullets down. Eventually, 3 punts through. And now they're going to try and get into the one. Brack holding them off for just a few seconds. He goes down as well. Neptune's here. And it's just a mixer over and over again. But whatever it takes, can they hold one last push for Destroy the Odds? They have to move in, and they have to move now.
Yeah, they got to go. They can win it here. Can whatever it takes, although maybe not now. Gintroid and Hollow will have to commit to that, but because they've committed to that, this rotation is now going to be tough. I don't believe that they have any streaks in their back pocket to help break this. But they've had time to set up here, has whatever it takes, and those 2 initial kills are really going to help things. 3 seconds to go. Whatever it takes are going to open this up with a map win. Map number 1 goes over towards them. It was back and forth, but when it mattered, they started stretching their legs and just took off.
Well, I'll tell you something. I am convinced that was about twice the pace of things I usually see week to week on this game. They just threw themselves into a blender ton. Like, every single time, it was just like, oh, I'll say maybe they'll go for the rotation now. No, 15 seconds into the blender we go. Let's find out who can get some more kills going up to it. It is insanely fast. And neither team looks kind of willing to hold on for anything less than breakneck pace.
Yeah, and that kind of, it felt like for whatever it takes towards the end there, it got to the point of where they were slowing it down maybe a little bit. Those rotations were looking a little bit more snappy. The setups were looking a little bit better as well. And that's when things just started going that little bit better for them towards the end. I love the play actually from Brack. You know, you could see the gunfights were ongoing, and you could see he was trying to help his teammates out and trying to defend. But because he had a good route over towards P5, he takes that next level play and says to himself, like, okay, let's go for the step. By the way, that from Gintroid was disgusting. Like, as good of when we're talking just straight flat out gunfight play, I've seen this yet. Unbelievable from Jintroid there, but it's not enough. All those scrappy plays, all those moments of where it was just trade after trade after trade does not go in the favor of destroy the odds. And I think in the end, they just got outslayed. Whatever it takes, definitely stepped it up. Those rotations were solid. The setups were better. It was just difficult for destroy the odds to get themselves through.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to the rest of this series. Already, the pace there for that one was ridiculous. Both those teams, and I don't even know really how to quantify. That's the thing I'm trying to get down and locked in my head right now, because obviously we've seen a lot of that map this year, Tanner, right? Like, we have cast every team imaginable on that map, both sides, but I don't think I've ever seen a Tuscan Hardpoint look like that.
Again, it's kind of what I said to throughout the game, is that it can sometimes lie that way, can't it? When it does come down to when you're watching challenges, it feels a little bit more mixy. And I wonder if that just comes down to some teams obviously not being together for as long, obviously with just the way that it works, the ecosystem of challenges. Quite a lot of things do change, specifically over North America. It happened all the time last year, of course. It hasn't been necessarily as bad this year, as far as I'm aware, at least. But it just feels like sometimes if these teams are changing so much, you maybe struggle to work on those breaks that are working well for you. You don't have an analyst to help you out and say, well, what works the best, for the most part at least. So for some of these teams, is it a case of just going in and playing off the cuff, sort of thinking to yourself, is this push going to make sense? Let's try it. A couple of occasions here or there, it works for whatever it takes. It doesn't work for the other squad, of course. But Desert Siege Search and Destroy coming up, a very different game mode coming into map number 2. Let's see how it's going to break down.
Yeah, we certainly will have to. And I'll be honest with you, these two teams, obviously, I think one of the things that goes to whatever it takes favour moving forward into this is obviously the playoffs is really good actually in Champions League, because we kind of get to see how the round robin has worked and how everything has actually gone down with all these two teams. And we know that as this goes into this with these teams, that last time it was a 3-1. And whatever it takes are in a very good position in the league. The only team they lost to was Ultra Academy North America in a map number 5. So they're kind of the hot favourites coming in this, as well with Toronto Ultra Academy. In fact, you would say that you would kind of expect to see those two in a grand final all the way through. The only team that Ultra Academy lost to was Red Wolves, who were basically beaten by everyone else. Don't know what happened that day, but it happened. All right? So moving forward into this series, whatever it takes are the favourites. However, the only times Destroy the Odds have lost have been to those two teams I just mentioned. And even last time, like I said, it was a 3-1. Anything could change as we move into this. There's been a bit more time gone past. They have had opportunity to watch the VODs. They've had opportunities to improve. Destroy the Odds could try and make a little bit of an upset here, and it would be an upset.
I think so. I think, based on whatever it takes in their record so far, kind of, they are at the top. With Toronto Ultra, you would say that it's hard not to argue against that when it does come down to what the regular season told us. But 3-1 result last time, you would say it's probably fair. But that's still close enough to offer. Look, Brycey, every game's went to a game 5 so far. And I have a feeling me and you will be seeing the sunrise, because every single one of these games could be very, very... You know what? We could actually talk to each other in a romantic way when it comes up. What do you think? You have that?
No.
No?
No. If anything,
right,
the only thing I want
then.
to say right now is, where are these teams? Get us into the Desert Siege. Let's go.
You know what, Bryce? It does not matter. However long the first one delayed us, they will still take their time. Was it not last week that we got word of one of the teams that were watching the map back whilst we were waiting on again the map number 2?
I don't know. If that was true. It just takes a while here. If you're watching this for Call of Duty gameplay, it's never the casters. It's always the teams, always the players. I don't know whether the intensity of map number 1. Maybe they need a breather, a little bit of a massage. Go outside, have a walk around the block, see how the scenery is, seeing what happened. Because
nice.
They take a while. So I think last week's record was 17 minutes between map 1 and 2. 17 minutes between map 1 and 2. That's a whole other map. I think the players need to get some skates on.
I agree. I absolutely agree. You see, for me, I would like to just jump straight into, from a playing perspective, I would like to get on with it. If I lost the first map, I would like to jump in and just be straight into it. Whereas I suppose sometimes, you maybe want to take some of that momentum away, if we want to say on the tactical standpoint. Don't think it happens so much. Definitely used to happen back in the day, though. I know plenty of tactical toilet breaks came through in some momentum shaping way of when things have been going badly for you. You just allow that momentum to slow down. It's only after map number 1. I'm not saying that's what they're doing, but it definitely used to happen, Brycey. I'm just saying.
Well, we'll have to find out, obviously. As soon as this game starts, you'll see the old map fly-throughs magically appear as we go onto Desert Siege between these two teams. But I'm going to go back and look at some of the other results, realistically, for this one. Obviously, we've already spoken about Ultra Academy. They're already in our winners final. They managed to win their game in pretty dominant fashion, from what I understand. But when we talk about whatever it takes, their only other difficult result was against Valor Esports. There was a 3-2 there, map number 5 for them. And other than that, yeah, it's been pretty good. 3-0s and 3-1s across the board, Ton.
Yeah, very good squad when it does come down to whatever it takes. Of course, things come in. You've got players in there who were from the CDL side of things, obviously looking solid. Over in challengers, as you would expect, though. You know, these guys who get their opportunity, they get it for the right reasons. Major Maniac, we can kind of talk about that side of things. A lot of people would ascertain that they didn't think he should have been dropped, but the Rocket team have looked very, very good since he has left, although a lot of people kind of argued it should have been Priest, but he's been playing well. So now for Major Maniac, it's the time to come into the challenger side of things and see what you can get done. Neptune, of course, definitely didn't have a successful time over on the CDL side of things, but so far so good. But I pointed it out throughout the game, I still see some of those deficiencies in his game in challenges, but I would say he gets away with it more down here because of the chaotic nature. Well,
why would you say something so bold?
Well, because the amount of times, right, he's the kind of player you can get away with it because he's got the gun skill for it. But I feel like at times against very, very experienced top level players in the CDL, he wasn't getting away with it. On occasion, down here, he can headbutt down middle and run at players and get away with it because he's cracked. But for the most part, he does still get caught out, but maybe not quite as much in the challenger side of things.
Well, let's find out. Let's find out how this goes down. Of course, moving on to our map number 2. We jump on board with Major Maniac to begin with. And he's trying to hit a spot for us.
No, stay on that. Stay on that.
He's in it. This is the spot.
Have you seen this before?
It's not something that's come across very often, and obviously it does watch a lot of the flank from a good position, but there's already been some kills gone down, and it's a 3 versus 3.
Mock will find a kill over towards the hillside. We'll find one on the Mocknull, and all of a sudden this spot for Major Maniac becomes a little bit useless, to be honest with you. Bomb being defused. Is he going to check it in time? 3/4 of the way there. The cover is going to be there. That bomb is defused. No time. Oh, if he checked it a second earlier, he's good, but destroy the odds. We'll get that bomb defused, and that's a good defensive hold in the end. And yeah, okay, that spot for Major Maniac's nice, but the problem is if all your team drop over towards the bomb site, you're kind of left in no man's land.
Yeah, and obviously it's a good thing to watch the flank. Unfortunately, his teammates just weren't able to hold the actual front push, and then it kind of goes down for it. So we'll have to see if they can figure out a way back to it. But I'm hoping to see that spot again. I suspect he'll go back into it because it wasn't really used.
I can understand what it covers, but it's more so in the sense of if your teammates are all down next to the bomb, what use is it in that sense? Of course, that's not your fault. Anyway, destroy the odds, looking to see get an attack under the board, but not going to happen at the moment. Venom and Mock, they're left in a 2 versus 4. No bomb to their name. Plenty of map control for whatever it takes. All working together. It's going to have to take a pick to come through from either Venom or the side of Mock here to make the round doable.
Yeah, this is what they're looking for here. An opportunity to bring these numbers back towards normality. Be given an opportunity to work the map. Mock doing the same thing. Checking his corners. Will he find Major, though? Major actually tries to look around here, and I think he's been seen eventually. He will be taken down. Now only Venom left alive in a 1 versus 4. Not going to get that one either.
That was quite a lot of bullets. Didn't work out, though. Whatever it takes, we'll tie things up here. 1 apiece now, and yeah, they've been interested to see Neptune's health, although didn't even look like the bullets registered on his side of things. Either way, 1 apiece. Those first bloods are really coming in clutch for both these two teams. Good play from whatever it takes, though, to get themselves back on the board. Of course, Major Maniac yet to die. And I'd imagine we'll maybe see him in that spot once more if this bomb does push over towards B. Looks that way. Here he goes. Ranked play next week, man. I'm trying to find B bomb. It's going to be hellish. Jintroid will be there
Takes
to
a while
find
to go.
one.
I think he
Neptune
failed it this
answers
time, by the
back.
way. He did fail it.
I think he's giving it up. Oh, Neptune hasn't, though. 3 kills in the round for himself, and now Hollow left in a 1 versus 3.
Hollow going to try and make a play here. Is he going to be able to pick this correctly? Bomb goes down. He now knows. He'll be looking for this player off the bomb side. He's going to find him as well, but loses the gunfight. Whatever it takes, get that around the board. And the best thing about that is we're going to see Major Maniac on the next deck probably going to the exact same position again. At no point has it actually worked out for him because they just haven't pushed down that direction and his teammates find all the kills.
I wonder who found that. Where do you come up with the fact that you're going to jump on that sign like that? Interesting.
I mean, I've definitely tried every single angle back here, but it's one of those niche. It's a niche kind of position because there are actually a lot of good positions mid map that you can take. And now we jump on board with Destroy the Odds. You can see they're looking maybe for this first pick. Nade's going out, double nade.
Might be okay. A little bit short.
Just here on the left. He might be able to see that gun, and he does, and he's going to be able to take that first kill.
Jintroid does get the bomb down, though, so it is a 3 versus 4 retake going to have to come through. Whatever it takes. That stun's going to come in, though, and the push is going to start coming in as well. Mock's got an important job to do. Jintroid will find one on the bomb site. Trying to come control it as best as he can.
Do they go for this defuse yet? No, they're going to look for the next kill, and they have managed to get it. It's now a 1 versus 2. Venom laying down. He's going to try and push for this one as well, but Brack finds him. And whatever it takes, take that round as well. They are looking like the most practiced S&D squad. It's all going their way.
In B, once again, the play for both these two teams is quite often about these automatons down the outside, over towards the field. And whatever it takes, dominating that sense of things. Looking good so far from them, after a little bit of a shaky start, but the B hits will likely continue. Although pointing over towards A is potentially Major Maniac. And that's the way that it's looking like it's going to go. Maybe a bit of a faster hit through the middle from Neptune, who's having a good game at 6-2. I like this.
Venom, that's a huge pick. Huge pick. Whatever it takes, I'm now going to figure out what to do with this one, and it might be on the back of Neptune. He's in the most forward position, and Major Maniac makes a huge wide peak. Neptune eventually gets one back, though. 2 versus 3. Actually going for this as well. Neptune just wants everybody here. He's going to see that player up top. He's actually going to go for the challenge as well. Neptune is playing incredibly confident, but Hollow will eventually cut him down.
And those are the kind of players that I was talking about. Sometimes, you know, you can push through and you will catch players off guard because they're not expecting that aggression. Brack here, though, in the 1 versus 2, not going to happen out for him for the second kill. First one was solid. Second one's always going to be traded in that sense. 3-2 now. Hollow just about got the shots in. Brack gets around that. Hollow's chasing his tail just a little bit. Still a lead, though, for whatever it takes. So we're heading to round number 5 now. Or number 6. Counting is hard.
Good round, though. Destroy the Odds. Hold it down, even with Neptune making a bit of a couple of crazy plays. Now the push again. Just trying to see if anybody from Destroy the Odds is being aggressive. A lot of pre-aims flying about. Nobody so far. And Too Real, I was going to say, I thought he was going to stick on the bomb, but no, he's actually going to try and make this push, and he gets caught for it. And now no pressure from whatever it takes anywhere near B.
Oh, good shots coming through. Destroy the Odds can take their time with this. Oh, as Major Maniac gets his head wiped out, and all of a sudden A is looking aggressive from the side of Destroy the Odds. But do they know that Neptune lies in wait? There's one. Can he find the second here as well? Oh, the snap's just not quite accurate enough. Brack will find his way through, but the second will not follow. Destroy the Odds will find another round here. 3-piece price.
This is all tied up again. They found their form, and You got to say, a little bit of aggression there from 2 Real with nobody for the trade. It's the first blood you don't really want to give away.
Never helps. Never helps. I think.
I think the only issue I had with it is just nobody get any sort of trade for him. Nobody on that side of the map. He was the entirety of whatever it takes pressure towards B.
Oh, Brack seeing a lot over towards it. Next to the B side, to Real getting aggressive. Both teams flying at each other here, and Gintroid will be able to find it. Is there going to be another trade coming on through his major? Maniacs found himself in a wonderful position. He didn't see him towards the back.
I mean, we saw him. His head was definitely sticking out there a little bit, and
I mean, he's also highlighted
just a little bit of blindness. Well, no, his head was out. Like his head was above the fence.
No, I know. We could definitely see it
I'm thinking maybe it was just a little bit of map blindness. Like he was so still,
maybe.
he probably didn't recognize it. And Brack for a 1 versus 3, make it a 1 versus 2 now. No bomb, however, but has done some of the harder work. With that first kill down, it means he can kind of try and play this map against the enemy team. Figure it out. With that bomb being picked up, they might make a move as well.
See movement on the side of Destroy the Odds. Is he going to be lured into a B plant here, or is he going to be seen? Yes, he is. You can already see now. The player towards the back just trying to survive as best as he can. Brack's going to come up to, and this would be a 1 versus 3. Does not have time to plant. He's got to go for something. Hollow is waiting for him. It's going to come down to the gunfight, though. Is he going to check the corner? He is not, and Brack will fall. Well played from Hollow. Holds it down. 4-3. Destroy the Odds. That's 3 rounds in a row now.
Yeah, they're not letting this one go at all. And suddenly, whatever it takes, who looked so practiced and so locked in for this S&D, have just been bleeding rounds. And as we go on to this defense, it's something that whatever it takes, desperately need. Bring this back to a 4-4. Do not give Destroy the Ads match point.
Looking like a B hit going to be coming through. Both teams getting aggressive, but yeah, Hollow. He really wants to play for that other 2 kills if he can find it. It'll be massive. A little stun check coming through from whatever it takes, and including the grenades. There you go. Hit markers in. So is the artillery. Real will be the one who gets the kill to his name, but well worked between both players. It must have been Brack sending one over as well. Hollow will find nothing with that grenade, so no information gained. Not the best spot here for Destroy the Odds.
No, they have also pushed up here. I wonder where they're going to go. It looks like B is on the cards, but Brack takes down Hollow. I think they still want it. The problem being is they need to find a couple of kills, and with Mock making 1, they still have just a sliver of opportunity. Venom's jumped out there, and he's trying to get the gunfight, and eventually Neptune comes to help out, and Mock's left alone.
So that spree for Hollow will end. No glide bomb helping that. Shot's going to come through. It's a very, very well-worked round from whatever it takes. It's just for me, you look at that stun check, you look at the grenade that comes through. Not in any positions where they're giving anything up. They just sit tight, they hold their angles, and they execute perfectly. 4-4 now. Very back and forth this one, Brycey. Nobody able to take a dominating hold. We've only got a few more rounds to go.
Wow. Here we go. All tied up. And they'll wonder if this is when we see a little bit of change in tactics from these 2 teams. Things have worked, things have not worked. Venom with a huge gunfight to begin with, but is going to have to back away. Super weak himself, and Real makes himself known, and Mock says thank you very much. Nade hits Mock as well, but he is alive.
Destroy the Odds still waiting for whatever it takes to maybe do something here. I wonder if the players maybe going to come through Brack. Seems like Destroy the Odds are offering nothing over towards A. Can they give a little bit of hope over towards B? Yes, they can. Brack will find the kill over towards Hollow as Neptune found one over towards A Palace. There's actually a push that came in over towards B, and Neptune punished it. So what's the plan here? Is Venom and Mock left alive? Brack going to be very, very weak after Mock does find 1. Neptune will come in for the trade, though, and it's Mock now left in the 1 versus 2.
Mock's in a great position here. He's looking for Neptune. He's planting the bomb. He's going to try and get him before it goes down. He's looking for it desperately. Neptune is just keeping his head away from this, and they found him. Mock's on 6 health. He's going to be chowed, surely. And he is going to be taken down. Neptune gets that one away. Whatever it takes are now on match point. They were down for a little bit, Tom, but they weren't out.
Nicely done. Honestly, they were just looking for the pick when they found themselves in that bad spot. And all of a sudden, here we are. Whatever it takes. This is a massive round. A 2-0 lead. Well, based on the rest of the night's competition, isn't necessarily the safest thing in the world. Whether or not they can make it count or not is another thing. Can they find this next round, and can they put themselves 2-0 up? Can like an A hit going to come in here from Destroy the Odds? I don't think whatever it takes are that ready for it.
Oh, now. They've got good A control, but they want the pick to open this up. Destroy the Odds looking for this bomb plant, but nades are just raining down all around.
Whatever it takes are
is
great
still
at
alive.
that. Whatever it takes have been fantastic at that. It doesn't find a kill there, but it has to slow them down. They get the info with the hit markers. This bomb will go down. Whatever it takes are not badly positioned to retake this one quickly, although they are now down in numbers. Now a 3v3.
Jintroid trying to play his life here. Reinforcements coming through. Tyrell's already got hollow. Jintroid is going to be feeling the pressure with that stun that's come through. They know their flank isn't as secure as they would like, as kills already come in, and they are on the bomb at the same time, and Mock is trying to play his life. But Tyrell eventually comes in with a pinch, and it's an unreal retake from whatever it takes. They just hit every single angle they needed to. Destroy the Odds had 4 players up, but couldn't get the walls up.
It's one of those situations where the setup is just there from whatever it takes in that situation because of the information that they find on their side of things with the grenades that go over. A couple of hit markers would have come through there, and then you can already see they're set up over towards Palace. There's somebody looking for the flank from B side when they need it. They just set up wonderfully for it. I mean, just that was one thing that really stood out to me for whatever it takes in that scenario was the grenades. It was the utility that they used, and they used it well. These things make a difference, even if you're not finding a whole load of kills with them. It's the fact that you find that information out with them. That stun check that we see, and I think was in round number 6 or 7, that comes through, and immediately the grenades follow. The grenades that come in that final round slow down that plant, give the opportunity for whatever it takes to put themselves in a better spot to retake that one. Really, really well played with that side of things, which is, I would say, maybe a little bit more of an unrecognized player when it does come down to search and destroy. But your utility, you only get 1 per round. You have to make sure it counts. Whatever it takes did, and win that one deservedly.
Yeah, and it was looking a little bit nervous for them at one point. Let's be honest here. Destroy the Odds just kind of took over the S&D for a little while, but whatever it takes, able to close it out. And obviously, you know, Neptune going 13-5 doesn't kind of help Destroy the Odds to keep that one rolling. He was finding kills everywhere he needed to. Breck actually doing more damage per round than him, but walking away with a couple of less kills. But I got to say, I think it was just the big plays in the end from them. You know, whenever we saw whatever it takes actually winning the rounds, it was just kind of a couple of trays that went their way and they locked onto it and wouldn't let go. But let's find out how it goes in the control. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We are already heading towards our third map on this one. My name is Bryce, joining me here, Chris Tan. Tan, how are you doing today? And what has happened to your camera colors again?
Nothing's happened to my camera colors, I swear to God. There is nothing wrong, okay? On my end, it looks perfectly fine. Looks perfectly fine. I'm not sunburned or anything like that. Yes, I've been playing golf and it's been sunny, but I'm not sunburned. I am maybe slightly sun-kissed, but that is all I would say. Okay.
Yes.
So, like, if anything, you are the person who can least come at me about my current complexion. Okay. I whether or not you got lights on or not is a question. That's all I'm gonna say, because right now it looks like you've got a lot of them. Is all I'm saying. All right. You need to go outside and touch some grass, Alan. All right.
I don't need to.
You need to.
That's weird. It's weird you're calling me that name on broadcast, just so we're clear.
It's underneath your name. I can see it.
I know it is, but you've known me for a decade, and I don't really go by that name. Anyway, we're getting distracted. What we need to talk about is the game that has been going on so far. Whatever it takes versus Destroy the Odds. So far, whatever it takes have been the better team. In the Hardpoint, they had a very good time, but it hasn't been that big of a difference most of the way through. 250 to 199, but Destroy the Odds had an opportunity to come back into that game and take it away from them, and the same in the Search and Destroy.
It's just an edge, isn't it? It's just a very slight edge is all they've got over them. When they have needed to step it up, it's felt like the game's been close all the way through, and then just towards the latter stages, whatever it takes, so maybe just figuring it out a little bit better and getting to the stage where they know exactly what's going to happen on the other side of things. It is that ever so slight edge, and I'm curious if they're going to carry it over to Tuscan, because look, we've already seen in that final game on the European stage, it looked, I want to say, relatively comfortable for Ultra Academy EU all the way through those first two maps. Gets to map number 3, you lose that 3-2, it swings the momentum, and all of a sudden you're staring down the barrel of a map number 5. I don't think whatever it takes we're wanting that at all. They will want to close it out here on Tuscan. It's a precarious one, because we know that Tuscan can be a little bit funny. It's not as defensively sided as the side of Gavutu, of course, as we all know, but it's still one. It's not the easiest thing to win on on their attacking side. And are they going to have to be the team that does that? Let's see how they do on the defenses. Can they lock them in well? I want to say, based on what we've seen in the Hardpoint, there moments where they had to lock down certain hills were good when they had the time to set up. Are their routes around behind towards B going to be good enough as well? Let's see. But they're going to have the attack underneath their belts to kick things off. Can they kick things off well with a win here?
Oh, at the moment, straight on to 8. Not a lot of pressure coming in. Destroy the Odds seem to have thought that all that pressure was going to come towards B, and that first tick is rapidly approaching onto 8 at the moment. But now they're going to try and pinch this down and get as many kills as possible. Problem is, I think they've left it a little bit too late already. Map control for whatever it takes.
Oh, wow. That is complete map control, church control. They're going to force their way through the back of the spawns here as well. Oh, they're just going to... I mean, already... Look, I mean, that's what I mean with Neptune. He runs straight onto the B point, and I'm just like, there's nobody there with you, bro. Anyway, control's still here. Real was being threatened with the turn on net. It has been taken over, though. 2 minutes and 20 seconds or so for whatever it takes to get something done over towards B. Picking their way through. Well played from Neptune. That second one's disgraceful. Major Maniac pushes through Church. Oh, my goodness me. All 4 dead. Destroy the Odds. Have to fight back very, very quickly. It's a stack.
Well, then... Yeah, the nades raining in are going to force them, though. You can already see that first tick has come through. They have to play around the grenade they know are coming already. There's going to be a flank coming through at the same time, but they haven't won any gunfights. They have managed to clear them off B now as well. Destroy the Odds. They've done just enough work to shut this one down.
Oh my God.
That is unbelievable. Can't find the 4th. And now, whatever it takes, is trying to help, trying to get back into this one. All that work the Neptune has done has allowed them to pile straight back onto the point.
The man's gunny is serious at times. He finds 2 more. This is his playground at the moment. 9 and 4 from Neptune with the SMG. Keep an eye on Hollow on your mini-maps in the bottom left corner. He's immediately going to flank as soon as a couple of kills start coming on through. The call-out's going to be there. Neptune waiting there as well. Unfortunately, his teammate's going to die beside him, but the damage is done. Second tick in here for whatever it takes. It's their round to lose now, Brycey. They're up in kills as well.
It is, and Neptune doesn't care. Neptune gives absolutely no things today. And I was about to swear on broadcast because that is ridiculous. Tick in, tick done, whatever it takes. Run over. Destroy the Odds, because that was outrageous from Neptune. I actually can't wait to see the scoreboard, because I don't even know what went on there. Neptune was just killing everybody.
I mean, as I said, I do have my criticisms of his
12
play
and
times,
5.
but when he's beaming like that, he can do that. That's fine because
The
he
round
wasn't
wasn't even
missing
over.
bullets.
It's 12 and 5.
Absolutely absurd from Neptune. You look at the rest of his team: 5-3, 3-4, 4-3, 12 and 5. Bloody hell! Here we go into the next round. Destroy the odds. How do you match that? Not much they could have done there, to be honest with you. They just got absolutely fried, and Neptune has not slowed down. 13 and 5 now. Only one left for his team momentarily, and it's still a scary thought for Destroy the Odds, but plenty of air control from them. Neptune will get a hold of mid-map control for the rest of his team now, wrapping all the way through. What is this man got in his MP40 right now? Because this is absurd.
Oh, I know there was a patch today, and apparently Neptune has found some special sauce. 15 and 6. And A control will go over to Destroy the Odds. And now they've got the job themselves. They're trying to get through this one as well. A little bit of a push through P5, and Tyril's going to be sitting here. That Sun may have actually given away his position.
He's done well to stay alive. Mock will eventually take him down, though. It's just about the trades here for Destroy the Odds. Because those defensive spawns are relatively close, you can get your utility in a good spot. If you do all drop, if the stack comes in... But look at that already. Too real. On the largest of flanks. Can go all the way through Broken. And all the way from behind. Is going to get cut off here, though. Venom, there you go. There's the one that was flanking. So if you push forward now for Destroy the Odds, there's a potential for an attacking round here.
Have the players. They have everything they need. Tyreal trying to stay alive desperately. And he is going to go down. Nade's going to fly in now. They've got to be careful not to stack this because they know the barrage is incoming. First tick down onto B, though. Looking for it, trying to push forward at the same time, and they are slowly but surely that second tick as well. But Neptune breaks hold, and Hollow stays alive, but he is alone.
He is forced away here. Whatever it takes from the point initially, but Destroy the Odds have now been forced away themselves. Keep an eye on the lives remaining there, as there is a difference. It's only ever so slight. This next wave of kills, whichever way it goes, is going to be influential in this round. Too real. Surviving. As now Destroy the Odds are going to start coming, but Brack will find one, not find the second down low. Mock will then find one on Neptune as well. Too real has to help his teammates out, but he's a little bit too late. Major Maniac now has to go big inside the point. Can he find a second as well? Jintroid is there for the trade, but so is Neptune. Back and forth we go, but the odds are in the favor of Destroy the Odds right now. Looking like going to be able to secure something here. It's just the lives, Pricey.
That is the issue. There is so much time remaining, Ton, that whatever it takes, kind of have to change how they're playing. They can't afford to give away easy trades, and that's the reason they're not being aggressive right now.
Yep.
They don't want to give a single int and a single more kill over towards them. And this is meaning Destroy the Odds. 39 seconds. Renfrew gets the 2 beats with a nade. That could be it. That could be everything. Major Maniac, last one alive. He could be flanked at the same time, and down he goes. It's a 3 versus 10. And I think that might be it done. Even with the nades now flying into Real, tries to run down ramp. He's not going to. The rest of the team are flying in as well. And it's just lambs to the slaughter. And if anything, actually a very good play by Whatever It Takes. And I'll explain why. Whatever It Takes knew they were going to lose that, and did not want to give him every single tick. That's why you see them just running through this same area. Not because the time was over. They did want to give the ticks in case it went all the way to the round 5.
Did they all die in the end? I didn't actually catch it.
No, they didn't. It was unfortunate. He wanted to die. He really wanted to die. And it's only something they really thought about in probably the last few seconds of don't let them get the tick, just die to them. But it is something you have to bear in mind here. Getting ticks does count.
It does. Both teams completely even after 2 attacks. Quite strange to think that's the way it has went. So no attacking struggles for either side. It's really come down to the lives on both teams, hasn't it? Each round. They've been super influential. Neptune, though, still just taking over the map. Needs the rest of his team to get alongside of him. This map might have been over, to be honest with you, with the way that this man is shooting bullets.
This is where all that hard work that was done by Whatever It Takes, does it pay off? You've got to remember, Neptune having a big round means nothing now that the scores are tied. Jintroid going to come through the flank. Is he going to see this player? He's not, and he's going to get a kill anyway. But what that does do is slow down this push turn. You can see whatever it takes. A little bit hesitant to commit to anything too far. And how on earth does Mock pre-aim the wrong way and still win the gunfight?
Idea. I'm thinking to myself, Major Maniac, switch on, fella. Come on. We need you to win that gunny. Brack will find the kill onto Mock. Still the break over towards B. It's being flirted with here by whatever it takes. It's a decent stack. This is going to be already a 1 tick. It's going up quite quickly here as well. Destroyed the odds and maybe being a little bit slow to answer back to this, Bryce.
Oh, they were waiting for
Far too slow. That's 4 dead, surely.
Through, and that's a huge kill from Neptune. Absolutely massive.
They've chalked it.
They have. They've had to chalk it. It's down. It's done. It's dusted. And we don't see many A holds, but it is not impossible.
It's not impossible, but it is implausible, Brycey. Venom trying to get the shots in. Neptune still going.
You say that, but I've seen it done, and the reason it becomes so difficult is essentially nobody really plays the map like this. You just keep forcing them out towards title. Wait a minute. How does that player slip the net? This is difficult. It's just difficult because Destroy the Odds are just going to try and play lives here. They just can't be wiped. That's their only stipulation. Do not get wiped.
Oh, that's difficult. Mock from behind. They know where he is here as well. Have to make sure that they watch absolutely everything. Mock eventually going to go down to a stun, but Venom through the front door. Is he going to be able to do anything? Still the flank keeps coming. Gintroid finds 2. That's huge, but the grenade off the respawn comes through. It's only 1 tick needed for whatever it takes. A 5 life advantage as well. Neptune is a maniac today. 27 and 14. The man means business.
And he's still going. He's still going. 6th streak. He'll be looking for the 7th. Looking for the 7th! And he's not going to get it for the round ends! Oh no! Does he have to wait till next round for the glide bomb? But huge plays again from whatever it takes. And again, Neptune just stopped field dead. It was a difference there. I thought for a second maybe they would hold it, but Neptune just refused to let anybody past him.
Dude's a little bit different on this map at the moment. 28 and 14. We're looking for that 7th kill, and not for 1 second is he going to specifically play for that. There is no need. Just fly and see what happens. I kind of feel like that's what Neptune's vibe is. Just run and gun people. Let's see if we can get it done. But, well, the gunning's been done, but by Destroy the Odds here. A couple of kills go their way. Church control, air control. You know, if you're whatever it takes, you got to sit back, relax, and just see if you can keep them off beat. It's not the best of starts.
I think they're baiting for Neptune. I actually think they are. Like, he's got a player with him. They're hitting a double flank towards fire. They want him to get this. You've got to bear in mind how big a glide bomb could be here on the defense.
Huge.
And since he's only 1 kill away, he can play for it as long as he doesn't wait too long.
Gintroid will find Brack. Can't wait too long. Here comes Neptune on the flank. This is a big gunfight. Neptune now is not going to find anybody yet as the kills will start to flow back and forth. They're seeing one player here that they were trying to wait on it. You could see they're trying to wait on it. And then he nearly dies to a random
can't
grenade.
find anybody. He has genuinely not found a single player. There we go. Brack's going to bait for him. He's in the player. He's going to go for it. He's going to try and get Neptune the kill. Oh, Neptune trying to stay alive, desperately running away for his life. Neptune has still not found this kill that we've been waiting for so long. This entire game, he's basically, can Neptune find the kill? And he eventually does. The deathlock is broken, and he continues on with his spree. And they have cleared this out now, and Neptune with the glide in the pocket. It took them forever, but they got it.
I truly don't know what to say about that. They get the glide. And you know what it is? He was chasing players. Oh my god, Major Maniac. That is disgraceful. Venom will find him with the grenade to shut things down. But the funniest thing was he's chasing players around looking for the shots in the back. And if anything, he absolutely spits on a player inside of maps. And I tell you what, he's still going as well. 9, 10. You wouldn't dare challenge him, would you, for the 11th?
Oh, here we go. They're going to stack against him. I don't think he's going to win this one. And he tries to find a couple, and he finds one. And it's horrible to play against Neptune at the moment. Like 33 and 15.
This man would fry me. Absolutely fry me. I don't think you know, sometimes you watch a game and you be like, I can get a couple of kills. I don't know, man. I don't know. Mock trying to make this push through into radio. Defense seems to be there for whatever it takes. It's going to be Venom to answer back, though. Can he find another here as Real pushes up, snaps himself though. Trade's going back and forth, but it works out for whatever it takes. They're the ones with the leads on the kill front. They're the ones defending. They're the one with the lead in the series. The control is their game to lose currently, Bryce. Destroy the odds. Need to get something done here.
Neptune, again, just becoming a serious issue. Now he goes down, though. This does mean two things. One, they can try and push up, and even if they do, Neptune may call this in. He might get in a position and call in this glide for the final few seconds.
It might not even need to come, Brycey. 10 seconds to go.
It's coming in. I think it's coming in. No, it's not. Neptune's just going to push out P5. Doesn't even care. Doesn't need the streak that you worked so hard to earn. Who cares? Who cares about it? Just call it in now. You worked so hard to earn it. Doesn't need to.
After all of
Neptune. Outrageous. Outrageous scoreline there for Neptune. And I am slightly disappointed not to see the glide bomb. Obviously, they didn't need it, but they spent like a minute and a half getting him.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios you would like to see used, but it's always something that you want to keep in the back pocket. I think a lot of players are sort of ask, oh, well, why didn't he call it in, blah, 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 but legitimately, in that situation, I know we were having a bit of fun with it, but they don't need it in that situation. You would rather keep it for the absolute scenario. So all four of you go down there on the point, you call that in, it makes a massive difference to the round. So in those situations, he didn't need to call it in, but we would have liked to see it anyway, wouldn't we, Brycey?
Yeah, we certainly would. Here is the final scores, by the way. Neptune. That is the only one we need to talk about. 37 and 17.
1,000 damage more than one of his teammates. The highest after him is 1,000 damage behind.
He's got 30 non-traded kills. He's got more non-traded kills than anybody else who's got kills in the lobby. His highest streak was 11 ton.
That's a good game for him. Impressive. Impressive. My goodness. That is ridiculous from Neptune. And again, sometimes, you know, it's those sort of players, you just play a little bit random, play a little bit cracked, and like just run at players. And if you can go around and gun like that, the power to you. Fantastic stuff from Neptune. 37 and 17 to close out the game. Whatever it takes, looking pretty scary there, Brycey.
Very scary. Not just a little, very, very scary. Whatever it takes, take this entire series. And it was close, ton. I'll be honest with you. I thought all of the maps could have gone either way, but not that last one. Not against Neptune. When he's doing that, it could have been like it was 1-1, and then it just went, oh, goodbye. Just goodbye. That was all it was. Like, he kind of played on an 11 streak, dropping a 2.18 and expect to lose the map. Like, he just cooked them.
Yeah, absolutely did. And I think in some sort of situations, though, you see that both attacks get traded. You're like, right, this could go either way. But the fact that whatever it takes found another one straight after that as well doesn't happen very often. It really doesn't. And that's the nail in the coffin. Because I think it's very different when you've got to win an attack just to go into the lead, whereas you've got to win an attack to stay in the game. It's a different mindset. It's a very, very different mindset. Difficult situation there for the boys, but honestly, just the edge for whatever it takes in that scenario for me. And every single point where they needed to have that edge, they did. They win the series comfortably, and I would say in the end, rightfully so.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. It's difficult to break down a game where one player is the entire storyline. Oh, yeah. Right? That's everything you've got to take away from that. Now, normally I don't like to give players too much credit, and obviously you even saw his teammates try to bait him out for that last kill. But the simple fact is he just gunned them over and over again. There was nothing they could do to stop him. But that game is done and dusted. We still have 2 more here in Call of Duty Elite Challengers for North America. So we'll get that next one loaded, and we'll see you right after the break.
Welcome back, everybody, to Call of Duty Challengers Elite Season 3. It appears that Bryce is transformed into some form of creature at 2 a.m. in the morning. My name's Infinity, joined by Ton on the desk. Ton, mate, it's been a long time since you and I have gotten a cast together. How are you feeling?
I'm good. I'm curious what kind of creature we think Bryce would have turned into. It's like, what's it? Is it like a werewolf in London and New York? They did all the series of that, didn't they?
Yeah.
Now it's a werewolf
in
the south of England. I'll not reveal his location. He might be precious about that sort of thing. But yes, excited to jump into it, everybody. And what should be a very good game. We were just talking about beforehand, both these two teams relatively close in the standings over the regular season. So it should be an interesting one. Of course, we got the hot 3-0 there. Not really expecting it in this one, though, are we?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one, right? So we can take a look over towards the bracket between these teams, right? Talk about that 3-0 that we just saw from whatever it takes over Destroy the Odds. And, you know, I think that's somewhat expected to a degree. Whatever it takes, they've just gone from strength to strength this season. And you obviously just got to see what that roster is like, right? You know, with Neptune and Major Maniac on the team and what Brack was able to do in the Hardpoint. That roster is unsurprising at this point. The 3-0, we kind of expected it somewhat. They now go up against Toronto Ultra Academy North America in the winners bracket, the final. But before we get there, it's Destroy the Odds versus Electrify Steel. And there are a few kind of interesting storylines, I suppose, to speak about when it comes to these two teams. You know, we've got Electrify Steel, who, of course, many people will formerly know as Stallions from Season 2. I know there's a lot of Zuma fans out there, so there was a lot of fans, I think, for this team. They made the change coming into Season 3. Mind joins the roster, and I'd say this Electrify Steel team, you know, they look really good off the back of this. You know, Mind joining the team, I think it's strengthened the squad a lot. I don't know how much of a chance you got to see Electrify Steel recently, but mate, these guys, I think, you know, they are with a chance, I think, of coming back in towards this playoffs.
Yeah, of course, 4-3 when I think it was last week that they went up against Toronto, if I remember correctly, I believe. We definitely did get to see them last week, though, and on occasion, things look solid. I think, honestly, Uli, Cryptic, Kaiser, all these guys looked really, really solid at times, so interested to see how are they going to get things going. But they seem to be consistently in and amongst it, but it's a case of, you know, are they the sort of the worst of the best four at this stage? That's where they want to try and prove that is not the case. So, of course, losing to all of the current playoff teams in round robin, which is not a good sign when you come into things, but I suppose it doesn't really matter what you do in round robin as long as you make it to the playoffs. And then from there, if you play your best Call of Duty at this stage, this is when it matters, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, the one thing I will always say with North America, and I'm probably going to catch a lot of flack for saying this, is like, you never quite know what to expect with North America. I don't think there's ever really any consistency in it. I mean, you remember last season, right? So we're in North America, like, everything was just crazy for Challengers Elite. Of course, we had 5 seasons back then as well, so it was pretty consistently crazy. With all the roster changes that went down as well, it was like a spaghetti junction of roster changes every single season, and I think it creates quite a lot of uncertainty. So yeah, we definitely don't know whether or not Electrify Steel will be able to kind of outperform what happened in that round robin stage, where, as you say, you know, they did lose to all playoff teams in that one. They go up against Destroy the Odds, though. Of course, this is Mock, Hollow, Gintroid, and Venom, and you know, this is what Mock and Hollow's first appearance in Season 3 of just in Challengers Elite in the Vanguard season so far. They come in here with Gintroid and Venom, you know, and they've kind of had tumultuous seasons so far. Gintroid, of course, played on UYU in the first couple of seasons. He now joins up with Mock and Hollow, and this team has gone from strength to strength. But the interesting thing we should say here is we shout out Patrick and Shane for observing all these wonderful matches, is that we do have players on these teams that have kind of played together in the past. Yuli and Mind actually played with Mock and Hollow during Season 2. Unfortunately, they didn't qualify for Challengers Elite, but, you know, we've got these kind of storylines, and that kind of makes things interesting. They know how each other's play.
The storylines, mate, it's what we live and breathe for, really, isn't it? It makes our job nice and easy. The storylines. So let's see how they're going to break out there. And yes, I would like to join the sentiments of thanking Patrick and Shane for joining us. The brother duo. They have to come up like a duo name for observing. Yeah. I want to say. Like, I feel
the
like...
Odd Men?
The Odd Men.
Yeah, like, you know,
I feel like you can do significantly better. Surely.
I'm very limited on my creativity. You should know this by now.
There's many things I could say. Surely there's another one we can come up with.
Go on,
I feel like
please.
they've definitely worked on it in private, but just are scared to maybe say it. So, Patrick, Shane, if you could let us know what your duo name is, we know you've spoke about one. There's no way you have not, and just let us know exactly what it is by the end of the show. Or I don't know. Let's see if I can get you fired or something. If you can't, I'm not sure if I have that pulling power yet. But but hopefully we can find that out. Either way, it is going to be Berlin to kick things off and see how we go here between these two teams. Honestly, as we said, we're kind of close at this point. Electrify Steel are maybe the ones with their backs against the wall. Is it going to be the Hardpoint where things are going to maybe change around for them here up on this one? Of course, in terms of the control, we've seen that it was actually on the side of against for the squad that we just seen. Obviously, in the control, it was the 70% win rate for that side of things on control for them. So when we get to that series, we need to see a little bit more than what we just seen in map number 3 in their previous series. But first two maps, let's see how we're going to go between them. We are loading in now, I am being told. And I'm not sure what you're expecting in this one, Brody. Just based on what we've seen previously, though, I am expecting maybe a touch of struggle here for Electrify Steel.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Electrify Steel, there's always kind of that fact to consider as well, with the fact that they have been waiting for quite some time. Because we should say as well, you know, we were kind of waiting for Europe to be done for all of these matches. So Electrify Steel, I think they actually played their match a little bit earlier than everybody else.
Yeah, they've been waiting a while.
So maybe they will be cold coming into this one, but who knows, honestly. We'll jump in towards the Berlin Hardpoint, though, to kick this one off. And we're going to be jumping over Kaiser to see what he can do.
Well, I was about to say they're making this push over to what would be the Berlin B point, but it's now the A point, just to confuse absolutely everybody. But it's all about holding on to these spawns over towards P1. You want to keep over on the good side, which Electrify Steel are on. Uli will find Sue to now force his way out here as well, Brody. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. Well, I mean, if Uli keeps firing like this, it's going to be very, very difficult to destroy the odds to get into this one. We said that the slow start for Electrify Steel might be the issue, but clearly not. 4-1 from Uli. Good way to kick things off.
Yeah, that's kind of what you expect out of Yuli, right? He's been a super explosive player, I think, over the last couple of seasons for Electrify Steel. And, yep, well, that's pretty much what you come to expect from this Electrify Steel roster. You know, they're pretty good when they play together. And, well, this is a pretty good start, I think, for this game, generally speaking. We talk about the rotation over towards the next hard point as well. And Yuli is right back over this. That's starting to put together once together another spree. Also got Cryptic inside the hard point as well. Yuli, look at the kill against Gintroid over towards the dock side. Gintroid trying to play around, but it doesn't matter. Yuli going to win that gunfight, and this is a good amount of kills coming in here for Electrify Steel.
Oh, I mean, this is serious, but Mox actually turned around and done really well to find the kills. But because of all that pressure that Uli's putting on them, because of the dancing around docks that he was doing, it's put them in a good spot to find some kills here and find some time on top of that. Venom, Hollow, and Mock, though, will combine well. Just looking towards the spawns there as well. Destroy the Odds do have that beneficial spawn, obviously heading over towards P3. We know how much of Money Hill that can be. Have to be careful here, though, if you are Destroy the Odds, not to let this one get a little bit silly. They have found a little bit of purchase now, Brody, and seemingly going to get some time. Not looking that way, though. 15 seconds remaining. If I'm them, I'm rotating already.
Yeah, this isn't a terrible position, to be fair, for Destroy the Odds. I think, generally speaking, in the game, you could probably argue that, yeah, they're in a bit of a rough spot, right, in this one. Electrify Steel have already given themselves a massive advantage, but they do currently have the rotation over towards the lobby and fire, and maybe they can make something out of that. Maybe that's not the best play from Hollow, trying to get some sneaky kills in on the rotation. But nonetheless, look over towards that next hill. Venom already sitting up top in fire, looking over towards the potential players making their way up through the dock side. Mock only able to get one, and this is really the struggle. You do not want to let these spawns flip on through. Yuli trying to influence them, and well, he does get shut down.
To me, that Destroy the Odds just completely giving up the street side over towards the dock. Not really sure why. You kind of want to lock that one down. It seemed like they were happy to defend it from the inside, but nonetheless, they have control now. So whatever happened worked out in the end, and they really do need this time. 20 seconds remaining here. You can already see Electrify Steel seemingly happy to give this one up. The rotation's going to start coming in. They're going to set themselves up very, very high on the map. So if there is going to be a push from Destroy the Odds, come around the outside towards docks. It's going to be difficult. If you hit it through train station, you got more guns there. Kills have been traded across the board, though, but the setup is here for Electrify Steel. Looking to add some more points to their 70-point tally so far.
Yeah, and if you're Destroy the Odds in this position, right, you kind of want to push around the back towards the warehouse side. You kind of unearth Electrify Steel from the point as quickly as possible, but maybe just approach from the front. It probably will work just as well, as Mock and Venom able to pick up 2. Kaiser inside the signal house, though, he's having absolutely none of it. Picks up 3 kills. And, well, regardless, he still hasn't done a good job of making sure these players did not get in from behind. It does not matter. Kaiser with 4 in a row, and this is a power position and a half for a player with an auto in his hands. Kaiser, maybe you can start to build some streaks here.
Oh yeah, he's in a good spot to do so, as you said. Comes down to this spot. It is just so difficult to get rid of somebody if you are spawning towards the back warehouses. It is a nightmare. 15 seconds to go, though. You can already see Destroy the Odds trying to get themselves set up. I love this play coming out from Mind, though. Fire control is absolutely paramount when it comes down towards P5. If you get stuck in that position where you're over towards the trains in that P4 location, you can really get yourself spawn trapped badly. If you don't get somebody in fire, just disrupting that process of setting up the spawn trap, and all of a sudden Electrify Steel pick up a good amount of time over towards P4, they'll get up what was the threatened spawn trap, and can maybe get some time over towards the mixy P5.
Yeah, the teams rarely get a lot of time at the back of this hardpoint. You and I, we've casted many Berlin hardpoint, and this P5 hill are always super mixy. We're seeing that right off the rip here as Electrify Steel. They do on Earth destroy the odds from the hardpoint, but even then, they're not quite confident enough to come and immediately grab that time. They want to kind of grab control of the mailroom side and train station if they can, but only the latter be what they have, as Mock will be the last remaining player left alive. It's now going to be Electrify Steel, who managed to destroy the odds away, and now maybe they can get some time here. And of course, the thing you do want to consider here, I suppose, if you're Electrify Steel, is you kind of want to make sure you send players towards that next rotation as Venom comes in here for scrap time. Make sure you put some emphasis on that, because it's very easy for this P1 or P2 rotation to fall away from you.
It has done. Mind's found 2 as well, and that's exactly what you were just speaking of. You cannot let that fall away from you. Mind, 3 in a row. Mind, I mean, 8 in a row. Never mind. My goodness. Never mind. Get it? Didn't even mean to do that either, Brody. Getting carried away.
I hate you so much.
8 in a row from him. Yeah, that was actually brutal. Jintroid now making his way across as well. Has to be careful of that cut, but right now you cannot run into Mind. The guy's absolutely frying along with the rest of the team. And for me, that's the kind of rotation you cannot lose if you destroy the odds. You've been out-rotated the last 3 hills. You can't let it happen for P1. Absolutely cannot let it happen, Brody.
Yeah, this is the struggle bus, isn't it? And now you look at the rotation as well, and the amount of rotational gunfights that potentially could be won here from Electrify Steel if they posit themselves correctly. It's a really damaging moment in the game. I think, generally speaking, this is exactly what I was saying. You cannot let this P1 and P2 rotation happen. You cannot let Kaiser get the streak as well. Unfortunately, that happens, and now you've got 2 streaks on the side of Electrify Steel ready to go. Those things are super damning for this map mode combination. Destroy the odds. I think at this point in the game, you're down by over 100 points. You need to make sure you hold on towards this hard point. This cannot go wrong.
They're doing a good job so far, though. Mock will find 2. Uli's the one that could punch a hole in this defense, though. Himself and Cryptic find them roots from behind. And eventually Destroy the odds are going to cotton on to what's happening here. Venom now just trying to lock down the stairway as best as he can. Finds 1, is going to get traded as the push starts to come through. Kaiser will find 2 of his own. And the break is there. Mock will answer back. It's going to be Destroy the odds in the better position here for the rotation, Brody. Wouldn't surprise me to see Electrify Steel just start to overextend towards that, but Destroy the odds have covered it off. This has been a really good hold from them so far. And maybe a route back in here. Much, much better. They're locking it down. They've got a hold of the points that they want. They've got a hold of the spawns that they want. Couldn't have asked for any more from P2.
Yeah, this is actually a really beneficial position for Destroy the Odds, and I know it's kind of funny that I say that with 60 seconds between the 2 teams, but, you know, you're absolutely right to point out the fact that Electrify Steel, they theoretically speaking should continue to spawn, but Jintroid pushes too far! They spawn in the back line because Jintroid is pushing way too far in a warehouse, gets greedy with the kills. Hopefully for Destroy the Odds here, that doesn't mess them up, generally speaking. Jintroid now on 5 in a row as well, and he will get shut down. They managed to hold on there, but that is almost a blunder.
These things can happen. But all of a sudden, that scoreline is looking a lot more manageable for the side of Destroy the Odds. 30 seconds remaining here over towards P3. They've got the setup that they want. This has been called in for 25 seconds, by the way. So is it going to make it work for them? Yes, it is. Uli will find 2, and Kaiser just draws the players out. Glide Bomb comes in, and all of a sudden you've got to be careful not to get put into the blender towards the back of the spawn. Shots in towards Hollow. Kaiser buttering people up who are just coming off the respawn. And that is perfect for Electrify Steel. They may well have reduced that deficit, have destroyed the odds that time around. But on top of that, they've lost complete control of the map. They're all dead now. They're still 50 or so points behind. That was wonderful from Electrify Steel, even though Destroy the Odds brought it back a little bit.
Well, hard to approach that 250 point mark, or 200 point mark, excuse me, for Electrify Steel here. Can't quite finish it off the back of this hard point, but it would really put the game away, wouldn't it, if they managed to make it happen here. Mind still has that streak ready to go if they want to utilize it. Jintroid and Venom could have combined for 3, and now maybe might be the time to bring that streak on through. But I think the thing is, Electrify Steel, they're going to continue to spawn in the backline. They don't really care at this point in time.
No, Nothing's too bad from them at this stage. They just kind of need to chip away. Even the next 3 hills here. You pick up 15 points of that scrap time. That's all you need to do. Looking good for Electrify Steel. The kills starting to come through though for Destroy the Odds. Electrify Steel have the more beneficial spawn over towards P5. You definitely want to be on fire side of the map. And of course for that rotation over towards P1, it's a better spot to be in there as well. Venom trying to find a way through. And it's going to be 3 kills going for Destroy the Odds here though, Brody. They're threatening a comeback, but is it too little too late?
Yeah, I think that might be the case here. I mean, look, you can never count out a team if we've learned anything from casting Call of Duty over the years, Tom, but yeah, it's going to be a tough one for sure. Destroy the Odds, definitely the odds not in their favour moving forward. But they would certainly live up to their name if they could close out this hard point. Venom, he's the player that I think you need to start going off here. He's on 4 in a row, looking for a number 5, searching for any wayward players that he might be able to grab, but I think he's about to get shot in the back, and that is so unfortunate, trying to zone around the hard point, and here you go. We were wondering when we were about to see the streak come on through. Mine going to utilize it perfectly to remove one player from Broken. It gives them a lot of information as well for that inevitable rotation, where Electrify Steel, they only need 31 points left in this game, Kirtan, and they're in control of that next rotation.
Yeah, they need to win these next couple of gunfights. It's super crucial. Early will find another one. It's only really Venom in a position as the rest of his team then starting to spawn up over towards Train, so maybe there's a route through here for the side of Destroy the Odds. Can they find a way through? Early though is just going to shut that down immediately. That is disgusting. Oh my goodness. Mock gets absolutely dealt with. And all of a sudden Electrify Steel, Brody, they are 10 seconds away.
Can you find anything if you Destroy the Odds in this position? Hollow snuck his way through. I mean, he's going for mine there, but there's no chance to win that gunfight. Electrify Steel, they've done enough now. I think Destroy the Odds. You're not going anywhere near that hard point. You might as well try and pat the stats a little bit at the end of the game. But Electrify Steel, they come out on top. And, you know, I'm going to use a phrase that Andy loves ever so much. It's the leader's advantage. And for Electrify Steel there, they had a massive one that Destroy the Odds just couldn't quite bring back. I mean, they tried, to be fair to them. There was a moment in that game where it felt plausible. But I just think the streaks were probably the thing that was a little bit too far.
Yeah, the streaks are always an issue in that stage as well, but even, like, when you're behind that much of a deficit, it makes it so much more difficult to climb that mountain when you're already behind. And Hardpoint, when it's such a difficult one like that, unless you're getting one perfect 60, if the other team play it correctly, they should never be allowing that to happen anyway. You kind of just need to play the scrap because they were so far behind in that scenario, and even from there, they just weren't winning rotations. There was a couple of sloppy moments here and there, you know, when we talk about that rotation over towards the fire side of things, over towards P3, losing the spawns immediately, then getting trapped back there on top of it as well. I would give some credit to Electrify Steel, though, rather than maybe harp on about Destroy the Odds, maybe not playing it the best they could have. Electrify Steel, the rotations were fantastic. And you know what it is? They kicked it off in style as well. What a performance that was at the very beginning of the map. I think they went 60 points up and just never let it go. Fantastic stuff from them, and then they just started stretching their legs towards the end. Very, very well played, and that is a heavy outslay, that, by the way. That's pretty heavy.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is kind of what you kind of expect with this Electrify Steel roster. You look at players like Mine and Kaiser, and I know that's kind of low-hanging fruit, if you will, because obviously they were the players that managed to get those streaks in the end, and ultimately I think Catalyst for why Destroy the Odds just couldn't manage to make their way back on through, but nonetheless, you take a look at the stat lines there, you know, it's 34 and 21, 36 and 23. Those players, Yuli also, you know, he had so many crucial moments. Like, when you're seeing these numbers come through for these players, and not only that as well, but you look at the non-traded kills category where like 90% of their kills are non-traded. It really does, I think, paint a picture of the way those hard points are going. There's just very little chance for Destroy the Odds to come their way back in. So that's going to be it. I think there for the stat lines, it's going to be it for map number 1. We can take a look at our best of 5 map set moving forward, show you guys exactly what is going to go on here between these two teams. We move over to Bocage, Search and Destroy up next in this one. And, you know, I'm actually kind of intrigued looking at this best of 5 map set. I'm just going to take a look at the best of 5 map set between these two teams in the round robin stage. I think the only returning game modes here are actually Gavutu Control and Berlin Search and Destroy. So that is something interesting, I think, to note here between those two teams.
So which way did those maps go specifically last time these two played?
So it was a 3-1 last time around, I think, to Electrify Steel on the Gavutu Control, and then it was a 6-4 to Berlin Search and Destroy for Destroy the Odds. That was the only map they won in that series, if I remember correctly. I'm just going to double check that quickly. I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
that's
well
the case.
let's see if they can maybe go a couple better here. But I was just actually working it out there whilst we were going through it. It was a 27 kill swing on map number 1. It's never something you want to kind of start with, is it?
Yeah.
Berlin Hardpoint as well. Okay, look, it's very rotational heavy. Maybe not so much for the last 2 hills of the rotation, but especially, you know, the 2 and 3, 1 on the rotation over towards it the second time around. Super important. But you've got to be able to find those kills. It felt like on crucial times. I think it was actually heading into the second rotation of hills. It looked like that it should be... it should have been their rotation, but Electrify Steel just breaking the kills there, finding those moments when that hill's just about to pop up or after it just has done, just makes such a huge difference. But because Session Destroy coming up, is there maybe an answer back here? I wonder. But yes, 2 Gabs to see us into maps 3 and 4 in Berlin if we do need it with a map number 5. But has the trend already been started? Are we likely to see 3 to 0s across the board here, like we've seen 3 best out of 5s all the way to map number 5s when it does come down to Europe? An interesting one, that. I honestly, I didn't see with the way that Toronto Ultra had been kind of dealing with everybody else. I didn't see them losing that game, especially after the first 2 maps.
Well,
Crazy.
I mean, it's pretty late. I think that's the one thing I would say. Maybe like the asterisk on it is just like those players. Like at this time of night, you start seeing things. Like you're staring at your monitor. Yeah, it can mess with you, I think, somewhat. And maybe that's something that you could consider when talking about them. But yeah, I agree with you. I think, you know, for Toronto, they'll be kicking themselves that they got reverse swept by AIM there in that moment. But AIM will be very happy with it. And it certainly does, I think, set things up interestingly for Europe tomorrow, doesn't it? We shall see. You guys are gonna love it. Yeah, it's going to be great. I cannot wait to see who wins, because I've said this a lot, and I think it applies to both North America and Europe this season. This is one of the first times where I feel like there isn't a clear leader, maybe besides, I would say, Toronto Ultra Academy North America in the NA side, where I feel like, you know, I don't know who is going to win. I don't have an inkling as to who is going to win between all the teams here in North America.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the favourites are the Toronto side. There is no doubt in that one. It's one of those things where, you know, it's just their run of form as of recent. Super unfortunate not to get through on the Pro-Am side of things. Of course, you've got Scrappy going in and performing so well on the biggest of stages. It feels like inevitable that a call-up will come for him, if not in Vanguard, but next year. You've got them, of course, winning Minnesota. They will arguably be absolutely be favourites heading into Toronto as well. They are the team to beat, not just in North America, but across the whole of the challengers right now. They have to be. I think, you know, looking at Toronto Academy EU, getting Gizmo in is, without any disrespect to Harry, it is an upgrade in that sense. It's one that Harry's been playing very, very well for the London side, but when it comes to Toronto EU, they will be more than happy to get a hold of Gizmo, right?
Yeah, like the thing is, right, is with that whole situation is it kind of messed them up somewhat for the Pro-Am, right? If you remember
the timing was
like
terrible.
they did not expect to have to make that change last minute, so
And they didn't look that bad either, to be fair to them. I think they could have done all right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what was it? Furious was annoying some Optic fans, so, you know, hey, every cloud in that, right? So, yeah, you know, like I think it was a good performance for them, and I think, you know, bringing Gizmo into the roster for the European Season 3, it's I'd absolutely say that they'll be feeling comfortable now. They certainly didn't to begin with. I mean, they lost like maps to Mistaken. I don't think anybody expected that. But yeah, nonetheless, they certainly have found their feet now, and that should be interesting to see how Europe turns out. But we're in North America right now, in the land of the hopeful and free. I don't know what the phrase is for North Americans, but regardless, in towards the search and destroy we go. We're already going free for free.
I'm sure Clayton will correct us if we say any American sins incorrectly. Not a word. So you mustn't have said it wrong. Anyway, here we go. Look at this from Electrify Steel. Defensive round. Very aggressive. Are you ready for this if you're Mock?
I think the thing is, right, he peeks out here. Kaiser should be able to take him down. He just walked away. He's like, yep, not a chance. Gonna stick with his long-time duo in Hollow. Gotta grab the bomb as well. The good thing is, right, they've kind of have the bomb site somewhat to themselves, but as soon as they go for one, the call will be made.
Waiting to push the bomb here. Electrify Steel. I've set up wonderful. Hollow and Mock haven't got a clue. They have not got a clue that bomb is going to be picked up now, and Electrify Steel won't even need to just move into action. Although, Destroy the Odds have planted this for the wrong side. It's actually just going to have to force something to come through from Mind. A bomb goes down. He takes his time. Very well played from Electrify Steel. Takes the big play call to make the push all the way through River. Ascertain dominance of the mid-map. And all of a sudden, whatever happens, they're in a position to rotate to it. Electrify Steel wants the good.
Yeah, I think that's the best position there from Rock and Hollow, right? Because you've also got to retrieve the bomb, then you've got to plant it, and I think, you know, Destroy the Odds or Electrify Steel, they had the right idea in that position. Just sit back, don't go for anything when you don't need to. Just wait for them to come to you, and yeah, really good execution coming out from Electrify Steel. So they're going to go 1-0 up here in the Search and Destroy. Of course, Search and Destroy was a staple game mode for Stallions during Season 2, albeit that's when they had 2 real and 2 real really good Search and Destroy players, so kind of intrigued to see how it's translated over towards Season 3, but nonetheless, they're going to be the ones to strike first now on the offense, and they seem to be taking this one rather passively. Again, it's waiting for Destroy the Odds to make that first move.
It is a passive one. Venom trying his best. Looking through the creeks, he is going to spot one. Does he go for the shot, though? It's always a precarious spot. You're just expecting the push to start coming through, but your teammates can open up things for you. Mock will find Cryptic, and look at that. The distraction tactic as Mind pushes around, finds the free kill. Now Jin tried up to Grandma's. Not in the best of positions. Mind, no way he gets away with this. Okay, apparently he does. How on earth is he being able to climb upstairs and still going 2 versus 2?
Jeez. Well, at least there's a 2 versus 2 here. But Mind still has the streak to be concerned about. I think if Kaiser goes down, this is a bit of a tougher situation, I think, to work out. But now the bomb is moving over towards A. Shots being put in here from Mind as well. Just warning shots, if anything. But Hollow's actually just going to run straight towards the site. He will take down Mind. So that's a massive head to take. Now the 1v1. Kaiser looking for the kill. And he finds it.
Fantastic stuff. I think the only disappointment there for Electrify Steel is that Mind doesn't stay alive on that streak. I mean, you cannot... It's worth its weight in gold, a glide bomb on this map. It could be so, so big for some of these teams. And if they could have got a hold of that, then even better. But still, you'd rather take a 2-0, wouldn't you?
Well, 2-0 now to Electrify Steel. As you say, I think Mine would probably prefer to keep that streak alive, but at the very least for Destroy the Odds, that has been shut down. And this is a lot more aggressive coming out from Electrify Steel. Yuli, though, gets punished for it over towards that tank side. Mine goes down as well. And for Destroy the Odds, this is a very good round. Kaiser and Cryptic find themselves with their pants down.
Kaiser's able to answer back, but unfortunately, we'll not have anybody else left to help him out. Although that's a free kill. Or if you turn towards the bomb site, he may have had another one. This is now all of a sudden doable. Oh, is the call-out's going to be there? Is he going to catch Mocking from behind? There's one. Is he going to be expecting the challenge to come on through? But he's going to get away. 1 versus 1.
Oh, no! They're going to run into each other, surely. What is going on? It's like they're doing parallel running across the map.
They were holding hands there, Brody.
He's got to check.
Oh, he's going to be close enough to check it. The when that bomb goes down. Oh, is he? Turns around at the wrong time, but we'll get the information. Doesn't see anything crossed, and so surely he's got to be towards the back. But Kaiser expecting maybe the tunnel push. It's now come down to look whether or not this 1 versus 3 pulls off. Surely seen him.
Oh.
Is this for the 1v3? Oh, Kaiser, you absolute lunatic.
Jeez. Well, I'll tell you what, if mine can't do a streak, let's just put Kaiser on one instead.
That
just
last
simple,
kill's
just
crazy.
easy like that. Hey, I'm not surprised anymore looking at Kaiser play. We've been watching this guy for 2 seasons now. Nuts.
Well, there you go, another round for Electrify Steel, and it just feels like Destroy the Odds. Not just the Search and Destroy, but the game slipping away from them. That's the kind of round that, okay, you've just lost a convincing Hardpoint. You're 2-0 down. You need that one, and because of that, The extreme tactics start to come out. It's going to be a 4-man over towards B. These kills have been traded, though, and because those kills do not come quick enough, because the trades do not come quick enough, it's all of a sudden a 3 versus 2 in favor of Electrify Steel.
And they're going to get the bomb down over towards A. The thing is here for Venom Mock is you kind of got to take risks in this position. You can't be playing this one together, and that's kind of why they're playing somewhat separately. Venom just trying to find a leg, an ankle, something of any of these players, a whiff of information as to where any of them are, and unfortunately he is the one that gets caught. So now Mock in the 1 versus 3. I think if you're a Mock here, you're probably aware of the fact that Kaiser is on the spree, so just play this as passively as possible.
They're going to search for him, just trying to stay alive. He is going to get himself out, though, and that will beat that. Electrify Steel are just stretching away with this one. Of course, Destroy the Odds are going to rely on their control game, which has been good over the regular season, as we've seen at the beginning of the series. Percentage-wise, it's sitting at the highest, although that might have been altered if it was going down to rounds specifically after what happened in that map number 3 in their previous series, of course. But Destroy the Odds, you need to start turning this round quickly, but Electrify Steel, if Kaiser can get a hold of this streak, it should be lights out. Oh my god, no way.
I don't understand how Electrify Steel are coming out on top of these duels. Like, Destroy the Odds come out there with such venom. Pardon the pun. That was a terrible. That was low hanging fruit. I can't even. Hollow 1v4 or 1v3.
Honestly, I think my mind tuned out when you said that.
Yeah, I expected at this point, to be honest, mate.
Well, Hollow, I'll tell you what, if you can find Kaiser, that wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing, and does find him. So that could have been... I was about to say it could have been significantly worse, but there's not many worse spots than being 5-0 down. Although, I mean, maybe if you ask the Boston Breach... Maybe not the worst spot to be in. Yeah, actually, as a European Call of Duty fan, I don't know why I brought that up, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Shouldn't have said that, should you?
Not really, no.
Not good.
Cursing.
Yeah, if you have any European Call of Duty
UK brothers. Yeah. Well, here we go then. Is this going to be the last round, Brody?
Well, this is fast, regardless of what happens. Cryptic looks like first blood trades coming in straight away. And it's, once again, Electrify Steel. They are winning duel after duel. Finally, there is a trade coming through from Hollow. It's a bit of a belated one. Nonetheless, though, it is Faru, and now mine left up in a 1 versus 2. Might as well just put the cherry on the cake here. Maybe not, though. Mock going to be in with the denial and Destroy the Odds. Well, they've put the concept of a full sale or a Boston Breach in our minds.
And you know what it is? I don't really understand the hitting over towards one bomb site and just sort of saying, okay, let's scrap it out, because it hasn't worked at all. It does that time around, but it comes down to a 1v1 in the end, which you managed to pull off. So, curious tactics, but nonetheless, is this the start of something for Destroy the Odds now? Hollow's going to be making this push around the left-hand side with the rest of his team and just getting aggressive. They're just sending everything towards these pushes. Venom will find the first kill. Cryptic's going to be influential here for the side of Electrify Steel, and those grenades are probably not going to find him. So now he's in a position to do something. Mind, going to check this. Venom, going to check him. Well played from Venom. Now 3 versus 2.
The numbers in favor of the Destroy the Odds. They can get the bomb as well now, especially as Cryptic is down low. It might not be done just yet. Carries on the 1 versus 3. He gets the first kill. Thing is, these players are separated as well. Look at the speed. Kaiser, what is this, overdrive? Hello? He's sped through the map.
Problem is that they've spotted him. Oh, if he could have got away after killing Mock, then maybe it's on the cards. But another round for Destroy the Odds. It's coming down to 1v1s, but they're getting that little bit of luck.
You don't even really kind of want to entertain the thought at the moment, do you? Like, the idea that Destroy the Odds could climb their way back in towards this game is just... It could happen, and you never even want to entertain the thought at this point, but, you know, I think for Electrify Steel, just kind of want to bat that one towards the back of the mind as we go towards yet another aggressive round for Electrify Steel. Fine, pushing all the way in towards the alley. And look at this from Gintroid and Venom. How about that one? Straight out into the open. Not a care in the world. Mock with another one as well. Cryptic.
Already?
1v4. If you can take Venom down, this is a good round, but you don't even get that.
Uh-oh.
I don't like it.
Uh-oh.
You're sweating right now if you're Electrified Steel.
This is where it gets scary. I think 5-3 is that scoreline. It's just a little bit worrying. They're close enough for you to worry about. You don't worry about 5-1s, 5-2s. You're fine. We'll close it out in this one. Gets to 5-3. You cannot make many more mistakes. Still, you can make more mistakes than the opposition, who can make none. Destroy the odds. Keeping up this aggression. Kaiser going to get taken down. That first blood's been coming through quite a lot. My God, what is... Brody, what's going on?
No.
Cryptic now in a 1 versus 4.
Okay, he's down. He's down. I think the important thing here is for Cryptic is that in the 1 versus 4, again, you kind of have 2 objectives, right? You don't know about those players because obviously you only get notified when players are on a 5 sprees, but you take one of those players that is starting to build up a streak down. That's the scary thing, I think. Because if one of these players from Destroy the Odds gets a streak, like this round 11, if we go to a round 11, it's going to be something for sure.
Well,
it's not going to be favorable.
The way it's been going, that's surely where we're heading. If you're Electrify Steel, you slow this down. Because Destroy the Odds are flying at you, and it's been working out for them the final 4 rounds. They're going to spot Gintroid inside a barn, though. So do they get this first kill? They do not. They even have the information on him, and Gintroid can just have his way. And all of a sudden, you know he's in barn. You're going to be able to find the kill here on him. Yes, you are. Big kill from Mind. That might steady the ship.
I think it's the first round we've seen in a while where Electrify still feel like they have some modicum of control over the round. Then grab the bomb. And Kaiser picks up Venom as well, so now definitely this feels like a manageable situation. Mock and Hollow still left alive here. And I think maybe the shining hope here in this 2 versus 3 is the fact that Mock is one of those players that's still alive. But that bomb, transferring over towards B, Destroy the Odds hit. How do you handle this?
Are they going to get information as that bomb starts to make its way down? Kaiser's going to be spotted towards the back, though, so is that just going to give Hollow the opportunity to find the push? Yes, it is. Mind will fall to 2v2.
On the bomb. It's going to be down. Hollow, keeping an eye on the Willow Tree. Hasn't spotted anything just yet. Keep an eye on number 7. That's going to be Kaiser, who's making a long flank through mid. If this is timed right, you should be okay. Hasn't spotted out either of those players. Keep an eye on Cryptic as well. He still hasn't been spotted out. These players passing each other like ships in the night. And now Kaiser, he's going to activate. Cryptic gets his as well. And finally, it takes 5 rounds. But Electrify Steel, they find the one they need to close out the search and destroy, Chris.
And yeah, that got really scary for a second, didn't it? That's those sort of situations where Electrify Steel slowed it down. And for them, it had to be that way because they were losing round after round after round after round because they were 5-0 up. You're feeling confident still, and both teams are hitting themselves in the middle of the map. Things start to get a little bit scary. Just slow it down. You got to change it up in that scenario. And in the end, they are able to make it work. They find themselves 2-0 up now, but heading into control is going to be difficult for them. But Destroy the Odds. Things got a little bit scary. I think they were going to destroy the odds with a full sail there, to be honest with you. I don't think anyone would have given them any sort of decent ones to get it done. Things got scary, though. And I just wonder, I know they're going to lose the map there, Brody, but does that give them some semblance of confidence, maybe, heading into map number 3?
I mean, it's certainly less demoralizing than, say, being 6-0'd in a search and destroy, right?
100%.
You know, it's a very different mindset, I think, moving in towards the control. That being said, I think, you know, we go back towards that series that we saw in the round robin stage between these two teams. And again, you got to remember that was a 3-1 victory for Destroy the Odds then. In that situation, they actually took both maps 1 and 2 in the series, and they lost the control. So this is, I mean, obviously, you know, there's only so much you can take away from that prior series. Obviously, a lot has changed. These guys have put a lot of effort into kind of countering one another and having a lot of strats and such, but it doesn't exactly bode well, I think, moving forward here, considering Electrify still haven't exactly been the worst control team in the game at the moment.
Well, let's see how it's going to go in map number 3 then, because I mean that kind of plays up against the statistics in a certain degree, doesn't it? But yeah, Brody, I'm really not sure which way this one goes. But is it just the trend that we've been seeing all the way through challenges? One goes all the way to map number 5. Everyone in North America could be 3-0.
Yeah, it could be. You could always entertain the idea. Who knows what's going to happen? But it could well be a 3-0 here. Electrify Steel, they're looking pretty good in the series. They've taken the first 2 maps. They just need a control to close it out. We're going to be back with that control after this break.
Tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess. It's not a test. It's not a race. No black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present. That is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen. Beauty of choice. You can stay silent. Forget your voice. You can malign them. Hold a grudge. Just stand before judge. Just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment. Fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much. Just when you feel like you've had enough. Take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror. 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much. Just when you feel like you've had enough. Take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Ever gonna live again.
Alright everybody, welcome back here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We're 2 maps deep into the series here between Electrify Steel and Destroy the Odds. And the former of those 2 teams now 2-0 up ton. They just need 1 control victory to close this series out in a 3-0 fashion and move on to day number 2 of playoffs. I mean, the series so far, I think, it's been a bit of an interesting one, hasn't it? Certainly that Search and Destroy.
Yeah, the Search and Destroy, it was kind of following the same... I want to say the same sort of instances as the first map, which was comfortable for the most part. It was nearly a whitewash, to be honest with you. But I think, you know, if you Electrify Steel, you maybe breathing a sigh of relief that their comeback didn't finish there. You, however, do get it done relatively comfortably, as mentioned, so you will probably take it. So heading into Gavutu Control, though, can you close this out 3-0? That would give you a lot of confidence heading into tomorrow. Of course, this will be the last game that these 2 teams do play today. Of course, we've got our winners bracket final coming up after this as well. Electrify Steel would definitely like the side of a 3-0 here. Gav Control coming up, and can they do it here? As we've mentioned, Electrify Steel, last time that these 2 teams played, took the control, but that was the only map that they took. But they've got 2 maps underneath their belt before they can get to that control now, so things may be a little bit more interesting here, Brody.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing is, again, we should probably put an asterisk on it at the end of the day that there is only so much that you can take away from the previous round robin setup that we saw between these two teams. Again, obviously, there's a lot of learning curve to be had between the two rosters. Obviously, I think for both of the teams, they've come a long way since the day number 1 of week number 1 of season 3. That's a lot of numbers. But regardless, I think the bottom line is looking over towards the Gavutu control again. That was a 3-1 victory to Electrify Steel. So it doesn't exactly bode well for Destroy the Odds, of course, formerly known then as Trash Bros. But hey, again, we said it at the beginning of the broadcast, this is North American Challenges. Literally anything can happen. And, knowing just how crazy North American Challenges is, this might well go to a Game 5 at this point. We could see a reverse sweep and crazier things have happened today. Nonetheless, it's going to be control. And we're taking some early shots in. I hope for a second there that was not the reset that I thought it was going to be.
I'm not sure what it was, to be honest with you. I don't know if it's just checking the cross. I'm not too sure, but Destroy the Odds, a good start over towards A. We'll put the pressure in, but one thing that I always talk about when it does come down to this map, it's both teams trying to control that P1 area, and that really dictates what you want to do. On defense attack, Kaiser, though, wanting to get aggressive over towards B, and all of a sudden, Electrify Steel just ran through, Destroy the Odds. I haven't seen a kill with Blue on the left-hand side in quite some time, and this is dominance so far.
Electrify Steel here. I mean, this is exactly how you want to play an
God.
offense, isn't it? Just come and grab B as quickly as humanly possible. They're about to get the second tick of progression through. Mine now on a 5 in a row. He will get shut down there as Cryptic comes in for a trade, looking for more kills and towards the spawn. That's a nice kill from Venom to clean house. But still, that's a pretty good start, I think, for Electrify Steel, right? We talk about kind of how risky those kind of plays are to go straight towards B. You've already got that 1 tick of progression through, but now you need to come back here, rally yourselves together for that A hit, because it's very easy to lose focus here on an offensive.
I think it's crucial that Mine's actually staying alive here over towards P1. It should give a little bit of respite for his teammates over towards A. Troy can't find another. Cryptic will knock it out either, so this spawn trap potential definitely on the cards now. You've got to fight your way out if you Electrify Steel within 20 seconds here. That B push might have cost you. Oh my god, Venom! What is that snap?
What did
And
you
that
just
is the
watch?
round. That has got to surely be the round. Can they knock it out here? Cryptic not going to get near it. That's going to be an attacking round that looked so positive at the beginning. Lead to absolutely nothing. Destroy the Odds, hold the defense.
The one thing I will say is, this is something that, we obviously have lots of discussions about on the casting desk, whichever casting duo you're talking about here, Chris, when it comes to Gavutu control, those B hits are always massive risks, right? Because it's very easy to get spawn trap over towards the rock face on A. If it doesn't work out, you can have happen what exactly just happened there on the offensive round, where you just couldn't get anything going on A, and you end up with just the 1 tick of progression at the end of the round for that potential round number 5 defense conversation. So for Destroy the Odds here, they're going to go for something a little bit more classic. They're going straight towards A. Electrify Steel, they should be ready for it. They've got players on top of the LST to deal with the pressure. As Yuli and Cryptic going to combine for 3, just the one more player in Jintroid left to take down, and he will fall as well. So this is actually a pretty good start here for Electrify Steel dealing with that pressure.
And I think, for the team who are on the attacking round, the second time round, all you need to do is do better than the previous team have done. Yeah. In this situation, what was it, 1 tick over towards B? I don't even think they got 1 tick over towards A. The other side of Electrify Steel. So that's an interesting concept for the side of Destroy the Odds. If you can just capture A, you've already done better, and you may well have that round 5 in your back pocket as a defense. Venom and Kodo making this push up towards the boat. They are going to start to find a little bit of presence here. It's only Uli in a position to do much about it from the forefront, although Mind is there as well. Cutting down from P1, momentarily 4 dead, so they can push up now.
And this is really the pressure that you want to see here if you're Electrify Steel. You want a round that was as good as, if not better than, what you had in your last offensive attempt. They obviously had the 1 tick of progression over Destroy the Odds. To spawn trap them here and not give them a single tick would be a good answer, and I think that might well be what happens here. Keep an eye on Cryptic and Mind as well, as they now have a combined 9 spree between them. Make that 10. Destroy the Odds. They're stuck. I wouldn't feed if I'm Destroy the Odds in this position.
Yep, no way for you to get towards one of the points, so why would you bother? That is 2 very, very strong defensive rounds from both 2 teams. I'd argue that it was a little bit stronger from Electrify Steel. Of course, we did see that tick coming over towards B, so bear that in mind. After 2 attacking rounds, it is going to be Electrify Steel with that ever so slight advantage. for that round number 5 if we do indeed get there. But yeah, that was a hell of a hold in the end from Electrify Steel. You find those 4 dead, and they were set up perfectly very, very quickly there. Got themselves over towards P1 and on the boat, and there was just nowhere to move for the side to destroy the odds. So now, can they find an attacking round? It looks so promising at the start, but can they convert it into something here?
Something a little bit more traditional, I think, from Electrify Steel, as you say. Got players on the anti-air gun if they do want to go to B, and well, this is actually very reminiscent of what we saw in round number 1, right, where Electrify Steel, they get that opening wave of gunfights. I think the real difference maker is going to be what they do with it this time around. They've sent 1 player over towards B to act as a distractor. They've got a couple of players on the LST to try and capture A. This is much better, as you say. Cryptic now has that glide bomb ready to go. I don't expect them to use it straight away. Maybe you could use it for a swing over towards B, but I'd like to see something a little bit more passive.
See what they can find here. Kaiser taking his time, and rightfully so. Expecting somebody to overextend, and overextend far too much. They did. Oh, they're finding everybody here. Momentarily, only Mox left on the map. Over towards P1. The shots are going to come in, though. Gintroid and Venom spawns over towards Green. Are going to help them out. They're going to be able to force their way through. Kaiser's done a good job to make sure he does find 1. Is he going to find a second here? And now this is the moment where Electrify Steel, they've got that ace in the hole. They've got that in their back pocket. The glide bomb may well just be used to get them out of their spawn here, Brody.
Yeah, that might be the time to use it, but even now, right, it's this conversation of do you actually want to use it for this kind of thing, right? You've got 90 seconds on the clock, you've got quite a lot of time to work with, like, using it on an offensive round that you might not win might not be the best play. So that's something they'll have to kind of consider here. They do, at the very least, want to remove Venom from this power position, and finally they do. So, full control over the anti-air gun now for Electrify Steel. What can you do with it? Yuli, unfortunately, will end up falling, gets a little bit overzealous on the plate. Kaiser falls not that long after as well. Very quickly here, I was talking about that control of the anti-air gun. It's pretty much dissipated.
3 dead.
As I say it, what is going on? 3 dead here once again now for Electrify Steel.
They keep finding these moments, but they haven't been able to convert it into anything so far. Gintroid happy to take up some sort of boat control. Zuli and Cryptic starting to take their time and just doing the work inside of Green. This push is going to start coming through, but they're going to keep an eye on Gintroid, who is behind, who is going to cause havoc. Big fight over towards the AA gun. This moment in time, it's going to be a bit of a trade back and forth. Gintroid will find the second kill. Cryptic now, I mean, he hasn't got a clue what's going on here, both just trying to stay alive. Still P1 control there for the side of Cryptic and for Electrify Steel. 27 seconds left to go here, though, Brody. Do you stick or do you twist? That glide bomb could be brought in if they choose to do so.
Yeah, and it would be a big risk if they're able to get it done. Maybe get a couple of kills and then review the situation. And, well, there you go. Venom, Hollow, combined for 4. 8 seconds left on the clock in this one. There's not a chance in hell that any Electrify Steel players are going to be touching that B point. So that's going to be the 3 ticks of progression going through to Electrify Steel here. Something, again, that we'll be considering for potential round number 5. But destroy the odds. They will be the ones coming out on top there on the defensive round. But I think that the big win that Electrify Steel have is the fact they still do have the glide bomb at the end of the round. It is that get out of jail free card, if you will, if you do need it.
Right now, of course, Electrify Steel about to hit the defensive side of things. They can stop anything happening in terms of pushes coming in towards both of them. They've got a 4-tick lead if they want that defensive hold over towards the final round. It has to be said, they were the more convincing on that defense. As soon as that spawn lock was put into place, very difficult to destroy the odds to get out of it, and they may well be in it here already. It's only Venom who's actually managed to find a way out. Himself and Gintroid combining well to find the kill here. But again, for destroy the odds, this just wastes time. And so much of it that you need to try and find yourself in a position. But there you go, AA gun control belongs to them. What can they do with it?
And this is that risky play that we were talking about, right? I think they know that the Hail Mary is all they have left in the playbook here. They've got round number 5 to fall back on. They want the fence for it. They need to go grab on B. Venom will fall. Trade's now coming on through in favor of Electrify Steel. Still got control of the anti-air gun, so there is that. They will spawn slightly closer to it, and now maybe here comes the hit. Gintroid, can he survive? No, he can't. He will end up falling, so Venom needs to pull off something special. Has a couple of Electrify Steel players to contend with, and he can only pick up the first. That would have been a very deadly position to find yourselves in. But now it's back to square one, and unfortunately, square one's not all that toasty.
10 seconds. Gotta get in. Gonna be staring down the barrel of another attacking round, and, well, to be honest, so far, if you destroy the odds, you haven't found a tick. 2 seconds to go. Is it going to be anybody else here? It's going to literally be down to Mock. Finds one. The rest of the team, are they going to get there in time? They are not. Destroy the odds on attack have been toothless. Not a single tick or segment, whatever you want to call it, to speak of. And Electrify Steel's defense has been pretty much flawless. Honestly, you couldn't say anything else. They have not let anything slip by.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I think a little bit of it, you know, we talked about that last round, is the fact that Destroy the Odds did make that Hail Mary play towards B. Those things are significantly harder to take on, but yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, rock solid are Electrify Steel here on the defense. Let's see if they can carry that through to a round number 5. As the first wave of gunfights do come through, it's actually a set nade from Hollow that will take down Mine, another one as well. There's still one more player to be taken care of inside the LST. That would be Yuli, who Venom does kindly remove from the play. And now for Destroy the Odds, a little bit of breathing room here as they have players on 8. Venom inside green as well. This is not a terrible start here from Destroy the Odds.
It's absolutely not, but you can already see Electrify Steel answering to that. Spawning in backwards over towards the B side. Just stretch that map across horizontally. P1 controllers, of course, paramount for these teams. Happy to give up here, though, if you're the side of Electrify Steel, and bear in mind, they have a hold of that glide bomb if they wish to use it. Which I imagine they will do some point in this round, but you can't lose those gunfights. You're going to be so careful. And now if you're Cryptic, you need to find something. Gintroid will find them. Things getting very, very scary. Kaiser's the only one who can answer. And all of a sudden, this might be the point where that glide bomb might have to come in if things get scary.
They need to worry just yet here. They don't have control of the anti-air gun. But still, a couple more wave of gunfights still to go before that concern starts coming through. And now I would say those players pushing up here, I was going to say, as Kaiser comes through, he picks up 2, and all that worry once again is kind of dissipated. There's one player who could potentially do something about this. This is Gintroid here from Destroy the Odds, who actually picks up a couple of gunfights, but unfortunately gets team stunned by Hollow. And now Mock on the point just needs to waste some time.
Destroy the Odds here have got, well, I was about to say, a life lead, but that's kind of been cut in half now. Back down to 4. Can Venom find another here? As Electrify Steel really haven't had the chance to set up that spawn kill that worked out so effectively for them. But I like this push from Mind. Are they going to read it? He'll now flank around behind. The rest of his team is just saying, just wait. Comes around from behind, but he's going to get dealt with. Have to be careful. Yes, still that glide bomb is available.
I really like the defensive setup coming in from Electrify Steel. They sent Yuli up towards the beach as well. Yeah, it's going to force Destroy the Odds to spawn further on back, isn't it? Hollow. Got to deal with Yuli. It's putting some shots into the lander. And they're not going to land there. Finally, nicely done to take down Yuli from that position. But nonetheless, there's 35 seconds left on the clock here. Of course, we still got to talk about that get out of jail free card that Electrify still have ready to go in Cryptic's glide bomb. He will be taken down from Gintroid. Gintroid needs to get at least one more kill, and he just can't get it done.
26 seconds. Staring down the barrel of a 3-0. You've got to go. If you destroy the odds, Uli will find another. And this could well and truly to the end of your Challenger season. Another kill over towards P1. I don't think they've got the legs right here, Brody.
I don't think anyone's going to touch the point. Nobody can, again, unless you're the Flash. No chance of you making yourself across the map in quick time. That is going to be it for Destroy the Odds. There's nobody touching that point. They are 3-0'd in the series. And, you know, I think a certain extent of that comes down to, as you said, the rock-solid defense there from Electrify Steel in control. I mean, we so often talk about kind of, I don't want to say how bog standard controls can be, but it literally sometimes comes down to who can try and get defense for that round number 5. Yep. Electrify Steel, they made sure that they won that out there on Gavutu, and you know, again, it does kind of help that you have the glide bomb at the end of the day as well.
Yeah, that's always putting you in the best position to do something, isn't it, when you get to that stage and holding on to it for so long. There was a couple of occasions on their attacks that they could have actually probably used it. But in the same sense, it's that risk-free in a certain respect, isn't it? It does get to that stage of where you have the potential to just break something wide open. So, yeah, very, very well played from the other side of things there when it does come down to Electrify Steel. A 3-0 as well. That's a big statement for them. Of course, they'll lose pretty handedly to Toronto Ultra Academy NA, but then coming through and finding a 3-0 after waiting for so long as well for that second game to come through. A huge statement from them. So I'd imagine they'll be feeling good heading into some of these extra games here, Brody.
Yeah, indeed. Let's take a look at the bracket then and show you guys exactly what's shaken down. Destroy the odds. So with a 3-0, a double 3-0, by the way, they will be out in 4th place, which I think for the Destroy the Odds roster, of course, as we said, this is Mock and Hollow. They're making their Challengers Elite debut this season, of course, joined alongside Gintroid and Venom. That is something they should be happy with. I think especially for Gintroid as well, who of course did previously play with UIU, to maintain that kind of 4th place finish, I think is really good with this fresh roster. But ultimately, it means that Electrify Steel, they go through to the lower bracket final. That's known as Losers Round 2 on our graphic. They now await the loser of Toronto Ultra and whatever it takes. And honestly, if I'm Electrify Steel, I don't want to play either. I'm just like, yeah, can I just get like a free ticket through to the grand final, please? I don't want to play either of those teams at the moment.
No, you wouldn't. You really wouldn't. It's going to be interesting to see those two teams go up against each other as well coming up next. And I'm very, very curious how that one's going to break down, because we've got our kind of permutations. We think Toronto Ultra Academy should be the ones to get it done, but you really, really never know when it comes to challenges, Brody. So I will not hold my breath.
Yeah, we don't want to make predictions because we know how badly that goes as casters. It's never good, and we always get kind of bullied by fans. But regardless, it's going to be an interesting one for sure, isn't it? Toronto Ultra Academy North America going head-to-head with whatever it takes. It's going to be a battle for sure. We've got no idea who is going to come out on top, but you guys will find out very soon. Before we get to the low, I'm going to change casters once again, transform myself back into Bryce, and we're back with another game in just a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We are now marching forward into our winners bracket game. My name is Bryce, joining me here, of course, Chris Tunn. There's been a couple of hot 3-0s tonight, but now the big boys get to play.
I know, like we've been catching up. We're nearly on time now, Brycey. We've been flying through the games here in North America. It's been crazy. For all the games over in Europe were horribly close. It has been the opposite end of the scale here in Europe. But in our winners bracket final, are things going to change? Toronto Ultra are very much the kings over here, aren't they? The kings of challengers, if anything. But whatever it takes, well, I mean, are they going to have what it takes up against Toronto Ultra? That's the question.
Yeah, that is the big question. Realistically, these two teams have played before, and it did go all the way to a map number 5, so I don't think that 3-0 will continue. The only difference will be, obviously, that Ultra Academy did end up winning that game. Ultra Academy's only loss was to Red Walls, which we're still not entirely certain what happened there, because that was the only game they won all season, but the favourites still lean just a little bit to Toronto Ultra North America going against this one, but even if whatever it takes lose, they get a chance to go against Electrify Steel, and then they have a chance to make it back to the grand final tomorrow. So, big game. Whoever wins this goes into our grand final, but it's not over for our loser.
It is absolutely not. You always want to be that winner's bracket position, don't you? You never want to have to do more work than necessary. Shout out to the observers, though. I feel like the Hot Hands Lounge tweeted me. The ARDs is what they're called. Am I saying that right? Hot Hands Lounge. Help me.
I don't know. I reckon
it sounds
dead
right.
hard.
Dead hard. Okay.
That's an English thing. I don't know if that translates into American, unfortunately, but it's a good thing.
What, Brycey? They may well think you're talking about something else.
Well, on that note, let's look at this as we get straight into it, of course, and we jump on board with Brack.
Yeah, Brycey very excited for this game. So we jump into B1 in Ultra Academy. And here, I mean, look, obviously the story that a lot of people are going to be talking about is the story of Scrap. What a performance in his debut with CDL. And really, it was nice to see him get his chance up there, even though, of course, it was just for a partial amount of time. But the guy really showed it. Something that we already knew, that he really does have it. But here we go. Can he do it here for his team? Against whatever it takes. It's a fantastic start for them, locking down that P1 rotation. They did have the better spawns for it, though, so bear that in mind. As we're going to start head over towards P2 in just a second. Neptune already there.
Oh, I'm going to try and get out of that one. Not going to be able to, though, but here comes the rotation. And Scrap goes in with a vengeance, but will eventually be cut down. Gets caught in the sprint. Hicksy's going to be here as well. Goes in by himself. Also gets cut down. It's not really been a good rotation for Ultra Academy. They've kind of gone in a little bit fits and starts, and now they're going to have to make the big push from across the map.
Yeah, and something just to query about, actually, is of course the fact that Ultra Academy have been sat around for quite some time. Whatever it takes, you played your series not too long ago, and it was off the back of Neptune, absolutely frying, and that's momentarily a combined 8 spree. Decided whatever it takes. Scrap will find his way in, though, and this might change things up as Brackenco trying to lock this one down. Scrap finds another. His teammates there to back him up as well. Major Maniac on the 4 spree will want to continue this, Brycey. Another glide bomb to his name would help things out here, still some way off.
A little bit far, to be honest with you, but this isn't really about this now. You can see on the mini-map, Ultra Academy are waiting. They are waiting to figure out how to break this one, with nobody causing chaos so far. It's going to be difficult, but Hicksy makes a big kill. They now have to watch fire. You can already see the rest of whatever it takes, trying to make sure that Street does not fall away from them. There's a lot of players locking this down. How has Hicksy got this far up?
Just 2 reels actually just playing quite aggressively, isn't he? He was waiting for them all to pass, but which way the trade's going to end up going? Well, they're going to go over towards whatever it takes. Get spawns over towards the back, better position to go from, but from the double doors and patio side is where Ultra Academy are going to be heading. Is anybody watching it there from the side of whatever it takes? It seems that way. As 2 reel will find one. Brack will find one onto vehicle as well inside of fire. And this push from Ultra Academy and Air is looking a little bit toothless, to be honest with you. 30 seconds left to go. You've got to find a way through here somewhere.
It is a difficult push, I'll be honest with you. I think the problem is once that first push went down, they didn't have the position, they were all locked in. And now they've just got to settle for train, but whatever it takes with a huge hole to bring this one back. And now locking down train is not the easiest, especially when you've got Neptune behind you.
Yeah, that's going to be a pain. It was a big gunfight for him to win. You could do with getting rid of him pretty quickly. Neptune with the challenge, Scrap with the gunning. Could do with finding this other one at the Major Maniac as well, but nonetheless, just staying alive would be perfect. First of his team coming in from the warehouse side. Major Minute will be dealt with. Well played. Now it's just about the ticket push. Mohawk set up in mid-map as well. This is a nice position for Ultra Academy and here. They get some decent time here.
Well, they're certainly looking to do as much damage as they possibly can, and now Hixie laying down, trying to just soak this time as much as possible. Eventually has to get off it, and he does make a big kill coming off it as well. You don't usually see that from players jumping off the hill, but he's made it work somehow, and it's a big wipe going through as Mohawk eventually does kill him. But they flip the spawns here. Usually a good thing, but they'll be trying to keep pressure up still to make sure they don't lose any time.
Yep, you definitely want to be on the fire side when it does come down to P5 and you've forced whatever it takes to be back there in the docks, having to fight their way out. There's not going to be the potential of a spawn trap going on here because of the fact that Scrap has just not been able to lock down 3 players. And I think, we talked about that spawn trap towards P5, beginning of the game. Very, very scrappy. Then it got to the stage where teams started getting locked in a little bit more, but everybody's kind of understanding how you get out now. It's that push all the way down dock side, more towards the BS&D side. You just got to overload around there and force your way out. So far, so good, though, for Ultra Academy. All things considered, they didn't lock down any time over towards P3. They've been pretty solid since.
Oh, this P5 flip, that's what they're looking for. Ultra Academy going to try and do it at the moment, whatever it takes. Just holding still, and you can even see with the way they're distributed. They know they don't want to flip this. They're not too worried about P5. Just keep the time off, don't let them soak, and hold P1. It's a money hill for a lot of teams. That's what they're looking for right now, whatever it takes. They have control of this map.
They do. They're getting plenty of time over towards P5 as well. Looking on the spree, as Neptune was on one momentarily. Scrap is going to fall, though, as this rotation over towards P1. We know how important it can be. Going to clean out the train side, but Ticket still belongs to the side of whatever it takes, so that's a really good hill over towards P5. You kind of trade it, but you also get the rotation over towards P1, which, if anything, is the biggest money hill on this map. But look at the grenades. My goodness me, Brack, good luck. Mohawk takes down his teammates. Still a 3v3 on the site.
Mohawk does get one back, though. Trying to bring that trace for it. The Major Maniac's going to sit here with the turret ready, looking for it. Mohawk's trying to get him at the same time, but they're doing a great job of holding this one. Reinforcements flooding in from whatever it takes. Ultra Academy want in the front door, but there's just too many bodies standing in the way.
That's a good chunk of time coming in for whatever it takes, and that rotation's going to belong to them as well if Too Real continues to go for it. Just looking to cut off the head of the snake. Bit of a push over towards the spawn, and that is a wonderful hold for whatever it takes. Ultra Academy, close but no cigar. Eventually will break through with 10 seconds to go, so they will reduce that deficit ever so slightly. You need to start winning your gunfights on this rotation. There's going to be 4 members of whatever it takes here in just a moment.
Oh, Neptune was trying to make a little bit of a play, but now Brack coming through the back here as well. This is going to be mixy. There are players here from both teams. Brack's going to try and hold S1 and S2. Looking for Hixie as well. Knows where he is. Calls that out to Major Maniac. And both teams still fighting for position. This is exactly what they know is happening as well. You can see the hesitance to get into this site ton. It means they're just playing around it.
Beagle will find 2, as will Major Maniac. They are hesitant because they want to concentrate on the rotation, heading over back towards fire. At this moment in time, whatever it takes in the better spot to do so. You could do with these gunfights going over towards Toronto Ultra Academy and Air, because now you get caught in a tough position. Hixie surely going to get shut down on his way around. He is. Whatever it takes. Been absolutely brilliant over the last 3 hills or so. Neptune frying inside the point. No surprise to see that. And they're going to have to fight over this. Scrap, you're going to have to push through one direction. Scrap's going to have to win this gunfight in mid-map as well. It's a tough spot for Ultra Academy now.
They've really not had things go their way at all. Whatever it takes has just been locking down all the hills that they want to get to. And you can see here comes the last push. The spawn out from whatever it takes, though. They're going to try and break this. Only 1 player remaining, and they do clear it out. It's a big spawn change coming in. And Scrap desperately fighting for his life, but will eventually go down. Ultra Academy holding strong here. Problem is, if they hit through the front at the moment, there's only going to be vehicle in the hill. Oh, reinforcements arrive just in time.
Just in time. He was just the only one in the hill, but can they clean up now? Scrap will find 2 with the pistol. Spawn's coming in over towards the patio side. Can Scrap do any more? Of course he can. 5 in a row from Scrap. My goodness. I wouldn't mind hearing the in-game comms there. He is screaming. I have no doubt. Oh, I thought Hixie had done that to Major Maniac as well.
Well,
Big hold.
the rotation, whatever it takes. Locked, loaded, Now to convert it. You can already see they're trying to clear this out slowly but surely. Vehicle does manage to get Neptune. They're looking for the player at the back here, and Major Maniac guns the first one. He knows more pressure is coming towards him. Eventually, Vehicle gets him. Already, 15 seconds are going to be gone on this hill, but now comes the push towards Ticket. Who holds the better here as well? And it is going to be at the moment. Whatever it takes, they have just shut down Ultra Academy, who have taken so long to get here, and it all comes to nothing, Ton.
And I think they were taking long to get there because they were trying to play for scrap to get towards those streaks. Needed 2 more kills. And now as it goes, Toronto Ultra Academy need to find something here. They need to try and get them off. Brack underneath does so well. Spawns in coming towards the back there. And Hixie will find 2. So 15 seconds remaining here for Ultra. They're going to be sitting on, if they can pick up the rest of this time, about 40-point deficit. Vico will now take control of top 3. They can't get control of fire right now, so they're going to have to fight out from the back and get control of the ticket, which they'll be able to get there now. This is potentially scary for whatever it takes. Ultra seem to be getting control.
Well, they're going to try and get as much time on P5. It's not the easiest thing to do. Vico just going to try and hold it down for his teammate. Bear in mind here as well, Ultra Academy will want this flip. Vic's only going to get one there. Double Chow comes through. Eventually, Scrap finds one at the same time. And playing in the back of both of these teams' minds, regardless of how much they want P5 control, is that flip. And the flip comes for Ultra.
It's come through, but they've lost the gunfight. So they've lost every gunfight.
The problem is they've now got to commit. They've got to get them off P5.
Yeah. They can't give up this free time. Whatever it takes, they're going to be within touching distance. You're going to be about 60 or 70 behind by the time they get there. If they give them all of this scrap, the fight continues inside of Ticket. Hixie trying his best to lock down the walkway. Here comes Mohawk. Should be able to clean up at least one. For all that, whatever it takes, seemingly we're offered free time there. They have not taken it, so it's not so bad for Ultra.
However, Ultra have to hold. And at the moment, doing a good job. They've managed to push this one out. Scrap. He's trying to just make himself the biggest nuisance he possibly can, but he does go down. Whatever it takes now, looking to try and push the tempo onto this one. Neptune gets a second. Mohawk has to try and hold against him here. Finds the first one, but Hixie's going to go down as well, and whatever it takes are in. They've found their way through. And Ultra Academy have to go into the blender if they want their way back, but they only are going to have one opportunity to do it.
Gotta go. 10 seconds. Got to find this break. Brack is weak. They'll be calling it out. Here come the grenades, but you only have 5 seconds. You need to win every single gunfight. Major Maniac, Brack combine. And whatever it takes, find a map number 1 here in the Winners Bracket Finals. One we did not expect. At 250 to 194. In the end, Bryce, that's relatively comfortable. And it was just a run of hills that they went on to put them in that lead, and they just never let it go.
They didn't, and if anything, you got to give full credit to whatever it takes for that map. On the rotations, they were superb, and they didn't have the rotation. They just basically just went toe-to-toe with Ultra over and over again. And it was such a difficult thing for them. Like, I think the one time Ultra rotated the train, they managed to hold it quite well, but whatever it takes, when they did it, held it much better. The same thing with Fire. Essentially, Ultra Academy couldn't even get close to moving towards any, I think it's P3. Like, towards the back of the street, right? Like, they just couldn't get close. Well, when they were there the first time, they had to get reinforcements coming through. Realistically, it was just a better fundamental game from whatever it takes.
Yeah, and I think their rotations over towards P1 were so influential in the end. They picked up so much time the second time of asking, and then third time it looked like Ultra had it all set up, and all of a sudden, 4 dead. And that can change the game very, very quickly. There was a couple of moments where, whatever it takes, as you said, just fundamentally found the right kills. They found the right rotations. They did the right thing. This was brilliant from Scrap, and I almost feel like that kill streak from Scrap might have hurt them just a little bit because the speed of transition was slower because they were playing, or at least it felt like they were playing for that extra kill. Didn't find it. Didn't find the rotation. All of a sudden, whatever it takes are a little bit closer than you would have liked them, and then all of those rotations just become that little bit scarier. So Toronto Academy now find themselves behind, which is a bit of a surprise. What a game from Major Maniac, though. Look at that, 29 and 19 with the auto, 23 non-traded kills, and a bit of a stormer there, Bryce.
Yeah, a storm is one way to put it, I think. One way to put it. It's maybe the difference is the other way, too. Realistically, that is unbelievable when you look at the statistics for it, but It's a long series, and considering these two have been on fire pretty much all of tonight, we saw Whatever It Takes earlier just be great. Obviously, Ultra Academy North America, first time we've seen them, but they won their game as well, 3-1. And I did say you kind of favoured Ultra coming into this one, but it's a big first map win for Whatever It Takes.
Yeah, 100%. Whatever It Takes looked really, really good in their previous game. Looked fantastic on the control. Looked great in the search and destroy. So Ultra Academy and A are going to really have to turn this round pretty soon. I'm curious, you know, I'm actually going to have a quick check of the last time that these two teams played to see how it did actually go down. So it was a 3-2. Yeah, it was a 3-2. So a very close game, and are we going to get something similar here on this one? Just having a look to see what we think, which way it's going to go, because honestly, I really didn't expect Whatever It Takes to take the Hardpoint though. Search and Destroy coming up. It's going to be Bocage as well. This could go a little bit wayward
Naughty,
here for Ultra Academy if they're not careful.
Yeah, it certainly could. And when you look at these two teams, obviously there's an awful lot riding on the line for everybody here. Let's just be honest about it. Let's talk about the scenario. The CDL is always calling. It's always calling. Some of these players have come down. Some of these players want to go up, right? It is the cusp. This is the very part of it. And also, if we're being perfectly honest, this is the scouting ground right now. Like, if you are a team struggling, we know that the super subs, the players you are looking for, might just be around the corner. And this will be the first stop. It's always the first stop, especially because it's North American challenges as well. They look at these teams. Who can we take in? Who's got the hype behind them at the moment? Can we give them a trial? Is there a possibility we can take these players, or even for next year? These are all the players you'll be looking at. And I think the players know this as well. A good record in challenges can give you a leg up.
It really can. I mean, we've seen it. I mean, my goodness me, that is just a crazy start to a round of Search and Destroy, and not the one that Ultra Academy would have wanted. Seemingly coming into this series a little bit slowly. But it really can. I think to the forefront of that, you look at the London squad and how things have played out there. Very challenge-orientated this year. It didn't necessarily work out with Gizmo one way or another. It has worked out overall. Good start to the game there for Whatever It Takes. Very aggressive, find those opening picks, and it's a simple round from there.
Now, after that pretty fast first round, we'll have to find out what happens in the second, because now we're on board with Whatever It Takes. Too real with a huge start, realistically. Like, I'll be honest with you, that was a pretty normal place for them to be watching, and they just weren't able to lock it down. Ultra Academy could have done maybe a little bit more to have somebody over watching in a better position or go for the challenge, but never mind. Scrap opens this one up on the brack. Pretty simple, and dips out.
Nicely done. Nice kill, removes himself from the spot. Major Maniac. Very weak as well. Hixie will finish it up. Grenade on its way from Scrap. To Real, thankfully, behind a wall to avoid the damage. Will get aggressive with the bomb. I like this play from Whatever It Takes. It's hard hitting, but Hixie, well, not going to find anything. Neptune just about finds him with his pants down, but Vigo will answer back. 1 versus 3 for Neptune. 1 versus 2. They're going to run into him. Oh, that got scary.
Could have gone bad, that.
They really could have.
And now, it's a all tight look at that. That could have gone so badly wrong as well. We're all going to stay alive, though. And we move on between these two teams. And Tan, I can already tell what's playing in the back of your mind. You're thinking this one's going the distance.
I'll just put that in the chat. You know it. It stinks of a 3-2 this now, because of just how strong I thought Ultra Academy were going to look going in this series. But Whatever It Takes, finding that map surprisingly. The way that the Search and Destroys went so far, I don't know. I'm feeling one going the distance. We may well see that sunset together, Bracey.
We certainly may, and 2 Real almost up proceedings there, though. But that player stays alive, just dipping below the fence line. And at the moment, Ultra Academy stalling. Whatever it takes, just holding fire. There's another gunfight, and nobody walks away the winner. Frustrating for both teams.
Still somehow 4 versus 4, as you mentioned. Brack now just holding it off. Utility Going to be used well, but Hixie gets the kill in the end. 3 versus 4, 2 versus 4. Scrap will find another. A well-worked, patient push on the search and destroy. Now bomb is down to real. I'll be real with you, my friend. This is impossible.
Yeah, he's not going to do this. I mean, the only thing he can really look for, maybe an exit kill, and he is going to find one there. Stay alive. Don't really worry about it. You know, this round is done and dusted. So maybe just going to be looking for another exit kill, just trying to see if he can find a player. He's going to go down, though. Not going to happen for him. I don't think it's too bad to kind of get that kill answer. A lot of people would have run off the map. But I suppose if you can make another kill there and get away, it's something.
I think getting the one Scrap was good. I believe that would have been 3 for him in that round, at minimum of 2. So keeping people off those kind of streaks, always beneficial. Ultra Academy now on the defensive side. That was a good win for them. Can they keep it up? Too real and cold. Looking like a B hit going to come in pretty early in this round. Scrap may well catch some strays there, though. Has to back down. Push coming in here from Major Maniac. A lot of presence over towards B, but not much info gained here from whatever it takes. Well, they will find Scrap, and that bomb's going down. I love this from Neptune.
I think he just heard them. I think he's heard them. And he has. And unfortunately, Hixie still managed to get through. Eventually, will get picked off. And it's just trades going left, right, and center. And you can see now, Mohawk, he has to find a kill. He has to make this realistic by finding the first one. And he's just in Neptune with a shoulder. I think he's still found him. He's trying to pick out where he's gone. And eventually he just runs into Brack, and he is going to go down. Whatever it takes to get that one onto the board. And they planted, and it just went to Chaos Ton.
Just those trades around the point, wasn't it? And in the end, they work out for whatever it takes.
Now, still all tied up between these two. Wouldn't expect anything less here as Ultra try, and I was going to say they might go aggressive then for a sec, but I don't think they are. Big push, though, from whatever it takes. They have gone aggressive. And now you see them trying to desperately stay alive. Mohawk is going to get some damage down to 2, but Scrap and Vico have managed to find this. And the aggressive play coming out of whatever it takes hasn't paid off yet, but keep an eye on Neptune. Finds Vico, 2 versus 2. Finds another corner and waits.
I think he's going to wait for Major Maniac to maybe try and help him out. Because Scrap and Mohawk have kind of got him trapped here.
Obviously, Scrap has no idea. He's holding this angle, by the way, so he can see both directions. The old field of view coming through, and already Major Maniac takes down 1, but Scrap is hot on the case. He's going for the trade here as well, and he does manage to find it. Neptune versus Scrappy. Both recently played in the CDL.
The thing is, for Scrappy, he had a good idea where Neptune was, but Neptune repositioning hasn't moved. Did he see him?
He saw him. Interesting.
He chooses not to take it. Wasn't confident. So now
we'll
take the shots. Yeah, very well played in the end from Neptune.
Made me a little nervous.
Another round. Yeah, that was a little bit twitchy on that one.
But yeah, if Scrap had come out and gone the other direction or something, it could have been a little bit of a change. And here's the thing. Even with these rounds going the way they are, I genuinely don't believe either of these two teams look stronger at the moment. It's coming down to the tiniest decisions and plays, and Neptune almost catches one early, but it's only going to hit him with 1 bullet. And now patience from whatever it takes. But the same thing from Ultra Academy. They've given up a lot of control over River. I think you're already seeing Scrap go back towards it. He knows that's what's happened.
They really can't afford to go 2-0 down here. They really cannot. Whatever it takes look great in the control as well. Is it just a case of things not being able to get warmed up, etc.? Vehicle will find one. Neptune will trade that out. Scrap will trade that. So a beneficial trade for the side of Ultra Academy and
See him?
He might have done. Gunfight comes through. Hixie gets away. Mohawk finds one. This is not doable. Good round for Ultra Academy and
And again, it's all tied up. Just keeps happening. None of them can find any sort of daylight between them on these plays. And you can tell these two teams have played each other an absolute ton. They are not playing anything too aggressive or too crazy. They are waiting for the information over and over again.
so
Let's
hard
see.
to split these two now, Bryce.
Who goes ahead this time? At the moment, I think he's been seen here. Major Maniac is calling him out. Nade's coming through as well. Another little jump up. Gets the hit marker. And Ultra Academy may commit to that. You can see already. Scrap with a nade for a cook. But Major Maniac gets first blood on a Hixie. And now they have to do something here. Brad gets a second one, and Scrap is like, well, I managed to get into grannies, but my teammates have all but disappeared.
It's not good. Scrap will find one on tutorial, making this a little bit more achievable. Neptune's big chillin', looking for some information. Doesn't get it. Nobody wanted to make the wrong move yet. Vigil's the one in the tough spot. Scrap kind of has to be the one to make the plays, because Vigil, if he moves in any direction here, is giving away information. Scrap in tunnel.
The team is slowly going out, and Scrap is coming over to clear this for him. He finds Major Maniac, but Major Maniac's in a better position, and Vigil's going to try and get this one down, but he also knows where Major Maniac is, and he's got to try and get these kills, and he's outnumbered and outgunned. Oh, it's just not going to help for them that time, and it will be whatever it takes to get the round, and they had to pick a bomb site to commit to. Unfortunately, they picked the one where there were just too many players from the opposition against them.
Major Maniac just about getting on time onto the God Tank. That is... Oh, if you're scrappy, you're not far away from finding the kill and maybe opening up the round there. 4-3 now, whatever it takes. I said, this is such a big map. 1-1, yeah, you could go either way, but 2-0 for whatever it takes will be absolutely huge for them.
And again, the information game is playing out. Trying to work each other. And you can see Ultra North America just staying a little bit static at the moment. They haven't really committed too much towards A. Players inside. A few gunfights going down, but time burning away for whatever it takes.
Always gets a bit more nerve-wracking when time is ticking away, but Brack has been waiting for the push to come through, but Scrap and Hixie! How's he found those two? Neptune and Turiel cuddling inside of the chicken coop, and all of a sudden, it's Brack left in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, Ultra are just going to stay together here as much as possible. Brack's going to go up top and find a player instantaneously, and guess what, Ton? It's back to 4-4.
How on earth have those two players been caught napping in the same spot, looking at the same place? Bewildering.
Slow and steady, and maybe hoping for a trade. Unfortunately, River was given up. And Hixie said, all right. Hixie almost fluffed that, by the way. Like, he was looking at a different door, not expecting two players to literally be standing next to each other in the doorway. If one of them had turned, he would have been done for. But doesn't matter. It's all in the past, and already we can see they've seen Hixie. They've seen Hixie. They're going to be worried now because Nade's going to start trading around. The stuns have come through. Major Maniac's actually making a push here. Beagle's going for the L, and Major Maniac takes down Hixie, who gets aggressive and whatever it takes, now have control of this map.
Backing on up as well. Not lingering around any dangerous positions. Ultra Academy on A now. Going to make a push. Looking over towards A. Whatever it takes, it sounds like they're ready. It looks like they're ready already. Neptune gets one, gets out. Vehicle will trade that one away though. Neptune is just running for the hills here. How on earth has he survived this long? He's done so well to get away. 3v2.
He has, and a little bit pushed in here. Ultra trying to make some moves, and eventually they get shut down. It just feels tight. Whenever these gunfights go on, you can see both teams dancing and trying just to stay alive, trying to make that crucial two-piece or get the trade going in their favor. And so many of these rounds are coming down to first bloods.
Well, here we go. Ultra Academy in here. You don't have any more chances to make mistakes. Whatever it takes, 2-0 up if they can win one more round of search price.
Oh, look at the hit. Look at the hit. Ultra are committing to A. They are committing to A in numbers. Huge amounts of numbers in the first couple of kills. Don't go down. What is going on? But it's Neptune who dives around the corner and he finds the players. Scrap manages to get one back, but it may already be too little too late here as Vickle is now left in a 1 versus 3. No, sorry, a 1 versus 2. It's doable, but is it?
It's so difficult. See, I agree with the player waiting for a player to maybe slip up. But the longer that this goes on, the longer that you just don't know anything. It could be anywhere at this stage. Vickle now going for the wraparound. Doesn't have time, Bryce.
He doesn't. He finds one, though. He needs to get on that bomb and then shoulder it and see if that player commits. And that player is not committed. That player has played time perfectly. He knows where he is, and Vickle will try and take the gunfight, but it was too little too late. That was all I was saying, essentially. That player had to still be looking at that bomb with the time remaining. And he had to get onto the point of the 14, I think it's like 14.5 or 14.7. People look at it like that time, and he's like, that's the last time you look at bomb, and then you reach out at 7.5.
Yeah, as long as you have the extra 7.5 on top of the 7.5 that it takes to defuse. If you check it at 15, you don't need to check it again until 7.5, and that puts you in the prime position. Fantastic stuff from whatever it takes, to be honest with you. Just those trades in and around Grandma's working out for them very, very well. Neptune finding those 2 at the end in that final round. Absolutely huge. He's having a hell of a day, isn't he? 13 and 5.
He really is.
Guys,
I think he heard you kind of criticize him earlier on, and taking it to heart.
My criticism of him is only from a place of that I know that he has the talent there. He's just a frustrating player to watch at times. I mean, he's crazy good. We know he can be. It's just sometimes but it works for him, doesn't it? It works for him at kind of at this stage. But I feel like just when it comes down to those players and you're making them at the highest level, there will be players who will catch you out.
Let's be honest as well, right? Like, Neptune has a lot to prove.
Oh yeah, of course.
All the stuff that's been said about him, everything that's gone on. Obviously, New York are doing better now, but Neptune was the kind of the real big story for that one, and he has an absolute ton to prove to everybody and the community. But we'll have to find out because there are still games to play. There are maps left in this best of 5. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, though, we will jump into the control and see, is it 3-0 or a reverse sweep? We'll find out right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We are currently in our winners final. Our two teams, Toronto Ultra Academy North American, there's a lot to say, and Whatever It Takes. So far, Whatever It Takes haven't had it dominant, but they have had good wins. 250 to 194 in the Hardpoint and 6-4 in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, and honestly, bro, it hasn't necessarily went the way that we would have thought. If Ultra Academy had won the maps in those fashion, we wouldn't have been questioning whatsoever, but Whatever It Takes. You know what? The games have been close, but they've not went down to the wire. It really has been borderline comfortable for Whatever It Takes. Now, heading into Berlin Control, we've seen some good gameplay from Whatever It Takes when it does come down to Control. And for me, it's just for Ultra Academy. Can you deal with Neptune? He's going to be running routes behind you. He's going to constantly be in your face. Can you deal with that if you're Ultra Academy? And it's 2-0 down as well, Bryce. Are they checked out? It's a long day for them as well. They've been waiting around for some time for this series to start. And it just feels like they've come out the blocks very, very slowly.
Well, that's one of the main things I want to talk about. Like, you can say maybe they did come out a little bit slow. Maybe they were a little bit on ice, considering they had to wait for 2 series to be done before they got here, because their game was done a little bit earlier. But there is no denying the Neptune is putting on a show in the Elite. And I said before, I think he's doing this to prove himself. He has to get that narrative under control, because at the moment, a lot of people, his stock has dropped. I'll say that in a nice way. I think his stock dropped for a little bit. His performance in challenges now will have some people reconsidering that. And it's not just a good performance, it's an unbelievable performance. I think he dropped a 37 and 17 on Tuscan control earlier.
See if we can do it here on Berlin. It'd be huge for Whatever It Takes to find this win against the quote-unquote the team to beat in challenges. Full stop. Not just in NA, of course in NA, but in Europe as well. Can they get it done? A 3-0 fashion will give them a lot of confidence heading into tomorrow. But I think Ultra Academy NA will know, even if they lose this, they would still have a chance in tomorrow's games. Whatever it takes. For me, it feels more important that they take a lead heading into that potential second best out of 5. I feel like they would need maybe 2 opportunities, but heading over to now what Brycey we would dub as Capture Zone B. Let's just point that out. Things have changed, but they haven't. But they have.
Well, we have to just change the narrative a bit, and I think that the way this is kind of gotten to this is the most logical thing I've heard. It's to kind of match up with the S&D sites.
Yes.
That makes sense to me, but obviously a little bit of a mental adjustment maybe.
Oh! Oof. Hixie. Hitting the spin, and there you go. There is B capture. It's going to take a while for me to get used to. It is. It is.
It's going to take a while. We've spoken about A at length as being a kind of a crazy one, but we were calling it B for a little while as well, and as we rapidly learn it, we'll have to just get that out of our mind. But right now, Ultra Academy have done a good job. Early capture, straight through, but Tyrell just trying to make sure he pushes out ticket enough. Do not let them get into A.
Yeah, this is good for Ultra Academy on air, though. Tyrell tries to push it out, but he can't. So then all of a sudden, you're funneling everything. It's just going to come down to these gunfights. Brack already weak, surely going to be challenged, but just goes to challenge him himself. Really smart play. Tyrell and Major Maniac get the job done as well. Decent hold so far, considering the position they were in. Works out for them, and there's Neptune. We said he's going to get in their face, and he's done so.
Now looking for these players, they know they want to just push them back off towards ticket. Eventually, if they can, whatever it takes, will try and take control of this zone. And Tyrell's doing exactly that. He's already pushed out towards it, but he is going to be a little bit outnumbered. Mohawk managed to get him in the end, but Brack's backing him up. This is everything you need to do towards A. Keep hitting ticket, push them further and further back. Eventually, they'll go for the flank, but it is easier to recover from that.
It's going to be the push through fire, potentially. But the lives really not in the favor of Ultra Academy, and it was such a good start. But how many times have we talked about it when it does come down to this map, Brycey? The push towards now A, what was B, takes 1 good 4 dead on the defensive side of things, and then all of a sudden the attacking team can waltz in. This has been a really, really nice hold from Whatever It Takes ever since they found those first 4 kills over towards their defensive side. They have been lights out. Ultra Academy and A do not have much time, maybe 1 more push to find something over towards A.
Oh, I'll tell you something, Vico, I didn't realise until now. Not had a good control. That is
Oh my
possibly
goodness.
one of the worst control scorelines I've ever seen. And I wonder if he's just having a bit of a struggle or what's going on at the moment, but that has stopped. Has managed to get a player on it. Surely they'll win from this position.
No. Not like this. Whatever it takes. He's surely going to get back inside here, but Major Maniac's already found a route around. Brack is going to be a trader kill, and only 2 lives remaining. There's only 2 of them left. Neptune will find one of them, and surely scrap. We bigged them up, but doing this on your own, that would be something.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to. Just stays alive.
You know what? Yeah, he's done really well there, in all fairness. That's a 6 spree that he'll be able to continue.
I thought for a second that Ultra had opened the door for something pretty amazing, but not going to work out for them. And now we go and switch sides, and I feel like the difference there, I don't want to put it onto one player and say it's that player, but to go 0 and 8 in a control, yeah, I can't make that many excuses, Vikal. That's just a bad round.
Yeah, you chop those up. But here we go, the push coming in, over towards A. Is Vika gonna... Oh, he's not even gonna be able to find that. And then we go 3 dead immediately. Whatever it takes, have come into this series with a fire. And they get rid of Scrap on the flank as well. This is perfect.
Whatever it takes, looking to end this right here, right now. They're going to get A in just a few seconds. Ultra have to punch through the front door. Brack's already found 1-2. Real's going to try and shut it down, but Vigel finds a kill, and it's a very important kill. He gets his first, but it's glorious. And they shut them out of A just in time, Ton.
The B push is going to come in inevitably. Scrap and Co, though, have found themselves in a good position to maybe force the issue here. Ixie cannot find that kill over towards the B side, which would have helped things out, but Scrap pressing the issue himself. Neptune. Big kill. SMG in that position, always going to make things easier. Now looking like B is going to get locked in, but the damage is maybe already done for whatever it takes over towards that A side. Ultra Academy cannot let them out, and Neptune slipped the net.
He's looking for this desperately, trying to... If he can make this kill, then look, his teammates are just frozen on the minimap. They're all reacting to him, but unfortunately he has no reinforcements here. There is nobody for a trade onto Neptune. And that almost felt like it's happening in slow motion. We'll get him eventually, though. And they will have to settle for B now. And now try and make the long trip. The benefit being is that Ultra Academy cannot put a foot wrong. They only have one tick of leeway.
2-3 dead. Nobody inside the point. That's where things get very, very dangerous. Those 2 dead, though, is not too bad. You have time to regain. You have time to regroup. Vehicle in that position on the flank watching. Keep an eye on that as that gunfight, which way it's going to go. Look, they're already hunting for him. They can't find him either. That's 4 dead. That's huge.
It is, and now they'll just lock this one in. Vehicle already taking position towards Ticket. Ultra Academy. Hixie's just going to hold him down, and they're just pinning them in a spawn trap. They're like, all right, good job on A, guys. You ain't going anywhere near it ever again. You stay. Like a bad dog. Just pat them on the nose and say no.
They get out through Fireside, though. Dockside is going to be the push here. They've still got a minute and 5 seconds here. Whatever it takes, these lives might not be benefiting them, but it's not too bad of a spot. Vehicle, 5 spree. After being 0 and 9. Has found 5 in a row. Major Maniac looking to try and find him. Make that 6 in a row from Vehicle. He's making up for it.
He has.
That's a big kill.
This still hangs on a very delicate balance here. So he's going to find one. He has managed to get around the flank, but is there going to be enough? Already reinforcements running here for whatever it takes. They have to find some sort of kill, and Neptune does. They have managed to get control of Ticket. They are not in, however. That's a big gunfight towards the back. Major Maniac makes it. Hicks is going to try and challenge it, and he has not got away here. And Vehicle finds 2. He is turned up now when they need him the most. And from 0 and 9 to 8 and 11 is a very impressive scoreline.
Only 4 lives remaining on the side of whatever it takes. They need to be perfect. They've got time for Brack to get round, but just about. They're waiting for somebody just to show their faces. They're scrapped. Tureel will exchange this. It's still doable in a 3 versus 10, technically. Just a 3 versus 4, because Brack needs to get inside, needs to find a kill, finds one. He's going to find a second on a scrap as well. This is huge. Tureel inside the point, though, needs to win the gunfight. Hixie will find it, and Ultra Academy just about hold on.
Just such a close one there. If Ultra had any more lives, could have gone a different way. Man of the game there, Vehicle. Crazy comeback. Absolutely crazy. And that was such a close round as well from both teams. Realistically, could have been swung with a different trade, but didn't. Now both defenses have been won. The benefit, of course, does go to whatever it takes. They managed to get 2 ticks onto A.
Pushing over towards B is going to start coming in here for the Ultra Academy and here, boys. Get things rolling. As you can see, whatever it takes, happy to set up around train tracks. Push through ticket, get themselves over towards those trains. That's when things become a little bit more difficult for Ultra Academy and here. Now they've actually lost a lot of bodies here over towards B. They have to be careful not to get spawn trapped. Vehicle will ease some of this pressure to big kills. And for all that, he did have a really bad start. A hell of a round in the previous and a good start to the next one.
It's not about how you start, it is about how you finish, and never has that been more emphasized by Vehicle. So he's just hunting for these players, just making sure that they don't keep farming them. Staying alive on a 4 streak as well. And I'll tell you something, if he'd started off the game like this, we'd be talking about it. Essentially, he's gone 13 for 3 in the last 2 rounds.
Whatever it takes, the line of defense at the train tracks has got to be there. You need to shut Vehicle down on this spree as well. You do not want to have to contend with a glide bomb. Keep an eye on him, number 4 on the map, making his way through fire. Scrap is going to be dealt with. Mohawk will find a kill. Were they expecting to on the flank? I mean, he's snapping. That is crazy.
That was a perfect snap as well.
That was horrendous. Brack would have absolutely kicked his pants there. But Brack now finding 2 on the flank. Fantastically well done. That's huge from...
Oh! What? How has Neptune just made that second kill? That player just got completely demolished, and Terrell's in a lot of trouble. He's going to try and get out of this one, but they're going to hunt him down, running for his life with 20 health. The entirety of Ultra right beside him, and somehow he slips the net. I don't know how he's done this one. And he's just found 2 kills as well. That is devastating to Ultra. They were looking for him. They almost had him, and he gets his revenge.
No, he's just been sick with what Neptune did to him there. That is disgraceful. Neptune staying alive just time and time again. This A push for Ultra Academy and A is pretty non-existent. And for the side of whatever it takes, this is another good defensive hold. Where Ultra Academy have not had any luck over towards that A side, but it ain't over till it's over. And Scrap and Co just continue to push down this right-hand side. Neptune will find 2 and Brack will find 1. And again, the moments when they need them, Neptune has come up clutch. The moments when they need them, Brack has just continued to dominate. That is not going to be anything over towards A for the side of Ultra Academy and A. Has Hixie got time?
I don't think he does.
Don't think
I also
he
don't
does.
think that's the question we need to be asking. He's 1 and 12 done. Oh, I'll tell you. Right, okay. So here's essentially what we need to see in this next round. Whatever it takes, if they get 2 ticks, they have the defense for the next round. They can win it here, of course, but just 2 ticks will allow them to get the next defense.
He's won it. Why did you say 1 and 12?
Because he's 1 against 12. Sorry, 1v12. I should have said.
You confused me. I was like, 12? I was just theorizing. Maybe he could have done it, Bryce. You never know. Tixie.
Yes.
No, we're EU biased.
This is very true, but I don't think we're EU delusional. And now as trades go down across both sides of it, that first ticket's gone into B, and it looks like Terrell is heading towards A. He has reinforcements from his teammates in ticket. He's get caught sprinting, though. Tries to get it fast. It's not going to work out for him. Major Maniac stays alive. Looks a vehicle as well, but it's going to get taken down.
Still the pressure is here, but that's just allowing free captures to go over towards that B side. But just trying to keep that presence there. I'm kind of there with it, with whatever it takes, but then you can get yourself stuck in these positions just like this. And need to kind of be a united front over towards B, doesn't it? It needs to be all together. Scrappy, ready and waiting for a couple of them, but momentarily he's the only one here left to do something against it. Snapping as best as he can, but that presence for whatever it takes over towards Ticket is here.
They're taking down Hixie in the right position at the right time. They're looking for him as well. He will get traded out, but there's just so many players from Ultra here as well. But Turiel gets 2. Mohawk is going to try and get this one. Turiel almost gets the 3rd. Not quite. Shut down as well with Scrap. Whatever it takes, they will have defense if it goes to around number 5.
Uh-oh.
But they can also win it here.
Beagle needs to stay alive. There's a player coming on the flank. That was Hixie. He needed to stay alive. Now he's trying to force the issue on the spawn. Turiel's in the position to do that, but they won all the other gunfights. Huge from Ultra Academy. Massive. That is
Ultra
huge.
Academy clutch up again here on the A point, and whatever it takes, had an opportunity there, a big one. And they also needed Brack to stay alive for the ticket push, but again, Ultra Academy locking it down. Neptune going to try and make a hero play. Almost gets turned to burn, but not quite. Staying alive.
That's
forcing
good, though.
Ultra to split their attention.
Yeah, they have to. That's going to allow whatever it takes to get out. Just from that one kill from the side of Neptune. Hixie and Koda still lingering in a difficult spot for Neptune to do anything about, and now he's left all alone inside of A. But the thing is, it looks to me that he's on top of that little... Yeah. That doesn't give away your position. So now Neptune can just play his life, and whatever it takes. I'm going to have one more stab at it here on the attacking round. Can they finish it here?
Scraps get 1, and now he's going to be traded back as well.
Huge.
Neptune's going to try and stay alive here desperately. They have 2 players into this one. If they win these gunfights, it could all be over, but they are going to be pinched. Neptune's still left alive, and nothing from whatever it takes when they needed it. Mohawk on a 5 streak, and they tried to play perfect, but they didn't play perfect at all. And well, this round is over. They are going to round number 5. Whatever it takes will have defense.
They will. So it's still to do for Ultra Academy. And they haven't even looked close on the attacking rounds, though. It has to be said. Could this be 3-0 for whatever it takes? It will, of course, be Ultra Academy NA on that attack. But Vehicle on a 5 spree, I'd imagine he's going to play his life. He has to.
Well, only Neptune
just send
over
it.
here.
Oh, look at that. Whatever it takes, we're just completely ready for an A push. Now they will have the opportunity to push through Ticket. Mohawk ready and waiting, though. If you can find even anything here just to relieve some pressure over towards this A side, that would be good.
Oh, Tyrell already taking this ticket control, and I think this has basically been written in the sand here. Whatever it takes, an Ultra Academy will fight over A. That is all that is realistically going to happen. B is being ignored. Scrap, though.
Uh-oh. Gotta be
Eagle
careful.
has the 5. They're slowly but surely making a bit of a squeeze here. Can Ultra Academy find what they need?
Beagle needs 2 more kills. Oh, he isn't even going to find one. Neptune flying down. That's a bit of a dagger. Beagle was staying alive as best as he possibly can, but the kills are starting to come through for whatever it takes here in and around the site, but they do not have the control that they would possibly want.
Neptune spawns in mid, tries to get out of there. Who knows that there are players around him because he spawned and tries to turn and burn, but Vehicle gets it. And this is a chaotic map now. Whatever it takes to not have full control. There is flanking going on everywhere on this map.
And you can't get out of spawn if you're Neptune. Inside the point. Surreal's going to fall. Bracken needs to find some kills here because all of a sudden they haven't had a single tick over towards B or over towards A. But there's 4 men. You've got to go. You've got to go if you're whatever it takes. You've got to go now.
They've got the stack coming through as well. Mohawk's going to go down to Brack and kills go down. Tyrell gets another one as well. And they're trying to pile in at the same time. Scrap gets 2. He looks for the 3rd. Hixie gets it. And there's one from the front. Hixie gets 2 at the same time. And Ultra Academy have pulled that one out the bag. They win their attack. Somehow, some way, they stay in. And now, whatever it takes, are going to be hitting themselves 4 defensive 1 attack. And that's the difference.
They didn't even get a tick onto B in those previous attacking rounds. Not one.
Well, I
And
wonder
then
if
all of
whatever
a
it takes, they're a
sudden-
little bit scared.
Possibly because they just completely give up control of the Duck side. So all they were doing with Ultra Academy, and they were pushing down that side, getting control, and then just causing chaos from that point. You get inside the point, and yeah, okay, look, Hixie and Scrap have done phenomenally well inside that point, by the way, to get a hold of those kills, to then lock it down to get the point. But yeah, whatever it takes, it felt like they played a little bit scared. I think you're right.
Yeah, I think they slowed down. Like they were allowing like so much pressure to come through, and they didn't really try to get back map control. And Ultra Academy just kept pushing, just kept squeezing enough for it to happen. And yeah, Hixie and Scrap making two pieces inside A at the last few seconds. And there's still a game underhand. This is Hardpoint coming up next. It's still a game, Ton. There's still a potential for reverse sweep.
Well, the first time we're not going to have a 3-0 on the NA show, that was crazy from Neptune. Just felt like whatever it takes, we're just clutching time after time after time. They could not do it in the final round. Major Mayday kind of fell off a little bit. He was having a really good start to the game. Ultra Academy NA screaming back into it. I don't know, Bryce. Another Hardpoint coming up.
Well, they may have changed the names around for them, but that particular point on Berlin Control is still every bit as chaotic as we thought it might be. Ultra Academy North America. It's the switch. If you get in, you've got it. And they got in, and they got it. Well, we move on to the next Hardpoint, and considering it's been pretty tight between these two teams, Ultra Academy still have the opportunity to come screaming back into the series.
And you wouldn't put it past them. You really wouldn't. Scrap had a hell of a game there, nearly 4k damage out of him. And this series is still not over. Tuscan coming up here as well. Has to be said, when I'm thinking of Tuscan, I'm thinking of what Neptune's been doing most maps. And if he can do that again, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be very difficult for Ultra Academy NA. Honestly, whatever it takes did a fantastic job at rotating. Fundamentals is what wins you games in Hardpoint. And Tuscan could be another one of those spots.
We will see. We will see. Ultra Academy North America have managed to do the hard work and win a control round. And I'll be honest with you, I thought once whatever it takes got that defense, they were happy for it.
Yeah,
they just let themselves get squared. And you could already feel straight away on that last round, by the way, you could already feel it was different. Whatever it takes, they didn't contest A, they didn't try anything too crazy, they even they didn't contest B, slip of the tongue, old habits there. They went straight for the A push they thought was coming in. It wasn't. And then they never even really went towards B. They've done it every time they were on defense last time, they went for it. They went for map control. Not this time.
No, they just committed over towards B because they thought that's what Ultra would do. But incredible to let it slip that way. After all that dominance on defense as well. My, here we are. Tuscan. Hardpoint. I'm very conflicted. I'm really conflicted because in my mind, I wouldn't have put it past Ultra Academy NA to win this series 3-0.
Yeah.
Can they do the reverse?
That's kind of the crazy thing. Also, Ultra Academy North America. If I remember at the Prime, do love a reverse sweep. Do love a reverse sweep. Well, let's see. Let's see as we go into this Tuscan here, Tom, because I wouldn't like to put any sort of bet on this game. Both these teams very, very capable of winning it. I mean, all the way for Ultra Academy, I thought it might have been done, but they refuse to go out. Two of the players here, by the way, those have played in the main CDL roster, obviously did the business right at the end. Scrappy and Hixie.
Yep, both of them playing in, of course, in the full CDL at some points this season. Ultra very much using their substitute role to its full effect. Whereas Major Midiak and Neptune, two other players to play on that side of things, but down and challengers for different reasons.
Oh, it's funny that Ultra have used 2 subs this season. I'm not lost with them. I think they're the only team to do that. No, they won with Hixie, didn't they? I believe he had a good run.
Yeah, there was a Florida, was it? I feel like
I think so. I think so. It's when he did that 360 play towards Bocage P3.
Oh yes, I remember it well. Obviously we remember him more because he's biased.
Just biased. No, I think it's just because usually when you see a rookie, or at least a rookie to the CDL, basically make big plays, you always got to remember, already people are talking about Scrappy. People are talking about who to drop, who to get him in for. Probably many teams want him. Ultra have him locked up. Ultra are kind of happy with their roster at the moment. Obviously, Insight having to go off for reasons, but everybody is having their own kind of like GM fantasies played out now, and who to drop and who to move.
Yeah, I honestly, I think if we want to go down that discussion, it would be difficult because Ultra are not playing too badly at this moment in time. I would say, if you were to say about Hixie and Scrap. We kind of had this discussion a little bit, didn't we, in Minnesota? Like, who did we think could potentially be in there? But I think we don't see too many roster changes CDL-wise now. I think it's too late in the day. Do you think?
I don't think it is.
Maybe one.
We've
maybe
only just
one
gone
more.
past like the halfway point.
True, I suppose. It just feels like we're very late in the season now. I don't know what it is.
Maybe it's because we know that Champs is so close, realistically speaking. Like, we know that Major 3's coming up. We know that Major 4's just around the corner. Champs feels like it's right here, but it's not. We're not that far from the start of the season.
I was about to say, we've just getting a notification to book our flights to Champs Pricey, but why would we be booking our Champs flights when it's in London, of course?
Yes. Well, we should not talk any more about this before we get fired. All right, let's just move on and talk about something else, like getting into map 4 and Hardpoint, because it is late. They are both tired, and a slip of the tongue could be disastrous.
Bryce, I would say it's more early than anything else.
Look, I don't know if you can hear birds coming down my microphone, but I can hear them.
I can hear them outside my window as well.
And fortunately, these players are obviously listening to the bird as well. That's where they are currently. They are just enjoying the sunrise with us.
Is it unprofessional of me to tweet out a GIF during a series?
I mean, I don't think you're very professional at the best of times, so
should we just keep
I don't
it
know.
random?
I don't know if it's a good thing for you to do anything other than cast.
I mean, if you want to go down that route, we'll maybe not. But hopefully we're ready to get into map number 4 in just a second. And we're not doing VOD reviews mid-series. Well, there you go. The map fly-through usually indicates that we're pretty much ready to go. It's Tuscan Hardpoint coming up. Whatever it takes, as mentioned at the bottom left of your screen, lead this series 2-1. The casters may be just running on fumes here, but there's plenty more Call of Duty to be played. As you say it to me, Brycey, energy, energy, energy. We need it right now because this
great song.
No, right. Listen, I prefer the skirt song.
I don't. I prefer the energy song, and it'll go onto my gym playlist. Anyway, enough of us just waffling down the microphone because nobody cares about our opinions. They care about Call of Duty, and it is starting up here on Tuscan Hardpoint.
Here we go then. Can Ultra Academy NA turn it round, or will we see a Neptune masterclass? That could be the case. Hixie behind them, already 3 dead. Ultra Academy in control.
Scrap. He's hot. He's ready. And he is trying to hold off the pressure coming from Major Maniac. He's done okay so far. You can already see whatever it takes trying to move through this one. But Scrap, of course, wins another gunfight. Looks for this one. Wins that one, of course, as well. 5-0 to kick this one off, Ton.
The way to kick things off. Those eventually fall, of course, so no streaks available. And whatever it takes, seemingly licking their wounds and moving away. He will be dealt with as well, so this is a good position for them to be in. To Real, that's a big gunfight. Pushing out maps now as well, so he can lock down this side of the map for his team. Doors are shut. And just batting down the hatches if you're too Real. And waiting for the rest of Ultra to find their way through.
They're waiting for this. They're playing patient. Vigil's going to get the pinch as well as Mohawk, and Brack tries to get a kill back here. But they have lost all their players, whatever it takes, and Scrap just guns him. The clean gunning.
Going to be the pushback coming from whatever it takes, though, towards the back. Hixie. Going to have to be thinking about that rotation over towards P3 very, very shortly. Ultra Academy NA in prime position to put themselves closer to a map number 5. Whatever it takes now, making this push in. Can they find this scrap time? They really could do with doing it. Vehicle staying alive inside the point. That will be the scrap time over to whatever it takes. And it will be this rotation over towards Ultra Academy. Look how high they're sitting.
And this is dangerous for whatever it takes. You can already see Ultra trying to lock this one down as hard as possible. They know where the push is coming from. We're going to find the first one as well. Hixie actually going for it. And already a few bodies going down, but that pinch might come through as Brack wins a very big gunfight.
They need this, whatever it takes. They've slapped behind just a little bit. It's looked like more of Ultra Academy in it to look the more likely here. The rotational and final gunfights have been going their way out up until now, whatever it takes. Now a very good opportunity to pick up this final 20 points. But look at the spawns here for Ultra Academy NA. It's a tile spawn. You've got to be careful if you're Major Maniac. You're going to fall. Can they pick up the scrap? They really cannot let Mohawk get any more, and they don't. But Ultra Academy consistently pushing this because they want to keep them away from Church. But heading over towards Church, as good as my witness, whatever it takes, are in the lead.
And this is every bit of how I thought it was going to play out. Still tied up. Still both teams kind of trading across the map. And now the push comes in. Whatever it takes, trying to jump into this one as well. But it's going to be Ultra Academy to just completely shut them out. Winning every single gunfight they need. And only one player left alive. And that is going to be up top. Major Maniac is just going to go down. As Hixie said, oh, almost 3.
Nelly on their way in, though. Brack's going to find one. Stun out. Find your way in. Stun yourself. Never ideal. Still, the gunny is there. Mohawk can answer back, but down the side is where the important gunfights are actually going. Hixie will find 2. That's massive. Can Brack just continue to fry? Not going to work this time. For whatever it takes there, the push from Brack wasn't bad, but you need the rest of your team to be finding something.
They're just taking every bit of skill that they can do on this one. And now the P5 push. Huge gunfight from Hixie. Brack's going to try and push in here, but he is currently outnumbered. Waiting for his teammates. Definitely the wise move. But he pushes out here from Ultra. Obviously, they're going to catch it, but a lot of players locked in. Brack is going to get one already. They're trying to push into it as well, and that is a clean wipe eventually from whatever it takes.
That's a huge wipe. And now you can maybe start to lock down some time here over towards P5. Tureal's got mid-map. Hixie's dead. Neptune's already found Vehicle as well, so the front door has been well guarded. Neptune will find another, and all of a sudden it's only Mohawk in a position to do anything. Bracket gets absolutely smoked. There's Ultra Academy in, and now trying to find a way through. It's going to be the stairs. Hit. That's going to start coming. Scrap is here. Tureal is also. Can he find a second kill as well? Yes, he can. Ultra seemed to have just fought off what was looking like a good amount of guaranteed time. No, my goodness. If he'd found that, that would have been ridiculous. But the rotation over towards P1 belongs to whatever it takes, and we're going to be heading in pretty even.
Oh, he's looking for him. And eventually he knows exactly where he's gone and does find him. And now it's going to be a push here. Whatever it takes, trying to get in the right position. And both teams just dancing around this at the moment, Ton.
Yeah, they are. It's nobody seemingly in control. It feels like Ultra Academy just about there. Game all tied up currently. 40 seconds left to go here on P1.
Ridiculous. The tiny differences between these two teams. And now it's going to be whatever it takes to take the lead. Again, just back and forth, constantly between them. I know there's been a lot talked about, 2 of the players on this list. I mean, Neptune and Scrap have kind of been the highlights for each team so far, but Neptune not having a good game of Scrap this time around, but they are going to be the lead here, whatever it takes. Hixie going the long route already. They are ready for P2.
Oh, look at the spawns that come in for his team as well. Squad spawns in full effect. Well played from Hixie and Vehicle to push round and make sure that they come through. Neptune, oh, the old drop shot around the corner. Can't see me when you pre-aim and that, can you? Neptune bullets into Hixie are solid, but he needs a couple more. He needs the rest of his teammates to find something down alleyway as well. Vikul, though, will end him. Turiel finds a second. We only just got a moment of that kill, and it looked a bit absurd. Every single player on these rosters absolutely frying. Vikul, 8 and 15 right now, needs to step it up just a little bit. His team are falling behind, but here comes Neptune once again. The rest of the team doing the work, though. This is a good time. Coming in for whatever it takes.
And there's a headbutting going on. Brack eventually going to walk away the winner on that one, and Hook going to actually maybe just wait for his team to come through, but Turiel takes him at the same time, and now, whatever it takes, should have this scrap time. No real push going to come in for Ultra Academy for this one. They are going to try and lock down P3, and Vico almost gets cut down, but manages to find 2 players. P3, Ultra Academy. They want the time for this one, and they have the means to do so.
It's the first decent little lead for whatever it takes. It's about 40 seconds. Can they find a break via Major Maniac, who's sitting there over towards tiles? He's going to have company now. And if you're Ultra Academy, you have to reevaluate where this push has come from. You wouldn't have expected him so quickly. As Major Maniac comes running on through. There's the second kill. Third kill. It was actually Brack who finds that third one in the Hixie, but the break is there for whatever it takes. He came only 15 seconds into the hill.
Trying to hold it down. The nades are just peppering him all over the place. He knows he's going to be in trouble here. He's waiting for that health to come back, but he doesn't. And he challenges it a little bit early, and Turiel is going to have to come to the rescue with 2. But both sides trading so effectively here, nobody can get into the kind of the no man's land.
And that's the bonus for the team who did not rotate, which was whatever it takes. They're the team that have had to force this issue. Eventually, Ultra will start to get some points. If only around 15 or so remaining, and that they'll manage to collect themselves. Rotation as well belongs to Ultra Academy. This is perfect for them. Fight over towards Church. Now starts coming on through. Neptune will fall.
Vico, by the way.
Wow.
Just every time he starts having a bad game, he goes, all right, I'll turn it on now.
Yeah, he sits forward.
Let's see if he can continue to do it, because here comes the pressure from whatever it takes. They've got a few kills going down already. Hixie pre-firing and dips out before he can get taken down, as well as Vico gets that bait and switch. Eventually, though, Neptune will find him, and they continue to try and pile the pressure on there. Vico going to be up top. Time slowly but surely ticking to whatever it takes, as they are going to get executed on here. All players from Ultra trying to dive into the doorways. And Hixie's the last alive of his squad. He hits back Church.
Whatever it takes, just cannot get anything solidly locked in. Vikul, Hixie combining well. And just in that instance, nobody watching the outside field. And again, Ultra are the first ones there. I think that's going to be, what, 3, 4 hills in a row now. Minimum of 3 that Ultra are going to have been there first. Whatever it takes, need to step up the rotational game. It's going to be pretty much all even. As we head over towards maps, can Ultra lock this one in? And then head over towards P1 and get this 1-1. They're in a really good spot, Bryce.
Well, they're locking it right now. Hixie on a fast spree as well. Major Maniac tries to open proceedings, but he's alone. There is nobody here for a trade. There is nobody here for chaos. Major Maniac is actually going to be able to respawn and get back to this hill before his teammates do anything. Ultra Academy are just sitting there super soaking this time now. Even with the teammate that comes in, it's still Ultra Academy.
Hixie one off the glide, which could be huge, heading over towards P1. Finds it. 2 reeling Calder will find this break in 30 seconds to go. That's a crucial break for them. A crucial break. Things will be pretty much tied up by the time we get over towards P1 if they can continue to lock this time down. But Scrap & Co, they're fighting over it because they know they have the glide bomb to break over P1 when they need it.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're about to see. Keep an eye on this minimap. Ultra Academy are going for the spread. They will get into position, they will drop the glide, and they will look for the exit kills. Doesn't matter. Doesn't even matter. Scraps just found 2 of them. That's ridiculous. Hixie now about to drop the bomb on their heads as well, and whatever it takes, are going to need to find something magical. Somehow they've held on against this. They've even taken down Scrap in the hill. Hixie's going to hit this. Whatever it takes are back in. That glide bomb did very little.
It didn't do anything at all, did it? Whatever it takes, I'll lock in this one down. Neptune will fall in mid-map, though, and these kills will be traded. He might. 4 in a row from him. Vikul now, trying to help him out inside the point. 5 in a row from Hixie. He will eventually go down, but Vikul doing his best here as the kills continue to be traded. It's a 14, 13, 12, 11, 10 point game. Whatever it takes, up bringing this one back. Bryce, 15 seconds to go on this hill. Rotation over towards P2, starting to come in. We can already see it. That's huge.
Neptune's here. Neptune is here. but no real chance for it. Is he going to be able to get through in time? He does. He's looking for this player to come through, but it's Scrap who shuts him down. And now pressure on the Brack as Brack is taken down as well. Real trying to fly in for this one. Eventually will take down Scrap, but there are so many players from Ultra here. And Ultra have locked this in. They have the position. They have the time. Whatever it takes, may have to just jump this now. They're waiting. They've waited too long. They've waited too long. And they're going to lose. They're going to lose the hard point. They try to get the stack through. And now, Ultra Academy have their second map on the reverse sweep. Oh my goodness, Tan. Oh my goodness.
I said it 2-0. I felt it. I just felt it. It was just a somewhat inevitable, in fairness, because we always sort of said that Ultra Academy, I said after map number 3, it wouldn't have been out of the question for them to 3-0, whatever it takes. They are that good. So the fact that they are able to bring it back and force that map number 5, look at the game from Scrappy. Wow. 4,500 damage.
He's here, he's there, he's everywhere.
I kind of get rid of him at the moment.
He's different, man. No, we've cast him so much. I've cast him more than the last like 3 weeks than I have the entire rest of the year. The guy is just constantly being referred to. Everybody is talking about him, and obviously we get to keep casting him, and it is a joy to kind of see, because if we're being honest, I don't think there is a position now where he isn't a mainstay in the CDL.
Do you think he gets his shot in this year?
I think it depends on Ultra. I think Ultra have him locked in, and they could potentially sell him for a huge amount of money. I don't know what teams are in the market willing to spend the kind of money they would have to sell him for. And I know people saying, "Oh, they need to let him go." Well, you know, Ultra have made the commitment. They've invested in him, and I think they know his worth, and I think everybody else knows his worth. If Scrappy was free right now, I think several teams would be looking at it. All right, they would be looking at 100%. Him and trying to get him into it. But enough talking about his potential future career, because this game is not over. We're going to go to map number 5. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. The night has been long, but it has been bountiful. But it is coming to an end with this last map. Both these two teams all the way through. One of them will book their ticket to the grand finals. The other into our losers final, but all is not lost. Of course, so far the story has been whatever it takes, 2 wins on the first 2 maps, but now in danger of being reverse swept on.
Brycey, at this point, you know what? Just give us a really entertaining, and if it hadn't have been, I'd have fallen asleep on my keyboard, but this one has been a banger. Back and forth we have went. That hardpoint really did come down to it. The control, wild. Berlin S&D, not sure what's going to happen. Really not sure what's going to happen. It's of course going to be about those AR bottles down B side. Is it going to be about fast air plants? Curious what teams are going to pull out here. As far as I can remember, we haven't seen this map from either one of these two teams so far tonight. So, new for us this week at least. I believe we've seen whatever it takes played last week, but I can't quite remember how it went. So, I'm coming in with a fresh mind, a fresh perspective, Brycey.
Oh yeah, you sound fresh, mate, to be fair, yeah.
I honestly, as the birds tweet outside my window, I'm coming into Berlin, search and destroy, reinvigorated. I'm ready for it.
Well, breakfast is upon us here in the UK, but we will have to find out which of these two teams gets their dessert and that third map. At the moment, we're seeing a big push towards A here from whatever it takes.
Neptune, of course. Front stick down, flying on in. Already dead. Mohawk. Oh, he's done so well to find that second one. 2 real falls. Vika will find another. It just feels like the momentum is with Ultra Academy on it.
Well, you'd be correct. They shut down that push in a pretty aggressive fashion. And Major Maniac, obviously, can't shoot 2 directions at once, but that's done and dusted. Vehicle opening up here 2-0. Vehicle's had a really weird series. He started off slow on a couple of maps and then just went huge for the team. Him starting off strong here on this last map could be a sign of the end.
Yeah, he's a strange one, isn't he? He's very, very streaky. I think that's a perfect word for him, actually. Can go on these moments where he just goes off, and then other times it's like his thumbs have disappeared. But here we are. He's managed to find himself inside a B. Mohawk's found the kill on the Neptune as well. God, this feels like an Ultra Academy map, doesn't it?
Well, Tan, I tell you, I don't think you'd call this a little bit too early, but we're barely into the second round.
I mean, they are flying them.
Well, they currently are. This is very, very true. And here comes the push. Vehicle going to be stuck in here. Where are his teammates to back him up? Eventually, Brack manages to get him. Ixie is going to be way, way far away. And eventually, that is shut down by Ultra Academy. And 2-0 for the good.
It's been dominant as well. It's the kind of start you want in a map number 5. As we now head in towards the next. Would it surprise you if an Ultra Academy NA6-0 here?
Well, that's such a ridiculous question. I mean, it's always theoretically possible. I would suggest that it being Berlin S&D and the fact that these two teams are both very good, that it's not likely, even with the momentum. Losing the wrong engagement, losing the wrong trade on this map, it can be disastrous. And bearing in mind here already, whatever it takes, and managed to get A down. They have the numbers. Well, I was being a little bit kind of presumptuous there, but A is going down. This may be a front hit from Ultra Academy.
Trying to find the pick. Scrap's going to be very, very tagged up. It's going to be on Vico for this flank. Is he going to be spotted, though? He is. Oh, he's waiting. He's waiting for Brack. He knows that he's going to be on the way. Oh, what's he waiting for Brack? I think he was just playing the patient game. He wasn't. Yep, didn't know he was there. Scrap now. 1 versus 3. 18 seconds to go. I think he'll do very, very well to get away with this one. A kill or 2 would be nice. There's 1. 10 seconds. Just not enough time in the world to get that one done. Whatever it takes, we'll get around back. That was a good hit. That was a good hit over towards it. Found the 1 kill. And if anything, it was just a bit of a miss hit from Ultra. Sending 3 over towards B.
The difference between these two teams is minimal ton. I was saying that obviously Ultra started off well, but a hit like that from whatever it takes.
I just felt like this started really hot. I also, when they were heading over towards A, I was like, is this A? Is this B? I've lost. Well,
that's one of the reasons they made the change, right? Obviously, A is where it always is. B, the B S&D set and the B control point. It'll make sense in like a week. I've already mixed it up a couple times we're talking about it. But speaking of which, Ultra Academy tried to make a bit of a push towards B, and now they've made lots of noise in here. They might try and go for the rotate. We haven't seen as many of these on Vanguard as we have in previous times. A little bit more difficult to kind of fool the opposition. However, Neptune is the player to play spoiler. Once he hears these doors open, he'll call out for his teammates, and you'll see the reaction already. Reinforcements flooding through. It's going to be too real. He's backing up for him, and he finds the first, and he gets a little bit too far on that jump and goes down.
So the flank coming in from Major Maniac is going to be super crucial. Too real and Co need to stay alive. He's overextended, and Hixie says thank you very much. Oh my goodness me. Major Maniac finds the kill, gets out. Brack finds one at the front, 2v1.
Well, he goes for that. It's an ambitious challenge. Ambitious.
What? How did he even know he was there?
I'm going to go with reflexes. just aiming towards P5 as he jumped out towards it, but it's a little bit chaotic now as the team's all spread out for him. And is he going to find him? Brack has said, all right, I've got you dead to rights. Whatever it takes, get another one onto the board. It's a 2-2. Round 11. Round 11. I can feel it in my fingers. I can feel it in my toes. And then as much of those lyrics as I can say, otherwise we get copyrighted. But it is feeling that way.
I'd love for you to sing that.
Well, it's not going to happen because I don't really know the lyrics. So, and also not right for now.
Yeah, well, maybe not delve into your lyrics. Not too much. Oh, scrap. There's a glint. Brack, get away, son. 4 spray. Do not mess with that.
The old danger flash. Speaking of which, though, Danger Ultra have got some serious positioning here. They are far up.
Down.
Gonna go for the retake.
Down. Hixie and Scrap's there with him as well. Scrap there inside with the sniper. They haven't done anything with the doors. This is disastrous.
Oh, is it? No, never mind. Never mind. Major Maniac finds it. Vehicle for a 1 versus 1 fight. Major Maniac's going to find him, and he does eventually get it shut down. So close. Well, I'll tell you something. I did not expect that round to be that close either way.
No, me neither. Honestly, I thought Ultra was just going to take over the site, and that would be that.
And I can feel the tension from here. I'm not going to be able to go to bed for hours because I am wired for this game. I'm feeling the thunder and embracing the lightning. Ultra Academy are going for an A hit. Scrap, I think, was just checking. He's already been on the cross here, but Beagle will be first in. Looking to see if he can do anything for it as well. Going straight in towards the bomb. Can he get this plant down? Scrap finds Neptune as well. There is a player on the flank. Too real. He's hit the longest road in the world, and Mohawk gets Vehicle with a grenade!
What? But why? But why?
I don't know. I don't know what is happening.
But why? Why is
this round makes no sense.
But why?
Well, Scrap gets the bomb back, and he's probably asking the same question. You see, Bracky has Scrap. You shouldn't be winning that one, all right? You shouldn't be winning it when he has the pre-aim, but obviously he just danced between the pillars. Major Maniac, though, to play spoiler. Hixie and Scrap have no idea where he is. Major Maniac does. And he's on a 4 streak.
Well, now Ultra are in a prime position to win this map, but I mean, in that scenario, win this map, win this round, I should say. If they don't, questions to be asked. I'm still quite bewildered. I thought I was just delusional.
What happened?
Well, here we go. Major Maniac in this position of 4 spree for me. Do you just... That's a 1v2. It's tantalizing. It's doable.
Scrap's sitting in the corner here. Like, Scrap will have him, or Hicks will have him.
Do you give up the ghost for the force pre?
He's just played it very, very slow. I think that's maybe what he's thinking.
Yeah.
Like, wait for an extra kill. He really is going to go. And that is COD timing at its finest.
Pain.
Made a lot of noise. Didn't go very fast, so he wasn't going for it. And unfortunately, he's going to get caught.
Well, that's really tough because you're kind of stuck in between like a rock and a hard place. Do a go for the 1v2, maybe pull it off and be a hero. Would have been 4-2, or do a stick it out. The streaks, chooses the latter, and dies immediately. That is rough. Anyway, Neptune not having a great game here, but his team's still in the game, 3-3. Can he start getting something going? You would usually think a hit over towards A or inside of B is kind of where he's going to have his luck. Is the team now making their way over towards B? I am losing it, Brycey. I don't know how he's lost that gunfight.
Well, doesn't matter. It's back to a 3 versus 3. Biggest issue now is Crap going to be there at the same time. Major Maniac has to make that kill, and he's looking for it. Eventually, Brack will get it down. But they actually have to retake the bomb site to get their bomb back. Unfortunately, you just can't ask the kind old lady next door to toss it over the fence.
Neptune making this way for. There was many things I wanted to say there, Brycey, but as you said, Delirious, more time to get fired at this time in the morning. Mohawk pushes out, is not going to find the gunfight, so Neptune proving his worth up close and personal. Scrap will find him though. It's a 1v3 on the cards.
He has the bomb as well. If they need to squeak this, just squeak it, and he finds Major Maniac, but does not win that gunfight. The angle was better. And whatever it takes, go 4-3 up in the S&D. And that was the difference. Scrap, obviously, had a wider angle to look for it. But Major Maniac, it was very, very acute. He didn't really have to stretch it too far. And that meant he had the advantage in the gunfight.
4-3, whatever it takes. Last 3 rounds, it's been 3-1 to them. After what was an enthralling start by Ultra Academy on it. And now it's going to be a B push from both these two teams. Is Brack ready for it? Scrap with the first. The man's frying.
I don't think I've ever seen him not frying. That's a difference. If anything, we just call this consistent.
Well,
he's a lukewarm Scrap, but he is frying compared to the rest of these players. Bomb recovered.
Tense moments. Nobody really wanted to make the move. Shots in. Brack will have to back down. Does that give Ultra Academy an opening? A is the more precarious, isn't it? Neptune lying in wait. They're not going to check this, though, are they? He hears them. Scrap. Still Nelly somehow wins the gunfight. The trade will come through. Now 2 versus 2. 25 seconds.
Ultra have to make a move. Like, they just have to fully commit to whichever bomb site they're going for. It looks like it's going to be B. I don't think Mohawk was like, I don't think I can get to A in time. The player's been seen as well, and Hixie just flies around with his aim there. Not going any good, but gets away clean.
I think, unfortunately, just not able to land the shots there. That bomb is down. Precarious. Great shots from Hixie. And now Major Maniac left on his own. Hixie will finish him off 4-4, Brycey. Come on, just fast forward us to around 11. We know it's inevitable.
It certainly is. It has to be at this point. Let's see how this goes then. Full on reverse sweep. Best of 5. Round 11. It's all singing the right songs. It's all playing the right notes. And the casters are getting ahead of themselves, but we're excited to see where this one leads.
B-side hit coming out for the side of whatever it takes in Ultra Academy and A. The very, I want to say, aggressive in their defense. They kind of commit a lot of people towards one side. Now Brack has got Hixie in between a rock and a hard place here. If Hixie survives this, he has done immaculately well. Scrap's going to take down Brack, so he's going to help him get out. Mohawk takes down 2 Real as well, and all of a sudden Hixie's inside the site. The doors are shut.
Nice, they try and take this trade against Major Maniac.
They're not even defusing it, they're just baiting it.
They certainly are. Wait a minute, still trying to get into a good position. He finds Mohawk as well. 1 versus 3 here if he can pull it off, but they are shutting him down. They are coming towards him, and he has to take the bomb, and he's going to get taken down before he can. Run, Scrap, run! Just enough time to get onto this bomb. The defuse will come in. Ultra Academy go to map and game point.
My goodness. Winners bracket final on the line. Can whatever it takes send us to around 11.
Scrap is 12-5. His KD for this series is phenomenal.
I think we've been saying it since... since some of the clips we've seen in Minnesota. This guy's the next one up. And he's really proved a lot of it here so far, but Ultra Academy getting this bomb down very, very quickly towards B. As Major Mania are going to check it in time. Surely Vigo should be dead right anyway. It is 2 kills. Go their way. It's a 4v2. Round 11's on the cards if they can pull this off.
Well, here comes the hold. Mohawk trying to get in position. Is he going to get one as well? And they're just going to shut it down. We're going the distance. Around 11. It was written in the stars. Ultra Academy. One more round for the reverse sweep. Whatever it takes. One more round to hold off that horrible feeling that this could have been done and dusted. No matter what happens now, there is no stretching out more time. There is nowhere left to go. One more chance. We go into the breach, my dear friends.
This is it. All that series comes down to this. It is a lot later than that.
And it's a hit from whatever it takes towards them. Hicks is the only player here. He goes down. That's first blood. Bomb towards B.
Word.
Ultra Academy picked wrong. But they are already being aggressive. Who's that? Scrap? Of course it is.
Look at where he already is. He's running. Needs to find something else, though. Brack around the outside. It's the second kill of the round. Oh, has he messed it up? Has he messed it up? No, he has not, because found one.
They've clutched up. Neptune in the 1 versus 2 to hold this one off. They had everything going for them as well, and Neptune's just going to try and check the bomb, and it's going to be Vico on the outside. He knows where he is. He's seen him, and Scrap takes him down. Ultra Academy clutch up the reverse sweep. It's all done. It's all dusted. Somehow Scrap in the last round went man mode and just ripped whatever it takes us under. It's game, set, and match. Oh my goodness. There's nothing left to say. Nothing left to do.
How has he pushed through middle of the street, walked in, gunned one of them, accidentally meleeed sitting in the corner, still killed Bracken outside the window?
He's a sorcerer.
12 non-traded kills. Look at his damage.
Unreal, unimaginable, and inevitable. Scrap cometh, and Scrap taketh. Oh, I'll tell you something, I'm actually rewatching it right now on the YouTube stream. Unbelievable. They were in a terrible position for that.
A horrible position. And what I loved about it is that they overcommitted towards A, and they just rotated immediately and got aggressive with that. They did not allow whatever it takes, the liberty of stretching out their spot, like their defense, if you like. They couldn't even get any room because Ultra were there so quickly, and Scraps ran down. I mean, he's ran down mid-map. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's just not readable. That kind of play is not readable.
Well, it should have been read and it should have been locked in, but it hasn't been. And wow, let's take a look at our bracket. Let's talk about it. Toronto Ultra 3-1 Electrify Steel. Then they take down whatever it takes, 3-2 in a nail-biting finish. On the other side of it, we have whatever it takes to destroy the odds, but they lose to Ultra Academy and they go into our loser bracket. Electrify Steel will meet them by taking down Destroy the Odds, who haven't won a single map here in the playoff bracket. So tomorrow's games, whatever it takes versus Electrify Steel, they'll be looking for some sort of revenge against Ultra Academy, both sides of it. Ultra Academy, though, sitting pretty in the grand final ton.
You mean today's games, right?
Yes, sorry, I do mean today's games. I mean, they're literally coming up later. Yeah, and even for North America, it's today's games. It's kind of been a mad one, but the Call of Duty never stops. Apart from now, of course, because this is the end of our broadcast for today, even though there'll be more COD today. So if you're a fan, obviously go to bed and wake back up. Don't recommend staying away all the way through. But it's been glorious. We've been to Europe. We've seen the best in the playoffs there. We decided to go to North America, and they gave us a show as well. But the stage is set. Only 3 teams in each region do remain to find out who will be the playoff champion this time around. The Elite Season 3 is all coming to an end later on today, and we'll see you a little bit later.